Chapter 421. Xiangjila clearly heard the gasps coming from the dark corridors on both sides the moment she finished speaking. A hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes, and she ignored the guards with swords drawn who surrounded her. She turned her head and looked at the dark corridor on the right. Why, all the adults don't come out. Do you all want to become witnesses of the Emperor's persecution of the Regent's palace? In the dark corridor, there was a dead silence. Xiangjila laughed sarcastically, and was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Yin Beiqi's harsh voice. Take down this crazy woman. On the jade platform, Yin Beiqi gave an order, and the guards with knives approached quickly. Ugh, the sudden dry retching made everyone present stiffen slightly and stop. Chiosi tacitly stabilized Xiangjila's body when Xiangjila leaned against her. Princess, what's wrong with you? Xiangjila covered his mouth and nose with a frown of disgust. The smell of scum here is too strong, and I feel a little nauseous. What are you doing? Yin Beiqi reminded. Why don't you take down this crazy woman who is talking nonsense? The guards were about to step forward after receiving the order. Who dares? Such a familiar and cold voice. Without even looking at the person coming, the guards instinctively sheathed their swords and stepped back a few steps to distance themselves from Xiangjila and his servant. Yin Beiqi felt a chill on his back, and suddenly focused his eyes on the entrance of the hall. Under the backlight of the setting sun, Yin Junyuo's facial features were shrouded in shadows, and he walked into the hall with a murderous look, his eyes swept across the dark corridors on both sides of the hall. A trace of surprise flashed across Yin Beiqi's eyes. Beima didn't see Yin Junyuo? Or was he sent away by Yin Junyuo? As Yin Junyuo approached, the guards, who had originally surrounded Xiangjila and his servant, made way for him. Chu Shan, who was following Yin Junyuo, raised his hand with a stern face, and the Yulin guards outside the palace entered the hall in an orderly manner and surrounded the guards. Uncle, what do you mean? Yin Beiqi tried to suppress his fear, but Yin Junyuo was expressionless at this time, with a murderous aura, which was even more terrifying than before. He looked at Yin Junyuo carefully for a few times. He said that he was seriously injured and lying in bed. Except for his pale face, Yin Junyuo's appearance was no different from usual. The uncle and nephew looked at each other, one in front of the dragon throne, and the other under the jade steps. After a while, the person under the jade steps was obviously much more imposing, and the person in front of the dragon throne finally lowered his eyes respectfully. However, Yin Junyuo didn't seem to want to let Yin Beiqi go just like that. A dry retching broke the tension between the two. Yin Junyuo's face changed. He immediately took over Chiosi's position. Get out. With a cold shout, officials in casual clothes at both ends of the dark corridor walked to the hall in an orderly manner with their heads down. Among them, an old doctor with white hair and beard, wearing a dark brown-waisted robe, suddenly rolled out from the orderly crowd in the dark corridor on the right. Unexpectedly, he was dragged out with him, and there was also a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and holding a compass. The Taoist priest looked to be in his early 30s, with a long flowing beard and dark black roots. After hastily tidying up his demeanor, he looked quite otherworldly. Yin Junyuo sneered and looked at Yin Beiqi. Since when did our dynasty allow Taoist priests to enter the government? Yin Beiqi immediately explained, Uncle, this is the master of Lingyun Temple in the south of the city, Taishu Sanren. Before Yin Beiqi finished his introduction, Yin Junyuo took over his words. Taishu Sanren was flattered to find that the current emperor and the regent knew his Taoist name, and his back straightened on the spot. He bowed in the direction of Yin Junyuo. Will Yen Tianzuan? Yin Junyuo sneered and helped Xiangjila sit on the chair that the Yulin guards then carried to the hall. While the Yulin guards put down the table, Xiangjila held his wrist with his backhand and applied a little force. Yin Junyuo knew her intentions, and when he met her fox eyes, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he couldn't resist Xiangjila's pleading eyes, so he had to look away with a cold face. Knowing that the prince was in a bad mood, the old doctor trembled and walked to Xiangjila's side. He took out the wrist pillow and silk cloth with shaking hands and placed them under and on Xiangjila's wrist respectively, and took Xiangjila's wrist pulse through the silk cloth. The hand that was checking the pulse was slightly raised. The old doctor seemed a little unbelieving and checked again immediately. After repeating this several times, he knelt on his knees in panic. First, he congratulated Yin Junyuo. Congratulations, Prince. Yin Junyuo was slightly startled. A strange feeling that did not make him reject it spread rapidly in his heart. His eyes quickly fell on Xiangjila's still flat belly. Feeling his gaze, afraid that he would have some expectations, Xiangjila quickly put his hand into his palm and wrote the word "no" stroke by stroke. For some reason, Although he was not keen on having children, after knowing that the little woman gave a negative answer, Yin Zhenyu not only did not feel relieved, but felt a little disappointed. The flash of sadness in his eyes was clearly captured by Xiang Zila. She stretched out her hand and scratched his palm, and her eyes clearly encouraged him to sow more seeds if you want to be a father. Yin Zhenyuo's slightly dim eyes suddenly regained their spirits. Because Yin Zhenyu had accumulated power for a long time, the court officials and the guards around him did not dare to look in their direction, so not many people noticed their interaction. The old doctor even reported the results of his consultation directly to Yin Beiki. Your Majesty, the pulse of the Regent Princess shows that she has been pregnant for more than a month. After hearing the results of the old doctor's consultation, many court officials who walked out of the dark corridors on both sides began to think again. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a contest between the Regent and the Emperor. The Regent Princess is pregnant, but the Queen is still not pregnant. If the Regent Princess gives birth to the Prince's legitimate son, according to the Prince's current prestige in the court and on the border. What? Yin Beiki thought he had heard it wrong. Xiang Zila is pregnant? How could it be such a coincidence? Yin Beiki's expression did not change. Are you sure? Anyone with a little bit of brains knows that the Emperor and the Regent have always been whitewashing the situation. As a neutral faction, the Imperial Hospital naturally tries not to offend both sides as much as possible. The old doctor bowed and said, the pulse is smooth like a ball, it is a slippery pulse. Because the fetus is only a month old, it is not obvious, so the diagnosis needs to be very careful. Impossible, Yin Beiki blurted out. Since it is a monster, how could it be pregnant? Moreover, it was not pregnant earlier or later, but it was pregnant at this time. Yin Beiki's disbelief immediately aroused Yin Zhenyuo's dissatisfaction. Why, is the Emperor questioning my ability? Chapter 422. Yin Beiki choked, even though he had many dissatisfactions in his heart, but when he met Yin Zhenyuo's seemingly calm, but actually sharp eyes, all his resentment was like a ball pierced by a silver needle, and it was released all at once. However, he knew that no matter whether Xiang Zila's soul was replaced or not, today she said so many rebellious remarks in front of the ministers, this was the best time for him to get a handle on Yin Zhenyuo. If he gave up this opportunity, it would be impossible for him to do anything to threaten Yin Zhenyuo from Xiang Zila in the future. Outside the palace, 1.5 hours ago, Yin Beimo picked up the teacup in his hand and put it down again. His eyes kept glancing at the door of the front hall. He went to the Regent's mansion with the intention of meeting Xiang Zila under the guise of looking for Yin Zhenyuo. Unexpectedly, the result he got was that the servants told him the prince had taken the medicine and had gone to bed, and the princess had not returned yet. Seeing that the servants had already served tea, he could only wait awkwardly in the front hall, neither staying nor leaving. This awkward situation lasted for 2 cups of tea. It was not until the servants in his house came to inform him that little Princess Huangfu wanted to see Prince Qing and was a guest in his house. She refused to leave without seeing the prince, that he was given a plausible reason to leave. When Yin Beimo was on his way back to Prince Qing's house, Huangfu Xiao was not idle either. He used the excuse of getting lost after going to the toilet and asked the servants to lead the way. He was familiar with the layout of Prince Qing's house, like walking through a maze. When he passed by the heavily guarded study, a few drops of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead for no reason. The old man would always give him difficult and life-threatening tasks. Fortunately, when he was in Nanchu, he often escaped his father's heavy guards and sneaked out to play. He was very good at making a feint to the east and attacking the west. After secretly memorizing the layout of the study, he left as if nothing had happened. Not long after he returned to the front hall and sat down, Yin Beimo also came back from outside with a dark face. She immediately adjusted the hairpin in her hair and shyly greeted him. Mo Lang. Although he was very happy to see her take the initiative to come to his house, Yin Beimo still raised his hand with a righteous face and corrected the address of her. Princess, please respect yourself. We are not familiar with each other now. It is not polite for you to come to my house like this all the time. As for the noble ladies in Kyoto, he was used to being reluctant but willing. Except for the time he fell into trouble with Xiang Tiange under the matchmaking of Zhong Xiuxiu, he had always been very accurate in understanding women's psychology and had never caused any trouble. The look of disdain and desire in Yin Beimo's eyes did not escape Huangfu Xiao's eyes. This kind of pretentious and noble behavior made Huangfu Xiao feel sick for no reason. Why did Xiao Zila have such a bad vision before? He covered half of his face and pinched his thighs secretly. The fox eyes exposed outside were obviously blurred with a layer of mist because of the pain, and he looked aggrieved. Yes, Prince Qing, it was Fair who was rude. In fact, his tone was also very aggrieved. Years of experience in tricking Huang Fujing gave him a skill called acting self-cultivation. For some reason, even though he had an instinctive aversion to the approach of this little princess Huangfu, when he saw her fox eyes, Yin Beimao always thought of Xiang Jila. Thinking of the fact that he was frustrated at the regent's mansion today and didn't see Xiang Jila, he felt inexplicably irritated, and even more impatient with her grievances. I don't mean to reprimand you. Huang Fujiao's mind was full of the task Yin Zhenyo had given him, and he had no patience to talk to him. Thayer understands what the prince means. In fact, Thayer came here this time for no other reason, just to say goodbye to you. Farewell? Yin Beimao only reacted at this time. The envoys of Nanshu stayed in Kyoto for nearly a month, and it was indeed time to leave. If it weren't for Xiang Shi's betrayal, the peace agreement would have been signed long ago. But these days, he was either busy finding out the true origins of Yin Beiki back then, or was affected by Zhang Qian'er's poisoning and couldn't meet this little princess of Nanshu by chance. In addition, he also had his own considerations and plans. He had already missed many opportunities to get acquainted with Huang Fujing. No matter how much he instinctively rejected this little princess of Nanshu, who could resist the temptation of the country, when the time comes, he will let Xiang Jila serve him and become Huang Fujing's son-in-law. Mo Lang, I'm going back, take care of yourself. The particularly sharp and piercing voice of little princess Huangfu drew Yin Beimao's attention back. Even though he had talked to her many times, Yin Beimao couldn't help but get goosebumps when he heard this voice. This voice was really too sharp, too thin and too artificial. What if the two of them make love together? Yin Beimao feels that this voice will affect his normal performance. But the troops in Huang Fujing's hands are really too attractive. For the sake of the great cause, necessary sacrifices are still needed. At worst, I can find a few women to regain my masculinity afterwards. Seeing that she really wanted to leave, after a struggle between heaven and man, Yin Beimao still succumbed to the cruelty of reality. Little princess, please stay. If you don't mind, have a meal at home, and I will send you back later. Want to have a meal with me? You wish. Huang Fujiao's fox eyes first lit up, then quickly dimmed. His eyes drooped, his tone lost. No need. When I came out, I told my father that the journey back home was long, and I wanted to visit the study here and buy some things. There is not much time left. If I eat here and go back too late, my father will find out that I sneaked out to see you, and he will definitely put me under house arrest again. Little Princess Nanshu said a lot, and Yin Beimao immediately grasped the key. Your father? He asked tentatively. Did he confine you because you wanted to see me? Huang Fujiao lowered his head in silence. He said softly, not anymore. She is going back to Nanshu, and won't come to see him anymore. Looking at the girl in front of him, who is only half a head shorter than him, and who is deeply in love with him, Yin Beimao's eyes quickly flashed with some calculations. With a determined heart, he suddenly pulled Huang Fujiao's hand and put it on his chest. The painting suddenly became so ambiguous. Huang Fujiao clenched his fists and tried to suppress the urge to punch him twice. His face and ears were red because he had no place to vent his anger. Even his eyes were red because he was angry. My innocence! How will you compensate me for the tampering I have done to you, old man? Chapter 423. Also, Yin Beimao, you bastard. What kind of hero is it to suddenly make a move? He could shake Yin Beimao's hand off, but Yin Beimao's strength was really strong. If he broke free from him, it would make him suspicious. Little did he know that when Huang Fujiao was struggling, he made such a small move that he wanted to struggle, but couldn't break free. In Yin Beimao's opinion, it was a cowardly move. The desire to conquer was suddenly aroused. Yin Beimao grabbed Huang Fujiao's jaw through the veil and forced Huang Fujiao to look at him. Looking at Huang Fujiao's fox eyes affectionately, he changed his pretentiousness just now and spoke softly. I won't allow you to leave, Fei. Huang Fujiao couldn't help but want to curse. I, Fei, your mother, what are you going to do now? You are so affectionate all of a sudden. Could it be that you really fall in love with me? No, it's probably because you like my father. Ah, like my father's status in Nanshu. Thinking of this, he suddenly shook off Yin Beimao's other hand and stepped back a few steps. Inadvertently, the scarf on his face was pulled off by Yin Beimao, revealing the face that was very similar to Xiang Jila after deliberately dressing up. Yin Beimao was struck by lightning. At night, the carriage of the regent's palace drove out of the palace gate. After the carriage went far away, other carriages drove out of the palace gate one after another. Yin Beiki climbed up the highest Jiaxing tower in the palace and overlooked the whole capital. The lights were brightly lit near and far, and many people were still visiting the night market and watching acrobatics. The whole capital looked so prosperous. But such a prosperous scene did not make Yin Beiki feel comfortable at all. He was wearing a pale yellow dragon-patterned waisted robe, and his body was tall and graceful. His hands hidden in his sleeves had already clenched into fists. This time, it seemed that he had won, and he had controlled Yin Junyo and forced him to leave his wife in the palace to nurture the fetus. But in fact, he still lost. The hateful thing was that he only realized his loss later. If he hadn't seen strange expressions on the faces of several old ministers who had originally stood on his side after Yin Junyo left with a cold face, he would not have realized that he had been tricked again. Compared to the bad impression of him taking advantage of others' misfortune and being aggressive without regard for family affection, Xiangjila's deep understanding of justice that she would rather stay in the palace to take care of the baby than see their uncle and nephew fighting because of her made many old ministers change their views on her. What if Xiangjila stayed in the palace to take care of the baby? In 10 months, so many things happened. What if Xiangjila had an accident during this period? This is not a handle to control Yin Junyo. It is clearly a handle he gave Yin Junyo. However, there is also an advantage to keeping Xiangjila in the palace, that is, the palace is his territory. As long as he wants, the news in the palace can be wrong at any time, and there will always be some misunderstandings. The trusted eunuch quietly appeared behind him. What's going on? In the afternoon, Prince Qing was turned away at the regent's palace. At this time, he was having dinner with the little princess of Nanchu in the Prince Qing's palace. Hearing that Yin Beimo was having dinner with the little princess of Nanchu, Yin Beiqi's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Has someone been sent to inform him of the news? Someone has been sent to tell the prince that the regent princess is pregnant. What did he say? The eunuch hesitated for a while. The prince said calmly that he knew. After receiving the response from his trusted eunuch, Yin Beiqi nodded slightly, his eyes became more complicated, and he continued to overlook the prosperity of Kyoto with his hands behind his back in silence. Yin Junyo returned to the regent's mansion. He hurried to the main courtyard with a dark face and said nothing. Chu Shan and Chiosi followed behind him, not even daring to breathe hard. Xian Yin was waiting far outside the main courtyard. He did not see Xiangjila's figure. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes, and he quickly followed Chiosi's pace. Several people entered the main courtyard. Go to the prison and bring the person out. A cold order fell, Chu Shan's neck shrank, and he immediately took the order to do the work. Seeing Yin Junyo stopped in front of the bedroom, Chiosi and Xian Yin looked at each other tacitly after Chu Shan left to do the work, and hesitated for a few times. As if knowing what the two were thinking, Yin Junyo's tone was slightly relieved. You go and see how Dong Rin's injury is recovering, and when Chu Shan comes back, ask Chu Shan for a few confidants. Chiosi plucked up the courage. Princess. Just let her stay in the palace like this? Before she could finish her words, Yin Junyo ordered in a cold voice, Go. The two looked at each other again, and each saw worry in each other's eyes. But the prince was determined. Yes. Since the prince didn't allow it to be mentioned, it was probably that there were other arrangements. After Xian Yin and Chiosi left, Yin Junyo immediately raised his hand to let the guards guarding the bedroom retreat. Almost at the moment, he stepped into the inner room of the bedroom. A petite figure appeared out of thin air in his arms. The owner of the body skillfully hugged his neck and moved up, kissing his thin lips, and said vaguely, Jun Nuo, kiss, hug and lift me up high. Such a familiar voice, and the faint fragrance of osmanthus wrapped with the fragrance of a little woman. Without thinking, Yin Junyo reached out and picked her up, then weighed her with both hands and threw her up to catch her. After completing the task in one go, the little woman smiled and stood in front of him. With her hands behind her back, she tilted her head and looked at him, cunning like a little fox who had succeeded in his plan. I'm right, aren't I? Now that you're back, I can get away. Yin Junyo stared at her coldly, his narrow eyes without a trace of emotion. Being stared at by him made her feel creepy. Xiangjila timidly moved to his side and pulled his sleeve. What's wrong with you? Without warning, Yin Junyo grabbed her slender waist and held her in his arms, with such force that it seemed as if he was going to break her waist. Xiangjila exclaimed, Be careful your waist. And wounded. Before she finished her words, they were swallowed up by the man. This rage, like a storm, clearly told Xiangjila how dissatisfied the man in front of him was. Sighing secretly in her heart, she slowly stretched out her hands to hug him, raised her head, and gave him a warm response. They didn't let go of each other until their breathing became heavy. For a while, there was only the sound of panting in the dormitory. Until his breathing became stable, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Do you know what you are doing? Who allowed you to take such a risk? Of course I know. Xiangjila patted his back gently with both hands to comfort him. After coaxing him to release his hand from her waist, she carefully avoided his injured right waist and took his arm. If I don't provoke him like this, how can he make a rash decision? Nonsense. Yin Junyo shook off her hand with red eyes. Why don't you think about it? What if you really? He didn't dare to imagine that if she was really pregnant, and he was late. Chapter 424. Knowing that he was not really angry with her, but with himself. Xiangjila was already experienced, and knew how to calm him down. After he awkwardly shook her off 3 times, she finally took his arm again, held his hand, rubbed her face against the back of his hand, and said pitifully in a low voice, "Not only do I know that the prince will not be late, I also know that as long as the prince is still regent, the emperor will not dare to touch me at all. So the prince is the basis for my nonsense. The prince, please don't be angry, okay? If you get angry and hurt yourself, no one will support me." Xiangjila's words were like a gentle hand, soothing his restless heart. His expression gradually eased, and he did not forget to poke her forehead, with an unconcealed doting tone. "You are just being spoiled and making trouble." Xiangjila grabbed his hand, and quickly pressed it on her lips. Her eyebrows curved with a smile. "The prince spoiled me." As she said that, she took his arm, and walked to the desk and sat down together. She picked up the pen again, and painted on the rice paper. "Besides, we have not gained nothing from this matter. At least we know that the people that the prince has planted in the prison have begun to have ulterior motives at this time. Admittedly, Jun Nuo's death in the previous life was directly related to her, but since Chu Shan was able to assassinate him successfully at that time, why was he caught so easily? Thinking back carefully, every step has a trace. The unknown is the most terrifying, but once exposed, they will no longer be as passive as in the previous life. Speaking of which, they have to thank the few remnants of the Xiang mansion and Su Qian. If it weren't for Su Qian's strong desire to survive, they would not know that Yin Beiki could buy his people." After taking a look at what Xiangjila wrote on the rice paper, Yin Junyo said softly, "I take care of it." Knowing that Yin Junyo never liked her to worry too much. Xiangjila paused for a moment, then resumed writing and drawing smoothly. "Didn't the prince say that? I have to grow up and have my own 3 tricks to make a living. Besides, this seemingly insignificant incident today almost made us capsize. We should be more careful in the future. Confidence is a good thing, but many times, it is these seemingly inadvertent details that cause bad things." After this incident, Xiangjila didn't even dare to trust the servants of the regent's palace completely. Even if those servants in the previous life lived and died with the palace. She had to find a way to leave a retreat that only he and Junyo knew. After hearing Xiangjila's words, Yin Junyo returned to silence. The bedroom was so quiet that even the frogs in the lotus pond could be heard clearly. Except for the occasional friction sound of the wolf hair brush on the rice paper, there was only the occasional sound of candles exploding. Soon, the rice paper was filled with Yin Beiqi's questions in the court today, as well as the content of the court officials' arguments with Yin Junyo in the court. "Did the prince see anything?" "I saw it." Yin Junyo nodded slightly. Xiangjila's lips curled up with a sneer. "I'm lucky or not, whether the soul has been changed or not is not the point. The point is that they have now vaguely felt that Yin Beiki is unreliable, and they all want to take advantage of these reasons to force the prince to change his wife, so that they can get in touch with the prince. Don't kill people indiscriminately." Before Yin Junyo finished speaking, Xiangjila had already guessed what he would say next and persuaded him. "Officials can't be killed completely, prince, you should consider your reputation now. Now he is the regent, and there is Yin Beiki in front of him as a target, so he may not care much about reputation. But judging from the success of Shinmachi in the previous life, if you want to sit in that position, the people's will is the most important. She doesn't think that Da Huang needs a king with a bad reputation, who can stop babies from crying at night." Sure enough, Yin Junyo sneered at such external things. "Do you think I care?" Xiangjila rolled his eyes at him very ungracefully. Yes, I do care. I want the prince to be the enlightened helmsman praised by everyone in Da Huang. Is that okay?" This rebellious remark immediately caused Yin Junyo's claws to pinch her face. "Xiangjila, you are a regent princess who doesn't care about your image. How dare you tell me that you care about your reputation? My husband doesn't even care about his reputation." Xiangjila knocked his hand away, and her little face instantly swelled up like an angry little pufferfish. "What image do I need?" "Silly." Yin Junyo was amused by her puffed-up little face. "Reputation is for others to see. When your fist is hard enough and the blade in your hand is sharp enough, who dares to say anything wrong about you?" Sure enough, it is still Junyo's way. Fight violence with violence. According to this, Xiangjila rubbed his face that he had pinched, and poked his left waist with his right elbow mischievously. The prince's blade is not sharp enough. Everyone wants to put someone next to him, but isn't it because the deterrent power is not enough? Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows slightly. Whether it is sharp or not, you will know when you see it. He didn't have that idea before, and all the deployments he made were just for self-protection. Now that he has that idea, he can't be as gentle as before. Try it? Xiangjila, who suddenly thought of something wrong, choked on her own saliva. Yin Junyo, let's talk about business. As soon as Xiangjila finished speaking, a slap fell on her head again. Xiangjila, you really need to clean your perverted brain. After scolding her with a smile, the man's tone immediately turned cold. I won't let that woman go. With this sentence without a beginning or an end, Xiangjila immediately understood Su Qian's fate. She covered her head and frowned. That woman is from Huaxia. It is said that their country has a lot of experience in dealing with droughts. Yin Junyo knew about the drought through Xiangjila's memory. It's just that. The national conditions of each country are different from the people's cognition. What is suitable for Huaxia may not be suitable for Dahuang. This sentence with a bland tone made Xiangjila's stubbornness change. It seems. It makes sense. It's late at night. Yin Junyo turned his head and looked at the sky outside the window. The full moon was already high in the sky. Today, my husband was frightened and his wound relapsed. My wife came to help me change the dressing. Xiangjila, who had just come up with an idea, was dragged to the bed by him before he could write it down. Husband, my wife. Where did the silly Junyo learn such flowery and showy words? Chapter 425. The regent's mansion returned to peace as the master went to bed. 3 gong sounds were heard from the street, 1 slow and 2 fast. It was the third watch. The watery moonlight filled a simple 2-story courtyard at the foot of Kyoto. Under the dim candlelight, Qin Pei looked solemnly at the broken jade plaque in front of him, as if waiting for something. Master, I heard that many adults' carriages arrived at the mansion very late. The news brought back by the personal servant came from outside the door. Qin Pei's face changed, and he immediately stood up and put the broken jade token into the brocade bag. There seemed to be other metal objects in the brocade bag, which collided with the jade token fragments and made several crisp sounds. Prepare the carriage and go to the regent's palace immediately. The servant outside the door was quite embarrassed. It will probably be difficult to find a carriage now. Then go on foot. Qin Pei hurriedly opened the door. The servant hurriedly persuaded. The regent's palace is not close to us. Even the carriage takes half an hour. If we walk along the street, it will take at least an hour and a half, or wait until dawn. We can't wait until dawn, we have to walk. After saying that, Qin Pei put on his outer robe and hurried out. The servant hurriedly caught up with him. Master, wait for me. The Honglu temple is also not peaceful tonight. 2 heads squeezed in the crack of the door, staring at the people in the room, desperately rubbing their right hands and left faces with water. Is the young master like this all night? Wang Fujing asked in a low voice. Ai nodded. The young master asked his subordinates to prepare water after he came back. Wang Fujing hissed and took a breath of cold air. It's almost an hour. He's not afraid of getting his skin broken. I tried to persuade him, but was kicked out by the young master. Ah-in said bitterly. The young master also said that if I dared to bother him again, he would make me wear women's clothes in the future. Hearing the word women's clothes, Wang Fujing stood up and took 2 steps back. When he looked at Ah-yin's outfit, he was very disgusted. You little brat killed 1,000 enemies, but lost 800 of your own. Wang Fujing's words and his disgusted eyes were like a cold arrow that shot directly through Ah-yin's heart. He covered his chest with a hurt face. General, you are going too far. Wang Fujing had long been accustomed to the informality of private interactions, so he did not argue too much with Ah-yin, but looked inside the house with concern. Take good care of the young master, and ask him to come to me early tomorrow morning. Yes. The weather was unusually hot. Be careful of fire and candles, and beware of thieves. Clang, bang, bang, bang. The night watches outside the mansion rang out. There was a hurried knock at the door of the regent's mansion. The personal soldiers behind the door opened the door with a fierce look. Who is it? When he saw the elegant Qin Pei, he was obviously stunned. Even the tone slowed down. You are? Qin Pei bowed politely. I am Qin Boer, and I have an urgent matter to ask you to see the prince and princess. Antechamber. Seeing Yin Junyo with a cold face, Li Butler immediately reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Prince, this person has been saying outside the door that he is an old acquaintance of the prince and princess. Yan Zhenyu recognized Qin Pei at a glance. "What are you doing here?" He glanced at Chu Shan standing behind Yan Zhenyu, and Li Butler standing beside him, with a serious expression. "This is a serious matter. Your Majesty, can you spare me a word?" Yan Zhenyu glanced at Chu Shan and Butler Li. The two of them left in tacit agreement, and closed the door. For a moment, only Qin Pei and Yan Zhenyu were left in the front hall. With an inexplicable fear of Yan Zhenyu in his heart, Qin Pei immediately took off the brocade bag from his waist, and walked to Yan Zhenyu respectfully. Yan Zhenyu glanced at him, and took the brocade bag from his hand. The brocade bag felt quite good, and as he moved, the sound of jade and metal colliding could be heard from the brocade bag. Yan Zhenyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and under Qin Pei's earnest eyes, he opened the brocade bag. As the brocade bag stood upside down on the table, the broken jade round plate, and several severely deformed copper hexagram coins were exposed in front of the two. Under the bright light tree, a layer of strange lavender color was gathered. Yan Zhenyu looked at Qin Pei inquiringly, and the latter had a serious face. "I observed the sky at night, and saw the stars shifting. I had an ominous premonition in my heart, so I dared to tell the prince a hexagram." Yan Zhenyu did not speak. His eyes had already returned to the divination money. Qin Pei continued, "The divination shows that the prince intends to take action in advance because of the incident in the palace yesterday afternoon. However, the result of the action is very bad. I hope the prince will think twice." As he said, he pushed the jade plate, that looked a bit old and broken, into two pieces in front of Yan Zhenyu. "This is Tianji, which can be used to deduce the return of dragon energy. At the beginning of the deduction, the qi and veins are smooth, which shows that there is nothing wrong with the prince's handling of Dawang affairs. However, at the last step, the jade plate suddenly broke into two pieces." Hearing this, Yan Zhenyu's right hand, which was casually resting on the armrest of the chair, tightened slightly, and his narrow eyes narrowed. "You mean, this prince has no chance of that position?" The voice was very light, and the pressure was spreading, making Qin Pei feel suffocated on the spot. He immediately bent his knees and nodded his head. "What I said was entirely in accordance with the instructions of the hexagram, and I have no intention of offending the prince." The trembling voice still showed fear, but no intention of retreating. The hand holding the armrest slowly loosened, and Yan Zhenyu's voice became calmer. "Do you think I will believe it?" Chu Shan was outside the corridor in front of the front hall, looking at the closed door from time to time. Looking at Li Guanjia. "Uncle Li, who is this man?" He just felt that this young man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while. He would never have thought that the son of the governor of the 5 southern states would be so bored that he ran to Kyoto. He would never have thought that this young man who looked weak and powerless would dare to stay up late at night and disturb the prince's sweet dreams. Baffled, Li Guanjia also looked at the closed door curiously. It is probably an old acquaintance of the prince and the princess, otherwise how could the prince communicate with that person alone? That's right. Chu Shan agreed. No one knew what the two talked about in the front hall with the door closed. They only knew that when Qin Pei left calmly, the sky was pitch black. His legs were trembling slightly, and his face was gray and scared. Although Yan Zhenyu looked normal, the coldness in his eyes was even more than before. Even the look he gave Chu Shan was more complicated than before. "Prince, I feel embarrassed to be staring at you like this." After Li, the housekeeper, took Qin Pei away, Yan Zhenyu called Chu Shan. Chu Shan stood straight in front of him, and when he met his complicated eyes, he felt scared. Chapter 426. After a while, Yan Zhenyu looked away. He whispered, "Recall the Qilin Guard." "Your Majesty?" At this moment, Chu Shan thought he had misheard. Recall? They had spent so much effort to find out the traitors of the Qilin Guard and deployed a series of assassination operations. After knowing that the princess was taken away yesterday, the prince had asked him to make arrangements in advance, planning to send some important people to the west on the way to the morning court of the royalist officials. Now everything is ready. Recall? Yan Zhenyu spoke louder and harder, his tone becoming even colder. Although Chu Shan had many questions in his mind, the decision made by the prince. Except for the two decisions of cooking in person and marrying the princess, which were a bit unreliable, the other decisions were all correct. Chu Shan quickly took the order, and went out to send a signal flare to recall the Qilin guards. When he returned to Yan Zhenyu to report, Yan Zhenyu asked again, "How is the matter of the sky prison being handled?" Chu Shan quickly bowed and answered, "All the original people were dealt with last night, and the 3 remnants of the Xiong mansion were all replaced from the sky prison and are now in the dungeon." Yan Zhenyu nodded slightly. His cold tone finally softened. Take care of him for 2 days first. It was dawn. Honglu Temple. After hearing what Ah-in had conveyed, Huang Fuxiao went to pay his respects to Huang Fujing with a half-swollen face. Huang Fujing's brows were furrowed. What's wrong with your face? Huang Fuxiao said angrily. It's all the fault of the old man. Why did he let him put the box? It was because of putting that broken box that Yin Beima, that bastard, kissed his hand and face. Old man? Yin Zhenyuo? This time, Huang Fujing frowned even more. Were you teased by Yin Zhenyuo? Looking at Yin Zhenyuo's appearance, it's unlikely. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Ah, this is a matter between me and him, don't ask. Huang Fuxiao waved his hand, obviously unwilling to say more. Suddenly, he remembered that Yin Zhenyuo sent someone to tell him yesterday that Huang Fuxiao would help him, and would be back later. Huang Fujing had a rough guess in his mind. Straightening his face, he said, when applying for the title for Xiao Zhila, the king always thought that Xiao Zhila was my own daughter, and wanted me to take Xiao Zhila and her relatives in Dahuang back to Nanchu. Before Huang Fujing finished speaking, Huang Fuxiao immediately stood up. Didn't father say in the letter that Xiao Zhila would have a chance to go to Nanchu in the future, but there is no plan for it at present? Huang Fujing looked at Huang Fuxiao with disdain. Even the king knows that your sister, whom he has never met, is more reliable than you. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Reflect? Huang Fuxiao shrugged his head guiltily. Father, what should I reflect on? Isn't it normal for the king to look down on me? If he falls in love with me, I will become his brother-in-law. Everyone knows that the king has always been kind to his half-sisters, and the prince consort can only hold an idle position with only salary, but no real power. If it weren't for his and his father's reputation, one of those unruly princesses would definitely fall into his family. His ideal is to become a hero like his father, and one day he will fight in the battlefield to defend his country like his father. He will not give up his ideal for those unruly women. Huang Fujing obviously didn't want to talk about this with Huang Fuxiao, and immediately changed the subject. June 7th is your and Xiao Zhila's birthday. Bring me a gift for Xiao Zhila. When it comes to birthdays, Huang Fuxiao suddenly perked up. Father, don't you go see Xiao Zhila in person? Thinking of Xiang Zhila's face that was very similar to Qin Prajna, combined with these things that Tianyin Zhenyuo sent to him about everything Xiang Zhila had experienced since childhood. Huang Fujing smiled bitterly. As a father, I am too ashamed to see her. Whether it was out of helplessness or other reasons, when he knew that Xiang Zhila not only had a bad life after Qin Banruo's death, but was also bullied by that fake brother, he felt inexplicably guilty towards her. Back then, if he hadn't been so arrogant and left without looking back, Banruo wouldn't have. But Xiao Zhila should really want to see you. Huang Fuxiao persuaded Huang Fujing in a rare considerate way. How about we disguise ourselves together, and go to the Regent's mansion to have a meal with Xiao Zhila that day? On Xiao Zhila's birthday, the old man would definitely cook for him personally. Recalling the fresh taste of yesterday and the torturous stomach upset, Huang Fuxiao couldn't help but want to share this joy with his most respected father. Although Huang Fujing wanted to refuse again and again, he couldn't resist Huang Fuxiao's pleading eyes. In his words, let the unhappiness of the past pass. If he felt guilty about not seeing Xiao Zhila because of the past, he would be upset again for not seeing Xiao Zhila when he returned to Nanchu. It would be better to meet first. What if after meeting, I tell Xiao Zhila about going back to Nanchu with them, and Xiao Zhila agrees to go to Nanchu with them out of joy? This persuasion immediately touched Huang Fujing's heart. He didn't care whether Xiao Zhila went to Nanchu or not. It was just that Xiao was lonely in Nanchu, so it would be good to let his sister accompany him. But Yin Zhenyuo might not be easy to pass. In this way, Huang Fuxiao successfully pulled Huang Fujing's attention from the abyss of guilt to how to set a trap for Yin Zhenyuo, and let Xiao Zhila go back to Nanchu with him. May 30th. Sunny, light breeze, plenty of yang energy. A good time to execute. As the executioner's card fell to the ground, 2 cold lights flashed, and blood spurted out of the necks of Xiang Shi and Su Shi. The 2 bloody heads rolled to the ground like balls, staring at the scorching sun with wide eyes. Xiang Zhila covered his face, and retreated from the crowd. The long-suppressed depression in her heart seemed to dissipate at the moment when Xiang Shi and Su Shi's heads fell to the ground. She turned into a dark alley, where Chiosi quietly prepared a carriage for her. After entering the space, he had become Mu Junyan when he came out. He jumped on the carriage, and headed to the north of the city. The north of the city. It was still the same exquisite villa. Zhai Jiumal looked at the secret guards kneeling on the ground in front of him with a stern expression. Lost? The two leading secret guards glanced at each other secretly. In the end, it was the secret guard on the right who mustered up the courage to report to Zhaijiomo that Xixia man and another Nanchu man are in the same group, and they seem to be cousins. The Nanchu man's followers are very vigilant. From what the followers call him, he seems to be a prince. Prince? Zhaijiomo suddenly became alert. In Dahuang, the only one who can be called a prince, except for the two royal relatives, seems to be a king of a different surname in the south. Could it be Shinmachi? Chapter 427. When did Shinmachi come to Kyoto? He didn't know Ouyangyi. He is a cousin of Shinmachi, so did Shinmachi know that Ouyangyi wanted to cooperate with him? Or was it Shinmachi who instigated it? Should Yin Junyo investigate this matter himself? Or should he flatter Yin Junyo? Or should he tell Yin Beiki to regain his trust and get some privileges? Zhaijiomo lifted a strand of his newly grown hair and sniffed it, secretly weighing how to spread this news to gain the greatest benefit for himself. Oh, I haven't been here for a few days, and you are so lively here? Hearing this voice, that was more attractive than that of a middle-aged man, and such a cynical tone, Zhaijiomo's body tensed up, and even the lifted hair fell back to his shoulders. Master Zhaijio has been living a good life recently, and his hair has grown back? Zhaijiomo looked in the direction of the voice, and it was still the damn and annoying silver mask. Damn kid, it's so hot, and the collar is still standing so high, the clothes are still so thick, and the mask is still on. How can he not suffocate to death? Zhaijiomo raised his hand to let the secret guards retreat, and glanced at Xiangjila unhappily. What are you doing here again? It is said that it is easy to send the king of hell away, but hard to deal with the little ghosts. This Jianghu dead boy is haunting every day, isn't he? Xiangjila sat down below him without any courtesy, with his left leg slightly bent on the ground, his right leg resting on the slightly bent leg and shaking, and his right hand did not forget to hold the chair, just like a gangster. Can't I chat with you if I have nothing to do? But I heard that Master Zhaijio is very capable. If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't, just get out. Zhaijiomo's patience is almost exhausted. The strange thing is that this damn boy is definitely not up to no good, but he will only annoy him, and will not really want to hurt him. For this strange mentality, even Zhaijiomo himself can't explain it. In short, if the damn boy doesn't need to whip him, everything will be fine. Tisk, it's very sad to hear Master Zhaijio say that. Xiangjila put down his right foot, and put his left foot on his right leg and shook it. His right hand was still on the back of the chair, facing Zhaijiomo sideways. I heard that Yin Beiki asked you to recommend a capable person to participate in the martial arts conference. Hearing the words martial arts conference, Zhaijiomo sat up straight, and looked at her with vigilance. What do you want? He had discussed this matter with the Emperor of Dahuang in private. He didn't even tell his confidants, so how could the damn kid know? Oh, don't be so excited. This time, Xiangjila stopped shaking his legs. He stood up, and walked to the side of Zhaijiomo, who was sitting in the main seat. He poked his shoulder with his elbow, looking like a good brother. That's right. I want you to help me make a connection, so that I can have a chance to serve the court. Zhaijiomo, The Prince Regent's mansion. In the dim dungeon, Su Qian was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The scabby wounds on her body were crawling with ants and cockroaches, itching and painful. From time to time, mice crawled around her body, and gnawed her fingers, toes, and exposed wounds. She was drowsy, and didn't know how long she slept. She only felt that someone had poured drugs into her sleep. When she woke up, she was already in this place that was even more gloomy than the prison. Her body was sticky, and she and her clothes were splashed with honey. In a daze, she vaguely heard that Xiang Shi and Su had been executed. Her spirits slowly began to cheer up. When God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first destroy his entire family. It seems that she will soon counterattack and become a superior person. Maybe this time of relocation is an opportunity for her counterattack. It must be that the nobleman listened to her words and helped her change her place, so that she didn't have to be exiled. On second thought, she felt that it was wrong. If the nobleman really wanted to save her, he could have moved her to a new place and found someone to serve her with good food and drink. Why did he let her be bitten by rats here? Could it be that she was framed by the Regent princess? But soon, she denied this possibility. It is said that the ancients were ignorant, especially when it comes to supernatural things. A Regent princess, who might be a ghost or a monster, the ruler would definitely rather kill her by mistake than let her go. Whenever she thought of the fate of the Regent princess, she couldn't help but raise a strange arc at the corner of her mouth. It is said that wealth and honor are sought in danger. She just wanted to drag the Regent princess into the water. Although the number of times she had met the princess could be counted on one hand, she could vaguely guess that this princess was definitely not simple, just because the princess could always predict her predictions. Thinking back on her guess, the Princess Regent was the protagonist of this world, as she could steal her luck and take away her protagonist's halo. Combined with the fact that her temperament had changed drastically since she got married, and she didn't recognize her relatives. Such a familiar routine, maybe it was a routine of a female supporting role counterattacking and being reborn, or meeting a fellow villager. No matter if she was reborn or a fellow villager, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. Since Su Qian is here, the soul of the Regent Princess can only go back to where she came from. Suddenly, there was a sound of iron chains colliding outside the prison, and someone was unlocking the door. Su Qian's eyes lit up, and her hands moved, scaring away two mice that were gnawing on her fingers. However, before she could be happy for long, she was covered with a cloth bag and carried out of the cell full of ants, rats, and cockroaches. With her head covered, Su Qian felt like she was being carried through a maze. The injuries on her body became more and more painful because the people who carried her had no mercy. She didn't know how many times she went around, and she heard screams in her ears. After being thrown to the ground without mercy, the cloth bag covering her head was also removed. A disgusting smell of blood hit her nose. She couldn't help but retching a few times and looked around. The first thing that caught her eye was two large stoves burning in the corners, with red-hot carbon and irons on them. Not far from the stove, a very tall man stood with his hands behind his back. Just looking at his back, one can already feel how elegant the man is. At the moment she fell to the ground, the owner of the back turned around. With just one glance, Su Qian was completely captivated, and all she could think of was, eyes full of elegance, everything pales in comparison. In this world, there really are people who look so good. Although the dim firelight is not as bright as the daylight of modern incandescent lamps, it does not affect his good looks at all. The bright red thin lips make the skin white as snow, and the narrow and long upward eyes are as cold as water. However, such a cold temperament exudes a chilling hostility. The combination of the two unrelated temperaments is not only not abrupt at all, but makes people unable to look away. Su Qian was stunned. The real person is indeed 1,000 times more beautiful than the portrait. This is her male protagonist. Chapter 428. Su Qian? The voice was as clear as a cold spring hitting jade. My ears were pregnant. Being remembered by her name, Su Qian's eyes flashed with excitement. Even though she had difficulty sitting up at this moment, she still tried to endure the pain and wanted to reach out and tuck her scattered hair behind her ears, so that she could show herself in front of him at the most perfect angle. I'm here. A pair of turbid beautiful eyes showed undisguised infatuation. Su Qian's gaze was too hot, and Yan Zhenyu frowned in disgust. Eyes gouged out. This was the first time she had met her male protagonist. How could he do this? Your Highness, ah! Before she could speak, her eyes hurt, and then a strong smell of blood filled her nostrils. Too noisy. Before Su Qian could react to what he meant, she felt a sharp pain in her mouth, and her tongue was also pulled out. The technique was clean and tidy, leaving no room for error. She was so convulsed by the pain that she couldn't even feel the slight sting on the top of her head. The mind was filled with the longest and most heartless words left by that clear and pleasant voice. Lingqi, don't let her die without less than 3,000 cuts. The whole process took only a few breaths, and she didn't even have time to say a word to her hero. Until she died, Su Qian didn't understand why she had such a miserable end when she was the heroine. On the other side of the dungeon, a thin figure that was whipped to the point of not looking like a human was half hung on the rack, covered in blood. If it weren't for the weak, almost invisible breathing, he would have been dead. The footsteps coming from far away slowly became clear, and the figure began to tremble instinctively. The messy hair fell, covering most of his vision, but he didn't need to guess who it was. Yan Zhenyu, the devil again. These days, he has been sitting aside, watching the jailer torture him, pulling out his nails, breaking his hand and leg bones inch by inch, and then applying medicine to keep him alive, and then the next day the cycle continues. This cycle. It would be better to just chop off his head with a knife. It's all Xiangjila's fault. If she was willing to save the Xiang mansion and let Yan Zhenyu take action, then the Xiang mansion could definitely be saved. Even if she didn't have time to take action, when she was in the death row that day, as long as he let him strangle his neck obediently, one life or another, he could escape. But she was so heartless and ungrateful that she dared to resist and refused to let him pinch her. With a snap, a long whip soaked in salt water was mercilessly swung on his body. hitting the most painful part. Xiangxi's body, which he thought would not hurt, began to spasm again. His vision gradually focused, and he saw the person sitting beside him with an indifferent expression. "If I die in your hands, Jila will hate you." His voice was intermittent, as if he would not be able to breathe in the next moment. "Hate?" Yan Zhenyuo sneered coldly. "Just you? The Shixiayi family, the dog of the Ying family." Xiangxi was not surprised at all when his true identity was exposed. "Since you know everything, you should understand that if you touch me, you are against the Shixiayi family." Hearing this, a hint of interest flashed across Yan Zhenyuo's eyes. Look at what he said, as if he would not go after the Shixiayi family if he didn't touch him. Obviously not wanting to waste time talking to him, Yan Zhenyuo lazily raised his hand and let the jailer continue with his work at hand. As the whip fell, Xiangxi didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain. He could only whisper weakly, "Yan Zhenyuo, if you want to kill me, just do it." He wants to kill him? Yan Zhenyuo's cold and lonely phoenix eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. "You are worthy? You are worthy of this king to do it himself." His voice was cold, but it made people feel inexplicably cold. It made Xiangxi's heart sink inexplicably. Yan Zhenyuo's meaning was very clear. He would not kill him, which meant this kind of torture would continue. His eyes went dark, he couldn't catch his breath, and he almost fainted. "What do you want? What do you want? You might as well ask me instead of him." A rough and cold voice sounded in the opposite direction of Yan Zhenyuo. In the shadow, the tall and strong figure was followed by a thin figure. As the steps got closer and closer, Xiangxi tried to focus his eyes. At this time, the man had brought the young man behind him to Yan Zhenyuo's side. Under the dim firelight, his beard had been shaved off, and his face was clean and refreshing with clear contours. Qin Shaojing? After seeing the person clearly, Xiangxi's eyes flashed with surprise. After blurting out the name, he quickly corrected himself. "No, I should call you Huang Fujing." His eyes accidentally swept behind Huang Fujing. When he saw Huang Fuxiao, who was dressed in men's clothes behind Huang Fujing, his eyes widened even more. You. With this look and these eyes, there is no need to doubt at all. At this time, Xiangxi realized why Huang Fujing only said that he felt sorry for Prajna's child, but he didn't have the sincerity to help Xiang Mansion. He knew that Yunar was not Prajna's child, so he watched Yunar and Xiang Mansion die without saving. Huang Fuxiao, who felt uncomfortable when he was looked at by him, stepped forward with a cold face. "You have hurt my sister for so many years. It's time to pay back." Xiangxi's heart was beating wildly. This was the first sentence his son said to him. The boy looked thin, but he spoke with full energy and good temperament. It was obvious that he was well fed. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak. He thought that without Xiang Yuan and Xiang Lai, the Xiang family would have no descendants. Unexpectedly, the child who had died a long time ago was now standing in front of him alive. How could he not be ecstatic? This was his son Xiangxi's child. Because of the sudden joy, Xiangxi couldn't even finish his words. Not dead. Really not dead. He's not dead. Why is he so excited? He couldn't be so naive to think that he would still recognize him as his father when he never raised him for a day and treated his sister harshly? Probably guessing his thoughts, Huang Fuxiao sneered at him sarcastically. Not dead, it has nothing to do with you. Also, my surname is not Xiang, my surname is Huangfu. Before they had time to recognize each other, his son had drawn a clear line between himself and him. Xiangxi immediately widened his eyes in anger. His son actually dared to recognize a thief as his father, and he recognized Qin Shaojing, a Nanchu man? He was from Xixia. Why did he want to be a Nanchu man? No, didn't Xiangjila, that rebellious girl, marry a Dahuang man? This brother and sister were born to collect debts. Not only did they kill his other children, but now they don't even recognize their father. The more he thought about it, the angrier Xiangxi became. He actually forgot the pain, and even forgot that he was already a piece of fish on the chopping board. Staring at Huang Fuxiao's eyes, that were exactly the same as Xiangjila's, he tried to take a breath so that he could scold this greedy and pleasure-seeking beast who recognized a thief as his father. You unfilial son, just as mean as your bitch sister and bitch mother. Chapter 429. Widowed. Before he could finish his words, a crack of bone fracture echoed in the prison, and a dent appeared on Xiangxi's chest. Before Xiangxi recovered from the severe pain in his chest, he felt another burning pain on his face, which pulled his body to the side. For a moment, he saw stars and even had a nosebleed. Yan Zhenyuo's face was dark, and with a glance, he whipped Xiangxi with a sharp whip wind with a force a little greater than before, and the wound that had already scabbed opened again. Wang Fujing was very satisfied to see Xiangxi's miserable condition. He stomped on the leg that kicked him just now, rubbed his palm as big as a palm fan, and sneered, "You don't know how to cherish Xiao and Xiaoxila, two treasures, then let me cherish them. You are not worthy of being their father." Because of Qin Prajna, Wang Fujing rushed to be the father of his children? Xiangxi laughed wildly and weakly. "Qin Xiaojing, if you like to be a cuckold, then be one. Blood relationship cannot be established by just saying father. You don't know that Prajna was under me back then." Before he could finish these unbearable words, Wang Fujing had already grabbed the jailer's whip and whipped Xiangxi without any rules. Back then, it was a dead knot, and it would be difficult to eliminate it unless Xiangxi died. I tell you, even if there is no blood relationship, as long as they are willing to accept me, I will be their backer, Xiao's supporter, and Xiaoxila's mother's family. I am much more reliable than you, a beast who only knows how to exploit Xiaoxila. As long as I am still here, even if Yan Zhenyu wants to use Xiaoxila to do something bad, he has to think twice. No! A sudden cold remark interrupted Wang Fujing's curse on Xiangxi. Wang Fujing paused, turned his head to look at the source of the voice, and blurted out, "What?" Yan Zhenyu met his eyes, as if making a promise, and said word by word, "I will not use Xiangxila, she is my wife." No matter when and where, Yan Zhenyu will always make his position clear in time in front of people who really care about Xiangxila. Such a promise made Wang Fujing very satisfied. The more he looks at Yan Zhenyu, the more he likes him. I just don't know if he will agree to the idea of sworn brotherhood. Xiangxi's weak groan drew Wang Fujing's attention back. He turned his head and looked at Xiangxi's mouth that was about to spit shit out again, and waved his hands impatiently at the two of them. Okay, you take shower out first, and I take care of the rest." Yan Zhenyu responded to Wang Fujing's elder-like order by giving him a cold look, then grabbing Wang Fujiao's collar and dragging him out regardless of his struggle. Even after walking a long way, the whip wind was still clearly audible. Wang Fujiao couldn't help but look back. "Why, you feel sorry for Xiangxi?" Yan Zhenyu's voice sounded coldly beside him. Wang Fujiao raised his eyebrows and met his sarcastic eyes, sneering. "Do you think it's possible?" Yan Zhenyu glanced at him provocatively, without commenting. Not wanting to discuss such a disappointing topic with Yan Zhenyu, Wang Fujiao looked around. Xiaoxila went out. Yan Zhenyu rarely responded to him. "There's no need to let her know about this." "Why?" Before he finished speaking, Wang Fujiao immediately understood Yan Zhenyu's intention. He had been growing up in Nanchu, and the name Xiangxi was at most two familiar and unfamiliar words. The so-called blood relationship and gratitude had been severed the moment he was thrown into the river. For him, Wang Fujing gave him a new life and was his real father, even if this father had no blood relationship with him. So, when he saw Xiangxi's miserable condition, he could remain calm. However, for Xiaoxila, Xiang Mansion is where she grew up, and Xiangxi also watched her grow up. It might be better for her to watch Xiangxi die. If she knew that Xiangxi was tortured to death by her husband and his adoptive father, it would be better not to let her know. Because of this inconspicuous and careful arrangement, Wang Fujiao's acceptance of Yan Zhenyu increased a little. "Although I don't want to admit it, you really protect her very well." The young man pretended to be mature, but Yan Zhenyu rolled his eyes impatiently. Feeling that he was being looked down upon, Wang Fujiao rolled up his sleeves and pretended to beat Yan Zhenyu up. "What do you mean, old man? Don't think that I won't beat you up just because Xiaoxila is not here." Yan Zhenyu raised his eyebrows and looked up and down at this brother-in-law, who was half a head shorter than him. "Your horse stance is unstable, and your fists are weak. Are you preparing to embroider? Fuck." This was simply rubbing his face on the ground. Wang Fujiao's temper suddenly rose. He was about to rush over to have a life-and-death fight with Yan Zhenyu. "I'm injured. It's not appropriate to use force." It was a reminder and a warning. The fist that was about to hit Yan Zhenyu turned a corner vividly, and Wang Fujiao staggered and almost fell to the ground. "You are despicable." He didn't say it just now, but he said it after he made a move. Yan Zhenyu snorted coldly. "Idiot." Seeing Yan Zhenyu turn around without a trace of nostalgia, Wang Fujiao's back teeth were about to break. Damn, the old man's favorability in his heart was negative again. Half an hour later, Wang Fujing came out of the dungeon. Under the guidance of the servants, he found Yan Zhenyu, who was harmoniously drinking tea with Wang Fujiao in the pavilion. He said directly, "Xiangxi has passed away, what about that bitch?" Yan Zhenyu's eyes flashed with interest. Chu Shan, who was standing aside, hurried forward and smiled. She likes to be a widower's wife. The prince married her to an old widower who made a living by begging outside the city. Huang Fujing was obviously not satisfied with this arrangement. She's just getting away with it. No need to torture her to death, Chu Shan said with a smile. If your highness the general is interested, I can take you to see it. Take him to see it. That means it's not just as simple as marrying a widower. Huang Fujing glanced at Yan Zhenyu, who was sitting next to him. The latter was pouring tea for Huang Fuxiao with his eyes fixed on her. Huang Fuxiao kept blinking at him, but he didn't have the slightest intention of following him. Chapter 430. You guys, what are you doing? Huang Fujing was surprised at the harmonious atmosphere between the two, and then looked at Huang Fuxiao's eyes blinking like a convulsion. He always felt that something was missing. Shower, are your eyes cramping? Remembering the promise he made to Yan Zhenyu, Huang Fuxiao waved his hands at Huang Fujing in frustration. Father, if you want to be busy, go ahead and do it, don't worry about me. He didn't understand. He and his father had such a good understanding at ordinary times. Why was his father so unreliable at the critical moment? At this time, Huang Fujing realized that something was missing and looked at Yan Zhenyu. That's not right. In the past, you wanted to tie Xiao Shila to your belt and never leave her side. Why can't I see her today? Yan Zhenyu picked up the teacup slowly, blew away the foam on the tea, took a sip, and said, she went out to play. At this critical moment, you still let her go out to play? Huang Fujing frowned tightly. What if she ran into someone she knew? Wouldn't it be exposed? In fact, Huang Fujing and his son knew the next day that Xiang Jila was under house arrest in the palace for treason, under the intentional or unintentional instructions of Yan Beiqi's people. At first, they didn't understand why Yan Beiqi let them know about this internal affairs of the Dahuang royal family. Until Huang Fuxiao came to Yan Zhenyu in the name of the little princess to ask for an explanation, and then because of being too reckless, he rushed to the main courtyard and saw things he shouldn't have seen in broad daylight. Yan Zhenyu immediately got very angry that day and sent someone to throw Huang Fuxiao back to the Honglu temple. When Yan Beiqi learned the news, he immediately issued an order to reward the little princess with some exquisite hairpins and skirts on the grounds that she was frightened in the regent's palace. The father and son were surprised at Yan Beiqi's well-informed information and immediately understood his intention. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of Xiang Jila's house arrest to cooperate with Huang Fujing to match little princess of Nanshu with Yan Zhenyu. If you don't let her go out to play, are you going to let her watch you kill her father with your own hands? Huang Fuxiao's words suddenly brought Huang Fujing back to reality from his memories. Huang Fujing, this brat is not good at anything, and he is the most heartbreaking. What should I do if I suddenly want to beat this rebellious son to death? Always staying in the house makes you prone to wild thoughts. Yan Zhenyu's words, neither salty nor bland, once again refreshed Huang Fujing and Huang Fuxiao's cognition. All along, they thought Yan Zhenyu was the kind of strong person who wanted others to obey absolutely. Xiao Shila must be the weak and oppressed party next to him. Unexpectedly, he would say such a thing. Because he was afraid that his little wife would have wild thoughts when she stayed in the house, he let her go out to play. At this time, the tacit understanding between the father and son returned, and they looked at each other at the same time, and they all felt that the way of pitting Yan Zhenyu seemed to be unworkable. Well, I'm going out. Huang Fujing cleared his throat. Shower, if you have nothing else to do, go back to Honglu Temple first and tell Zhenyu in advance that you will come over to climb into bed on the 7th day of the first lunar month. Huang Fuxiao and Yan Zhenyu looked at each other and saw the big disgust in each other's eyes. Outside a dilapidated temple in the suburbs of Beijing, there was a small and dilapidated carriage parked, and the driver was a guard wearing a gray uniform, who looked so ordinary that he could not be found in the crowd. Chu Shan and Huang Fujing, two grown men, squeezed in a narrow carriage, without even room to turn around. Because of the hot weather, the wind was scorching. When they arrived at a hidden place against the wind not far from the ruined temple, Huang Fujing sat in the carriage and lifted the curtain. A pungent stench drifted out of the ruined temple from time to time. There were also waves of indescribable sounds. From time to time, a few urgings came. Are you done? It's been a long time since I paid the 2 copper coins. It's my turn. If you want to get in line. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. When did you become so powerful, Baldy? You lie there for a long time and don't get down. It's true. Although this woman looks old, she is still very tender. It's comfortable to use her. Several obscene voices were mixed with the woman's painful screams from time to time. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Shan on the side. He seemed to not understand why Yin Junyo made such an arrangement. Chu Shan touched the back of his head and smiled a little silly. The prince insisted on doing this, and would rather let Su marry someone else than cut off Su's flesh. I can't say much. Wang Fujing lowered his eyes. A strange feeling inexplicably passed through his heart. In some aspects, this kind of revenge is indeed more satisfying than cutting off bones and flesh. Zhao Lianshi and Xiang Shi were innocent of plotting against Prajna, and Su Shi was also not innocent for instigating Xiang Shi to plot against Prajna's dowry and killing Xiao. What's more hateful is that after plotting against Prajna's dowry, she actually wanted to marry Xiao Shila to those old widowers. Now seeing her in like this, after suppressing that strange feeling, Wang Fujing actually found that he felt much more comfortable. Let's go back. He lowered the curtains on the carriage window. This kind of scene was also disgusting to his eyes. Su Shi, now that she deserved her punishment, he would not do anything, let her die happily. Regent Palace. After lunch, Wang Fuxiao told Yin Junyo roughly how the box was hidden in Yin Beimo's study. Yin Junyo just frowned slightly, and nodded to him to show that he knew. That's it? Wang Fuxiao was so angry that he jumped up and down. Even the name didn't change. Old man, you're going too far. Who did I sacrifice for? As he said that, he put his right face, which was almost peeled off after washing, in front of Yin Junyo, and poked it with his finger. Look, look, just because of your little thing my face is swollen. Yin Junyo leaned back slightly, successfully avoiding Wang Fuxiao showing off, and a hint of mischief flashed in his eyes. Seeing that it was useless to play the victim, Wang Fuxiao retracted his face and wiped it hard again. But speaking of which, do the men in your Yin family like to kiss faces? The last time he came to the Regent Palace, he happened to see him leaning down and kissing Xiao Shila on the face. But when Xiao Shila blushed and wanted to kiss him back, he interrupted her. Then, the old man asked someone to throw him back to the Honglu Temple. Yin Junyo looked at him with a smile, and decided not to bother with this idiot anymore. However, a certain idiot was determined to stay in the main courtyard, and wait until he saw his sister before going back. Yin Junyo did not stop him too much. He snorted coldly, and went to the study in the front yard to handle official business. Chapter 431. I waited and waited but Xiang Jila didn't come back. Suddenly, Li Yu's appearance in women's clothes flashed in my mind. Wang Fuxiao's heartbeat slowed down for no reason. He remembered that he hadn't seen Li Yu for some time. He had only seen her a few times when she was injured before, and he didn't know how she was recovering now. He immediately called Xiao Yin, who had been guarding the main courtyard. Uncle. Xiao Yin bowed to him respectfully. Master? Wang Fuxiao's eyelids twitched, and he waved his hands and smiled kindly. Don't call me uncle, calling me little master makes me old. Just call me young master or young master. Xiao Yin looked at Wang Fuxiao, who was dressed elegantly in men's clothes, and blinked. But this is the order of the prince. You are the princess's brother, so you are the uncle, and the etiquette cannot be abolished. Wang Fuxiao, He knew that old men would hold grudges. Miss Li seems to be in a bad mood recently, and she has come to see the princess less often. When Wang Fuxiao heard Xiao Yin talk about Li Yu's recent situation, his heart tightened inexplicably, and he blurted out, Is it because of the previous illness that has not been cured? Have you seen a doctor? After thinking about it, he felt that he seemed to be too concerned, so he quickly said seriously, I mean, if she is sick, don't delay it. After all, she is your princess's friend, and you can't neglect her. My subordinates know that the princess has been asking Dr. Gong's son to treat Miss Li, but Miss Li has been saying that she is fine and refuses to see the doctor. The princess can't persuade her, so she can only ask the servants to pay more attention to her condition. How can this be possible? Wang Fuxiao immediately stood up and rushed to Li Yu's residence. I go see her. Beside the lotus pond, under the shade of the tree, Li Yu was still wearing the same green men's robe, holding the wooden rabbit that Xiang Jila had given her before. Leaning against the tree trunk, looking at the lotus that was about to bloom, her beautiful eyes lost their former brilliance, as if in a daze. Little Lily. A familiar soft call brought Li Yu back to her senses immediately, and looked at the source of the voice. The man was wearing a moon-white cloud-patterned waisted robe, with a jade crown tied around his hair. His fox eyes were still bright, and his upturned mouth corners seemed to have magic, making people unable to help but purse their lips and bend into a happy arc like his. He was always so carefree. So good. Li Yu thought to herself. In a blink of an eye, Wang Fuxiao trotted in front of her and sat beside her. His breath was slightly unstable. Are you unhappy recently? She didn't seem to expect Wang Fuxiao to ask so directly. Li Yu was slightly startled. She shook her head. No. No. Wang Fuxiao came to Liu unexpectedly and tried to take a closer look. As a result, Liu instinctively leaned back, completely forgetting that there was a thick tree trunk behind her. The expected pain did not come. A slender white hand was placed on the back of her head, blocking some of the impact for him. The distance between the boy and her suddenly became closer, so close that they could even feel each other's breathing. A strange dryness spread from Li Yu's cheeks to her ears, and she pushed Wang Fuxiao away in panic and turned her face away. Wang Fuxiao was caught off guard and sat down on the ground. He stood up nonchalantly and patted the grass debris on his body, humming and groaning, "Don't lie to me, I can see your dark circles. If you didn't sleep well, how could you have dark circles?" After thinking about it, he looked around and moved closer to Liu again, teasing, "Did you see that Xiao Zhila and the old man were too affectionate, so you also wanted to find a companion, and then you couldn't sleep?" The moment before, she was slightly touched by his concern, but the next moment, Wang Fuxiao's words made Liu unable to help but slap him on the head. "Shut up." Strangely enough, the moment the slap landed on Wang Fuxiao's head, Liu felt that her mood instantly became much better. Wang Fuxiao, who was hit, covered his head and cried, "Xiao Lily, you are a girl, can't you be more polite?" Liu looked at the exaggerated and funny body movements of the boy in front of her, knowing that he wanted to make her happy, and her heart was slightly warmed. Wang Fuxiao sang a monologue for a long time, but could not hear Liu's voice, so he finally stopped. He walked to the girl, bent down slightly, and looked into her beautiful eyes. His tone was full of worry. "What's wrong with you?" Liu lowered her eyes and remained silent. The sultry air was filled with the fragrance of lotus. As if she had mustered up a lot of courage, the girl looked up at his fox eyes and gently called out his full name. Wang Fuxiao. It was the first time that Liu looked at him so seriously. Wang Fuxiao couldn't help but swallow nervously, and his back was straighter than before. "I'm here." Liu tightened her grip on the wooden rabbit, lowered her head, and looked at the tip of her shoes, her voice as low as a mosquito. "Are you going back to Nanchu?" In the study. After Chu Shan and Huang Fujing separated halfway, they went back to report to Yin Zhenyo. "Didn't you go in to see?" Yin Zhenyo put aside the memorial in his hand with his annotations, and took out another one with extraordinary skill. Even when listening to Chu Shan's report, his attention was not distracted at all. Chu Shan bowed his head respectfully. Yes, probably because he was afraid of polluting his eyes. Polluted his eyes? Yin Zhenyo's eyes sank slightly, and he said nothing else. Seeing that Yin Zhenyo did not express his opinion, Chu Shan tentatively said, "By midnight tonight, it will be exactly 3 days and 3 nights. If he is not dead, kill him." As the two words fell lightly into Chu Shan's ears, a book was marked again. Yes. Another book was spread out. Yin Zhenyo read 10 lines at a glance. "Have you cleaned up all the dirty stuff in the dungeon?" "It's been cleaned up." Feeling that Yin Zhenyo seemed to be in a bad mood, Chu Shan didn't dare to say anything more and quickly left. After Chu Shan left, Yin Zhenyo raised his head from the pile of letters and folders. His narrow eyes were cold and deep. Wang Fujing had been immersed in the battlefield for a long time, and he must be very disgusted with such things. He might even think that his behavior was very despicable. But despicable is despicable. He was not a gentleman. His usual behavior is to be a vindictive person. In the last life, Su Rong's son hurt his woman so badly. In this life, Xiang Yun died too quickly, which was too easy for him. Let the son pay for his mother's debt. Su Rong should be thankful that in June, his little woman's birthday is coming, and it's not good to see blood. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as 3 days and 3 nights. In short, even if Wang Fujing didn't do it, he wouldn't let her live past today. In the evening, Xiang Zhila quietly climbed over the wall from the back door of the Regent's mansion. On the way back to the main courtyard, the first person she saw was Yin Zhenyo, who was leaning against the pillar of the corridor with his hands folded. She waved to him guiltily and grinned. "Your Highness is so free. Doesn't he need to rest or handle official business?" Yin Zhenyo glanced at the red clouds in the sky, sniffed a few times, and raised his eyebrows. "What's the smell on you?" Chapter 432. Smell? Xiang Zhila lowered his head and raised his hand, sniffing his clothes. No smell. Yin Zhenyo took 2 steps forward, bent down, and buried his head in her neck, sniffing again. When he straightened up, a layer of coldness quickly gathered in his eyes. "Polizi, did Dai Jioma get close to you?" She even changed her clothes. "You can smell this?" Xiang Zhila's mouth opened into an O shape on the spot. Prince, are you born in the year of the dog? Not only can he bite, but his nose is also so sensitive. Yin Junyo grabbed her chin and looked at her. His deep eyes seemed to see into her heart. Don't change the subject. I had a fight with Jijioma. Xiangjila pushed his hand away, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If you don't let him get close to take off the mask, how can you let him see Mujunyan's true face? You can't smell of him either. Yin Junyo turned his face away and said coldly, Vinegar jar. Xiangjila held back his laughter, took his arm and comforted him. Okay, I go take a shower and change clothes, and I promise that from now on, I will only smell like the prince, not anyone else, okay? Wash it clean. I know. Childish. Outskirts of the city. The servants had already placed the food in front of Jijioma. Facing the table full of delicious food, Jijioma didn't seem to be very interested. Instead, he stared at the hand that pinched Xiangjila's neck and took off her mask, his brows furrowed tightly. He rubbed his fingertips together uncertainly for a few times, then stretched his slightly warm fingertips to his nose and sniffed. The rich pomeli purple fragrance was mixed with a few sweet and greasy scents, which was the unique fragrance of osmanthus. Pomeli purple was the new incense and hair oil he used after his hair was cut, but the sweet-scented osmanthus scent. This smell. I always felt that I had smelled it on another person, but for a moment, he seemed to have lost all memory and had no impression of that person. His eyes fell on the plate of beef balls not far from him. The earthy brown flesh color reminded him of the dark yellow face of Mujunyan, the dead boy. Although the dead boy looked very ordinary, his eyes made him feel very familiar, and he always felt that he had seen them somewhere. The intuition in his heart kept reminding him that the dead boy's eyes were so beautiful, he shouldn't be so ugly. Thinking too hard, he stared at the beef balls in front of him, picked up the soup spoon at hand, and fed a spoonful of hot soup to his nose. After Xiangjila took a bath, when he returned to the dining room, the food had been served and the servants had retreated. Yin Junyo was serving her rice and soup. Has the menu changed today? Xiangjila was a little surprised by the delicious side dishes in front of her. Her first reaction was whether Dajwang had studied new dishes again. However, when she saw it clearly, she realized that it was not a new dish, and the color of the dishes was a bit strange. Spicy chicken, spicy beef, chopped pepper fish head, mapo tofu, lotus root slices with sharp peppers. Why are they all spicy? She frowned and looked at Yin Junyo, reminding him, your stomach is not good now, you can't eat spicy food yet. After receiving Huang Fuzhao's solemn affirmation before he left, Yin Junyo nodded slightly, with the tip of his ear slightly red, and said calmly, I didn't eat it. A new cook has come. You can try it. If you like it, ask him to make more in the future. Although the spicy dish in front of her was a bit strange in color, the fragrant spicy taste kept tempting her taste buds. Xiangjila swallowed his saliva, but his eyes did not move away from the dishes on the table, and asked Yin Junyo, I eat these, what about you, have you eaten? Yin Junyo nodded, and put another piece of spicy beef in her bowl. It's been used. Try it. Okay. It was rare that Junyo was so eager to let her eat spicy food, and she was happy to fulfill his wish. Xiangjila stuffed the food that Yin Junyo put into her mouth with joy. Almost at the same time, her satisfied expression froze, because of eating delicious food. Yin Junyo looked at her nervously. What's wrong? Is it too spicy? What's this expression? Xiangjila spat the food onto the bone dish beside her, picked up the clear soup and took a few gulps. After making sure that the strange taste had been washed into her stomach, she frowned in disgust. This chef's dishes are always deceptive. They look good but are not good. Let's change them. Yin Junyo, shock. Humlu Temple. After dinner, it was completely dark. Huang Fujing went to Huang Fuzhao's residence. He looked around the door like a thief before closing the door again. Hearing Huang Fujing's movement, Huang Fuzhao, who was lying on the bed with his clothes on, immediately sat up from the bed, still wearing the moon-white robe. Father, you are so sneaky. People who don't know would think you have some improper thoughts about me. You little brat, you are always so talkative. Huang Fujing turned on the light, cursed with a smile, and squeezed onto the bed to sit next to him. Let me ask you, didn't you send someone back in the afternoon to say that you would have dinner with Xiaojila before coming back? Why did you come back so early, and what did you bring Liu back with you for? This brat, could it be that he has taken a fancy to the girl? Huang Fuzhao couldn't help herself when he saw her with a look that said he deceived a good girl. Her ears were red, and she said confidently, she is unhappy. I plan to take her back to Nanchu with me. Nonsense. Without thinking, Huang Fujing refuted Huang Fuzhao's words with a fierce face. Let's not talk about us leaving Da Huang. It takes a lot of effort to arrange whether one more or one less person. If you take her away, do you want Li Yu, a girl, to have a good reputation? Also, did you tell Xiao Shila about bringing Li Yu back? Did Xiao Shila agree? A series of questions made Huang Fuzhao feel very embarrassed. I have already told the old man. He shrank his neck guiltily, and even his voice became weaker. Besides, it was Xiao Lily who proposed to go to Nanshu. Remembering that in the afternoon, Xiao Lily asked him if he was going back to Nanshu. After getting his affirmation, he was also surprised when she asked him to take her with him. Li Yu proposed it herself? He remembered that the little girl wanted to stay with Xiao Zhila wherever she went. Did something happen on the way? Huang Fujing touched his shaved chin and frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Huang Fuzhao smiled and approached him. Father, doesn't the king want to see your daughter? Let Xiao Lily temporarily replace Xiao Zhila. Isn't it okay? Huang Fujing tilted his head and glanced at Huang Fuzhao. The gloomy face made Huang Fuzhao feel scared. Did I say something wrong? Huang Fujing straightened his head and reached out to touch Huang Fuzhao's head. At the critical moment, this brain is quite useful. This way, if Xiao Zhila doesn't go back with them, they don't have to worry about other reasons. But, will Li Yu agree? Chapter 433. I talked to Xiao Lily. Huang Fuzhao quickly took over Huang Fujing's words. This way, she can live in the general's mansion when she arrives in Nanshu. He can also have a reason to take care of her. Well, as a brother, I always have to take good care of my sister's friends. Huang Fujing stood up, half tacitly agreeing with Huang Fuzhao's approach. For this matter, we still have to ask Xiao Shila and Li Yu's wishes. After saying that, Huang Fujing seemed to remember something and took back the steps he had taken. By the way, you seem to have a good relationship with Jun Nuo recently. Huang Fuzhao retorted, who has a good relationship with that old man. Huang Fujing looked at him strangely. Just now, someone from the Regent's palace sent a message, asking you to go to the Regent's palace tomorrow, saying that Jun Nuo wants to discuss something with you. Tomorrow, to discuss something with him? Huang Fuzhao touched his chin and muttered to himself. Usually, the important matters are privately agreed upon by you two to pass the letter, and you pass it on to let me go to the Regent's palace. What can we discuss? The most important thing is that the box was placed with Yin Beima. Until now, no one knows what move the box is for the old man, and what will happen in the end. Could it be that the old man asked him to stabilize Yin Beima? Suddenly he stopped. His thoughts suddenly went back to the day before he came back, when Yin Junyo especially took time to cook a strange spicy rabbit meat for him to try. At that time, in order not to undermine his confidence in cooking on Xiao Zhila's birthday, and to let his father enjoy the care from his son-in-law, he gave him praise and affirmation without hesitation. I'm not bragging, with your current level, the cooks in your house can pack up and leave. Butler Li, who was standing next to Yin Junyo, was shocked. Are you serious, uncle? Of course. In order to increase credibility, Huang Fuzhao ate a few more pieces. The deadly strange taste not only made him blush, but also made his heart almost stop beating. My taste is as special as Xiao Shila's. You ordinary people won't understand. He still remembered that Butler Li's face turned green, but the old man believed it deeply. When leaving the regent's mansion, Butler Li looked at him meaningfully and said, 2 remnants. One was cut more than 2,300 times and still didn't die. The other one, even his neck bones were broken, and only the skin and flesh were connected to the head to prevent it from falling off. At first, he didn't understand what the old butler meant, but when Li Yu looked at him in the carriage with the same eyes as the old butler, he immediately realized. How could he ignore the old man's eagerness to show off in front of Xiao Shila? It's over, if the old man really couldn't wait to cook for Xiao Shila. Today, he went to the dungeon of the regent's palace, and the cruel punishment was completely different. He had every reason to believe that even if he didn't use Ling Qi or smashing the cervical vertebrae, the old man had many ways to do it without being seen. In the case of a flaw, let him experience all those punishments. Then not long after, a masterpiece 99 Punishments that inadvertently killed Huang Fuzhao was published. He was dying and thrown into the dungeon, like a dead dog without Xiao Shila and his father knowing. Lamenting that he wanted to punish the old man and his father but failed, and he also got himself involved. He was stealing a chicken and losing the rice. Anyway, you are going to the regent's palace tomorrow, otherwise, ask Xiao Shila by the way to see what she thinks. Huang Fujing didn't know about Huang Fuzhao's rich psychological process, and didn't notice his increasingly rich expression for a while, so he reminded him, by the way, don't ignore Li Yu. Huang Fuzhao came back to his senses with a start, sweating profusely. Tomorrow. I won't go tomorrow, or father, can you help me find a reason to refuse? Why? Huang Fujing was a little confused. Usually, the brat would be eager to go to the regent's mansion whenever he had the chance, just to see Xiao Shila. Why is he so abnormal all of a sudden? Huang Fuxiao had a headache because of the stupid thing he did today. Why? Why else? He must be afraid that Yan Zhenyu would kill him. Because? Huang Fuxiao turned his eyes away guiltily. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. I heard of an unwritten custom in Da Huang that twin brothers and sisters cannot meet in the month of their birthdays, and before their birthdays. It's unlucky. Is that so? Huang Fujing's beautiful eyes never left Huang Fuxiao's face, not missing any subtle expression on his face. It was obvious that he didn't believe his nonsense. If there really is such a custom, Jun Nuo would definitely know about it. How could he forget this if he was really careless? Is that so? It is also possible that he was too busy with government affairs and forgot about it? Huang Fuxiao laughed dryly. If Huang Fujing hadn't been there, he would have wanted to shake his head to see if he had water in his head. He had done so many stupid things today. No one knows a son better than his father. Huang Fujing saw the trick immediately. You didn't do something stupid to offend Yan Zhenyu, and you are afraid that he will kill you when you go to the regent's mansion tomorrow? Huang Fuxiao jumped up from the bed immediately, after being told what he was thinking. Father, who do you think I am? How could I do such a stupid thing? While speaking, he did not forget to push Huang Fujing out. It's getting late. Father has to go to the palace to discuss the details of the peace letter in the next few days. You should go back and rest early. Are you really okay? Huang Fujing asked worriedly. It's okay, you should get out quickly. Then remember. Okay, isn't it just a question? I'm going to climb the bed tomorrow, okay? Perhaps because he was really worried about Huang Fuxiao's current situation, Huang Fujing thought about it, and when he closed the door, he didn't forget to remind him quietly. You have to be careful when climbing the bed, otherwise I'm afraid Yan Zhenyu will take the opportunity to beat you to death by mistake. Huang Fuxiao reopened the door and pulled Huang Fujing back to the room. Father, how about I squeeze in with you tonight? Although it's not good to sleep with your father at this age, it's better than being kidnapped by the old man in the middle of the night. But Huang Fujing can't stick to him for 12 hours a day. Therefore, in the next few days, even if Huang Fuxiao wanted to escape, he couldn't escape Yan Zhenyu's claws. Every day, he was invited to the Regent Palace for meals on time. Chapter 434. What was used? Of course, it was the rabbit meat that he praised for its delicious taste and strange taste. He Dazhuang imitated the taste of Yan Zhenyu's dish completely, with some deviations. Sometimes it tasted better than Yan Zhenyu's, but more often it tasted worse than Yan Zhenyu's. There were also Chu Shan or Li Guanjiao watching the execution next to him, as if he would be invited to the dungeon if his expression was not in place. During this period, Xiang Jila, who was forced by Yan Zhenyu to go to the martial arts training ground for high-intensity training and escape speed and attack speed, came to see him several times in his spare time. Every time he saw him eating like he was desperate, he couldn't help but laugh. Did the Honglu Temple deduct your food? Why do you look like a starving ghost every time you come here? Huang Fuxiao wanted to complain to Xiang Jila, but seeing Chu Shan looking at him with a simple smile, he could only silently swallow the bitterness in his heart and the unpalatable rabbit meat. Wow, I will find a better opportunity to cheat the old man again in the future. During the days when Huang Fuxiao was in dire straits, everyone was busy. First, Huang Fujing discussed the terms of the peace letter between the two countries with Yan Beiki and other ministers in the court of Da Huang, and set off to return after signing the letter on June 15th. Later, spies from northern Qi and western Xia sneaked into the capital and hid in the Qing Palace. When the Kyoto guards were searching for assassins in the Qing Palace, they accidentally found a box of letters from western Xia in the Qing prince's study. Yan Beimo was detained by Yan Beiki in the Tianlao. The letters also implicated a large number of officials, who were on good terms with him. Considering that the emperor would be difficult, Yan Zhenyu did not hesitate to allocate troops to help the emperor and let Chu Shan personally lead troops to control all the officials involved in the letters and those who had more contact with Yan Beimo. For a while, almost all officials who had any connection with Yan Beimo were in danger. In a dry, clean, well-lit independent prison, Yan Beimo was in good spirits except for his wrinkled clothes. After all, this was not his first time in the prison. He was sitting cross-legged on a straw mat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his ears moved, as if he was listening carefully to someone's conversation. Judging from the sound, there were two people talking. It's such a coincidence that the officials imprisoned were all officials who were on good terms with the Prince of Qing. Who knows? I heard that the person left the Regent princess in the palace and controlled the prince tightly, so the prince had to obey the orders of the person, and would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Another voice gasped. No way, I heard that the master inside is a blood relative of the current emperor, and brothers are so cruel. Don't talk nonsense about such things. Be careful with your head. That's right. Yin Beimon no longer had the heart to listen to what the two said next. His mind was full of, Yin Beiki kept Xiangjila in the palace to threaten Yin Zhenyu to touch his people. So the thing about him going to Xiangjila to continue their past relationship was all fake. What a good trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. It actually wins both ends. Not only did he relax his vigilance, but he also took the opportunity to control Yin Zhenyu, letting the two of them fight each other, and then he sat safely on the dragon throne. The guards in the study were so strict, but someone could successfully hide things. He had every reason to suspect that those things were hidden by Yin Beiki. The world belongs to him, and it is not easy to plant a few insiders in the Qing palace. Thinking of this, Yin Beimon's eyes were still closed, but his hands were slowly clenched into fists. The conversation between the two jailers seemed like a curse, echoing in his mind. The Imperial Palace? The Yongqing Palace? A pop! It was the sound of a memorial being thrown hard on the imperial desk. The eunuchs in the hall knelt in fear. Zhong Qiang stood in front of the imperial desk, his wrinkled face full of solemnity. Yin Beiki looked at the memorials on his right-hand side expressionlessly. Although his expression was not obvious, the undercurrent in his phoenix eyes had already revealed his inner anger. Everyone only looks at the surface. Are you blind to such an obvious frame-up? Zhong Qiang bowed tremblingly and said, now the outside world is rumored that the emperor is a bastard and cannot tolerate the Qing prince, who is the legitimate son. The envoy of Nanchu is still in Kyoto. If it is not handled properly, it may affect the diplomatic relations between the two countries. Yin Beiki could hear Zhong Qiang's hint. If it were Yin Zhenyu, he would definitely kill the person who spread the rumor and cut off the root cause. Because that person doesn't care about his reputation at all. But he can't. His image as a benevolent monarch and wise monarch cannot collapse. When Yin Beiki had a headache, a strange yet familiar figure broke into his mind. His thoughts could not help but drift back to the day when he left Xiangjila in the palace, and he and Yin Zhenyu were at loggerheads. Among the officials, a timid civil servant stepped forward. Although his sophistry did not convince Yin Zhenyu, Xiangjila understood the greater good and voluntarily stayed in the palace to take care of the baby in order to avoid the discord between him and Yin Zhenyu's uncle and nephew. Recalling the Mid-Autumn Festival night last year, the civil servant made the people of Xiang Mansion feel ashamed with just his mouth. After a silence, Yin Beiki said, Jia Daoheng is a smart man, but he does not follow the rules. I plan to use him in the Ministry of Justice to assist the Jingji government office in dealing with rumors. What do you think, Taifu? Surprised that Yin Beiki suddenly wanted to use Jia Daoheng, Zhong Qiang hesitated a little. I think that Jia Daoheng has made no achievements as the Minister of Rights so far, but now he is rashly allowed to enter such an important place as the Ministry of Justice. I'm afraid. Yin Beiki lowered his eyes and said nothing. Zhong Qiang's worries are not unreasonable. In the past, he would certainly set up tests again and again to verify his ability and loyalty. But now, after Yin Zhenyu's repeated intimidation, the ministers in the court are like fence-sitters, leaning towards whichever side is more advantageous. Jia Daoheng is a special case. When ministers were neutral or leaning towards Yin Zhenyu one after another, Jia Daoheng was like a fool. Like a loyal dog, he showed his loyalty at the critical moment and openly challenged Yin Zhenyu. If he didn't give him important positions, it would probably chill the hearts of loyal ministers. Besides, what's fake won't be real, even if he is confident that he can clear Beimo's name. He couldn't guarantee that after this incident, Beimo would not be alienated from him. He couldn't plant hidden worries for himself in the future, so it was best to prepare for both situations. Chapter 435. The Prince Regent's Palace. Martial Arts Training Ground. Xiangjila held a dagger in his hand, and his body was as agile as a hungry lion pouncing on a rabbit. After Yin Zhenyu blocked the blow to his chest, he unexpectedly hit his neck with a backhand. Yin Zhenyu reacted faster than her, raised his hand to block, and hit the numb point on her arm, and her dagger slipped out of her hand instantly. Yin Zhenyu took the dagger and crossed it across her neck, and stopped there. Do you know what the problem is? He handed the dagger back to Xiangjila. Xiangjila took the dagger and rubbed his wrist, breathing slightly. It's still speed. Yin Zhenyu shook his head. Your speed is fine, but you still have the habit of pausing for half a breath before making a move. In the moment of life and death, half a breath is enough to be fatal. Xiangjila was silent and paused because that person was him. Not far away, Chu Shan was looking up at the two of them. Yin Junyo took the handkerchief brought by the servant and wiped the sweat off her forehead and neck. Take a rest, change clothes, and wait for me in the study. Okay. After getting Xiangjila's reply, Yin Junyo put the handkerchief back on the tray in the servant's hand and walked towards Chu Shan. Xian Yin and Qiuxi, who were standing by, immediately rushed over. The two looked in the direction where Yin Junyo left, and Xian Yin's face flashed with confusion. I always feel that the prince has been very strange to the princess these days. Not only did he disrupt the princess's schedule from time to time, but he also attacked her at night from time to time. Sometimes when they saw the two fighting in the middle of the night, they thought an assassin had entered and almost hurt their own people. Qiuxi looked at Xiangjila thoughtfully. The prince seems to be getting the princess used to a certain lifestyle. Xiangjila followed Qiuxi's gaze and landed on the two people, one in front and one behind, at the distant lakeside. Chu Shan seemed to be reporting something to him. She looked at the still tall and straight back, also thoughtful. June 7th. Sunny breeze. The Regent Palace seemed very different today. Butler Li disappeared early in the morning. Chu Shan also disappeared. After more than half a month of recuperation, Dong Ren's injury has almost healed. As for the wound on Yin Junyo's waist, now only a scar remains. During the day, he practiced in the martial arts field. In the afternoon, he recited policy essays in the study, watched him review memorials, and in the evening, he recited military books in the bedroom, and fought with him on the sand table temporarily built in the front hall of the main courtyard. More than 10 days passed like this, and Xiangjila was finally given a day off by Yin Junyo out of mercy. In the bedroom, through the layers of gauze curtains, two figures, one tall and one short, were vaguely seen sitting in front of the dressing table. The woman's clothes were half undressed, sitting upright, and the man bowed his head and bent over with a pen, his eyebrows and eyes focused, as if he was drawing something. Not long after, the man finally put the jade pen on the pen holder next to the paint. Above the woman's left breast, below the collarbone, was a small cluster of osmanthus flowers. Soon, the man put the jade brush on the pen holder next to the paint. Under his brush, the light green osmanthus leaves and light yellow osmanthus flowers fell on her snow-white skin, as if they had life, swaying with her movements. In a trance, Yin Junyo seemed to smell the rich fragrance coming from his nose. As if treating the most exquisite work of art, he bent his head and blew gently on it, put his lips next to her osmanthus flowers, and called her name vaguely. Xiangjila. Xiangjila instinctively supported his head, and his slender fingertips passed through his silky hair. The faint scent of gardenia mixed with the slightly sweet scent of osmanthus made people feel comfortable. His thin lips slowly moved upwards, and finally stopped at the corner of her mouth. His voice was slightly hoarse. Win the championship and win the first battle. Xiangjila's mouth was about to answer, but it opened slightly, giving him a chance to steal the fragrance and let him swallow the sticky word good into his stomach. And he reluctantly let go of her and lingered on her lips. His voice was rarely soft. Happy birthday? Xiangjila put his arms around his neck, rubbed his hair with his face, and said coquettishly, Since it's my birthday, can June Nuo fulfill my little wish and let me rest for a few more days? She has been very busy these days, and Yin June Nuo feels sorry for her lack of rest. Before going to bed every day, he just uses his internal force to help her clear the meridians, and there is no more in-depth communication. Plus his occasional sneak attack. It seems that the two of them haven't sat down properly like today for a long time. Faced with the soft and sticky pleading of the little woman, Yin Junyo gave a reply. Time is limited, I can't. Xiangjila instantly looked like an eggplant that was shriveled by cold frost, with her head down and the whole person listless. Junyo, you have changed, you don't love me anymore. She was fine before, but recently she was like a strict master, not only demanding a lot from her, but also not even touching her. Yin Junyo took the opportunity to lift her chin and look at her. His narrow eyes were full of seriousness. Be obedient, now is not the time to fool around. No matter whether you can remember it or not, you have to force everything I taught you these days into your stupid head, and you are not allowed to be lazy. Do you understand? I know. Xiangjila responded weakly, not noticing the undercurrent hidden in his eyes. Silly Junyo, tell me honestly, are you planning to train me for other purposes? Sometimes she didn't need to learn some policies on people's livelihood, but Yin Junyo still forced her to remember and learn. She didn't understand. What was the point of asking her to memorize policies, and watch him review memorials in such a short time. Yin Junyuo's face froze slightly, then returned to normal, and he reached out and flicked her forehead. You stupid brain, just thinking stupid things. Xiangjila slapped his claws away and angrily said, Yes, I am a stupid brain, so why do you still want me? I like you and love you, so I want you. He naturally understood why she complained just now, but he didn't want to be satisfied with her being tired and falling asleep like before. Otherwise, as long as he thought about her uncertain return date, he felt that he would go crazy. So, he would force her to study, remember, and train her desperately. Wait until she has an outline and a rough idea of what she has learned these days, and her physical fitness has improved, and then lock her up. One day is not enough. He needs many days. He has thought about the word several days, and nights again and again, and he doesn't want to think about it anymore. He just wants to take action. He wants to rub her into his body fiercely. Yes, Xinyue. Halfway through his speech, Xiangjila, who had no idea what he was really thinking, finally realized that she had misheard him, and quickly looked up at his eyes. What? What did you say? Oh my god, did she hear it wrong? I actually could hear Junnuo say the words I love her in my lifetime. Yin Junnuo lowered his eyes, and avoided Xiangjila's sight, and did not speak again. He felt hot all over because of her stare, and he stretched out his fingertips to rub the osmanthus on her chest, and only after he made sure that the paint was dry did he put her clothes in place with red ears. He didn't say it again until he had put her clothes back in place, with a trembling voice. I said, I like you, I love you, so I want you. Now I want you fiercely. Chapter 436. But no, if I ask for it now, her little woman will not be interested in studying. I am sure this is not a dream. Xiangjila's breathing was slightly choked, and then the bloodshot eyes quickly spread outward. God knows how much she has been waiting since she came back. Junnuo. She choked and called him softly. Yes, I'm here. His voice also gradually became hoarse and mellow, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her gradually became thicker. I love you too very much. She reached out and wiped her eyes hard, wiping away the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes. So, I want you too, only you. Grabbing her hand that wiped her tears, he gently licked the tears on the back of her hand. His phoenix eyes, which were always cold and lonely, were actually a little pious today. Junnuo, I have always been yours. It was like this before, and it will be the same in the future. He expressed his feelings without any disguise, which immediately swept away all the haze in Xiangjila's heart, and his upturned eyes regained their former vitality and spirit. She smiled with satisfaction, and was about to come forward to give him a satisfying light kiss. Prince Chushan said that, cough cough, the uncle is coming to climb the bed, and the uncle asked him to help ask which bed is more suitable for climbing. Following Xian Yan's report outside the door, Xiangjila's mouth, which was about to touch his lips, paused. This happened once. This happened twice. Yin Junyo's expression, which was relatively gentle a moment ago, immediately became gloomy. Throw away. At the critical moment, Xiangjila reached out to cover his mouth and snatched his words. Let him come to the main courtyard. Outside the door, Xian Yan tried hard to hold back his laughter and retreated. Today, Brother Xiao is celebrating his birthday with me. You are not allowed to give him a cold shoulder, let alone throw him out. Do you hear me? It's okay to throw it out a few days ago, but it's absolutely not allowed today. Yin Junyo, Sure enough, no matter how much the stupid woman said she loved him, with that idiot from Nanchu, his position had to retreat to second place. Okay, seeing his gloomy face, Xiangjila reached out and covered his face and touched it. Junyo, do you want to eat anything today? I will cook for you personally. Knowing that no one can change the decision made by the little woman, Yin Junyo simply stopped saying those words such as not allowing her to cook. He just looked at her seriously. You? What do you mean by me? The dish I want to eat. As he said that, Yin Junyo lowered his head and put his forehead against hers, and corrected with a low and hoarse smile. No, it should be, Lele also likes to eat this dish. He changed his mind. He wanted to collect some interest first. Considering that Xiangjila couldn't stay in bed today, Yin Junyo didn't do anything else out of the ordinary, just satisfied his appetite. Until Chu Shan came to report that General Wang of Nanchu was coming to look for his beloved daughter, and was waiting in the front hall. Xiangjila was finally let go, blushing, rubbing his hands, and wearing simple clothes with marks left by Yin Junyo on his body. He walked to the kitchen. After Xiangjila left the main courtyard, Yin Junyo changed into a plain waisted robe with dark embroidered cloud patterns, stretched himself with a refreshed look, and told Xia Yin to send someone to change the bed sheets before slowly walking to the front hall. Almost at the same time, a low-key carriage slowly drove out of Kyoto. Not long after, a small horse-riding caravan followed the carriage, and in the middle of the caravan, there were 3 equally inconspicuous cargo carriages. At first glance, the small team of dozens of people looked shabby compared to the teams that used to pass through the official road. Led by the leading carriage, this small team was heading southwest. In an inconspicuous carriage among the 3 carriages in the middle of the caravan, Shinmachi seemed to be recovering well except for his pale face. There has been no movement in the Regent Palace recently. He closed his eyes and asked the question seemingly casually. Lu Yun, who was standing by, bowed his head. Ever since the emperor detained the regent princess in the palace on the grounds that she needed to take care of the pregnancy and should not travel, the regent prince has been recuperating in the mansion. Recruiting? Recruiting? Shinmachi slowly opened his eyes. A trace of sarcasm flashed across his eyes. He was injured more seriously than Yin Junyo, and now he had to travel by boat. Yin Beiki was a fool to believe Yin Junyo's nonsense. However, he made the stupid move of keeping Xiang Jila in the palace. Wasn't he a fool? Based on his understanding of Yin Junyo and Xiang Jila, the pregnancy was fake, and the recuperation was also fake. The palace couldn't hold Xiang Jila at all. It's a pity that he had other more important things to do, and had to go there in person, otherwise. The spies reported that the little princess of Nanchu went to the regent palace quite frequently recently. The cousin found Shang Wenche, and Shang Wenche seemed to be in a wait-and-see attitude towards cooperating with the cousin. Liu Yun's words interrupted Shinmachi's thoughts. Hearing that the little princess of Nanchu frequently went to the regent's palace, Shinmachi frowned slightly. The unrest in Nanling was instigated by Huang Fujing's people. Before the unrest in Nanling, Huang Fujing never gave up the idea of attacking Nanling. But since Yin Junyo quelled the unrest in Nanling, Huang Fujing seemed to have lost interest in Nanling. Thinking of this, Shinmachi slowly instructed Liu Yun, check whether Huang Fujing had come to Dahuang privately before coming to Kyoto this time. In addition, thinking of the origin of Xiang Jila's biological mother, and some information he had found, Shinmachi spoke slowly, focus on tracing the origin of the Qin family army and Huang Fujing. As for Ouyang Yi and Shang Wenche, the cooperation between Shixia and Beiki can be allowed to develop unless it involves our interests. Yes. The carriage continued to drive southwest, passing through several small villages in a row. Shinmachi found that the people in these villages were dressed very festively today. Those who had new clothes put on new clothes, and those who didn't had red strings tied around their hair or hands. This only happened during festivals, or when there was a big happy event. But today, it didn't seem to be a big festival. If it was a big festival, the city of Kyoto would have been filled with gongs and drums. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Shinmachi lowered his eyes, and thought for a while, and finally gave Liu Yun an order. Send someone to inquire. Chapter 437. Liu Yun took the order and left. After the carriage had traveled a short distance, the guard disguised as a merchant hurriedly rode to Shinemochi's carriage, and reported everything he had learned to Shinemochi. The villager said that the wife of a wealthy family in Kyoto was pregnant, so the family had been donating cloth and meat to the villages around Kyoto for the past few days, intending to pray for the mistress and the unborn child. I heard that this donation would last for a whole month. The whole month? My wife is pregnant? It's a coincidence. Shinmachi asked intuitively, what happened next? Such a big move, just for blessing? The owner of that family asked them to borrow the land that doesn't need to be cultivated for the time being, and planned to set off fireworks tonight. Set off fireworks? After thinking carefully about the layout of these villages, Shinmachi looked at Liu Yun beside him. What day is today? Your Majesty, today is the 7th day of the 6th lunar month. June 7th. This date is very familiar. Shinmachi tried hard to recall, but he always felt that he had forgotten something important. Suddenly, his face changed. He immediately gave an order. Turn around and go back. Damn it, how could he forget such an important thing? The woodshed not far from the kitchen. Chiozi stood respectfully behind Xiang Jila. The prince ordered that this matter should not be publicized, so, apart from knowing that the prince got up an hour earlier than usual that day, I cannot find out the specific situation. After listening to Chiozi's report, Xiang Jila frowned slightly. Can't make it public. Woke up an hour earlier. But Jun Nua didn't need to attend the morning court at all. He had an injury on his waist, and couldn't practice martial arts. That means he met someone secretly. Can't make it public. It's a big deal. After a pause, Xiang Jila asked, Has Qin Pei left Beijing? Not yet. Recently, you should keep a close eye on Qin Pei. Yes. Is there any news from Chuncho? After hesitating for a while, Xiaoxi said softly. Jiro regretted it, and is now negotiating with Chuncho to regain control of the escort agency. Got back on her word? She looks like someone who is easy to talk to, Xiangjila sneered. It is said that people in the martial arts world value morality. I hope there is a reason for Jiro's abnormal behavior. Let Chuncho contact her secretly. If she still insists on going back on her word, let her follow the breach of contract clause and pay the compensation. It's useless to keep her after all. Xiaoxi nodded. That's what Chuncho meant. How is the progress of other things? By the end of the year, the intelligence network will cover the 5 states and 16 counties in the south. At the end of the year, not much different from what was expected. Xiangjila nodded. Send a message to Chuncho. The relationship between Kyoto and the surrounding counties will become more complicated starting from the second half of the year. After the stability of the south, the intelligence network will be extended as much as possible. After thinking for a while, she ordered, after lunch, you ask Xian Yin to wait for me here. I have other instructions. Yes. When Yin Zhenyo arrived at the reception room, the servants were adding tea to Huang Fujing. It was too early for lunch. Yin Zhenyo and Huang Fujing roughly touched upon the next plan. When talking about the confrontation with Xixia, the two mentioned that it was inevitable that the army disappeared without a trace that year. Speaking of the Qin family army, Huang Fujing slowly raised his eyes to meet Yin Zhenyo's gaze. The latter looked at him carelessly most of the time, and Huang Fujing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Back then, I took a wrong step, which is the thing I regret most in my life. Xiao Shila and Xiao are innocent after all. Huang Fujing originally thought that Yin Zhenyo was merciful to listen to him, and never thought that the other party would respond to him. Unexpectedly, after he said it, Yin Zhenyo smiled indifferently cowered. Being told this by a junior, Huang Fujing gritted his teeth and instinctively wanted to refute. But, although he was very unconvinced, wasn't what he did back then a cowardly act? Seeing the muscles on Huang Fujing's face twitching with anger, Yin Zhenyo said softly, if you are truly together, why should you care about the so-called rumors? You are just too concerned about external reputation. Nonsense. Without thinking, Huang Fujing directly refuted, you don't understand back then. How difficult it was for them back then. But when the words came to his lips, Huang Fujing couldn't say them no matter what. The so-called difficult situation seemed to be caused by humans. Yin Zhenyo was right, he was a coward. If he had been more determined back then, he could have taken Prajna away with him, or drawn a clear line with the Huangfu family of Nanchu, and the situation would have been broken. But he didn't. Because he didn't dare. When he made up his mind to be brave, it was too late. Prajna had already lost her virginity to Xiangxi at that time, and was determined to draw a clear line with him. For many years, he had been seriously depressed. Externally, he could only relieve his anger by fighting on the battlefield. Internally, it seemed that only by being better to Xiao could he feel more comfortable. Even before he knew that Xiao Shila was Prajna's daughter, he was planning to take over Nangong's kingdom at all costs, just to let Xiao live a carefree life. One wrong step, all wrong steps. A faint sigh, very light, very shallow, but timely interrupted the short and awkward silence. Not wanting to discuss the past with Yin Zhenyo again, Huang Fujing picked up the teacup and drank the tea in it. He put the teacup back on the table beside him, and changed the subject. Fortunately, Prajna was not too cruel to Xiao Shila. The name has a good meaning. Contentment is the key to happiness. At least it makes Xiao Shila feel that her mother likes her very much. Hearing Huang Fujing's words, Yin Zhenyo's eyes flashed with a trace of sarcasm. Shila is not contentment, but happiness comes from suffering. Extreme happiness leads to sorrow. This name is not good at all. Chapter 438. When Huang Fujing heard Yin Zhenyo's words, his face darkened immediately. What nonsense! Before the fire at Xiang Mansion, it was not completely burned because it rained that day. At this point, Yin Zhenyo's eyes were still mocking, but his tone was a little colder than before. That woman left a letter for Xiangjila, and it was hidden in Xiangjila's previous residence in Xiang Mansion. When he heard that Qin Prajna had left a letter, Huang Fujing blurted out, "Where is the letter?" As soon as he finished speaking, a charred and torn piece of letter paper flew in front of his face. He raised his hand and grabbed it. Because of his excessive force, the charred part of the letter fell into a layer of ash again. The letter was originally stuck in a bedboard, but because the bedboard was half burned by fire, and it had rained, only a few blurry words were left on the two densely packed pages of letter paper. With a clang sound, the delicate and elegant gold-painted teacup beside Yin Junyo was crushed by him, and the light-colored tea that spilled out seemed to be isolated and could not be contaminated by him at all. Knowing the meaning of joy, only knowing that suffering comes from joy, and extreme joy leads to sorrow. The daughter of Xiangxi, a lowly species, should be full of hatred and stay away from all the beautiful things in the world. The handwriting on the letter was beautiful, and Huang Fujing recognized Qin Banruo's handwriting at a glance. After Yin Junyo fluently said the content of the letter, he instantly lost his composure, and even the hand holding the remaining piece of paper was shaking slightly. Impossible. Halfway through the words, he seemed to remember something, and he couldn't say the rest of the words anyway. What can't a person who can kill his own flesh and blood just after birth do? Fortunately, under the constant abuse of the Xiang family, Xiao Zhila still retained the kindness in his heart, and did not develop any dark character. That woman should be glad that she died early. Yin Junyo sneered from the top. Huang Fujing suddenly came back to his senses, stood up excitedly and defended. Yin Junyo, Prajna is Xiao Zhila's biological mother. So what? Compared with Huang Fujing's excitement, Yin Junyo's attitude was obviously much calmer, but his faster speaking speed than before had already betrayed that he was also not calm in his heart. Do you still want to tell me that everything she did was hard? Or do you want to appeal to my emotions and reason to sing praises to me about the great and loyal love between you? Praise Qin Banruo's determination to avenge Xiang, she even at the cost of an innocent child. A series of questions made Huang Fujing somewhat at a loss. No matter how powerful he was on the battlefield, his momentum would always be a little weaker as long as Qin Banruo was involved. You know that's not what I meant. What do you mean? Huang Fujing choked. He tightened and loosened his hands, and finally sighed. This kind of thing is not wrong from anyone's perspective. The only mistake is fate. Not wanting to communicate too much with Huang Fujing, Yin Junyo stood up and took back the broken paper in his hand. In front of him, he urged his internal force, and the already fragile letter paper instantly turned into powder. Thinking of the little woman's bright face, the coldness in Yin Junyo's eyes slowly turned into a pity that was difficult to read. His voice was light. Her thoughts are consistent with your understanding. Just let her be happy. This matter is known only to you and me. Only you and I know? Huang Fujing looked at Yin Junyo deeply and nodded gently. Since the Xiang mansion had been destroyed and burned, the things that should be buried should not appear in front of them again. After reaching a consensus, the two returned to their respective positions as if nothing had happened. Just after sitting down, Butler Li came in respectfully. Your Majesty, there are 2 boxes outside the door, saying that it is a gift of apology from General Nanchu to the princess. As soon as Butler Li finished speaking, Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows and looked at Huang Fujing, as if waiting for his answer. Huang Fujing's beautiful eyes widened. This is a birthday gift for Xiao Zhila. There is no share for you. As expected in his heart, Yin Junyo first raised his hand to let Butler Li withdraw his arrangements, and then raised his eyebrows and smiled at Huang Fujing. 2 lifts? The tone and demeanor were just short of the words, "How dare you give it to me?" carved on his face. Feeling looked down upon, Huang Fujing's handsome face with sharp features and hard lines suddenly turned red like pig liver. Put away your disgusting look. Who are you insulting? Yin Junyo folded his right leg over his left leg, leaned back slightly, his expression unchanged. How come? A dignified general king spent 100,000 taels, and became so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat? Spending 100,000 taels, and became so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat? He really dared to say that. Thinking of the time in Bailing when he was inexplicably cheated of hundreds of thousands of taels, Huang Fujing was furious. Stinky boy, if you can't talk, just shut up. Hearing this, Yin Junyo nodded in cooperation and said seriously, I understand, you don't understand human language. Huang Fujing, Why didn't he realize that Yin Junyo was so rude before? If Xiao Er, that unfilial son, said such a thing, he would have been chased around by him with Yin Weizhan. But Yin Junyo, if they were to fight, he could only fight him to a 50-50 score. If Xiao Zhila were also there, he might get tricked by him again. He must be mentally ill to want to become sworn brothers with this brat. Side hall of the main courtyard. After Huang Fujiao's servants in the main courtyard replaced the 5th pot of tea for him, Xiang Zhila finally came back from the kitchen. After changing his clothes, he went to the side hall as soon as possible and handed him a gift that had been prepared in advance, a delicate box the size of a palm. Brother, happy birthday. I wish you a happy birthday every year. The little girl in front of him smiled brightly, and the word brother came out so naturally, as if the incident in Xiang Mansion did not cause any haze for her. Huang Fuxiao took the gift with shaking hands. When he saw that there was a jade pendant engraved with the word Xiao, and the whole body was green and translucent, and a moon-white brocade bag with green bamboo and auspicious clouds embroidered on it, which was not particularly delicate, his mouth was already grinning so much that he couldn't find the north. Xiang Jila blushed a little embarrassedly. Jiu Si and I sneaked out of the mansion to pick the jade pendant. I asked Xia Nian to find a special carving master to carve the words with my handwriting. I secretly squeezed in time to embroider the brocade bag when Jun Newell was not around, or when I was discussing matters with Chu Shan. Because I am not proficient in needlework, the embroidery is a bit ugly. Not ugly, not ugly, I like it very much. Huang Fuxiao hurriedly shook his head, and closed the box of the small box again, holding it tightly, fearing that Xiang Jila would snatch the things back. The ecstasy in his heart made him want to run wildly and shout, but the deterrent power of spicy rabbit meat was still there, and he was really afraid that the old man Yan Zhenyuo would be jealous. Therefore, after all the thoughts went through Huang Fuxiao's mind, they finally turned into a silly smile. He first scratched his hairpin-covered head without any image, then stuffed the small box into the left chest of the special small clothes, and took out a bulging purse and a jade pendant with rough workmanship, only the size of 2 fingers, and whose shape could not be seen clearly, from his right chest, and stuffed them into Xiang Jila's hand. Chapter 439. Xiao Jila, you have to be happy too. I don't know what you like, but I brought all the New Year's money I saved over the years to Da Huang and exchanged it for Da Huang's silver notes. The amount is not much, so you can keep it for yourself and buy whatever you like. And this little rabbit was carved by Xiao Lily after many days. She was shy and embarrassed to give it to you, so I did it for her. His eyes fell on the jade pendant that barely looked like a rabbit, because he knew it was a rabbit. He remembered his purpose of approaching Li Yu in the beginning, and then he slowly let down his guard against Li Yu, and the two gradually became good friends. With a little guilt in his heart, Xiang Jila's nose was slightly sour. Where's she? If you like, you can wear it as a pendant. I heard that she followed Brother Xiao back to Honglu Temple. These days, except for reporting safety to her, she didn't seem to come back to see her. She said I came to climb the bed, and it was inconvenient for me to follow me, so I asked Yin to bring her in through the back door later. Hearing Huang Fuxiao's arrangement, Xiang Jila nodded. Then I will arrange someone to meet her at the back door later. As she spoke, she hung the little rabbit around her waist with a slightly trembling hand. I like the little rabbit very much. Because of his joy, Xiang Jila's voice was obviously much lighter than before. Take the banknote back. You have grown up, and you must save some money to marry a wife. After accepting the little rabbit, and touching the bulging banknotes, Xiang Jila wanted to stuff the purse back into Huang Fuxiao's hands, but Huang Fuxiao was determined. No, you have to accept both. The rabbit is given to you by Xiao Lily, and the banknotes are given to you by your brother. One thing is one thing, how can you favor one over the other? Besides, my brother has income from his farm and shop in Nanchu, so he won't be short of money. Even if you come to Nanchu, I can support you, don't worry. Seeing Huang Fuxiao's firm attitude and serious face, Xiang Jila could only accept the purse, thinking that she would find a chance to secretly give it back to him later, or when they set off to Nanchu, she would ask Huang Fujing to help pass it back to him. But she never expected that when she arrived at the front hall, she found that the father and son had such amazingly consistent ideas. Huang Fujing was even more exaggerated than Huang Fuxiao. Reception hall. 2 large boxes that were taller than ordinary boxes lay quietly in the center of the hall. Yan Zhenyuo sat on the main seat and drank tea calmly. There was no unpleasantness between the two of them, and similarly, there was no pleasant atmosphere. When Huang Fujing saw Xiang Jila appear, he immediately greeted her enthusiastically, beckoned her to his side like a child, and brought her to one of the boxes that was as high as her chest, and stretched out his hand to open it. Come on, little Jila, come and see the little things Uncle Jing brought you. Do you like them? The lid of the box looked like it weighed at least 10 to 20 kilograms, but Huang Fujing opened it as easily as opening a jewelry box. Xiang Jila looked at the pile of big boxes in the box with a frown on his face. This pile of things. Is it small? Selectively ignoring Xiang Jila's expression, as if he had seen a ghost, Huang Fujing took out a box at random and opened it. In the box, there was a set of pure gold headwear, top hairpins, step-shaking ornaments, hairpins, hairbands, forehead hoops, full crowns, and other more than 10 matching accessories, all with exquisite shapes of pinched flowers and piles, all inlaid with translucent rubies of different sizes. At first glance, it was extremely luxurious and almost dazzled Xiang Jila's eyes. Before Xiang Jila finished appreciating the set of headpieces in front of him, Wang Fujing opened several other boxes that were placed side by side, with the golden headpieces, as if he was presenting treasures. Each of them was a luxurious headpiece made of different craftsmanship and inlaid with different gemstones. If an ordinary family could get one of these sets, it would be a family heirloom passed down from generation to generation. Further down, there were some other transparent jade articles, including bracelets, rings, pendants. Seeing that Wang Fujing was about to reach into the big box to take out a box, Xiang Jila hurriedly stopped him. "Okay, Uncle Jing, these are too expensive." Before Xiang Jila finished, Wang Fujing's beautiful eyes glared, and his tone was nervous. "Lil Jila, don't you like these?" "Wait, Uncle Jing will show you the others." After that, he opened the other box in a hurry. Xiang Jila secretly took a look and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the whole box of jewelry and jade just now, the other box was obviously much more low-key, just some calligraphy and paintings and purple clay pots. However, soon, she immediately raised her breath again. Under a pile of famous calligraphy and paintings, there were more than a dozen purple clay pots of excellent quality. Under the gift box of the purple clay teapot was a stack of silver notes, as thick as a book, and under the silver notes were neatly arranged gold ingots, which took up half of the big box. No wonder he had to use such a thick box to carry the things over. If it were a little thinner, it wouldn't be able to hold such a weight. She looked at Wang Fujing with a strange expression, wondering whether she should ask him if he had emptied all the things in Nanchu's hometown when he came to Dahuang this time. Xiang Jila's eyes made Wang Fujing a little at a loss. He first glanced at Yin Junyo, regardless of whether he saw his gesture or not, and then his eyes fell on Xiang Jila again. "What's wrong? Xiao Jila, don't you like it? Uncle Jing was afraid that you wouldn't like it, so he changed the money and put it in there, so that you can buy what you like." Before he finished speaking, Yin Junyo stood up and stepped forward, domineeringly holding Xiang Jila's waist. "She only likes me, and this little money can't buy it." Wang Fujing looked at the two of them and agreed with them. "Then you name a price. I buy you for a day first, to accompany Xiao Jila. The world is big, and the birthday star is the biggest. As long as Xiao Jila likes it, it's like paying for a boy to serve Xiao Jila. Just thinking about it is exciting." The hand holding Xiang Jila's waist tightened, and Yin Junyo said two words coldly, "Not for sale." Don't think he doesn't know what the old man is thinking? Xiang Jila, who originally wanted Wang Fujing to keep only one set of headgear and take all other gifts back, was suddenly amused by the childish behavior of these two people. "You really dare to buy and sell." As she said, she pulled away Yin Junyo's hand on her waist and took a step back. "Lunch is ready. If you are not hungry then." Before he finished speaking, Wang Fujing, who had got the chance, had already taken the lead and rushed towards the dining room, completely ignoring the pile of valuables in the reception hall that could not be seen. Xiang Jila was slightly stunned at first, then he laughed dumbly and looked at Yin Junyo. Did the Honglu Temple deduct the meals of Brother Xiao and Uncle Jing? Otherwise, why would Brother Xiao come here every day to eat spicy rabbit meat? As an elder, Uncle Jing must be embarrassed and would rather starve than come to his house. Yin Junyo curled his lips with interest and did not comment on Xiang Jila's words. While Xiang Jila was struggling, he called Li, the housekeeper, and asked him to send someone to put all the birthday gifts that Wang Fujing gave to Xiang Jila in the private storehouse, and hugged Xiang Jila and went straight to the dining room. Chapter 440. Halfway through the journey, Xiang Jila thought more and more that it was very likely that the father and son would starve in the Honglu Temple. She immediately stopped and planned to turn to the kitchen to ask He Dazhuang to make a few more dishes for them. "No, I feel that the dishes are not enough. I still have to go to the kitchen." "Why do you have to go there in person for such a thing?" Seeing Xiang Jila's thoughts at a glance, Yin Junyo grabbed her arm and led her to the dining room. "Just tell the servants to do it. If you don't go there, they will faint from hunger waiting for you, which will not be worth it." The Imperial Palace? Zhong Qiang presented the news from Sichuan to Yin Beiki. "Xiangyo people? Civil strife?" "Yes, we didn't find the people we were looking for. Instead, we found that some of the Xiangyo people who were expelled by the previous tribe repeatedly provoked trouble at Ying Pass, but the surrounding soldiers and officials did nothing and even wanted to give them clothes and food to calm things down." Hearing Zhong Qiang's report, Yin Beiki touched his chin thoughtfully. Yin Junyo had always wanted to drive the Xiangyo outside Ying Pass to the west of Buzhou Ridge. Now that the Xiangyo are taking advantage of the civil strife to invade our Ying Pass, there is a reason for Yin Junyo to go west in person. Seeing that Yin Beiki was planning to let Yin Junyo lead the troops, Zhong Qiang frowned slightly. Why didn't the emperor dispatch General Yang? Yin Beiqi's eyes slowly fell on the door of the imperial study. His eyes were deep. Yang Gang led the army of Da Huang. The army of Da Huang was all his people. If there were casualties, it would greatly weaken his strength against Yan Zhenyu. In addition, Xiang Jila was in the palace now, so he was not afraid that Yan Zhenyu would not obey. Your Majesty, are you planning to withdraw troops from Sibei to the west? Zhong Qiang frowned. In this case, the barrier of the northern frontier is weak, and it is easy to give northern Qi a chance to invade. Teacher, isn't the first priority now to weaken Yan Zhenyu's military strength? Before Zhong Qiang finished speaking, Yin Beiqi raised his hand to interrupt him. What makes me afraid of Yan Zhenyu is never the tens of thousands of his personal soldiers stationed in Kyoto, but the 300,000 troops stationed in the northern frontier. The word teacher is enough to show his displeasure. Since we want to stabilize our great phoenix, it is impossible for everything to go as we wish. Now that Nanchu has signed a peace agreement with us, it is not a bad idea to transfer troops from the south to the north. For him, guarding the border has always been what Yan Zhenyu should do, and what he has to do is to quickly stabilize the situation in the court while Yan Zhenyu is away, and when Yan Zhenyu leads his troops back to Beijing, he will take away his regent power for treason. Zhong Qiang was silent for a while, and bowed again to persuade. It is a bad idea to transfer troops from the north and south. I hope the emperor will think twice. Regardless of whether the soldiers in the south can adapt to the bitter cold in the north after a sudden change of environment, although Nanchu has negotiated peace with us, we must be on guard. What if Nanchu turns around and tears up the agreement after the troops are withdrawn? Before Zhong Qiang finished speaking, Yin Beiqi interrupted again. Since the death of the former Pingnan king, the troops stationed in the south have always relied on the court to send troops. The new Pingnan king should also stand up. Hearing this, Zhong Qiang suddenly looked up, as if he didn't understand why Yin Beiqi suddenly made such a decision. You know, once the emperor opens his mouth, it is equivalent to acquiescing to the king of Pingnan to establish private soldiers in the south again. How is this different from killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own? The difference between the military power falling into the hands of Yan Zhenyu and falling into the hands of Shinmachi is that Shinmachi seems to be easier to control than Yan Zhenyu. But is it really the case? I am afraid that by then, Yan Zhenyu will not be able to be restrained, and Shinmachi will have his private soldiers and become disloyal and dominate the south. The situation at that time will be worse than it is now. After all, the emperor is still too young. This matter? Absolutely not. This matter must be kept secret first. I will make an order after I have negotiated with the people of the Ministry of War. After saying this, Yin Beiqi turned around with his sleeves, as if to see him off. Knowing that Yin Beiqi was determined not to change his mind, Zhong Qiang felt helpless, but could only leave. Although he was a royalist, he knew in his heart that the so-called three-party opposition in the court was based on the stability of the great Phoenix Kingdom. If the kingdom was unstable, who would be the ruler of the country? However, the late emperor had always been kind to him, and he had taught the emperor. Now that the emperor was so aggressive, he was also responsible. Since the emperor did not listen to his advice, he could only unite with other royalists to persuade the people in the Ministry of War to make the emperor think twice. It was not until Zhong Qiang walked away that Yin Beiqi turned around from behind the desk. His eyes moved to the letter, with complex dark patterns under the memorial, and an unpredictable light flashed in his narrow eyes. Of course, he knew that the idea just now was dangerous, but some things always require risks to get big rewards. Since Shinmachi showed him his strength at the beginning, he would definitely not be as useless as he showed in Kyoto. It is very likely that while he was testing Shinmachi, Shinmachi was also testing him. No matter what, he had to take this gamble. If he lost, he would not be worse off than now, but once he won, he could completely take all the power in his hands. At worst, he still had the martial arts conference in the south. Regent's Palace. After lunch, Huang Fujing and Huang Fushao were full of wine and food, and lay on the bed in the temporary guest room without any image, and their belts were loosened a little. You know what? The spicy sauce made by Xiao Zhila tastes good. It's really appetizing. Huang Fujing burped, as if he was still savoring the delicious taste that he could almost swallow with his tongue. Huang Fushao stood up, lifted the hem of his long skirt to his waist, rolled up his sleeves, gently rubbed his waist and abdomen, and did not forget to twist a few times. I don't know if Xiao Zhila has a recipe or something, so he can bring it back to us and let the chef make it himself. After eating the weird spicy rabbit meat for more than 10 days in a row, it was so happy to eat the dishes made by Xiao Zhila again. Don't even think about it. Huang Fujing poured cold water on Huang Fushao mercilessly. Yan Zhenyu is so stingy, he will definitely not give it to me. What's more, even if the recipe is the same, the taste will definitely be different when made by different people. TSK, father, you say it as if you understand old men very well. Huang Fujing raised his eyebrows and glanced at Huang Fuxiao. Why, haven't you discovered that he is stingy and holds a grudge? Huang Fuxiao has a deep understanding of holding a grudge. Thinking of the terrible rabbit meat, his stomach suddenly churned, and he immediately covered his mouth and raised his hand to interrupt. I am superficial, father. Please shut up immediately. You little brat, I told you to leave some for me, so you don't eat so fast, but now you're full, right? By the way, why didn't Liu come today? When Huang Fujing mentioned Liu, Huang Fuxiao's expression was completely different from the relaxed look in front of Xiang Jila. Father, I suspect that Xiao Lily went back to Nanchu with us because she seemed to be hiding from someone. Hidden from someone. This time, even Huang Fujing sat up. What big trouble did you encounter? Chapter 441. To be fair, he didn't like Liu's strange personality very much, nor did he like to meddle in other people's business. However, Liu was a friend of his two children, and as a father, he would naturally help her if he could. There is no trouble, but... Huang Fuxiao shook his head and frowned, saying, Yesterday, I found a small hole in the sleeve of her clothes, so I thought of taking her to the clothing store to look at clothes and stroll around the area. As a result, we had only been shopping for a short while. When we passed a medicine house, she suddenly pulled me away as if she had seen a ghost. After returning, she was so distraught that she even forgot to apply lip balm. When I went out this morning, her eyes were still dark, and she didn't even change out of the clothes with holes in the sleeves yesterday. So, you suspect she's avoiding someone? Looking at Huang Fuxiao's distressed look thoughtfully, Huang Fujing habitually reached out to touch his beard, but he didn't feel the hard beard as before, and he was shocked to find that his beard had been shaved off. The action of stroking the beard immediately turned into a weird face-touching action. Being distressed about Liu's matter, Huang Fuxiao turned around and saw that his father was still touching his face. He said with disdain, Father, why didn't I realize before that you are so narcissistic and touch your face all the time? Although he looks handsome now after shaving his beard, he is already old. Can't he be more low-key? The old man Yan Zhenyu is also good-looking, but he has never seen him touch his face. Stinky boy, does my touching my face bother you? Huang Fujing slapped Huang Fuxiao on the head with his backhand, and because the strength was just right, his hairpins were not messed up at all. Although he felt that the possibility was not great, he didn't seem to give up without asking. He suppressed the annoyance on his face, and looked at Huang Fuxiao seriously. Tell me the truth, are you attracted to Liu? You even noticed the hole in her sleeves. How much attention does this have? Huang Fuxiao rubbed the back of his head, hesitated for a few breaths, and then denied loudly. No. No. His beautiful eyes narrowed, and Huang Fujing reached out and lifted his ears. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. If you don't have any, why are you so concerned about her? You even went to the Regent's palace to ask her several times, and only left after getting a positive answer from her. Huang Fujing's words made his face flush. Huang Fuxiao was embarrassed and annoyed and took his ear back from Huang Fujing's hand, saying stubbornly, I said no. It's no, father. Can you not be so dirty? In my eyes, Liu is just a little brother. She and I are just ordinary friends, brothers. Do you understand? Huang Fujing looked at his red cheeks and ears, and was about to make a few jokes, but suddenly a servant's doubtful voice came from outside the door. Miss Li, why are you standing there with your hand raised without knocking? Aren't the two nobles here? Hearing this, the father and son immediately looked at each other and cursed in their hearts. Without waiting for Huang Fuxiao to say anything, Huang Fujing walked to the door by his collar, opened the door in one go, and kicked Huang Fuxiao, whose belt was not yet completely tied, out of the room smoothly under the stunned gaze of the servants. When Huang Fuxiao stood firm, Liu was already gone. Huang Fuxiao was secretly annoyed. Guessing that Liu would definitely go to find Xiang Jila, he immediately tied his belt and adjusted his bun, and ran to Xiang Jila's main courtyard. Kitchen. After telling Xiao Yin to set off south early tomorrow morning and asking the kitchen to prepare several kinds of food, Xiang Jila stretched himself and asked the servants to open the parasol and go back to the main courtyard. The weather was hot. Ice cubes had been placed around the bedroom for cooling. Stepping into the bedroom, the cool feeling made Xiang Jila feel alive. Facing the maid who came to serve, Xiang Jila's first question was, where is the prince? Butler Li has something to do with the prince, and Commander Chu also has something to do with the prince. Okay, I'm just very busy. Yawning gracefully, Xiang Jila said, I want to take a bath. Go down and send someone to prepare water. Yes. The servants were very fast. Xiangjila quickly took a bath and washed off the stickiness on her body. While she was dressing herself, another maid reported carefully outside the bedroom. "Princess, the noble is here." "Noble?" The hand tying the belt paused slightly. Currently, the only nobles in the mansion were Uncle Jing and Brother Xiao. Among the two, it was probably Brother Xiao who could come to see her in the scorching sun at this time. "Didn't Li Yu say that she had something to talk to Brother Xiao about? Did you finish the talk so quickly?" With doubt in her heart, Xiangzila still asked the servants to take the visitor to the side hall. She dressed faster, and wanted to have a rare and comfortable nap, but it seemed that the nap was ruined again. "Study. Did you meet privately?" Yin Junyo sat behind the desk, raised his eyebrows with interest, and played with a jade pen in his hand. Chu Shan bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, but Shang Wenqie did not agree to Ouyang Yi immediately, and Ouyang Yi will leave for the south soon." "Go south?" Yin Junyo paused in his pen-turning motion, and the jade pen fell onto the rice paper. "Follow closely, especially to see who he is in contact with. For anyone who is in contact with him, check the relationship between the other party and Shinmachi." The network of contacts of the second prince of Shishia really surprised him. "Yes." "Did Shinmachi set out for the west?" "He left Kyoto secretly at dawn in the morning, but he turned back not far after leaving the Kyoto city gate." As if he had expected Shinmachi to turn back, Yin Junyo sneered. "Let Yin Beiki know that Shinmachi is about to go west, and Yin Beimo's matter will throw the blame on Shang Wenqie. Anyway, no one is innocent, so let's see who is more capable." "Yes." Chapter 442. After a pause, Yin Junyo held the jade pen in front of him again and looked at Chu Shan. "Have you found any relevant information about Huaxiao?" When Huaxiao was mentioned, Chu Shan seemed to be fixed in place. He stood there awkwardly for a while before lowering his head. "No." No matter what kind of unofficial history or rumors he had tried, the place the prince mentioned seemed to appear out of thin air without any clues. "No." "If there is none, then there is no need to inquire further," Yin Junyo said softly. His tone was unremarkable. "Yes." Then, Yin Junyo instructed Chu Shan to arrange some other things. At the end, when Chu Shan turned to leave, he added, "Come back early in the evening." "Yes." Until Chu Shan left, Yin Junyo dipped his pen in ink and neatly wrote the word drought on the rice paper. While he was thinking, the knock on the door of the study room came again. Yin Junyo casually peeled off the rice paper with the word drought written on it and crushed it. "Come in." Butler Li bowed and approached Yin Junyo's desk with a smile. "Your Highness, everything is ready. Just wait until midnight tonight. Your Highness and the Princess will be waiting in the Mulan Tower in the mansion to see all the beautiful scenery." "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Li." Yin Junyo nodded. Butler Li smiled and said not hard several times, "I don't think it's hard at all to do something for your Highness while my old bones can move. As long as the prince does not despise him, even if one leg has stepped into the coffin, he is willing to take this old leg out of the coffin again and serve the prince with all his heart." Yin Junyo looked at Li Guanjia deeply. The scene of him blocking the knife for Xiangjila and begging Xiangjila to live in the last life made him have some indescribable feelings for the old man in front of him. "Uncle Li, if you are lonely, find a companion." This is the first time that Yin Junyo said such words in front of Li Guanjia. Just like this, from the perspective of a younger generation, he cares about Li Guanjia's future life. As someone who is used to holding the power of life and death over most people, Yin Junyo didn't know whether such concern was appropriate or not, but he knew that by bringing it up, he could at least give Butler Li a choice. If he was willing to find someone to accompany him, and didn't want to work hard, for his loyalty in 2 lives, he would give Butler Li a good end that everyone envied. Yin Junyo's kindness, in Butler Li's ears, became Yin Junyo's attempt to test him, and he was so scared that he couldn't laugh anymore. He bent his legs without hesitation, and knelt straight in front of Yin Junyo. After more than 10 years of loyalty, he still couldn't escape being tested. The grievance made him want to cry, but thinking that today was Xiangjila's birthday, he forced himself to hold back his tears, looked at Yin Junyo with red eyes, and choked. "Prince, do you dislike me for being useless? I said that I am willing to serve you all my life. Even if I die one day, I will be yours. I don't need company. Everyone in the mansion is my company. In short, even if I die, I will do it in the Regent's mansion." Knowing that his meaning was misunderstood by Li Guanjia, Yin Junyo was very depressed. But for a while, he didn't know how to explain. The other party was not Xiangjila. He couldn't say other sweet and sentimental words. He could only purse his thin lips. Finally, when Li Guanjia was about to cry, Yin Junyo finally said something. Uncle Li, you get up first. I have something for you to do. Halfway through expressing his loyalty, Li Guanjia heard that Yan Zhenyu had something to order, and stood up without saying a word. Okay, Your Majesty, please order. Help me find a few skilled craftsmen who can draw blueprints and make mechanisms. Remember, all mechanisms must be related to water. Yes, in addition to being related to water, does the prince have any other requirements? For now, Yan Zhenyu coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment of secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Remember to keep this secret. Yes, this old servant will definitely not let the prince down. In the side hall of the main courtyard, on a small table, the two sat opposite each other, with ice sour plum soup in front of them. Wang Fushao did not find Li Yu, so he could only shrug his head and simply repeat to Xiang Jila what he had said to Huang Fujing in the guest room not long ago. At the end, he still asked Xiang Jila, "Xiao Jila, can you write a recipe for your spicy sauce? It tastes really good." Suddenly shifting from the heavy topic of feelings to the topic of food, Xiang Jila almost couldn't keep up with Huang Fujiao's train of thought. "It's already this time, and you're still thinking about eating?" She looked at Huang Fujiao with a smile. "Then what do you actually think?" Huang Fujiao was too tired to stand up straight, and she lifted her long skirt irritably and changed her sitting posture, which was very indecent. "What else can I think? Xiao Lily is your friend, so she is naturally my friend too. Am I the kind of person who would eat grass near my home without any choice? What's more, he is at least 4 years older than Xiao Lily, and Yan Zhenyu is 6 years younger than Xiao Shila, but he still calls him an old man. He won't be so stupid as to find someone much younger than himself. He is only 17, very young." Looking up and meeting the fox eyes that are almost identical to his own, Wang Fushao clearly understood the inquiry in Xiang Jila's eyes, and pouted. "Why, don't you believe me? This hypocritical look is very much like Yan Zhenyu. He doesn't eat grass near his nest, but he still cares about the grass so much. He is afraid of missing the grass, so he rushes to find her?" Xiang Jila smiled at him playfully. "Men who talk hard don't get any candy." "I'm not talking hard." As he said that, Wang Fushao picked up the ice sour plum soup at hand and drank it all. It seemed that only in this way could he suppress the inexplicable evil fire in his heart. At this moment, the maid outside the palace came in respectfully to report. "Princess, Miss Li is here." Hearing the words Miss Li, Wang Fushao instinctively looked up, and the fox eyes that were raised at the corners of his eyes were obviously brightened without knowing it. Xiang Jila nodded. "Please ask her to come in and prepare another sour plum soup." Soon after, Li Yu sat down on the temporary seat holding the wooden rabbit. The expression was no different from before. As soon as Huang Fushao saw Li Yu sitting down, he immediately wanted to stand up. It seemed that he felt it was not good to stand up, so he sat down again halfway through his standing. When he sat down, he did not forget to adjust the hem of his skirt, and his sitting posture was dignified and elegant. Xiang Jila looked at his series of actions with amusement, and when he was sure that he had no intention of speaking, he turned to look at Li Yu. "Did you agree to discuss things with me?" Li Yu pursed her beautiful lips slightly, lowered her head, and said nothing. Huang Fushao, who was still making a lot of noise just now, didn't even dare to breathe when he saw Li Yu not speaking. Xiang Jila felt that she was a superfluous existence for a while, but one was her brother, and the other was her good friend, and suddenly leaving seemed to make her seem very disloyal. Silence. Weird silence. Just when Xiang Jila thought that this awkward and weird atmosphere would continue, the sound of the servants greeting each other came faintly from outside the side hall. "Meet the prince." "Where is the princess?" "In the side hall." "The savior is here." Chapter 443. Xiang Jila looked outside the side hall with expectation. As expected, the tall figure that she had been thinking about stepped into the side hall against the scorching sun, like a god descending from heaven. She immediately stood up, and went forward to hold the arm of the person who came. "Prince, are you done?" Before Yan Zhenyu could speak, Xiang Jila dragged him to turn around and walk out. "It's hot. Let's go back to the bedroom for a nap." As he turned around, Yan Zhenyu glanced into the hall from the corner of his eye. Just by seeing the two people lowering their heads tacitly, he roughly understood what was going on. Let Xiang Jila drag him back to the dormitory. Seeing Xiang Jila impatiently locking the door, Yan Zhenyu crossed his arms and leaned lazily against the door. "You locked the door in broad daylight, Xiang Jila. You are becoming more and more rogue now." Xiang Jila rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "What kind of dirty things are in your stupid Zhenyu's head? Does locking the door mean you have to do something rogue? What kind of logic is this?" Yan Zhenyu stood up and casually moved to the desk in the outer room and sat down. You're the only thing on my mind. What do you think? TSK, this stupid woman is so ruthless that she even scolds herself. Obviously, Xiangjila didn't expect Yan Zhenyu to be so straightforward. He was stunned for a moment, then cleared his throat, followed up seriously, and changed his words. So Zhenyu is thinking about cute things. I was wondering why you become more and more cute these days. Yan Zhenyu couldn't help laughing at Xiangjila's shameless remarks. He chuckled, spread his hands, and leaned back on the chair, looking like he was ready to be picked. Whatever you want to do today, I will definitely not be able to resist. You are lucky. You are a prince, but you don't know how to pay attention to your image. Xiangjila glanced at him with disdain, but he took big steps honestly, and came to his side, and kissed his cheek. Before he could react, he immediately straightened up, stood beside him, and waved his left hand. A red light flashed. A woman who looked exactly like her appeared out of thin air in front of the desk. Yan Zhenyu's phoenix eyes, which were calm and silent just now, immediately flashed a trace of vigilance, and he put his hands away and sat up straight. The woman looked at Yan Zhenyu, smiled at him woodenly, and bowed to him. Master. Even the voice was exactly the same as Xiangjila's. Yan Zhenyu frowned slightly. Puppet doll? Xiangjila immediately widened his eyes. Zhenyu, you know it's really amazing before I even introduce it to you. Yan Zhenyu stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms, not letting her move at all. His slender fingers covered the bracelet on her wrist, but his eyes were still fixed on the puppet doll. Is it also the bracelet's credit? Xiangjila obediently let him hold her, raised her head, and gave him a playful smile. Yes, isn't it amazing? Amazing? Yan Zhenyu lowered his head, his eyes slowly fell from her face to the bracelet, his eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. Thinking of Gonging No. 3's explanation and the last experience, Xiangjila stood up from his arms, walked to the woman's side, grabbed the woman's arm, and with a change of mind, the woman immediately turned into a smooth wooden doll. The doll shape was a beautiful woman with a slightly protruding belly. There are two main purposes for making it appear today. The first is to let you know the difference between it and me, and what to pay attention to. Even if it looks, sounds, and has a similar body shape to mine, it is still a dead object. Therefore, it must not have any bumps or damage, otherwise it will be beaten back to its original form within a quarter of an hour, and cannot be used again. As he spoke, Xiangjila handed the puppet to Yan Zhenyu, who took it and looked at it carefully. The desk was too big, and Xiangjila couldn't reach Yan Zhenyu even if he lay half of his body on it, so he could only go back to his side again. Look, its belly is only slightly bulging, which means that the child is just a setting and cannot be born. So, if Yan Beiki uses it or the child to threaten you to do something, you don't have to listen to him. If he wants to make trouble for you, you can use the puppet doll's belly to take the initiative. This is the second. After saying that, she threw the wooden doll outside the desk, and the doll magically changed back to Xiangjila's appearance and stood in front of the desk. Once the belly is gone, does it also count as causing harm to the puppet doll? Yan Zhenyu tilted her head and looked up at Xiangjila. She had never thought about this question. Xiangjila immediately pretended to think, established contact with Gonging No. 3, and asked Yan Zhenyu the same question. After getting the answer from Gonging No. 3, Xiangjila immediately came back to his senses and replied to Yan Zhenyu, as long as there is blood, it's fine. Bleeding? I understand. Yan Zhenyu nodded. In this way, the puppet dolls must also be protected in the palace to prevent them from being bumped. As for how to trick Yan Beiki. Thinking of Yan Beiki's bad tone to Xiangjila in the hall that day, a trace of darkness flashed in Yan Zhenyu's eyes. On the other side, without Xiangjila, Huang Fuxiao finally relaxed. He stole a glance at Liu. The latter still lowered her head, but her tightly pursed lips had relaxed. A strange atmosphere lingered between the two. Knowing that he was in the wrong just now, Huang Fuxiao cleared his throat. He adjusted his sitting position unnaturally. It was a misunderstanding just now. Liu said him softly, I don't know what you said just now. After saying that, she stuffed the wooden rabbit into her arms, took out another palm-sized, standard-looking small brocade box, and pushed it in front of Huang Fuxiao. Happy birthday, Huang Fuxiao. Her voice was as clear as ever. I don't know if it was Huang Fuxiao's illusion, but he always felt that Liu's voice began to change. From the beginning, it was indistinguishable from male or female, and gradually became a little softer like a girl. On the bright red and soft velvet, there was a warm and white fan pendant with bright red tassels, which was obviously bought. Looking at the gift in front of him, which was more beautiful than the one Xiangjila received, Wang Fuxiao was inexplicably unhappy. He made it for Xiao Zhila himself, and bought it for him. Xiao Lili seemed to be a bit partial. But on second thought, if it wasn't because he and Xiao Zhila were born on the same birthday, he might not even receive Xiao Lili's gift. Wang Fuxiao was relieved again. He immediately gave her a big smile. Xiao Lili has a good taste. I like the gift very much. Seeing Wang Fuxiao happily accept the gift, Li Yu's beautiful eyes half closed. Her eyes fell on a small corner of the table. As long as you like it. The voice was still as light as ever, without any emotion. In fact, Li Yu's tone was always like this except when she asked Wang Fuxiao to shut up. It seemed that nothing could arouse her interest. The atmosphere that had finally become lively suddenly became dull again, and Wang Fuxiao once again demonstrated his superior communication skills. Xiao Lili's kindness, I remember it. I send you a bigger one on your birthday. Faced with Wang Fuxiao's overtures, Li Yu's response was just to hold the wooden rabbit in her hand again, and pull the corner of her mouth at him, indicating that she had smiled. Wang Fuxiao, The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. How to break this awkwardness? Can someone give me some advice? Chapter 444. West City Villa. There was a loud bang. Then, there was a man's angry curse. What are you doing? You didn't even know that your badge was swapped. Zhai Jiumo looked at the kneeling secret guards in exasperation. More than 20 skilled secret guards, they are good at disguise and hiding, they are his life-saving talismans in Dahuang, but they didn't even know that their badges were swapped, and he only discovered the clues when he came to report this morning. It's just... The good-for-nothing reacted faster than them. When this thought came out, Zhai Jiumo felt weird, and for a moment, he didn't know what was weird. A tall and strong middle-aged man, with a simple face stepped forward and advised, Your Highness, since the tokens have been swapped, in case a bad person uses the tokens to do bad things and cause you trouble, why not? Hu Jia, shut up, Zhai Jiumo shouted angrily. If you dare to say a word to persuade me to go back, you will get out of here today. The middle-aged man called Hu Jia choked, and finally looked helplessly at the secret guards kneeling on the ground, sighed, and shut up obediently. Master. The leading secret guard called him cautiously. Go and accept the punishment yourself. Zhai Jiumo turned around with his sleeves swung, not even bothering to look at them again. After receiving the final decision, the others withdrew as if they had been pardoned. Only the leading secret guard hesitated for a while, and confided his doubts to Zhai Jiumo. Master, we have all fought with that Jianghu person. After saying that, he bowed and respectfully withdrew to accept the punishment. Jianghu person? Hu Jia looked in the direction where the secret guard left, with a look of inquiry in his eyes. Your Highness knows him? Zhai Jiumo's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. A young boy very naughty. The guard's words obviously made Zhai Jiumo concerned. Could it really be him? A man of the underworld, not doing business, stole the token of his subordinates. What for? Could it be? For some reason, Zhai Jiumo suddenly thought of Yan Zhenyuo. He finally remembered where he had smelled that familiar smell. The first time Yan Zhenyuo faced him head-on, he passed by him, raising a gust of wind, carrying the faint fragrance of osmanthus. Thinking of this, Zhai Jiumo's eyebrows slightly frowned. Seeing Zhai Jiumo's lively expression, Hu Jia couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, are you familiar with that person in the martial arts world? Just now, from the tone of the secret guard, that person in the martial arts world seemed to be very familiar with Your Highness. Your Highness seemed to be very entangled. What was he entangled about? Not familiar. Zhai Jiumo waved his hand gently at him. I will ask someone to investigate this matter. You don't have to intervene. Wait until you have rested. Go back to where you came from. Your Highness. It's really haunting. Get out of here today. Zhai Jiumo's face was livid, and he shouted angrily, which frightened Hu Jia so much that his face turned pale, and he immediately stopped talking. The news about the Northern Qi King's coma was swallowed back. Looking at Hu Jia's dejected back figure, Zhai Jiumo's hands hanging at his sides slowly tightened, and the violence on his face had long disappeared. He clenched his back teeth, his facial muscles twitched slightly, and his eyes were red. The old man was in a coma, he naturally knew. No matter how tightly the news was blocked, as long as there were confidants of the old man in the palace, news related to him would always reach his ears continuously. Similarly, he knew the situation of Northern Qi better than anyone else. The old man was in a coma, the court was in turmoil, and the border was in constant war. His unknown whereabouts might still make those who knew he was not dead feel a little apprehensive, thus bringing a certain balance to the chaos in Northern Qi. But once he went back, it would be like exposing his target in front of everyone. No matter how careful he was, facing the situation where he didn't know who was his enemy or friend, It was only a matter of time before he fell into the trap of someone with ulterior motives. By then, not to mention his life or death, even the old man and his mother might not be safe. It would be better to use these years in Dahuang to plan channels, find the right time and the right partners, and waste some time on those people. He had a hunch that Ouyang's coming to find him was definitely the right opportunity. The so-called cooperation is nothing more than seeking common benefits. Interests are the basis of all harmonious cooperation. The sun was setting. Xiangjila opened his eyes tiredly. The person who had agreed to take a nap with her had long disappeared. She got out of bed and called the maid to help her wash up. It was not until she left the bedroom that she realized that Li Yu had been waiting for her in the side hall. Also waiting in the side hall with Li Yu was housekeeper Li. From housekeeper Li, she learned that Yin Junyo got up and went out not long after she fell asleep. As for Huang Fujing, the secret guards came to look for him. There was an emergency, so Shen Shichu hurriedly left the regent's palace with Huang Fuxiao. Suddenly, the dinner staff lost 2 heads of the family and 1 main owner. Even though she understood their busy official duties, Xiangjila couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This was her first birthday spent with Jun Nu and her brother. Seeing that Butler Li was still waiting, Xiangjila smiled at him. I know, Uncle Li, I'm already very satisfied that they can take time out to accompany me for most of the day. That smile was even uglier than crying. Satisfied as hell. Butler Li moved his lips several times, wanting to tell Xiangjila the truth, but when he thought of the prince's instructions, he was secretly sweating. My masters, don't turn the surprise into a shock. Chapter 445. Time goes back to Xiangjila's nap. Yin Junyo had a brief conversation with Huang Fujing before leaving the mansion. After leaving the mansion, he went to the place where he invited Shinmachi to drink tea, a tea house about a quarter of an hour away from the regent's palace by carriage. Tea house private room. Chu Shan and Liu Yun were having a friendly exchange, with a long sword on Liu Yun's neck. Even though the people around him were restrained, Shinmachi remained calm and not panicked at all. The prince is so domineering that he doesn't even allow servants to pass by nearby. Yin Junyo lazily supported his chin with his hand. I guess only Yin Beiki would believe this kind of nonsense. Passing by, he has never seen anyone who would climb over the wall when passing by. Especially, Shinmachi is still eyeing his wife all the time. She is in the mansion. Shinmachi's eyes fell on Yin Junyo's hand supporting his chin. Yin Junyo's mouth corners slightly raised, and there was a chill in his eyes. Is it related to you? If I tell Yin Beiki that she is still in the palace, what do you think Yin Beiki will do? How about you try? The smile on Yin Junyo's face became softer. He glanced at Chu Shan and Liu Yun, whose neck was held by Chu Shan with a long sword. Shinmachi supported his chin with his right hand, and tapped the table with his left fingertips, intentionally or unintentionally. Yin Junyo, you are really boring, you can't even make a joke. I don't know why Xiangjila is so devoted to you. Boring? Ha! Yin Junyo sneered and was about to speak, but he saw his left hand slightly flipped out of the corner of his eye. He immediately exerted force on the 8 Immortals table with his palm, and the 8 Immortals table was almost broken into pieces in an instant. The two of them backflipped and stepped back at the same time. Liu Yun took the opportunity to attack Chu Shan, but Chu Shan made a feint and barely avoided Shinmachi's hidden weapon, landing behind Yin Junyo. Almost at the same time, Liu Yun also returned to Shinmachi's back. The 4 people were divided into 2 groups. Is the wound on your waist healed? Shinmachi's affectionate and radiant peach blossom eyes blinked at Yin Junyo, like the care between old friends. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were men, Chu Shan would definitely think that the king of Pingnan had taken a fancy to their prince. Yin Junyo flicked his sleeves and once again blocked the poison needle that Shinmachi used on him while blinking at him. TSK. Shinmachi was bored. Yin Junyo, you are too sensitive. It's a good day for a wedding. Why don't we have a good meal together? Having a meal together? That's a nice thought. I don't have time to go crazy with you. Yin Junyo snorted coldly. Since you don't want to stay in the south, don't go back. No time to go crazy with him? Shinmachi turned his head suddenly after realizing something was wrong. There was someone behind him. A dark guard wearing a Qilin patterned suit stood behind him. Liu Yun had been restrained by the other 2. He instinctively sighed and was about to send a signal, but it was too late. Just as he was about to turn back to look at Yin Junyo, he suddenly felt a dull pain in the back of his neck with a chuckle, and a sentence you really don't remember, and the whole person fell into darkness. Chu Shan also took action at this time. With the cooperation of the Qilin guard, he easily knocked out Liu Yun. Chu Shan took a few steps forward and wanted to tie up Shinmachi. Yin Junyo reminded him, "Be careful with this person. Be careful that he has poison on his body." Chu Shan said pooh and kicked him. "Your Highness, why don't you just kill him?" Yin Junyo's eyes fell on Shinmachi. "It's easier to keep an open enemy under your nose from time to time than to deal with a clown who may pop out of the dark at any time." Just knowing that Shinmachi has feelings for her, he wants to kill Shinmachi more than anyone else. But, Shixia, someone has to tear open a hole for him to reach in. The 4 countries around Dahuang are now eyeing it covetously, and now all they need is one person to break this false balance. Send him to the carriage heading west, and notify Yin Beiqi's people to catch up. Since Yin Beiqi wanted to use Shinmachi, he would lend him a hand. After thinking for a while, he added, "Pack up Ouyang Yi and throw him to Yin Beiqi. Today is a festive day, so he took it as a good deed." Yes. Not long after Butler Li left, Liu dragged Xiangjila to the Lotus Pond corridor to relax. Along the way, Xiangjila looked at the dusk absent-mindedly. "Xiangjila, I want that lotus." Liu's voice brought Xiangjila back to her thoughts. Following the direction of Liu's finger, Xiangjila saw a few feet away from the edge of the pond, where a pink lotus was swaying in the wind. "Have you really thought about it? Going to Nanchu?" Picking the lotus and handing it to Liu, Xiangjila found a topic on her own. Once she went to Nanchu, it would not be as convenient for her to find her as in Dahuang. Liu's hand holding the flower paused slightly and nodded. "I've thought about it. Your decision was very sudden." Xiangjila tilted his head and looked at her. "Is it because of Gong Sun Ming?" To be honest, she was very surprised when Brother Xiao mentioned to her that he wanted to take Liu to Nanchu. Because not long ago, Liu said that she didn't want to trouble Brother Xiao. In the meantime, something else must have happened that she didn't know about. Xiangjila Liu didn't look at Xiangjila, but looked at the lotus in her hand. "You know better than me how it feels to be betrayed by a brother who has no blood relationship with you, don't you?" Xiangjila was stunned. For some reason, she thought of Xiang Yun. The feeling of being betrayed and losing one's life when she thought of him as her brother, but found out that everything was a scam. Whenever she thought of him, she wanted to kill someone. "But I'm different from you. He saved my life and treated me very well. I liked him and trusted him, but later I found out that his kindness was all a scam. He handed me over to a friend of his under the pretext of going out to collect herbs. It was not until his friend took me to the bandit's den that I realized that I was not as valuable as a 7-leaf Ganoderma." Talking about the forgotten past, Liu's eyes turned red. Even though she tried to maintain a calm expression, her clenched teeth betrayed the turmoil in her heart. "It's all a scam, all liars. If it weren't for the Gu King in my body, I would have. I hate him, and will never forgive him in my life. But even if I haven't seen him for several years, now as soon as I see him, I can't help but think of how good he was to me in the past. Xiangjila, I hate myself for being useless. Why, after doing such a thing, he can still face me so calmly, as if I was the one who did something wrong, and he is always the tolerant one." Before she finished speaking, Liu felt that she was surrounded by a sweet and soft embrace. Xiangjila hugged her tightly, patted her back, and coaxed her softly. "It's okay, it's all over." Chapter 446. The grievances accumulated over the years seemed to have found a way to vent. Liu reached out and hugged Xiangjila, burying her head in her neck. The lotus flowers that were originally in her hands fell silently. After a while, Xiangjila felt a wetness on her neck. This was the first time that Liu cried in front of her. All along, Liu had some special emotions in front of her. In front of others, he was like a cold nobleman. It seemed that nothing could arouse her interest. She didn't know why she had such intense emotions today, but it was a good thing to vent the suppressed pain in her heart, so she let her be. The two of them kept hugging each other until this old servant greets the princess. Hearing the voice of housekeeper Liu immediately let go of Xiangjila, lowered her head, and squatted to pick up the lotus that fell to the ground. Xiangjila stood in front of Liu as if nothing had happened, and then she found that behind housekeeper Li, there were 2 children who looked 7 or 8 years old, a boy and a girl. The clothes on the 2 were half-worn, but very clean, their eyes were pure and firm, and their little faces were innocent only for children. Seeing Xiangjila, the 2 of them immediately stepped forward and knelt on the ground to pay their respects to her. Yang Shaoquan greets the princess. Xiangjila hurriedly asked them to stand up, and looked at the butler Li, who had retreated to the side with an inquiring look. Butler Li looked helpless. The mansion has been busy these days, and these 2 children found out something, so they quietly came to me to find out the whole story. I wanted to just bluff them, and let it go, but I didn't expect these kids to be so smart. As soon as they saw me, they pestered me and said they had prepared gifts for me. I couldn't stop them. Looking at the two well-behaved children in front of him, Seongjila's heart softened. She bent over with her hands on her knees and half-crouched in front of him, wanting to look them in the eye. As a result, the two children took a step back in surprise because of her action and wanted to kneel again. But Seongjila stopped them. Don't your knees hurt after kneeling twice in a row? The boy named Yang Shaoquan looked at Seongjila with clear eyes. Mother said that we can go to school to learn to read and learn principles because of the princess. We should have a conscience. Since we work in the Regent's palace, we must know how to distinguish between the superior and the inferior. We must know how to be grateful for the princess's kindness. How can it hurt to kneel down to the master and benefactor? The little boy's voice was clear and reasonable. It was not difficult to see that he was a good student. Seongjila smiled at the two of them. The prince is easygoing. You don't have to kneel down at every turn in the mansion. Besides, respect and gratitude are not something that can be expressed by just bending your knees. The most important thing is whether you are sincere. Hearing this, the two children looked at each other hesitantly, and then turned to look at Seongjila at the same time. Really? Of course, in order to ensure the authenticity of his words, Seongjila pointed back and pointed at the butler standing beside him. Butler didn't kneel just now, didn't he? Do you also think that he is disrespectful to me and has no respect for others? The two children looked at each other hesitantly again. The butler grandfather can be said to be the most disciplined person in the whole palace. Even he did not kneel, so it is very likely that what the princess said is right. Now, the two children are finally relieved. Sister Princess is so beautiful, not fierce at all. The tense and oppressive atmosphere was relaxed. The girl named Zhang Xinshin showed Seongjila a shy smile. She had shallow dimples and pointed canine teeth. She was indescribably cute, if you ignore her empty front teeth. Yang Shaoquan touched Zhang Xinshin with his arm calmly, reminding her not to get carried away. Zhang Xinshin immediately covered her mouth after receiving Yang Shichuan's reminder, revealing only a pair of watery eyes. Butler quickly coughed twice to clear his throat. Yang Shaoquan immediately took out a neatly folded piece of rice paper from his arms, and Zhang Xinshin also took out a blank wooden sign with a red string on the top from her small cloth bag, and held it in front of Seongjila with both hands. They said in unison, "Princess, this is a gift from all of us to you. I wish you a happy birthday and eternal beauty. And eat more lotus seeds." At this point, the two had a disagreement, and Yang Shaoquan immediately corrected them with a stern face. "It's not eating more lotus seeds, it's giving birth to many sons." "Yes, giving birth to many sons." Zhang Xinshin stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly, and shrank her neck. Spontaneously ignoring this small mistake, Seongjila was moved and solemnly stretched out his hands to accept these two inexpensive but thoughtful gifts. Seeing that Seongjila had no intention of opening the rice paper, Yang Shaoquan was a little anxious, but he was embarrassed to remind him. Li, the butler standing by, saw his thoughts and reminded him with a smile, "Princess, why don't you open the children's gifts and take a look?" At this time, Seongjila realized, "I was so happy that I forgot myself for a moment." As she spoke, she carefully unfolded the piece of rice paper as big as a letter. What came into view was a classroom, where a teacher was walking and teaching with a book in his hand. There were 11 desks in the classroom, and 11 children of different ages were sitting behind the desks. Some of them looked up and listened to the teacher's lecture, some lowered their heads and took notes, and some seemed to be meditating on something, biting the end of the brush. Each child has a signature written neatly, sloppily, or crookedly. It is their own name. The painting style is very immature, and it can even be said that it is not a qualified painting. It is completely similar in spirit, but not in form. But Seongjila can see the children's seriousness in school through such a painting. She looked at Yang Shaoquan and Zhang Xinshin, and her bright fox eyes curved into a line with a smile. "The painting is very beautiful, I like it very much, thank you." The painting was praised, and Yang Shichuan's face turned slightly red. "We will definitely not let the princess down." Seongjila smiled and said nothing more. Seeing Seongjila put away Yang Shichuan's painting, Zhang Xinshin introduced her gift to Seongjila like offering a treasure. "What Yang Shaoquan gave you just now is a gift from the literature hall. This wooden plaque without words was obtained by all of our classmates from the martial arts hall on their days off at a temple outside the city that others say is very effective. It is said to be very effective. When the time comes, the princess can write her wish on the plaque and hang it up, and the princess' wish will be fulfilled." In order to get this wooden sign, they paid every penny and every effort. a very spiritual temple outside the city. It is said. It seems to be for marriage. Her marriage is already in her hands. What else can she wish for? But Xiangjila couldn't refuse the child's enthusiasm, so she smiled and said, "Okay, I will keep the wish sign well. When I need it, I will write down the wish and hang it up. Princess sister is so beautiful. The baby in the future will definitely be very beautiful. I will practice hard and protect the princess and the young master in the future. The martial arts master said that my bones are very good, and they are a piece of wood." Good bones? A piece of wood? Xiangjila said that it was the first time she heard such special words, and it was a kind of praise. Hearing Zhang Xinxin's words, Yang Xiaoquan couldn't help correcting again. The bones are exquisite, and there is a material to be cultivated. Knowing that she had said the wrong thing again, Zhang Xinxin shut up again. Chapter 447. It was almost dark, and stewardly ordered the two to go back, saying that the princess was preparing to have dinner. The two little guys reluctantly said goodbye to Xiangjila. Seeing Xiangjila staring at the backs of the people leaving, Liu asked, "Do you like children?" Xiangjila's eyes turned back to Liu. "I just thought of something." The appearance of the children was to remind her that she must not go back to the old way. Seeing that Liu's demeanor was no different from usual, Xiangjila finally felt relieved. Going around the corridor, following behind Li Guanjia, Zhang Xinxin took advantage of Li Guanjia's inattention and quietly pulled Yang Xiaoquan to talk. "We clearly agreed that we would tell the princess when we saw her. We would study hard, and we would practice martial arts hard in the martial arts school to protect the young master, and you would take the imperial examination in the court, become a high official in the future, help the prince and the young master, and prevent bad people from bullying them. Why didn't you say anything?" Yang Xiaoquan glanced at her indifferently. "You make a lot of mistakes when you talk a lot. It's better to learn the words well before you make a promise to the princess. The main thing is that he always helps her correct her words, and when he speaks himself, he forgets what he wants to say. In addition, the housekeeper said that the princess is ready to have dinner, and he can't delay the princess's dinner time because of his little thing. Anyway, determination is not something that can be expressed by words. It's the same if you tell the princess after you have really done it." Thinking of this, Yang Shichuan's eyes became more determined. The dinner was rich, but the portions were not big. Although Xiangjila felt it was inappropriate, she didn't ask why when she saw Liu asking her to pick up her chopsticks as if nothing had happened. Yin Zhenyuo wasn't there, so Xiangjila felt like chewing wax even though she was facing a table full of delicacies. After a quick dinner, Liu glanced at the sky. "It's getting dark, Xiangjila. Is there anything you want to do today? I'll accompany you." Xiangjila shook his head. Just then, Huang Fushao rushed into the dining room with an anxious look on his face. Out of breath. Little Gila, hurry. Hurry and follow me to the city. Brother-in-law." Hearing Huang Fushao say brother-in-law, Xiangjila's face immediately changed, and he stood up immediately. "What's wrong with Jun Nuo? Just follow me." As he said that, he dragged Xiangjila with his left hand, and Liu with his right hand, and hurried to the stable. Because he disliked the aorn on his chest that was in the way, he simply took it off, and covered it with his skirt. In the stable, two majestic horses were already waiting. Yusong's injury was much better than before, but new granulation tissue had not yet grown, so it could not be too happy. Seeing Xiangjila, it did not dare to move too much, for fear of further injury and being punished by Xiangjila again. Xiangjila hurriedly greeted Yusong, without having time to think about why the horse was prepared so timely, and turned over, and got on the back of the horse that had chased Yin Zhenyuo outside the city. Huang Fushao was dragged down by women's clothes, and he turned over a few times before he could get on. After getting on the horse, he did not forget to drag Liu, who was standing beside him, onto the horse as well. "We are good buddies. It's no problem for us to ride on the same horse." After that, he said to Xiangjila, "The main road is guarded by soldiers. It's too conspicuous. Follow me to take the small road." "The small road?" She knows it well. "I know the small road better than you do." Xiangjila glanced at Huang Fushao, who was holding Liu's reins, and said, "Destination 20 miles outside the city, Zufingling." Xiangjila clamped his legs on the horse's back, said "Follow me" to Huang Fushao, and disappeared into the vast night. Huang Fushao was left sitting on the horse with his reins in a daze. Xiaojila's horsemanship is so superb. Liu was too lazy to even roll her eyes at this idiot. If she had known earlier, she should have followed Xiangjila's horse. He galloped along the little-known path in his memory. Xiangjila held the reins in one hand, and the long whip he often used in the other, his heart pounding. His mind was full of various possibilities that Yan Zhenyu might encounter. There was no way to stop and think about the abrupt appearance of Huang Fuxiao and the deliberate blank space he left when he spoke. After leaving Kyoto, Xiang Jila's instinct as a martial artist made her whole body tense. It was too quiet along the way, as if there were ambushes everywhere. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she could even smell the smell of kerosene all around. With her worries outweighing all her rationality, Xiang Jila couldn't help but give the horse a hard slap. The horse neighed in pain and sped up a bit more than before. Huang Fuxiao followed behind, but the horse refused to cooperate and almost fell into the ditch several times. Liu couldn't help but ask, "Can you do it?" He felt that his dignity as a man was trampled on in an instant. Huang Fuxiao tightened the reins neatly and straightened his back. It must be possible. But soon, reality slapped him in the face again. The horse raised its front hooves, and the two of them were not careful and were both thrown over. Huang Fuxiao instinctively hugged Liu tightly, and after rolling on the ground for a few rounds, he finally stopped. "Fortunately, my martial arts skills are not weak, and I didn't really fall down, otherwise it would be really bad." As he said, he looked at Liu at his arms with concern, and his hands were not idle. "Little Li, you are not hurt." "Pa!" When Huang Fuxiao's hand touched something, he was slapped in the face. Liu jumped up as if he had been electrocuted, with her hands on her chest. The wooden rabbit that she always kept in her hand rolled to the ground, circled around, and stopped at the feet of Huang Fuxiao, who was stunned by the slap. Realizing that her reaction was too intense, Liu tried to suppress the irritation on her face and ears, and walked to Huang Fuxiao as if nothing had happened and picked up the rabbit again. "Sorry, instinct." His face was burning with pain. Huang Fuxiao complained, "Xiao Lily, you are too much, I didn't." He stopped talking halfway. From Liu's actions just now, he seemed to have taken advantage. But it seemed that he didn't. This slap was really frustrating. Chapter 448. Xiafeng Ridge is located 20 miles south of Kyoto. Because the top of the mountain is covered with a layer of gray soil like white frost all year round, and from a distance, the trees on the mountain cannot cover the whiteness of the top of the mountain, it is named. Compared with the occasional birds in the barren mountain, there are more beasts in Xiafeng Ridge. Therefore, if the surrounding villages hunt, they can find their respective positions very clearly. This strange phenomenon has not been answered by anyone so far. The villagers only think it is a gift from God, and they have more worship for Xiafeng Ridge and the barren mountain. This is what Xiang Jila learned after conquering Kyoto in his previous life. When she was 7 years old, Xiang Tiange and Xiang Yan asked her to go to the deserted mountain in the snow to find rabbits, which was undoubtedly pushing her to death. However, that day, if she had not appeared in the deserted mountain and had not rescued Jun Nua, who was shot by a hemp arrow from the withered vine, perhaps they would still be two strangers. It was too difficult for them along the way. Jun Nua. The galloping horse stopped abruptly when Xiang Jila tightened the reins and neighed. The steep Xiafeng mountain was dead silent in the dark night, which was particularly terrifying. Xiang Jila's first reaction was that she had fallen into a trap. She closed her eyes and held her breath to listen to the movements around her. There was a noise from the right. Xiang Jila immediately opened her eyes and swung the whip. She had clearly hit the target, but she didn't even hear a muffled groan. The person who came was very agile and was a master. This was Xiang Jila's first feeling. Before she could think about it, another black shadow flashed behind her, and Xiang Jila turned around immediately. There was nothing behind her. Then, something flew towards her face. Xiang Jila swung her long whip, and was about to open the hidden weapon. The moment she saw the hidden weapon clearly, her face changed and she took the thing, and put it in her own hands. Jun Nua's waist pendant. The moment she received the waist pendant, a red light flashed in the southwest direction of Zufengling, and the point of emission seemed to be halfway up the mountain. Flare. Xiang Jila didn't have time to think about it, and immediately ran in the direction of the flare. Along the way, it was eerily quiet. But it did not prevent Xiang Jila from reaching the destination she wanted to go. The location where the signal was sent was a gentle slope, surrounded by bushes. Xiang Jila's breath was a little unstable, but he could still hear those intentionally hidden, but incomplete breathing sounds. Surrounded? She closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing, feeling the air flow around her. The smell of burning pine resin came from between her nostrils. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her eyes were full of fire. She was surrounded by people holding torches. She instinctively swung the whip, but when she saw the source of the fire, Xiang Jila pulled back the whip that was halfway out. The person who surrounded her was Chu Shan. In other words, The people holding torches around her were Jun Nuo's people. Chu Shan handed the torch in his hand to a subordinate behind him and bowed respectfully to Xiangjila. Meet the princess. At this time, Xiangjila remembered that Huang Fushao had returned to the mansion to report the news, and the preparation of the horses in the stable was so deliberate. Where is the prince? She asked without thinking. Your Highness has been waiting for a long time. As he spoke, Chu Shan took the torch again to clear the way for Xiangjila. Waiting for a long time. At this point, what else did she not understand? This was a clumsy scam. Tricked her out. Stupid man, didn't he know how to make the trick more realistic? Eager to see Yin Junyo, she followed Chu Shan step by step. The surrounding trees had been hung with colorful lights, and the lights inside. Huh? It was densely packed and moving, not fire. What is that? While she was looking around unconsciously, Chu Shan had already brought her to Yin Junyo. After receiving Yin Junyo's signal, Chu Shan respectfully led his men to retreat. At this time, Xiangjila realized that his clothes had changed back to his ordinary black clothes, and the patterns of dark embroidery with gold threads were shining softly under the reflection of the fire behind him. The flat land on the top of the mountain was not large, and the few large trees were also hung with colorful lights that could move Mars. Junyo, this is... Knowing that she had doubts in her heart, Yin Junyo smiled mysteriously at her. Xiangjila, for the first time I spend my birthday with you. How about giving you a starry sky? Starry sky? Before Xiangjila could react, Yin Junyo suddenly drew out the 100 blades at his waist and flew up to cut all the lanterns around in half. At the moment when all the lanterns were broken in half, green light scattered. Glittering stars. Xiangjila suddenly felt as if she was in the starry sky. She looked at the stars in front of her with curiosity like a child, and reached out to grab them curiously. What is this? Even though she had experienced 2 lives, Xiangjila had only seen this kind of thing once or twice at most, and she didn't even know what this magical light spot was called. Zhao Yeqing. Yin Junyo put away his sword and returned to her side. Zhao Yeqing? As she spoke, she easily caught a Zhao Yeqing in her hand. At this time, she saw clearly that this small light spot, with a weak fluorescent light, was actually a small insect that could only glow. Little insect? She opened her palm, and the little insect flew away again. Soon, the flat ground that looked like a galaxy just now returned to its original state, and almost all of the glowing insects flew away, leaving only a few. Xiangjila felt lost. Do you like this kind of glowing things? She looked up and saw the man looking at her. She smiled and took his arm. I like it very much. Jun Nuo was away all afternoon today. Did he go to catch these insects? Yin Jun Nuo said softly. Uncle Jing and my brother also helped. In order to catch these little creatures, he and Huang Fujing used all the idle labor that could be used in the past 2 nights, and also mobilized many villagers from surrounding villages. Hearing that Huang Fujing and Huang Fushao were involved, Xiangjila immediately looked around. Uncle Jing is here too? Where are they? Yin Junyo pulled her back into his arms. I asked them to go back. You and my brother have the same birthday. Uncle Jing and my brother have been busy with me for an afternoon. I can't ignore my brother. Xiangjila was surprised to hear the words can't ignore my brother from Yin Junyo. Because before this, she had never heard Yin Junyo express anything to Huang Fushao. So Junyo, you also prepared a gift for Brother Xiao? Yin Junyo smiled and said, of course. But whether he can get it depends on his ability. Chapter 449. Not knowing the love-hate relationship between Yin Junyo and Huang Fushao, Xiangjila saw that Yin Junyo was so good and prepared a gift for Huang Fushao, so she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek without saying a word. Junyo, thank you. The soft touch on his cheek made Yin Junyo feel good, and his expression softened. Silly, why are you being polite to me? No, I'm not being polite. Xiangjila's fox eyes were full of tears. It's just that I really... I didn't expect that you, who never liked trouble, would surprise me and celebrate my birthday in this way. In fact, Xiangjila didn't like birthdays at all. When her mother was alive, birthdays meant that her mother took her to a corner to watch Xiangxi's family having fun and Xiangyan receiving all kinds of blessings and gifts. Then she sadly took her back to her own residence, made her a bowl of egg noodles, and told her earnestly that it was because of her that her brother couldn't be raised by her mother, and she must be good to her brother in the future and protect him even if she died. After her mother passed away, birthdays became endless work in the kitchen for her. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, she would secretly hide in the kitchen, risking being discovered, and cook herself a bowl of noodles with eggs. Sitting in a corner that was difficult to be discovered, looking at the incomplete moon in the sky, listening to the servants talking about how much reward they received for what they said today, missing her mother, and eating all the egg noodles with tears. If Junwoo hadn't mentioned it today, she would have even wanted to pretend that she didn't remember it, and then make herself a bowl of egg noodles at dinner time to skip it. This was the first birthday that made her feel truly valued. Whether it was Liu's gift, Brother Zhao's gift, Uncle Jing's gift, or Junwoo's way of celebrating her birthday, they all gave her things that they thought she would definitely like. This was a piece of sincerity. Try hard to hide the tears in his eyes. Seongjila put the waist pendant he had just received back into Yin Junwoo's hands, and held his hand. Thank you Junwoo for the gift, I like it very much. After saying that, she pulled him down the mountain. After pulling for a long time, the man behind him didn't move at all. Seongjila turned back in confusion. Junwoo, you finished looking at the gifts, aren't you going back? Yin Junwoo pulled back her hand, crossed his arms, and raised his eyebrows. Seongjila, you don't think I came over the mountains and ridges just to let you see Zhao Yeqing, do you? Seongjila tilted her head and blinked at him. What else? After all, in the eyes of the dignitaries in Kyoto, one of them was recovering from injuries, and the other was nursing the baby, so it was really not appropriate for them to do other high-profile things. Tonight was beyond her imagination. She was very satisfied and happy. Yin Junwoo stretched out his hand to straighten her head and scolded her with a smile. Stupid woman. Then he called out to the dark. Bow. Two masked men in black clothes wearing Chilean dark pattern clothes flew out of the dark in an orderly manner. Two people, one holding a bow and the other holding an arrow. After Yin Junwoo got the bow and arrow in his hands, the two of them hid in the darkness in a well-trained manner. While still curious about Yin Junwoo's intention to take the bow and arrow, Seongjila immediately discovered the difference in the arrowhead. Fire arrow? Yin Junwoo winked at her, lit the arrow, held her hand and hugged her from behind, bending over to draw the bow and arrow with her. Junwoo. Seongjila still didn't understand what Yin Junwoo wanted to do. Shoot focus. Seongjila didn't even know where to shoot. The fire arrow left a flowing light and shadow in the night sky. A cold arrow flew out from nowhere and collided with the falling fire arrow. With a bang, the two arrows exploded in the air at the same time. Just like a signal was sent out, explosions followed one after another. In front of Seongjila's eyes, trees of fireworks bloomed one after another. The man hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear. This is what I want to bring you to see. I wanted to just take a look at it from a distance in the Lanhua Tower in the mansion, but then I thought that the first birthday I spent with you must be special. Seongjila's mind was already blank at this time, and she hadn't recovered from the shock of the fireworks. The ground began to light up one after another. They were torches moving all over the ground, like a gorgeous galaxy. Waiting for the fireworks to be released, the Milky Way is still branching out. This direction. Seongjila's fox eyes widened instantly. It was the peach tree facing the sun in Bailing, the peach tree where she tied a knot and made a wish. Not long after, the torch stopped. Looking down from Zufengling, a fire peach tree appeared vividly in front of her. At the beginning of the year, you made a wish to the peach tree. Now, I will fulfill your wish, Seongjila. From now on, year after year, Yin Junwoo is willing to be with you forever without suspicion, and live together until old age. Listening to the man's low and tender voice, Seongjila could no longer conceal the excitement in her heart. She turned her head in disbelief and looked at Yin Junwoo, and the tears that had been hidden with great difficulty overflowed again, and could not be stopped. She dared not dream that this man who was not even pious, when he made a wish under the peach tree would be so. Junwoo, I not only want the years to come, but also want to be with you for the rest of my life. Silly, why are you crying? Yin Junwoo stood up and turned her in front of him, wiping away the tears in her eyes. I'm giving you a surprise, not to make you cry, Seongjila. I hope that no matter when and where you are, you will be safe and happy, and live every day without worries. Remember, your name is Gila, and you must be content with what you have. With Junwoo here, I can do it. Seongjila nodded heavily with a hoarse voice. Junwoo, I'm very happy, really happy. This is the most beautiful birthday night I've experienced in my life, no, in my 2 lives combined. No matter how beautiful the birthday nights in the future are, they can't compare to the shock of tonight. This night. The firelight was as bright as the Milky Way. The summer evening breeze, carrying the smell of gunpowder from fireworks, and the heat of burning pine resin, mixed with the fragrance of sweet-scented osmanthus mixed with the masculine scent, surrounded her, and became the scenery that Seongjila missed most in the next few decades. Halfway up the mountain, looking at the 2 people hugging on the top of the mountain from a distance, Huang Fuxiao, whose clothes were not very neat, nudged Li Yu beside him with his elbow. I didn't expect that the old man had the potential to be a tyrant. Look at this mobilization of troops. Xiao Lily, have you ever thought about what kind of husband you want to find in the future? If there is someone you like, bring him here for me to see, I will help you judge. Li Yu glanced at him coldly, moved aside a few steps, and decided not to pay attention to this fool. Just then, Chu Shan respectfully walked behind Huang Fuxiao. Uncle, the prince has prepared a birthday gift for you. Please move to the foot of the mountain to check it. What? At first, Huang Fuxiao thought he had heard it wrong. After Chu Shan repeated it again, Huang Fuxiao said in disbelief, Is it true? General Wang is already waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. If you are late, your birthday will be over. Seeing Chu Shan urging him, Huang Fuxiao didn't want to go down the mountain anymore. I feel a little bad. The old man wouldn't be so kind. Xiao Lily, how about we sneak away from the other side of the mountain? The old man must have prepared a big move. For this birthday gift, he wouldn't. Tunshan. Hearing the two words Chu Shan said, Huang Fuxiao changed his cowardly behavior and immediately stepped forward to grab Chu Shan's arms, and said excitedly, The legendary Tunshan ancient sword? Chapter 450. Chu Shan nodded. Now, without Chu Shan's urging, Huang Fuxiao dragged Li Yu down the mountain. Actually, I really don't care whether it's a gift or not. The most important thing is to give my brother-in-law some face. Looking at Huang Fuxiao's impetuous appearance, Chu Shan's mouth twitched slightly. I hope my uncle can still laugh when he sees the scene down the mountain. As Chu Shan expected, when Huang Fuxiao went down the mountain, Huang Fujing had already returned to Honglu Temple and left a message for Huang Fuxiao to have fun. When he saw the sword he had been dreaming about was within reach, and in front of him was a gift clearance document that was longer than the engagement letter, Huang Fuxiao wanted to cry. He knew that the old man would not let him go so easily. The head guard holding the document looked at Huang Fuxiao, who was a little embarrassed in women's clothes. There was no unnecessary emotion in his eyes, but just a hearty smile. Since ancient times, swords have been given to heroes. Uncle, please. A small courtyard with 2 entrances in Kyoto. Qin climbed up to the roof of his bedroom with difficulty, and sighed softly when he saw the dazzling sight outside the city. The price of a good life is too heavy after all. I hope you can have a good ending this time. His left eyelid was twitching again. Qin frowned and covered his left eye. His eyelids have been twitching a little frequently recently. Observing the stars at night, there are faint signs of the red one star moving. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell the fortune for himself, so he could only let it go. He turned his head unintentionally to look at the other side. A slender black shadow disappeared in the dark, looking particularly strange in the dark night. Qin heart shuddered, his feet slipped, and his whole body rolled to the ground along the tilt of the roof like a bamboo tube. Looking at the ladder at the other end, Qin felt for the first time that it was really inconvenient without martial arts. Forget it, just accept your fate. He slowly closed his eyes. Without the expected pain, he fell into a cold and strong embrace. The person holding him had slender bones and was a woman. He looked up instinctively. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Qin could even feel his heartbeat accelerating. After putting him back on the ground, the woman disappeared into the darkness with a nimble figure. After several encounters, Qin naturally recognized that she was the maid next to Xiang Jila. He put his hand on his still beating heart and murmured to himself. Red one star. It was already dawn when they returned to Kyoto. Huang Fuxiao had already happily taken his birthday gift and Li Yu back to Honglu Temple. Seeing that Xiang Jila was not sleepy, Yin Zhenyuo took her to the Lanwei Tower of the Regent Palace, the library dedicated to Yin Zhenyuo. Stepping into the Lanwei Tower again, Xiang Jila felt as if he was in another world. It was really a different world. In his previous life, Xiang Jila stole a lot of Yin Zhenyuo's collection of calligraphy and paintings from here and sold them at low prices, and even laughed at him for being a reckless man. Recalling all the unbearable things, Xiang Jila always had only a pale Zhenyuo. I'm sorry to him. What? Yin Zhenyuo was a little confused by her inexplicable apology. Xiang Jila shook his head, thinking of the bad past, I feel. Before Xiang Jila finished speaking, Yin Zhenyuo knew what she wanted to say. He smiled and nodded her head, stupid woman, who is always obsessed with the past. In fact, what he wanted to say more was that compared to her apology, he was willing to use all her love as compensation for the past. But after thinking about it, the little woman's feelings were already clear now. If he said anything else, it would make her have other thoughts in her mind, and love would become impure. He still liked the way they were getting along now, and liked the little woman to jump around in front of him without hiding her true nature. Silly Junyo, just because of what you said, I decided that I would let you knock on my head unconditionally in the future, and I would never get angry. Not knowing what Yin Junyo was thinking, Xiangjila covered his head and swore. For someone whose credibility with him had long been in deficit, Yin Junyo gave a cold smile to show that he heard it. Looking out of the city from the Lanwei Pavilion, the fire had receded, but the bright red charcoal fire was still faintly visible. From a distance, the charcoal fire that had not yet been extinguished was like a blood-red peony. Jianglitso. Xiangjila knew it in his heart. Junyo was bidding farewell to her. This person always said one thing and meant another. Reaching out and holding his fingers tightly, Xiangjila leaned gently in his arms. Junyo, I found that I love you more today than yesterday. Apart from these love words and her heart that could not be taken out, Xiangjila really didn't know how to do it to make equal efforts with him. It's almost dawn. Yin Junyo held her hand in reverse. Yeah, it's almost dawn. Xiangjila leaned in his arms without moving. The birthday is over, wash up and have breakfast, and start practicing the speed of escape today. The man's calm voice sent Xiangjila from heaven to hell. Junyo today. How about taking a day off? Before she could finish her words, Yin Junyo blocked her way out. No, you should know that if you are tired, I have many ways to relieve your fatigue. Xiangjila, I'm afraid that if you use your way to relieve fatigue, you will not be tired, but your waist will break. The next 10 days. Xiangjila didn't know how she survived. She only knew that the more touched she was on her birthday, the more she collapsed during the 10 days of hellish training. This kind of life continued until Qin Pei came to see Yin Junyo again. During this period, several major events happened in Kyoto. First, Nanchu and Da Huang signed a peace agreement and set a date to leave Beijing. Then in Kyoto, a Shixia spy was found to have sneaked into the palace and was caught. After a careful investigation, it turned out that the spy was the second prince of Shixia. Then, there was news that the prince of northern Qi appeared in Kyoto without anyone noticing, and the king of Pingnan also appeared in Kyoto. I don't know who spread the rumor that there seemed to be another war in the west and north. In short, a pool of unclear water, under the stirring of someone with ulterior motives, produced a lot of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Occasionally, 1 or 2 king crab babies can be caught. It can be said that the daily change of news made the spies of various families run their legs off. Chapter 451. Regent Palace. Xiangjila finally took the opportunity to take a break while Yin Junyo was meeting Qin Pei. She lay on the beauty couch half dead, and let Chiosi massage her back and legs. She kept complaining, bastard, stinky man, he said he loved me, but now he is just training me to death. Her martial arts skills are obviously not bad, her whip skills are excellent, and her sword skills are also good. But he made her tie sandbags to her legs, not allowing her to bully Dahe with martial arts, and let Dahe chase her. If she doesn't run, he will say something harsh to her. If she doesn't tie the sandbags, he will tie her to the bed to improve her physical fitness in another way. What a joke, improving physical fitness in bed can be fatal. Only Yin Junyo, that stupid man, could come up with such a dirty trick. I don't know if it's her illusion, but I always feel that since Yin Junyo met Qin Pei alone, the two of them seem to be hiding something from her. You have been keeping an eye on Qin Pei these days. Have you found anything? Thinking of Qin Pei being scared by her and falling off the roof one night, Chiosi shook her head. This person has a regular schedule, and his daily activities are in that house. The servants are responsible for daily shopping, and he has not met anyone in private. Chiosi's answer was within Xiangjila's expectation. She hesitated for a moment. What do you think of this person? Chiosi paused slightly while massaging Xiangjila. A charlatan. He talks nonsense every day, either drinking tea or reading or shaking coins. Isn't he a charlatan? He yawned delicately with his hands covering his mouth, and Xiangjila nodded. You still have to help me keep an eye on him. In the past, he knew to consult me when he had something to do, but now he has skipped me and come to see Jun Nuo. I am now wondering if he has fallen in love with my man. Qin Pei has taken a fancy to the prince? Chiosi's indifference cracked a little. Yes, princess. How is the situation in the south now? Xian Yan has arrived at Bailing and joined Chunshou. Chushan's people introduced Chunshou to a dozen people in the martial arts world. Chunshou is in the observation stage. The affairs of the escort agency are now handled by Xian Yan. I believe there will be results soon. Xiangjila nodded, his eyelids began to droop, and his voice was steaky. I am really relieved to do your work. After a few days, Brother Xiao and the others will leave for Nanchu, and I will also go south. By then you and Dong run. Perhaps Chiosa's technique was too comfortable, or perhaps Xiangjila was really too tired, and she fell asleep before Chiosi could hear the rest of her words clearly. Chiosi took her master back to bed and fanned her. It was not until there was a slight noise outside the door that she turned around and saluted the visitor respectfully. Yin Junyo raised his hand to interrupt Chiosi's greetings and waved his hand to let her retreat. After Chiosi left and closed the door, he tiptoed to the bedside and poked the little woman's face, which had become thinner recently. He naturally knew how hard the little woman had been working these days. However, in the last life, your growth was at most a matter of forcing things to grow without considering the consequences. In this life, you must lay a solid foundation. No matter how reluctant she was, the little woman had to grow up. Although he didn't like Qin Pei, it was undeniable that his words made sense. He could be her sky, but what if the sky fell one day? People always have to be prepared for danger in times of peace. He was not a person who avoided life and death. Compared with death, he was more afraid that the little woman would go down the same path as in the last life without his wings to protect her. He would never allow the kind of thing that made her kneel and walk forward to happen again. Husband and wife are one body. If people can be afraid of Yin Junyo, why can't they be afraid of Xiangjila? Xiangjila's feeling is right. Yin Junyo really wants to teach her step by step. Fortunately, the little woman did not let her down. He was very satisfied with the little woman's growth these days, although this growth still came with her misunderstanding. Stupid woman, don't be stupid and embarrass me outside. His voice was very soft. As if responding to him, Xiangjila snorted twice, as if she had dreamed of something bad, frowned, and then fell asleep again. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, her eyebrows were still slightly wrinkled. Yin Junyo also frowned, stretched out his hand, and gently covered her eyebrows, smoothing out the wrinkles on her eyebrows. The Palace of Mental Cultivation. Yin Beiki looked at the dejected and haggard Yin Beima, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. Beima, you know very well how I have treated you over the years, don't you? He had planned everything, but he never expected that the one who spread the absurd rumor that the current emperor is a bastard was actually his own brother. Yin Beima looked at Yin Beiki calmly. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Since I have been framed for colluding with Shixia, I don't care about adding another messy charge. Yin Beima did not call himself minister's brother as before. His tone was so calm that it seemed as if he had been imprisoned for a period of time, imprisoning all his thoughts about the world. The calm look made Yin Beiki feel strangely uneasy. You know I don't mean that. May I ask your majesty, if it's not that, what do you mean? Did I really overthink it? While speaking, Yin Beiki's tone was also a bit mocking. My mother has been confined to the palace since the Dragon Boat Festival, and the emperor does not allow visits, saying that my mother needs to rest, and can be visited after she recovers. But the news I got is that my mother has been bedridden for a long time, and needs to be fed by palace servants for 3 meals a day. Her physical condition is getting worse day by day. Tell me, which statement should I believe? My mother colluded with Shixia and repeatedly sabotaged my plans, so I had no choice. Have no choice? Yin Beima chuckled, his eyes red, with undisguised disappointment and contempt in his eyes. If the emperor really didn't guard against me, would it be so difficult to tell the truth? If I'm not wrong, the emperor will definitely say that someone is trying to sow discord between us and ask me not to fall into the trap. Speaking of this, Yin Beima sneered. Hee, you lack judgment in everything. No wonder Yin Junyo can control the government. Yin Beiki was suddenly touched to the point of being in a dilemma, and he slapped his palm on the desk. Yin Beiki called out his name word by word, his narrow and long phoenix eyes staring at this brother who had long lost his affection for him, and said in a cold tone, Do you know that just because you said such a thing, I can directly let you go back to the heavenly prison? Go back to the heavenly prison, and then what? Let me be like my mother, sick silently, or even like now, I don't know whether I am alive or dead. There was no humility in Yin Beima's tone. Thinking of Zhong Qiang's advice, and the current situation in the court, Yin Beiki took a deep breath and slowed down his voice. Beima, our enemy is Yin Junyo. What we need to do now is to overthrow him instead of starting an internal conflict here. Yin Beima was silent. In this situation, if he broke with Yin Beiki on impulse, the only one who would benefit would be Yin Junyo. Chapter 452. Seeing that Yin Beima's attitude seemed to soften, Yin Beiki moved to Yin Beima's front, and endured the strange smell that came from his body, which had not been bathed for more than 10 days. As usual, he reached out and patted his shoulder. He said earnestly, Let's forget about the rumors in the past. I won't pursue them. I will also pretend that I didn't hear what you said today. You are my brother, today and in the future. Yin Beimao lowered his head, and his drooping eyelids quickly concealed the coldness in his eyes. Yin Beiqi's eyes had never moved away from the beginning, so Yin Beimao's subtle change in expression did not escape his eyes. I have already found out the details of your frame-up. Hearing this, Yin Beimao raised his head again. Who did it? Yin Beimao's mouth curled up a slight sneer. Huang Fu Fei. Regent's Palace. After Chu Shan reported the news he had found to Yin Zhenyuo, he couldn't help but mention Shenmachi to Yin Zhenyuo. I didn't expect that the king of Pingnan was so reckless that he was able to save himself and get away with it, and even got Ouyang Yi out. Your Majesty, we must be more careful when facing such people in the future. Such people have a mind like a sieve, and will definitely have a backup plan. Hearing Chu Shan's nonsense, Yin Zhenyuo glanced at him, as if he was a fool and said nothing. Knowing Yin Zhenyuo's character, Chu Shan guessed that he might have said something wrong and immediately changed the subject. The civil strife in northern Qi has resurfaced, and the king has not attended court for many days. Shang Wanche went south. I am afraid he was trying to save the country in a roundabout way. He thought that he could use Ouyang Yi's strength to fight against him, but in the end, he was just trying to get the skin of the tiger. Yin Zhenyuo sneered. Give him a chance and don't cherish it, then let him remember it. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the study room from Li Guanjia. Your Majesty, General Wang sent someone to deliver a letter to you. Chu Shan opened the door immediately. Took the letter from Li Guanjia's hand. After reading the contents of the letter, Yin Zhenyuo's expression changed slightly, and he sighed. That idiot. Thinking carefully, it seems that he can't be blamed entirely. Who would have thought that everything would go wrong because of a small pendant of a hairpin? Chu Shan guessed that the man who made the prince so helpless to call him a fool must be his uncle. Before he could ask what was going on, Yin Zhenyuo spoke to him. Come closer and listen. Chu Shan bowed respectfully to Yin Zhenyuo's side. After listening to Yin Zhenyuo's arrangements, he immediately straightened up, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Prince, those secret agents. It took some effort to get in at that time, but now they all have to be used at once? Yin Zhenyuo's eyes flashed with a trace of disapproval and ridicule. A ruin doesn't need a good stake. The master's words made Chu Shan suddenly enlightened. Yes. The prince was right. Since that place was no longer necessary, the hidden stake would naturally be pulled out and buried in other places where it was needed. Half a month later, two major events happened in Kyoto. One was that the king of Qin colluded with Shishio. It was purely framed, and the person who framed him was actually his own uncle, the current uncle of the emperor, Zhongyong, the grand tutor. For a while, the court was in turmoil. The second thing was that the emperor summoned the envoys from Nanchu to the palace to meet him. The next day after the meeting, the envoys from Nanchu had to leave Beijing early. Xiang Jila had too many things to cram into her mind every day, and Yin Zhenyuo, who was busy with official duties, had to take time out from time to check the results of her training. She was so busy that she had no time to rest. In addition, she had her period in the next few days, and needed to stay in bed to recuperate. Yin Zhenyuo didn't want her to be distracted by such trivial matters, so she was almost the last one to know the news. Yin Beimao was released, Empress Dowager Zhong died, Uncle Jing and Brother Xiao have returned to Nanchu. Xiang Jila was in high spirits for a rare time. When she heard Dongren report what happened outside, her face became more and more gloomy. At this time, she was still holding a pen in her hand, completing the policy essay that Yin Zhenyuo had assigned her. Dongren nodded. In the matter of the Shishio letter, my uncle accidentally dropped a small pendant at the end of his hairpin in the study. The emperor followed the clues and found my uncle. The prince used all the hidden stakes buried in the house of Grand Tutor Zhong to divert the disaster to Grand Tutor Zhong. Now the entire house of Grand Tutor Zhong has been imprisoned. After meeting Queen Qing, Queen Dowager Zhong committed suicide. What was the situation at the Honglu Temple? Xiang Jila frowned. When did they set off to return to Nanchu? No one had mentioned such a big thing to her. General Huangfu knew that the emperor had found out about them, and he secretly cooperated with the prince to turn the tables when the emperor was in trouble. In the end, the peace letter made two concessions due to the emperor's impulse. The emperor had to order the prince to end his rest early and arrange for the Nanchu envoy to leave Beijing early with his injuries. Hearing this, Xiang Jila's face immediately turned cold. When did you leave Beijing? Why didn't anyone tell me? Dongren paused and said softly, 2 days ago, the princess was unwell, and the prince ordered that the princess should not be upset. Seeing that Xiang Jila's face was not very good, Dongren persuaded, Princess. Xiang Jila lowered his eyes and interrupted, No need to say more, I know what's going on. Tell Uncle Lee that if the prince returns to the mansion, ask him to come back to the main courtyard as soon as possible. It seems that they haven't seen each other properly at night for nearly half a month. Yes. Dongren left not long ago. Shiosi came back. Princess. Xiangjila paused, then put the pen back on the pen holder. But is there any latest news from Qin Pei? Shiosi lowered her head in shame. The prince met Qin Pei today, and my whereabouts were discovered by Chu Shan. It was night. Xiangjila didn't know whether it was because of what she asked Uncle Lee to bring to work, or because he was done with today and things were almost done. Yin Zhenyu, who had always returned to his room in the second half of the night in the past half-month, finally returned in the first half of the night. At that time, Xiangjila was still in the front hall, absorbed in reading the military book and fiddling with the sand table. It was not until Yin Zhenyu walked in front of her, and his shadow fell on the sand table that Xiangjila realized that someone had come to the front hall. She remembered that because of his busy schedule recently, every time they met, they were so hurried, and communication was limited to study, and he actually had time to meet Qin Pei in person today. She couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. The first sentence they said when they met was, "Why, the prince finally remembered me?" The second sentence was, "Men are always fickle, and they don't cherish what they get, huh?" I thought the first thing the little woman said when she saw him would be to question the matter of Huang Fujing and his son, but I didn't expect her to play by the rules. Yin Zhenyu chuckled. "Why, do you miss me?" "No," Xiangjila continued to play with the sand table, "I'm very busy, I don't have time to think." "But I miss you, Lei." Chapter 453. Xiangjila was still busy fiddling with the sand table with his head down, trying to suppress his sudden little emotions while keeping himself rational and organizing his words to ask him about Huang Fujing and his son. Suddenly, her waist tightened and her back pressed against a powerful chest. "But I miss you, Lei." The man's slightly hoarse voice sounded in her ears, with lingering emotions that could not be dissolved. "I haven't been with you properly for half a month. I haven't been with you properly for half a month." The man's voice had just fallen. With a clang, Xiangjila's string of trying to keep herself sane broke. But she didn't forget what she wanted to ask him the most tonight. What's going on with Uncle Jing and the others? Also, since Queen Mother Zhong has passed away, why is there no sign of a national mourning? As if he had been prepared, Yin Zhenyu took out 3 letters of varying thickness from his sleeve pocket and handed them to Xiangjila. "This is the letter Uncle Jing, and the others left for you." After Xiangjila took the letter, Yin Zhenyu continued, "This is the consensus we reached, and you will not be affected. Since the Xixiao letter incident, the whereabouts of the ministers in the capital have been closely watched, and even the envoys of Nanchu are no exception. On the day of your brother's and your birthday, Shinmachi left the capital and returned, and fell into my hands." Halfway through his words, he looked at the sky outside, then looked back at Xiangjila, and said with a little grievance, "Lulu, I haven't had dinner yet." Hearing Yin Zhenyu's request, Xiangjila ordered the servants to prepare the meal immediately without saying a word, then washed his hands with a nervous face, and pulled Yin Zhenyu to sit aside, and asked about his stomach disease with concern. After being taken care of, Yin Zhenyu, who felt relaxed physically and mentally, took 2 sips of the ginseng tea brought by the servants, and continued to briefly explain the cause and effect of the matter to Xiangjila, including the reason why Yin Beiki and Yin Beima decided not to announce the death of Queen Mother Zhong after her death. Grand Tutor Zhong and Queen Mother Zhong have always had a deep relationship. If Grand Tutor Zhong is to be dealt with Queen Mother Zhong around, the ministers in the court will certainly advise Yin Beiki to think twice. Before Yin Zhenyu finished speaking, Xiangjila guessed the general direction of the matter. So Yin Beiki somehow persuaded Yin Beima to get rid of Queen Mother Zhong? Queen Mother Zhong did not commit suicide, but died at the hands of Yin Beima? Yin Zhenyu's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. Grandmaster Zhong colluded with Xixia, and the time of Queen Mother Zhong's death was too sensitive. They just secretly disposed of Queen Mother Zhong's body and executed all the palace servants in Yukuan Palace. They planned to execute the Grandmaster's mansion, and then let Queen Mother Zhong die of illness naturally in 2 years, and then hold a national mourning, set up a memorial tablet, and keep the reputation of filial sons for both of them. Yin Zhenyu did not deny her speculation, which means that her speculation was correct. Xiangjila could not help but sigh. I didn't expect that after all the twists and turns in the past and present lives, Empress Dowager Zhong did not die at the hands of the late emperor, but still could not escape the fate of being drugged by her own son. Although she did not have a good impression of this woman, it was undeniable that she did everything a legitimate mother should do to Yin Beiki, and as for Yin Beima, as long as it did not involve Zhong Xiuxiu. Empress Dowager Zhong always responded to his requests. I guess she couldn't figure out why her own son was so cruel until the moment she died. In this case, the death of Empress Dowager Zhong in the previous life was most likely not because of the promiscuous harem, but because she damaged the dignity of Yan Beima's imperial power in some way, or she knew some secrets that could not be revealed. However, the royal family has never had family affection. Thinking of this, Xiang Jila couldn't help but feel a chill on his back and secretly glanced at Yin Junyo. Coincidentally, his eyes met Yin Junyo's. Sensing her uneasiness, Yin Junyo held her hand and patted it, changing the subject, mentioning that Ouyang Yi and Shang Wanche had reached an alliance in private, and Shang Wanche's purpose of going south. The matter of Yan Beima also involved Xixia and Beiki, so it would be a good thing for Uncle Jing to go back to Nanchu earlier. After listening to Yin Junyo's words, Xiang Jila murmured thoughtfully, "In this case, I have to participate in the martial arts conference. If I set out to the south tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I can catch up with Uncle Jing and the others if I am faster. If things really develop as Jun Nuo speculated, then this year's martial arts conference is not likely to be simple." Hearing Xiang Jila's initiative to go south, Yin Jun Nuo's eyes flashed a scarlet dark, and he said softly, "No hurry." Shen Mo Qi secretly left Beijing to escort Ouyang Yi to Sichuan to negotiate with the Xixia envoy, and Yin Beiki tacitly agreed. Yin Beiki tacitly agreed to Ouyang Yi going to Sichuan. What's the difference between him doing this and letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Xiang Jila still remembers that the Xixia assassin pretended to be a Nanchu assassin to assassinate her. Compared with worrying about Xixia's inexplicable hostility towards her, Xiang Jila is more worried about one thing. If Shinmachi's mother is really the eldest princess of Xixia, then Yin Beiki is undoubtedly inviting a wolf into the house this time. Yin Junyo sneered. He just wants to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Otherwise, how can he have a reason to let me lead the army to conquer the west? What? It's not enough to let your people guard the northern frontier, and you also want you to conquer the west. Xiang Jila's voice suddenly rose, and he stood up, no longer caring about his image, pacing back and forth in front of Yin Junyo. It's just greedy, too much. Seeing that the little woman was eager to fight for him, Yin Junyo decided not to tell her that Yin Beiki wanted to attack his Saibei army. Otherwise, with her temper, she would definitely find a way to beat Yin Beiki. This little thing is not worth her getting into trouble. What's more, even if Yin Beiki didn't appoint him, he would find a way to take someone to Sichuan. The Shadowless Guards, if not eradicated, would always be a hidden calamity for him. Soon, the servants brought up the dinner. Yin Junyo ate a bowl and a half of rice, and drank a bowl of soup without Xiang Jila calming down. Then, the angry little woman went to the bathhouse to take a comfortable bath. "Silly Junyo, are you really not interested in me anymore?" After coming out of the bathhouse, Xiang Jila lay on his back in frustration. No matter how she touched him in the bathhouse, he didn't give her any face. Obviously he had already. Yin Junyo's calmness and self-control made Xiang Jila have to wonder if he had injured his waist before, and was good-looking but useless. Chapter 454. Otherwise, she really couldn't understand why he could be so indifferent when she was about to go on a long journey. "Silly Junyo, tell me, you are only 22 now, are you already incapable?" Xiang Jila's questioning made Yin Junyo secretly remember it in his heart. He didn't answer her, but gently pinched her buttocks with the strength of supporting her. "Yin Beima intends to visit you in the palace these days. Do you need my people to lead him away or intervene?" Yin Beima. Thinking carefully, the last time I saw this good nephew seemed to be the day when Xiang Tianda and Zhang Qianer died. Xiang Jila's eyes darkened. No need. The Xiang mansion was gone, but the feud between her and Yin Beima was still there. Although he hadn't had time to do anything in this life. Or rather, in this life, she didn't give him any chance to hurt Jun Nuo, so he didn't have time to do anything. Because of a series of things that happened because of Zhang Qianer, he and Yin Beiki had a rift, and he also took action against Queen Mother Zhong. With such a big handle in Yin Beiki's hands, I believe that his final fate will be settled soon, and she won't need to do it herself by then. However, there are some things that she must make clear to him, lest he always pretends to be affectionate to disgust her and Junyo. The next day, Yin Junyo asked Chu Shan to submit a memorial to the palace, saying that he had been overworked recently and his old injury recurred, so he needed to resume working at home recently. After getting up early and having breakfast with Xiang Jila, the two of them went their own way. When Xiang Jila mentioned that it was almost time to go out, Yin Junyo buried his head in the desk, without raising his head, and just said softly, "Let's talk about it after you finish your apprenticeship." Outing? Xiangjila's eyelids jumped. Could it be that Yan Zhenyo treated himself as a disciple this month, thinking of his strictness? It seems that there is nothing wrong with him being a master. Well, since the master said that there is no outing, then there is no outing. Anyway, she has to leave Kyoto before July whether she is out or not. Otherwise there will be a lot of things to deal with in the south. And she is afraid that if things are delayed, she will miss the martial arts conference. After lunch. After reviewing the letters from all over the country, Yan Zhenyo returned to the bedroom and reviewed the policy papers written by Xiangjila these days, marking the problems in them with red marks. Xiangjila sat on the couch and read the letters left by Huang Fujing, Huang Fuxiao, and Li Yu. Compared with the various worried instructions in the letters of Huang Fujing and Li Yu, which moved her very much, Huang Fuxiao's letter was full of accusations against Yan Zhenyo. Xiangjila couldn't help laughing and crying, but couldn't stop. Especially on the day of his birthday, in order to get the birthday gift prepared by Yan Zhenyo, he turned from the little princess of Huangfu to the leader of the beggar sect, and worked hard for most of the night to get the gift. For this, he even broke a tooth, which made him talk incoherently these days, and he didn't dare to come to see her. The language in the letter is vivid and humorous, making people reluctant to let go. If it weren't for the fact that it was Huang Fuxiao's actual experience, Xiangjila didn't want to evoke his sad memories, and she would have wanted to persuade him to write a storybook. Lulu. Hearing Yan Zhenyo's gentle call, Xiangjila got off the bed, put on his shoes, and walked to the desk. What's wrong? Yan Zhenyo pushed the policy paper full of red comments in front of her. The policy paper barely came out. As for the military strategy, Yan Zhenyo glanced outside the palace, stood up. Come with me. Soon, the two came to the sand table where they had battled in the past. Use what you know to fight me in one round. Whether you win or lose, you will be considered a complete master. Completely a master? Completely a master. Xiangjila couldn't believe her ears. Is it what I thought? She remembered that in the morning, this man said that he would talk to her after she was a master, and she was ready to play Tai Chi with him. Unexpectedly, it only took half a day. Yan Zhenyo nodded. After you are a complete master, you can go south. It's a deal. Fearing that Yan Zhenyo would go back on his word, Xiangjila immediately walked to the sand table and arranged the chess pieces. He presented everything he had learned from Lin Bufan in his previous life and everything Yan Zhenyo had taught him in this life on the sand table. He also turned around and urged, "Hurry up, don't delay my departure." Yan Zhenyo's mouth curled slightly, and his eyes, which had always been cold and lonely, gradually became darker, and a storm was about to come. Half an hour later, Xiangjila lay on the sand table in frustration. "Zhenyo, you really have a conscience. You could have just killed me directly, but you had to go around in circles with me for so long." Her wrist tightened and she was pulled up. "How old are you? Why are you still hiding in the sand?" After saying that, he let go of her hand and put the city flag that had just taken her territory back to its original position. "Watch it." After all the moves were restored to Xiangjila's defeat, Yan Zhenyo turned around and placed another move to the southwest of where she had just made the move. Xiangjila's eyes widened. With just one move, the defeat was turned into victory. She blurted out, "Why is this happening? On the battlefield, every breath is the key to victory. You are too impatient and reckless, but you ignore the hidden crisis and opportunities. Calm down and think about the overall situation. Not all dead ends can be broken." Xiangjila's eyes are still on that piece. Put yourself in a desperate situation and then survive. Not entirely. As he spoke, he wiped his hands with a wet towel. "Come here." As he spoke, he took her back to the desk. If you were asked to lead 100,000 troops to the battlefield and decide the outcome in one battle, what would be the first thing that comes to your mind? Xiangjila thought for a moment. She took the jade pen and dipped it in ink. She wrote the word change neatly. When she was about to put down the jade pen, Yan Zhenyo reached out and held the pen that was about to leave her fingertips. With his slender and powerful palm, he held her hand and wrote a word on another piece of rice paper. Slow? Xiangjila turned her head and looked at his profile. Her whole body was filled with his breath. She felt her heartbeat accelerating, and even the breath she exhaled was a little warmer. Yan Zhenyo did not let go of her hand, but kept his left hand around her waist and his chin on her right shoulder. In addition to being impatient, you are also too focused on the results, which is a taboo in marching. You did not lead the army for a long time in your previous life, so you did not find any major drawbacks. However, a real war is not about being reckless and impatient. You must remember that in any battle, attacking the heart is the first priority, and attacking the city is the second. Therefore, you must not only be vigilant against changes in climate, terrain, people's hearts, and strategies, but also calm down, slow down your offensive, and analyze the enemy's intentions from their own perspective. Remember, once you are on the battlefield, even if the person behind you is me, you must be on guard. Xiangjila's eyes were still roaming between the words change and slow, his brows slightly furrowed, and he did not speak. Chapter 455. Yin Zhenyo continued, I know that in your last life, you were familiar with the art of war with the help of Lin Bufan, and you knew how to formulate strategies according to local conditions. However, the art of war is always the experience and wisdom retained by the predecessors. As time goes by, the art of war is also becoming more and more familiar to others. What we know, our enemies will also know, so we can't rely on it too much. As you said before, plans are dead, but people are alive. Change and speed can indeed win unexpectedly. But more often, haste makes waste. If you can't find a way out, the first thing you have to do is to keep your troops in place and respond to changes with constancy. As his words became more and more affectionate, his thin lips always brushed her face intentionally or unintentionally, and Xiangjila's heartbeat accelerated again. Knowing that her current physical condition would spread like wildfire once ignited, she swallowed her saliva and reached out to push away his head on her shoulder. Zhenyo, let's talk about business properly. You're making my legs weak. Weak legs? Yin Zhenyo's phoenix eyes darkened slightly, and the force on her shoulder increased a little more. She didn't intend to push him away, so her strength was not very strong. In addition, Yin Zhenyo intended to tease her. For a moment, one was reluctant but willing, and the other was pushing forward. It was like a little game between a young couple. Until Xiangjila's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat, and the sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance mixed with the fragrance of his daughter rushed to occupy his every breath. He took a deep breath and let her go, straightening his back. I have said everything I should say. How much can you remember? Xiangjila tried to recall, turned around and raised his eyes to tell him a general idea. Yin Zhenyo said him softly, stretched out his hand to lift her chin, and looked serious. If you want to accomplish great things, you must have a broad vision. No matter what the result of the last life was, for you and me, it is all in the past. Before you act in this life, you must remember that I am waiting for you in Kyoto, and you must not be reckless like in the last life. Remember, taking this road means that we will never have a chance to turn back. All high positions need corpses to be piled up. You must not be soft-hearted, and you must not be soft-hearted at the critical moment. I know that you won't be by my side at that time. Before I act, I will think more and make sure that I can get out of this unscathed. Xiangjila lowered his eyes. It's just... You said slow, I still have to think about it. Hearing the little woman's lack of confidence, Yin Zhenyo pinched her right cheek, laughed and scolded her stupid woman, and then leaned down and kissed her right cheek lightly. The lingering breath went all the way down and stayed in the crook of her neck. Xiangjila instinctively reached out and wrapped his arms around his waist, letting his warm breath spray on the side of her neck. After a while, he finally heard a low hoarse laugh. It doesn't matter if you can't beat others or get bullied by others. Just come back and I protect you. Silly Zhenyo, who do you look down on? Xiangjila punched him twice on the back. What does it mean to run back when you can't beat others or get bullied by others? Is she that kind of person? The small fist like a back massage successfully elicited a low, hoarse laugh from Yin Zhenyo. He gently pulled a little distance away from her and touched his forehead to hers. Remember, your supporter, your sky, is me, and only me. The man's domineering words, like a piece of iron, were deeply imprinted in Xiangjila's mind. Silly Zhenyo, you must also remember that one day, I will prove in front of the world, Xiangjila is worthy of Yin Zhenyo, and only Xiangjila is worthy of him. When she made bold statements, she always had a magnetic field that made people unable to help but look at her a few more times. Yin Zhenyo didn't care whether her bold statements could be fulfilled. He only knew that in front of her, his reason and self-control could always run away from home at any time. For example, at this moment, okay, I wait for that day to come. The man reached out to pick her up with a sexy and seductive voice as he kissed her closely beside her ears. Xiangjila, you must come back intact, otherwise, I will be very angry. Not only will I be angry, I will also kill people. Sensing his intention, Xiangjila's legs followed his movements and rested on the armrests of the chair, hugging his neck, and her small mouth pressed against his rolling Adam's apple, her voice gentle and affectionate. Okay, when I come back safely this time, I won't go anywhere, I will just stay by your side and spend every day and night with you. Yeah. Lulu. What? Feeling her belt loosen, Xiangjila's face turned red. I heard that you are questioning whether your husband is not good enough at such a young age? He has learned almost everything he should learn, and he can focus on being a husband. Who told you that? The dark color in his eyes reminded Xiangjila of the days when she couldn't get out of bed when she got married. Hastily denying, absolutely not. Really? Accompanied by his low laugh, the colorful women's gauze skirt fell to the ground layer by layer. Under his skillful soothing, Xiangjila, who was originally tense because of nervousness, slowly relaxed. She closed her eyes and enjoyed his tenderness. Lulu. The man's voice with a bit of pleasure fell into her ears. Xiangjila was too lazy to even open his eyes. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiangjila felt a chill on her body. She lowered her head and looked down. A translucent light green gauze dress had replaced her original yellow satin dress. The vivid osmanthus flowers swayed with her slightly disordered breathing. The 2 red plum blossoms in the snow were gathered under the gauze dress, becoming more and more beautiful. She took a breath of cold air. Go Xiao 3. She hurriedly established contact with Gongjing number 3, but found. At such a critical moment, Go Xiao 3 lost contact. And her man would not allow her to be indecisive. Wait. Guai is so enthusiastic, I am very happy. I think the little things I found in the private storehouse can be used. Guai will like it. Little things in the private storehouse? Thinking of those embarrassing little things that are even stranger than the chic little clothes, Xiangjila immediately blurted out, I don't like. Before she finished her words, the man had already conquered the city like a storm, leaving her no room for resistance. I thought it was just a long-lost carnival. Xiangjila never dreamed that this was just the beginning. Chapter 456. The backyard of the Qing Palace. A remote small courtyard. All in mourning. Yin Beimao, wearing plain clothes, kneeled in front of a blank tablet with red eyes. His fists clenched. His body was tense and trembling. He choked and said, Mother, Emor will avenge you and clear your name. You must protect Emor. Having done such a rebellious thing, Yin Beimao had all kinds of emotions in his heart, but he had no regrets. My son, he is not your biological brother at all. You are the one who should be the emperor. The Queen Mother has been abolished, but you can't be abolished. The Queen Mother's words were still ringing in his ears, and his thoughts could not help but drift back to the day when he personally killed the Queen Mother. When Yin Beimao stepped into the odorous bedroom of Queen Mother Zhong and saw Queen Mother Zhong lying limply on the bed, thin and unrecognizable, unconscious, and unable to speak complete sentences, he almost thought there was something wrong with his eyes. It's only been more than a month. How much torture did it take to torture someone like this? After the palace servants beside him withdrew, Yin Beimao tried to gently call Queen Mother Zhong. When he saw the spirit slowly gathering in Queen Mother Zhong's eyes, Yin Beimao even had a glimmer of hope that his mother's weakness was just a pretense. But this glimmer of hope was completely shattered the moment Queen Mother Zhong grabbed his hand with all her strength, as if she was grabbing a life-saving driftwood. It was obviously just a simple hand-raising action, but Queen Mother Zhong's breath was already disordered after she did it, as if she couldn't take the breath stuck in her throat at any time, and she couldn't even sit up. Before he could speak, Queen Mother Zhong grabbed his hand, as if she had found her backbone. Even though she couldn't sit up, her spirit was obviously much better than the moment before. He spoke like a madman. Emor, he is not your biological brother at all, you are the one who should be the emperor. The Queen Mother has been deposed, but you can't do it. When you get out, you will pull him down from the throne, and then the Queen Mother will be saved. Queen Mother, your son. I came here today to find your cooperation. Before Yin Beimao could finish his words, Queen Mother Zhong interrupted him again anxiously. Emor, the Queen Mother only relies on you now. The Queen Mother is really fed up. You should find a way to pull the Emperor down as soon as possible. As long as she pulled the one who was not her biological son off the throne, she would still be the Queen Mother of a country when her biological son ascended the throne. She would not let any of the slaves who neglected her these days go. Mother, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. More than a month of inhuman torture had already worn out the few remaining restraints of Queen Mother Zhong. When she heard that her biological son was hesitant to even grab the throne, she could not help but widen her eyes, and tried to make herself look more majestic. What need is there to be discussed in the long run? That was originally yours. Originally his? That was said lightly. That was the dragon throne. Did she think she was just grabbing some vegetables from the street? Yin Beimao tried to suppress his dissatisfaction and said patiently, My brother is now. Empress Dowager Zhong stared at him with her cloudy eyes. Why are you so useless? You are the son of the queen, but you can't even grab the throne from a lowly child born by a palace girl. Queen Dowager Zhong's words completely aroused all the dissatisfaction in Yan Beima's heart. Mother, what you said is ridiculous. Didn't you raise my brother yourself? Even the throne was passed down by my father. What can I do to fight for it? If it weren't for this series of events, he would have always thought that Yan Beiki was his biological brother. You rebellious son, if you don't fight for it, how do you know you can't win? Seeing that Empress Dowager Zhong was stubborn and could not be persuaded, Yan Beima took a deep breath and said slowly, Mother, we can think of a compromise first. I can first find a way to rescue you from Yukuan Palace and hide you in the Qin Palace. Rescue? Hide? To get out of this palace, you must escape with your life. Once she dies, Empress Dowager Zhong dare not think about it anymore. I will die in this Yukuan Palace. I won't go anywhere else. Even if you let me die? Yan Beima clenched his fists in his sleeves. Is the position of the Empress Dowager really that important to you? How could your mother let you die? Facing the disappointment in Yan Beima's eyes, Empress Dowager Zhong did not hesitate at all. But at the same time, I must keep the position of the Empress Dowager. This is the honor of my life, and the honor of the Grand Tutor's mansion. She is the most powerful backer of the Taishar mansion. At this moment, she still has the illusion that as long as she is alive, the Taishar mansion will not fall, and Xiaoxiu will definitely find a good husband. Hearing this, Yan Beima knew that he should give up. No matter how hard he tries to be good to his mother, in her heart, everything about her family is far more important than her own son. Rather than keeping her to hold him back, it is better to give her a quick death. Come here. Your Majesty. The Queen Mother is tired. Yes. Because of the choice that Queen Mother Zhong made, Yan Beima finally chose to cooperate with Yan Beiki and personally poured all the tonic medicine prepared by the Imperial Hospital into Queen Mother Zhong's mouth. Watching Queen Mother Zhong die, he personally handed the handle to Yan Beiki. Mother, Amor doesn't want to go this way. It's all because of you. The Queen Mother forced him. Yan Beiki forced him. Yan Zhenyo forced him. Even Xiang Jila and Huang Fufei, who looked almost exactly like Xiang Jila, forced him. Although the spearhead was finally pointed at Master Zhong, Huang Fufei was definitely not innocent. She said she liked him, but it turned out that it was all to frame him. She knew Yan Zhenyo didn't like her, but she still wanted to be his plaything, just as lowly as Xiang Jila, that bitch. Yan Beiki, Yan Zhenyo, Xiang Jila. One day, he would trample them all under his feet. One day, he would let Xiang Jila taste the price of turning against Yan Zhenyo and abandoning him. One day, he would personally send troops to crush Nanshu. The sun rises and sets. 5 cycles have passed like this. In the bedroom of the main courtyard of the Regent's mansion, the crisp sound of bells is particularly pleasant. 5 days, Xiang Jila was trapped in the bedroom by Yan Zhenyo for 5 days. During these 5 days, all the servants in the bedroom were sent outside the main courtyard. Every corner of the bedroom is their witness. Xiang Jila has lost count of how many times she wanted to establish contact with Gongjing number 3. However, after calling for so many times, the dog system just left her a sentence enjoy it in her consciousness and disappeared. She couldn't even enter the space. For several days in a row, Xiang Jila felt numb. My tears have really dried up. Chapter 457. If she doesn't stop, she feels like she won't see the sun tomorrow. She hated herself for asking him if he was not good enough these past few days. As if to prove that he was not only good enough but also very good enough, Yan Zhenyo was determined to make up for all that he hadn't given her before. For Xiang Jila, it was simply a day and night without a moment's rest. Before this, she had never known that Zhenyo would have such a wild and insatiable side. From the afternoon of her apprenticeship till now, it has been 5 days and 5 nights. Except for the time when she eats and goes to the toilet, this man is constantly thinking about how to reclaim the land even when he is bathing. 2 of the special bathtubs were broken because of his high spirits. What is more embarrassing is that in the next 2 days, she was so weak in the legs. Yan Zhenyo, have you heard of grinding an iron pestle into a needle? If she doesn't stop, she doesn't know whether the iron pestle can be ground into a needle, but she knows that the stone used to grind the iron pestle will definitely become thinner. Guai Guai, do you think your husband is not working hard enough? The man's eyes were red as he moved the kiss from his right cheek to his neck. His low voice was filled with tenderness and pleading that were rare in the past. I try harder. Be good and let me feel it again, okay? If Xiang Jila's hands had not been raised above his head by him, she would not have had the slightest resistance, and she really wanted to punch him twice. Was that just one time? It was clearly one after another. Good boy. What happened again? Xiang Jila was really busy all the time. He was seriously sleep-deprived, and his temper was on the verge of exploding. If my legs weren't weak, I would have kicked him down. Call me daddy. I'm your daddy. You've been listening for a few days, haven't you heard enough? Outside the main courtyard, Dongren looked in from time to time, looking worried. Chu Shan comforted. The prince knows his limits, don't worry too much. Dongren frowned. The princess has been ringing the bell, and I don't know if she needs help. The bell has been ringing for a few days. The biggest disadvantage of martial artists is that they hear some sounds they shouldn't hear from time to time. Seeing Dongren's serious face, Chu Shan's ears turned red, and he coughed twice. You can't help with this kind of thing. No one has the guts to help. In an inconspicuous team of cars heading west. In an inconspicuous carriage. After the envoys from Nanchu set off to return to the south, the regent again claimed to be ill, and did not attend the court. After listening to Liu Yun's report, Shinmachi pursed his lips and closed his eyes. In his hand, he tightly held a delicate little porcelain box, the birthday gift that he had not had time to give her personally. In a trance, he seemed to dream of his last life. At that time, she went to the battlefield to kill the enemy before the wound on her shoulder socket was completely healed. The wound tore again and again. The most serious time, the military doctor directly issued an ultimatum. If the wound tore again and injured the tendons and bones, that arm would not only be difficult to whip, but also difficult to hold chopsticks in the future. No matter who persuaded her, she would not listen. Only after he proposed to replace her, she restrained herself. The day when Gaoshi was captured was the 7th day of June. At the celebration banquet, the wine served was bamboo shao, a specialty of the northern frontier. I don't know if it was because they were about to enter Kyoto, she was happy. She was already a wine lover, and after knowing that bamboo shao came from the northern frontier, she drank bowl after bowl without hesitation. The result of drinking too much was that before the celebration banquet was over, she staggered and left the table quietly. At that time, the wine jar on her seat could no longer be placed. In June in the northwest, the daytime was hot, and the night was extremely cold. He followed quietly, and saw with his own eyes that her steps floated into a curve, and she stumbled and groped to a leeward slope. She wanted to make a fire, but her eyes were dizzy, so she had to give up in the end. Holding the wooden box that she had been unwilling to take off from her shoulder, she lay quietly on the gentle slope, staring at the waning moon in the sky in a daze. Your injuries haven't healed yet, and you still drink so much. The oncoming smell of alcohol choked him, and made him frown repeatedly. He pretended to pass by casually and sat beside her. The killing spirit of the battlefield for many years had already washed away his dandy temperament, and even the tone of his speech had a bit of majesty that was difficult to conceal. Prince may have been annoyed by his nagging these days. She sat up and hugged the wooden box tightly, burying her head in her chest, like a child who had done something wrong today. Just let me go, save some energy, and stop nagging. The voice was still hoarse, but the tone was very different from the coldness of the past, and she burped. Hearing this slightly aggrieved tone and burp, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and when he saw the confusion in her eyes, a bold guess flashed. Is she really drunk? It was the first time he saw a drunk cat so sober and moving freely. Pursing his lips, he took out the fire and started a fire. With the flames, the drunken girl seemed to have lost her former sharpness and inaccessibility. His eyes fell on her right face full of pits and scars. Two little people suddenly appeared in Shinmachi's mind, constantly struggling. One of them was clamoring for him to take the opportunity to know her past. The other one pulled him and told him not to meddle in other people's business, reminding him that they were just partners. In the end, his heart overcame his reason. He wanted to know her name. They had been marching together for some time, but everyone in the army just called her general and kept silent about her past. However, you. At the critical moment, he was nervous, and he couldn't ask the question no matter what. What? She turned her head and looked at him in confusion, quietly waiting for his next words. At that moment, Shinmachi felt that he was simply crazy. Even if they were marching, they had won many victories along the way. As long as he wanted, he could have any woman he wanted. Why did he care about this woman with a ruined appearance? It's okay. For some reason, he was a little irritated. But the woman was like nothing happened. She said sat side by side with him, hugged the box, sat obediently on the side, looked at the fire, and fell asleep. He wanted to get up and leave, but when he thought of her usual unkindness, but tonight, she was so approachable. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "How did you get your right face injured?" Sure enough, he was not so nervous when he didn't ask the name. Right face? She tilted her head to look at him, stretched out her hand, and patted the right face full of hideous scars, frowned and kept silent, as if she was thinking seriously about the origin of the scars on this half of her face. Finally, after thinking for a moment, she relaxed her brows and said to him in a hurry, "I bumped into it while walking." Bumped into it while walking? Bumped into it while walking? Did she roll her face on the road of knives? Shinmachi frowned slightly. If she hadn't been unclear when she spoke and sat in a crooked posture, he couldn't help but wonder if she was pretending to be drunk. As if she realized that she was talking to someone else, she asked back, "What are you doing here?" Being asked back by surprise, Shinmachi hesitated for a moment, and his ears turned red. Sobering up, passing by? Oh! Feeling the after-effects of being drunk, she yawned with her hands over her mouth, closed her eyes, frowned, and shook her head. Although wine is a good thing, it will affect judgment. It's better for Master Chi to drink less. Shinmachi wanted to return this sentence to her, but he remembered that people in the army said that whenever she was free, she would almost always drink wine, so it was useless to say anything, so he could only change the subject. "What's in your box? Why do you keep it with you for years?" Chapter 458. She looked down at the box. When she saw the box, she frowned, as if trying to recall something. After thinking for a long time, she looked at him seriously and nodded heavily. "It's very important, more important than life." "Do you think it's important or not?" Shinmachi, He finally understood that this woman had never reduced her guard against him from beginning to end. Even when she was drunk, she refused to let down her guard. Seeing her holding the box, she leaned back and lay on the hillside. He sighed silently, still sitting. For some reason, he always felt that the fire was very hot today, and he felt very irritable and had an inexplicable evil fire in his heart. He wanted to leave, but he didn't want to leave her alone. In the torment of whether to leave or not, he finally looked at the waning moon in the sky with her. "Where is the waning moon, Prince? Can you tell me about your birthday?" Her voice came from behind. "Is today her birthday?" Shinmachi was a little surprised, but soon, he put away his surprise, turned to look at her, and said with a serious face, "Happy birthday, General." As he said that, he took off the waist pendant that he always wore and handed it to her. "It happened suddenly, so I will use the waist pendant to pay for it. If you want something or need my help, you can take the waist pendant and come to me." "Thank you." She was very satisfied with his blessing but pushed away the waist pendant he handed to her. "No need for the waist pendant. I never like to owe favors to others." A thank you with a hint of joy seemed to have removed her defense against him. She opened up. "Actually, I don't like celebrating my birthday, but there was once a person who spent a lot of time and effort on my birthday, but I didn't know how to appreciate it. Later, I thought, I can ruin myself, but I can't ruin his kindness." This was the first time Seongjila took the initiative to talk to him about himself, but Shinmachi's focus fell on that person. "Who are you talking about? Is it the Regent Yen Junyo who died in the war? Or someone else?" Seongjila did not answer him, but sat up swayingly. In the light of the fire, she cast her eyes on his face, scanning it back and forth. She even reached out to grab his jaw, and got close to him to take a closer look. Shinmachi knew that she must have been dazzled at this moment, because she reached out 4 times before grabbing his jaw, and once in the middle, he had to straighten her up. This was the first and only time that they were so close because of her initiative. Shinmachi's heart beat faster uncontrollably. He could have shouted at her, "You are so insolent," and pushed her away, but her eyes were so vivid, completely different from the dullness of the past. He didn't want to ruin this beautiful moment. Until her always cold fox eyes showed a kind of disappointment, and then she let go of his jaw with a lack of interest. His heart sank. She was disappointed. What was she disappointed about? Before Shinmachi could speak, he heard her fall to the side with the box in her arms again, and murmured incoherently, "You look like him, but you are not him after all. No one in this world will be him. You are not him after all" is like a curse. It keeps repeating in his ears and mind. Shinmachi suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was already covered with cold sweat. Because of the nightmare, the strength in his hands suddenly increased, and the specially made, hard and exquisite porcelain box was forcibly squeezed into countless cracks in his hands. At this moment, Shinmachi's peach blossom eyes, which were always passionate and sparkling, turned red, and his always solid hard defense also had a crack at this moment. "Seongjila, you always say that I don't know love, don't know true heart, but why don't you teach me how to love? You won't give me half of your sincerity?" She said that he was very similar to Yen Junyo. But why? She could give Yen Junyo so much affection, but she just wouldn't give him half of it? From beginning to end, she only told him that she didn't like him like this, but didn't tell him how he could move her? There was a sound of breaking air in his ears, and Lu Yun quickly turned sideways and dodged the hidden weapon flying out of the carriage window. With a shattering sound, a delicate small porcelain box fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Lu Yun recognized the exquisite little thing. It was a rare thing brought by a merchant from the southern sea. It was said to be called the 8-tone porcelain box. Once it was opened, a sound more beautiful than the yellow warbler would come out. When the prince discovered the secret of this thing, his whole demeanor changed. On the way to Kyoto, the other gold and silver items were carried by the servants, and only this exquisite little box was carried by the prince as a treasure. Originally, he didn't know what the prince was doing with this thing that couldn't be eaten, drunk, or sold for money. Until that day, the prince asked him to climb over the wall to the regent's palace to invite the regent princess out. Now the prince is angry and smashed this thing. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Regent's palace. After tirelessly wandering for several days and nights, Yan Zhenyu finally stopped. The short rest was not enough. Xiangjila couldn't even lift his eyelids at this time. She softly put her legs on him. Zhenyu, I feel unconscious. Before she finished speaking, she felt dizzy. The next moment, the soft touch made her gasp. Don't. She bent her legs and reached out to push him away. Xiangjila felt like he was going crazy. He didn't bite her like this before. Is Jun Nuo stupid? What is she worthy of? The sound of soft sucking reached his ears. He stepped forward to seal her little mouth, but stopped at the moment when he was about to touch her cherry lips. Xiangjila reached his neck and kissed him without hesitation. She didn't let go of his hand until both of them were breathing unsteadily. She hit him with tears in her eyes and scolded him a few words. He was the regent of the dynasty, and he did such a thing. What if? The man's eyes were red, and he held her tightly in his arms stubbornly, unwilling to let go for a moment. He knew that this separation would last for a few months at least, or even a few years. Even thinking of the conversation with Qin Pei a few days ago, Yan Zhenyu lowered his eyes and hid the madness in his eyes that was so strong that it was almost impossible to dissolve. In short, as long as she hadn't left, he would always feel her. Chapter 459. The Stables of the Regent Palace. After carefully replacing the herbs on the wound of Yusong, Gong Sunming explained a series of precautions to the groom who fed Yusong, and then went to find Li Guanjiao without stopping. Dr. Gongsun. Because Gong Sunming came to the palace more frequently than the general palace doctors, Li Guanjiao was always more polite to him. Facing Li Guanjiao's old face full of wrinkles, Gong Sunming bowed to him. Master Guanjia, I wonder how the girl in Huyuan is recovering now. I want to go to the Lotus Garden to take a look. The girl in the Lotus Garden? Miss Li? Butler Li didn't know about Gong Sunming and Li Yu's past, and thought that he was just concerned about Li Yu, so he told him the truth without any psychological burden. It's really unfortunate, Dr. Gong Sun. Miss Li has left the palace a few days ago. Left? Gong Sunming thought he had heard wrongly, and his usually calm expression showed a crack, and he immediately reached out and grabbed Butler Li's arms. Where did she go? His tone was anxious and not fake at all, and his usually fair cheeks were flushed because of his excitement. Butler Li was stunned by his sudden excitement, and seemed to not understand why Gong Sunming was so excited. That? Dr. Gong Sun, is there any problem? Realizing his own loss of composure, Gong Sunming was slightly startled, loosened his grip on Butler Li's hand, and bowed to Butler Li again. It was my fault. I hope you won't mind, Butler. Li Guanjiao laughed awkwardly and waved his hands. It's okay, it's okay. Doctors are like parents. I understand. So, Gong Sunming's eyes never left Guanjiao Li for a moment. Can you tell me where Miss Li is going? Ah? Still not giving up. A team heading south was advancing towards Bailing. In the middle of the team was a gorgeous carriage. On the left side of the carriage were two nimble maids. That was something Xiangjila had asked housekeeper Li to help him pick out from the matchmaker to take care of Li Yu. Following on the right was a tall horse of the color of sweat and blood. The horse was carrying a young man with fox eyes who looked very heroic. At this time, the young man was asking about the well-being of the people in the carriage. Xiao Lily, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? We will be in Bailing soon. Do you want to go sit with your friends? The answer given by the people in the carriage was always, no. Xiao Lily, if you are unhappy, you must tell me. You know that before I took you on the road, I promised Xiaojila that I would take good care of you. Li Yu felt her ears buzzing in the carriage. Since leaving Kyoto, she changed into women's clothes and became Huang Fu Fei, who replaced Huang Fu Xiao in the carriage. Huang Fu Xiao swaggered back into men's clothes and rode his pet again. Her nightmare started when Huang Fuxiao put on men's clothes again. If it doesn't work, my swordsmanship is also unique. The sword is given to the hero, and the hero dances with the sword for the beauty to see. When there is a place to rest, I will dance a set of swordsmanship for you. By the way, is it over yet? Li Yu's temples were throbbing. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore, and threw a few words at him. Shut up, you're so noisy. Okay. The guards around him looked at their companions in disbelief when they saw that the young master, who always told others to shut up, had suddenly become so obedient. Is this the young master? Could he have been replaced in Da Huang Kyoto? Could it be that the young princess was really inside? Wang Fujing was at the front. Seeing his son's worthless energy, he sighed and shook his head in disappointment. Brat, if you like someone, then you like him. Why do you always care about him in the name of your sister? He didn't hear that Xiao Zhila asked him to practice swordsmanship. Bitch, only his swordsmanship can be seen by others. This little boastful look is like a peacock that wants to spread its tail everywhere. After having a good meal and a good drink, he slept for a day and a night, and with the help of Gonging No. 3, Xiang Zhila felt that he was finally alive. He opened his eyes and looked around. Because the bed curtains were down, he couldn't see the sky outside. She stretched herself, hummed with satisfaction, and wanted to turn over. Your Majesty, someone is coming from the palace. Dong Ren's voice sounded outside the bedroom. The word Your Majesty made Xiang Zhila lose all sleepiness. She sat up quickly. Because of the madness of the past few days, Gonging No. 3's spiritual power was limited, and her waist was still sore. She groaned because of the excessive force. A big hand covered her waist in time, and kneaded it gently, relieving the soreness of her waist. The king is still recuperating in bed, so don't see you. With the man's cold refusal, the outside world returned to peace. Rest for a while. Yin Junyuo hugged her, and laid her down again, gently tucking her messy hair. Without waiting for Xiang Zhila to respond, he once again took her into his arms, as if he was holding his whole world, unwilling to let go for a moment. Junyuo, the emperor must have summoned you because of Sichuan. She reminded softly. This is one of them. He hugged her without even raising his eyelids. Since he wants to control the government, I will let him make all the difficult decisions. Xiang Zhila understood. No wonder he was so confident in tying her to the bed these days. Yin Beiki is eager for quick success and quick profit, and he values military power over culture. If he really controls the government. Hearing Xiang Zhila's analysis, Yin Junyuo smiled softly. If he really has this ability, he would not come to summon it this time. Why? Yin Beiki thought he could rest easy after catching Yin Beimo's handle, but he forgot that rabbits will bite when they are cornered. Rabbits will bite when they are cornered? Xiang Zhila's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately raised himself to look at him. He wants you to cooperate. He is Jia Daoheng. Yin Junyuo pressed her back into his arms again. In theory, Jia Daoheng is his hidden chess piece. Chapter 460. A hidden chess piece in theory? Recalling Jia Daoheng's brazen attack on the Xiang mansion at the palace banquet last year, and his tit-for-tat with Yin Junyuo not long ago, Xiang Zhila reached out and poked his chest. So Jia Daoheng is your man. The stake is really deep. Yin Junyuo held her hand, and pulled it to his lips to seal it. Yin Beiki is suspicious, and he always wants to find out something he wants to know. Xiang Zhila lowered her eyes, and roughly understood Yin Junyuo's intention. From what she knew before being locked up by Junyuo, Jia Daoheng seemed to be favored by Yin Beiki recently because of Junyuo's obstruction. The emperor was suspicious, and Yin Beiki must have checked Jia Daoheng's background before he appointed him. If Jia Daoheng was a neutral with outstanding abilities at the beginning, or if he had a clean background, Yin Beiki might not have been so confident in using him. However, after a careful investigation, he found that Jia Daoheng also formed a clique for personal gain and looked for a backer, and that backer was his brother who could be controlled. Yin Beiki's state of mind was completely different. After all, the brothers had already fallen out, and if he couldn't control Yin Junyuo, could he not control other court officials and his brother? Maybe Jia Daoheng will become a link that Yin Beiki personally promoted to check and balance Junyuo in the future. Thinking of this, she couldn't help asking Yin Junyuo, can Jia Daoheng be trusted? In her previous life, she had no impression of Jia Daoheng, let alone what his fate would be. Moreover, in the face of absolute power, even fathers and sons can turn against each other, let alone subordinates. After a moment of silence, Yin Junyuo whispered, do you think Uncle Li will betray us in order to climb to a higher position? Hearing Uncle Li and the word betrayal, Xiang Zhila blurted out without thinking, no. She paused halfway through her words. Junyuo actually trusts Jia Daoheng so much. What is Jia Daoheng's origin? With questions in her mind, Xiangjila couldn't fall asleep anymore, and pulled his hand away to get up. As if he was deliberately going against her, the strength of his embrace did not decrease at all, but instead there was a faint momentum to suppress her. Xiangjila couldn't help but gently kick his leg, and laughed and scolded, "Yin Zhenyu, you should stop. Do you really want to become an embroidery needle? Lulu, today is the 28th. He turned over and pressed her under him, buried his head in her neck and whispered, "I can't bear it." Xiangjila was slightly startled, and then his nose was sour. So, he knew her plan. The palace of mental cultivation. With a clang sound, the teacup fell squarely on the forehead of the summoned eunuch. The eunuch was covered in blood, kneeling on the ground and trembling, but he didn't dare to hum a single sound. He said he would come back if he didn't see you, and he asked you to die. Did you die directly in the regent's palace? I know my crime, I know my crime. Yin Beimo stood aside, his expression indifferent. No one knew what he was thinking. Yin Beiki raised his chin, and the eunuch chief immediately called the guards to drag the summoned eunuch away. For a moment, only Yin Beiki and Yin Beimo were left in the Yongxin palace. Yin Beiki sat behind the imperial desk and looked at Yin Beimo. Yin Zhenyu. This is because I want to rule the country myself, and I want to show my power. Is it possible that he is really bedridden? Yin Beimo frowned. Xiangjila is still in the palace. I don't think he dares to make any trouble. Yin Beiki's eyes darkened. Since we have startled the snake, we will either be bitten by it or scared away. However, I am not satisfied with either of these two results. My brother means? Having vaguely guessed Yin Beiki's plan, Yin Beimo's heart stomped, and seemed to be very confused about Yin Beiki's reckless behavior. I am not so hasty. Yin Beiki sneered. The Gu people in Sichuan are rampant, and the unrest has been going on for some time. Now the second prince of Xixia has been secretly escorted to Sichuan by the prince of Ping'an. When the Xixia envoy arrives, Shinmachi will kill the envoy and let the second prince of Xixia go. Xixia will certainly not miss such a good opportunity to attack. Sichuan will definitely be in chaos. Even if we look at the court, only the regent can have the ability to quell it. Yin Beimo calmly analyzed the situation with Yin Beiki. Xiangjila is now pregnant and imprisoned in the palace. I'm afraid Yin Zhenyu will not leave Beijing easily. For this kind of thing, Xiangjila must come forward. Speaking of this, Yin Beiki walked up to Yin Beimo and put his hand on Yin Beimo's shoulder as usual. Beimo, haven't you always wanted this woman? When her bastard is born, my brother will decide and give this woman to you for disposal. The premise is that Yin Zhenyu will be dead by then. Yin Beimo lowered his eyes. As long as Yin Zhenyu is still here, we can't touch Xiangjila at all. So, you still need to cooperate with this matter. Hearing Yin Beiki's words as a matter of course, Yin Beimo's mouth curled up sarcastically. Brother, do you think that the lesson I have received is not enough? Yin Beimo's resentment was within Yin Beiki's expectations. Before, because of Huang Fufei, he almost bore the stigma of treason. But Yin Beiki knew that even if there was no Huang Fufei, Yin Beimo was not innocent. It was just because of this incident that Yin Zhenyu took advantage of the situation, and was unwilling to be clipped by him. Yin Beiki quickly hid the gleam in his eyes, and persuaded, Xiangjila is different from Huang Fufei. She has had a relationship with you for several years, and will not be so cruel after all. Even if she was fascinated by Yin Zhenyu for a while, I always believe that the one who is close to the water will get the moon first. So, Yin Beiki has made up his mind, and must renew the old relationship with Xiangjila. Yin Beimo clenched his teeth, as if struggling, but finally let go. In this case, I will obey your order. Looking at Yin Beimo's back figure, who was unwilling but had to leave, Yin Beiki's mouth corners were raised into a perfect arc, and his eyes were shining with cold light. He was unwilling, so he felt relieved. If he was too obedient, he would feel that there was a fraud. As long as he thought that Yin Beimo had to kowtow to him because he had a handle in his hand, Yin Beiki felt an unprecedented pleasure in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, he was too good to this brother. So good that he didn't know the seriousness. He dared to spread rumors and slander him as the son of a palace maid. If it weren't for the fact that the traitor in Xixia was so far involved, he wouldn't have known that this brother was so capable and dared to form a clique under his nose. Since he had the intention to replace him, he should bear the emperor's wrath even if he got away unscathed. The regent was jealous of a woman and killed his nephew. He was heartbroken and went to the west to quell the rebellion. TSK, just thinking about it makes people excited. Chapter 461. It was late at night, and the streets were quiet. Some dogs barked occasionally on the street. The night watchman's gong was heard from time to time. It was peaceful and tranquil. An arrow shot through the air, completely breaking the peace. Quick, the assassin is over there. Go over there. Assassinate the prince, don't let him get away. There was a chaotic sound of footsteps, followed by the guards holding torches coming out of the regent's palace. Instantly, the whole street was illuminated. The regent was assassinated. Even the guards guarding the city were alarmed. They all cooperated with the guards of the palace to catch the assassin. There are 2 assassins, one of whom seems to be hiding in the sealed Taisha mansion, and the other is missing. Searching the Taisha mansion must be reported to the emperor. Different from the turmoil in Kyoto City. A secret path outside Kyoto City is quiet and warm. 2 tall and short figures are hugging each other tightly. Chu Shan, Xiaoxi and Dongren are listening to the movements around them vigilantly. Xiangjila, dressed in a coarse cloth and with a high ponytail, kissed Yan Junyuo's face reluctantly and rubbed his neck with his face. Silly Junyuo, when I'm not around, you must eat well, sleep well, and take good care of yourself, do you hear me? Yan Junyuo just held her and refused to let go, without giving her any response. Xiangjila continued, I will let Chuncho write to Chu Shan from time to time. If I find out that your stomach disease has relapsed because you didn't take good care of yourself, I will. Let Chuncho write to Chu Shan. Yan Junyuo let go of her hand dissatisfiedly and interrupted, Why don't you write back? This is the tone of a little wife. Xiangjila's eyebrows curved, and he also loosened his hand and asked seriously, Then when I write to you, will you tell me all the recent situation honestly? Yan Junyuo lowered his eyes and looked at her, seeing her serious eyes, full of threats of if you are not honest, I will not write back, and nodded slowly. Got his promise. Xiangjila's eyebrows curved again, Okay, then I will write to you, 1 letter every 2 months. 1 month. He bargained. It's a deal. Without hesitation, Xiangjila grabbed his hand and made a pinky promise with him. Now that we've made a pinky promise, everything counts. Okay. After making a pinky promise, Yan Junyuo put her hands behind her back and clenched her hands into fists. Then I leave. Xiangjila was about to turn around and looked at him again. Yan Junyuo nodded to her lightly and stopped talking. Xiangjila turned around and walked towards the prepared horse step by step. Xiaoxi and Dongren bowed to Yan Junyuo as a subordinate. Yan Junyuo did not look at them. His eyes were full of the figure walking away with his back to him. Chu Shan stood aside and waved his hand to the 2 of them, signaling them to follow the princess. Yan Junyuo counted every step Xiangjila took. When she took the 8th step, the little woman turned around and ran back to him, tiptoed, and put her hands around his neck, covering his eyes. Junyuo, don't watch me leave, I'm afraid I can't leave. After that, she bit his lips reluctantly, buried her head in his neck, and whispered in his ear, You must be well, and wait for Lele to help you conquer the world. In the last life, she could turn Dahuang upside down, and she can do it in this life. Okay. As she wished, the man did not open his eyes. Greedily feeling her softness, he did not hug her back. The fists clenched behind his back had already bulged with veins because of forbearance. It was not until several loud neighings of horses' hooves broke the silence of the night sky that Yan Junyuo slowly opened his eyes. The sound of horses' hooves became smaller and smaller, and the 3 horses disappeared in front of the 2 people. His palms had already bled from pinching too hard. Chu Shan could not bear to step forward and persuade him, Prince, it's not too late to intercept them now. He didn't understand why the princess had to leave Beijing when the prince and the princess were so inseparable. What was even more incredible was that the prince would actually allow the princess to leave Beijing and make trouble. Chu Shan, do you know what is the best arrangement for a woman if a man is gone? Yan Junyuo's voice was calm, and it was hard to tell his true emotions. Chu Shan scratched his head when he was asked a question for no reason. Give her a child, leave her a large fortune, and let her have no worries about food and clothing? Yan Junyuo shook his head. His determined eyes fell on the small road with heavy tree shadows and rugged paths that extended to the official road. The best arrangement a man can leave for a woman is to let her grow up quickly, help her build up power, and protect her from a smooth and prosperous road while he can still provide a safety net for her. In this way, if the man is gone one day, his woman can stand on her own, be powerful, and no one dares to bully her. After saying this, he did not stop, turned around and took a breath, and disappeared into the night sky as light as a ghost. Chu Shan was left alone on the path. What is the prince talking about? Aren't women marrying men to have children and enjoy happiness? What man would push his woman away, especially when the prince changes? He said nothing. The horses rode fast to the official road. Xiangjila tightened the reins and told Xiao Sidong patiently, I have a private matter to deal with before leaving Beijing. You wait for me at the place agreed with Qin Pei. Yes. After a brief explanation, the three of them split into two groups. Qing Palace. Already unable to sleep at night because of too many worries, now it is even more because the Regent Palace wants to catch the assassin and the whole city is in turmoil. There was a lot of noise outside the palace, and even the servants and soldiers in the palace were on standby, fearing that the assassin would sneak in accidentally. Qing Palace was already unlucky, and it couldn't be unlucky again. In the bedroom, Yan Beima kicked the maid he had just favored off the bed in annoyance. Come here. The steward of the palace, Chuanbu, who was guarding outside the door, immediately pushed the door open and entered respectfully. Your Highness. Yan Beima looked at the blood on the bed with disdain, and then looked at the maid who was full of surprise, and didn't even have time to put on her clothes, drag her away, give her soup, and let her serve in the front yard from now on. This sentence determined the final fate of the maid. Serving in the front yard, it was obvious that she could be given away as a plaything at any time in the future. Quanbu glanced at the face that looked like the Regent Princess at first glance, but was completely different upon closer inspection, and felt contempt in his heart. With a raised hand, several servants quickly dragged the maid who was crying and hugging Yan Beima's thighs out. Soon, several other maids quickly changed the bed, quilt, and pillows on the bed. Your Majesty, you. The slave climbed on the bed, and I just fulfilled her wish. Why, Uncle Quan thinks I did something wrong. The steward wanted to persuade his master, whose temperament had changed drastically since he came out of the prison. He moved his lips, but didn't say anything. I dare not. I will take my leave. Yan Beimo pursed his lips and nodded. Not long after, the hot water was delivered. While Yan Beimo was bathing, Xiao Sheng also came back from outside and reported outside the screen. Your Majesty, the Regent was assassinated. It is said that one assassin hid in the former Grand Tutor's mansion, and another assassin went to the north of the city. With a splash, the person behind the screen got up from the bathtub and dressed himself. Chapter 462. When he came out, the ends of his waist-length hair were still dripping with water. His phoenix eyes flashed with a trace of sarcasm. Shai Jioma should have gone south by now. He went south a few days ago. Xiao Sheng bowed his head respectfully. Yan Beima sneered. He thinks that all his little tricks can be hidden from everyone. Why doesn't he think that if he can't even hide it from me, how can he hide it from Yan Zhenyuo? After suffering so many losses, he has learned his lesson. But the person at the highest position has never learned his lesson. Xiao Sheng lowered his head, not daring to speculate on his master's statement. Apart from catching the assassin, are there any other unusual movements in the Regent's mansion? Xiao Sheng paused. No, but when the prince was assassinated, the people in the Regent's mansion did not immediately call the imperial physician in the palace, but went to an ordinary clinic to ask for a doctor. The imperial physicians in the palace are mostly responsible for the emperor, not to mention Yan Zhenyuo. Even I may not use them. While speaking, Yan Beima glanced out the window thoughtfully. Be alert tonight. Don't make the same mistake as last time. Yes. After Xiao Sheng left, Yan Beima frowned. Didn't Xiao Sheng notice that the surroundings were particularly quiet today? Or was it his illusion? His right eyelid kept twitching, and he always had an uneasy premonition in his heart. However, after listening carefully for a few breaths, he didn't hear any unusual sounds. Sighing that he was suspicious, Yan Beima turned around and wanted to walk to the bed. As he turned around, a strong wind was carried by the long whip behind him. He instinctively shrank to the side, but unfortunately, he was still half a step slow. A burning pain came from the right side of his face. At this moment, even without looking in the mirror, Yan Beima knew that there must be a colorful whip mark on his face. The weather was hot, and after bathing, he only wore his inner clothes, and the outer robe he was wearing slipped to the ground because of dodging. Seeing the person clearly, his eyes lit up slightly. Lulu. Is he dreaming? The person tied his long hair into a high ponytail, wearing a flamboyant red dress, waving a long whip, and smiled at him weirdly. Yan Beima, you deceived me so badly. Lulu, listen to my explanation. It's all my brother. Before Yan Beima finished speaking, Xiangjila whipped him to the ground without any defense, interrupting him. When I was beaten in Xiang Mansion, you didn't send anyone to send me anything. Why are you so shameless? To take the credit of Jun Nuo. As her voice fell, the long whip fell on his back mercilessly. Yan Beima groaned and wanted to resist, but was surprised to find that his whole body was suppressed by an invisible force, and he couldn't use any strength. Cheat me. With a snap, another whip hit his back. Use me. Another whip. Heard Jun Nuo. Another whip. Every time Xiangjila whipped Yan Beima, she would list a crime against him. 26 plus 22. Even though she was in a hurry, she generously rounded it up for him. 50 whips. After Yin Beimo fainted from the pain, she still kicked him in the face twice, picked him up and threw him on the bed. When she got close to the bed, and smelled the smell that had not completely dissipated, she couldn't help but whip Yin Beimo again. You are so promiscuous and full of lies, bah. After closing the bed curtain, Xiang Jila collected the barrier and left. When Anran went back to the city and rode to the meeting place, Gong Gung number 3 did not forget to communicate with her in her consciousness. Half an hour is half an hour, and the little ghost is really efficient in repairing you. Xiang Jila smiled coldly. I'm not like a certain egg that can't find anyone at a critical moment. TSK, why do you still hold a grudge? Gongging number 3 laughed a few times and brushed off the matter of deliberately losing contact a few days ago. Little Guicio, you have advanced the reward again. How are you going to pay it back this time? I was tied up by Junyuo and did various tasks in the past few days. Where were you? Now you are telling me to advance the reward. Hearing this, Gongging number 3 coughed a few times with guilt. Master, this time. Cough cough, it is indeed a bit long. I have advanced the task. Isn't it normal for you to advance the reward for me? This is even. Xiang Jila said confidently. Gongging number 3, seems to be fine. But, little ghost Xiao, you didn't put the ring I gave you on your master? Why is it hanging on the reins of the horse? Otherwise, how can I come back directly? Xiang Jila said it as a matter of course. Gongging number 3 quickly refuted. No, I specially asked you to put this on your master, so that you can meet at any time. Can you ensure that I can go back and forth at any time? Without thinking, Gongging number 3 blurted out, how is it possible? Its spiritual power is also very limited. That's it? Xiang Jila patiently explained to Gongging number 3. He and I both have our own things to do. Instead of meeting secretly for the sake of temporary pleasure, which will bring us many troubles later, and even drag him down, it is better to be cruel and wait until all problems are solved, and then let him deal with it after returning. She has always known that her existence will only affect Junyuo's judgment. Since they have to separate and do their own things, they should wait until all obstacles are removed so that they can rest assured together. TSK, little ghost cultivator, why aren't you so bold in front of the master? What a joke, I'd be so bold in front of him only if I don't want to work in the fields. Gongging number 3, That makes sense, it was speechless. Thinking of Xiang Jila's fierceness in beating Yin Beimo tonight, it asked curiously, since you have a grudge against him, why don't you just kill him? After beating him, she also erased his memory. If it weren't for her relentless pursuit of her master in the previous life, it would have suspected that the little ghost cultivator was an iron-eating beast that specialized in digging bamboo shoots in the mountains and ate all the bamboo shoots. Junyuo has a plan. I can't mess up Junyuo's plan just for my own pleasure. She avenged the last life. In this life, he couldn't use her to hurt Junyuo. She still had a lot to do. She didn't have the time to bite him like a mad dog. She just wanted to beat him up to vent her anger. Yin Beiki wanted him dead more than her, so she left this opportunity to Yin Beiki. After all, in the last life, Chu Shan assassinated Yin Beiki, and Yin Beimo's lobbying and facilitation were indispensable. Gongging number 3, I always felt that Xiao Guixiu had changed, but I couldn't tell where she had changed. Chapter 463. The next day, Yin Beimo sent someone to deliver a memorial saying that he was attacked by bandits and needed to stay in bed. Yin Junyuo appeared in the court for the first time. Except for his pale complexion, there was nothing unusual. After the morning court procedure, Yin Junyuo still handled government affairs vigorously. Even issues that had not been discussed in the court for several consecutive days were decided by Yin Junyuo in a few words. Compared with Yin Beiki's morning court, which sometimes lasted most of the day or even a whole day, now that Yin Junyuo came back to be regent, the morning court could end early. The level of decision-making ability is immediately apparent. Many court officials secretly glanced at Yin Junyuo when they left the court, but the aura of the person in the upper position was too strong, and almost everyone only saw a corner of the court dress and hurriedly withdrew their eyes. At the same time, everyone had their own speculations in their hearts. Not long ago, the prince had just taken sick leave, and yesterday the assassin entered the regent's palace and caused a sensation in Kyoto. Today, the prince came to the morning court. If you say that there is no connection between these things, I guess even a dog won't believe it. After all, everyone knows that the regent princess is pregnant and still in the palace to take care of the baby. Who knows that the assassination of the prince yesterday will affect the princess, who is taking care of the baby in the palace? But this kind of thing, To put it in a big way, is the sequelae left by the political differences between the regent and the emperor. To put it in a small way, it is the grudge between uncle and nephew. If the master does not make it public, they can't gossip about it. Just kidding, if you gossip too much, your head will be moved. Qing Palace. Yin Beimo's face was covered with bruises, and he overturned the boiled medicine on the ground in a rage. In front of him, the servants knelt on the ground, including Chuanbu and Xiao Sheng. Are you all here for nothing? I am so injured, but I can't catch the assassin? What's more infuriating is that he was the one who was beaten, but he didn't remember it at all. And because the action was too strong, the wounds on his back and face were involved. With anger in his heart, Yin Beimo's phoenix eyes were about to spit fire. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to say anything else, for fear of adding fuel to the fire of the master. Are you all mute? Yin Beimo was furious again. Your Majesty, calm down. At Xuanbu's gentle push, Xiao Sheng raised his head and whispered. Calm down, calm down. You will only make me calm down. I want to catch that little thief. Have you caught him? Ah? Xiao Sheng's neck shrank, and he lowered his head again. He knew it would be like this. Now, no matter how Xuanbu hinted, he was unwilling to be the first to act. The regent's palace is currently investigating the assassin. You? Before Yin Beimo finished speaking, the doorman came to report breathlessly. Your Majesty, the emperor has sent a doctor to treat your injuries. Steward Li and Dr. Zhang from the regent's palace are waiting in the front hall. Hearing this, Yin Beimo frowned. What are the people from the regent's palace doing here? Yesterday the assassin escaped to the Qing palace, and it happened that the prince was injured, so Steward Li came here in person. Several things that sounded completely unrelated, but after the doorman said this, Yin Beimo was almost linked to the assassin. Yin Beiki sent the imperial physician down, which was almost a tacit acceptance of the regent palace's doubts. Yin Beimo gritted his teeth and dismissed the servants who were kneeling on the ground. Please. The palace? The imperial study. Yin Beiki looked cold. What does the emperor's uncle mean? Yin Zhenyuo looked indifferent, and repeated the request he had just made. I want to take the princess back to the palace. The emperor's uncle doesn't believe me? Yin Beiki's face was full of disbelief. A trace of sneer flashed in Yin Zhenyuo's eyes. What does the emperor think? I naturally think that the emperor's uncle believes in me, and the emperor's aunt's children are also my cousins. Why should I do anything to them? Yin Beiki's words were equivalent to giving Yin Zhenyuo a guarantee in disguise. Yin Zhenyuo achieved his goal, and stopped entangled with Yin Beiki on this matter. Coincidentally, Meng Xiao and Zhong Qiang asked for an audience, and Yin Zhenyuo did not intend to avoid them. He directly discussed the issue of the unrest in Sichuan raised by the two with Yin Beiki, Meng Xiao, and Zhong Qiang. The Gu people are rampant, coupled with the previous mob riots, the officials are inactive, and the people are living in misery. What is the emperor's plan? Yin Zhenyuo asked calmly. What the emperor's uncle said is also the reason why I especially kept the emperor's uncle here today. I plan to ask the emperor's uncle to lead the northern army to go there. In this way, if the northern Qi takes advantage of the situation. I know, but now most of the military generals in the court have been transferred to the East China Sea area. The military generals in the capital are responsible for the stability of the capital and the surrounding counties. The emperor's uncle also knows the importance of the capital to Dahuang. Before Yin Beiki finished speaking, Yin Zhenyuo interrupted and said, Northern Qi is eyeing us covetously now, and the military strength in the northern frontier cannot be reduced. As for the unrest in Sichuan, we signed a peace agreement with Southern Chu a few days ago. If Western Xia is sensible, it will not invade our Sichuan at this time. It is much more time-saving to withdraw some troops from Yang Pass to Sichuan than to withdraw troops from the northern frontier. In just a few words, Yin Beiki's headache was solved. Yin Beiki choked, I have discussed with the Ministry of War about withdrawing troops from the south to the northern frontier. Hearing this, Yin Zhenyuo frowned slightly. Your Majesty, what are you doing? While speaking, he looked Yin Beiki up and down several times. Do you think that the military strength of Dahuang is too strong and want to give the other 4 countries a chance to annex Dahuang? Maybe Yin Zhenyuo has been on leave for too long, or maybe Yin Beiki has been used to making decisions on his own these days. Hearing Yin Zhenyuo's doubts, he raised his eyebrows and openly confronted Yin Zhenyuo. Is your uncle questioning my decision? Your Majesty's decision, I should support it, but now that my Dahuang is stable, we need soldiers stationed at the border. Your Majesty dispatched troops based entirely on his own preferences, without considering the friction between countries at all. It is really ill-considered. I hope your Majesty will think twice before making a decision. Zhong Qiang and Meng Xiao, who were standing by, watched the uncle and nephew talking to each other, but they couldn't get a word in, so they could only worry. Finally, the two of them stopped, and Zhong Qiang took the opportunity to step forward and bow to Yin Zhenyu. "Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Since Master Zhong is still considering whether to say it when it comes to his words, then don't say it. I don't have time to be entangled with you." Chapter 464. Zhong Qiang remained calm. Placing down the rebellion in Sichuan is a serious matter. If the handling is not done carefully, it will affect Yang Pass and Yang Pass Road, thus giving the three neighboring countries an opportunity to attack together. I think this matter needs to be discussed with other generals and the Ministry of War. Yin Zhenyu frowned. Yin Beiqi's phoenix eyes lit up slightly. Okay. Soon, the Minister of War, the General of the Protectorate, and other generals were also summoned to the palace. After a heated debate, the resolution on the issue of the rebellion in Sichuan was finally finalized. Considering the current fearlessness of the Sichuan rebels, the deterrent power of the Regent personally leading the court's elite troops to Sichuan to quell the rebellion far exceeds that of other generals in the court, and it also highlights the importance the court attaches to Sichuan. In order to show his respect for the Regent, Yin Beiqi made an oral order to Yin Zhenyu in front of Zhong Qiang, Meng Xiu, and a group of generals, and when the Regent returned to the court, the Regent's family would be reunited. Yin Zhenyu's phoenix eyes narrowed slowly. The family reunion that the Emperor mentioned only refers to the reunion of the Prince and the Princess, or does it mean that the Prince's wife and children can also return to the mansion to reunite with the Prince? Yin Beiqi was stunned. I wanted to play word games with Yin Zhenyu, but I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. Of course, the Emperor's uncle and his wife and children will be reunited. Yin Beiqi smiled at him with a light and sincere smile. Yin Zhenyu lowered his eyes, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with Yin Beiqi's actions. The more than 10 people present, except Meng Xiu, all breathed a sigh of relief. After receiving the news that Eugene had given back not long ago, Yin Beiqi had been secretly looking at Yin Zhenyu's face, and there was a dark current in his eyes. Outside the palace gate, Meng Xiu called Yin Zhenyu tremblingly. "Your Majesty, please stay." Yin Zhenyu paused his action of stepping on the horse stool and turned around. Meng Xiu stepped forward and was about to salute Yin Zhenyu, but Yin Zhenyu helped him up. "Meng Lao, since you have left the palace, there is no need to be polite." Meng Xiu held Yin Zhenyu's hand and looked at him sincerely. "The poison in Sichuan is different from the miasma in Nanling. Your Majesty needs to be more careful on this trip." Yin Zhenyu's narrow eyes condensed slightly, and he nodded to him lightly. "I know. Your Majesty's actions are against the way of a gentleman, and I will." From Meng Xiu's slightly guilty tone, Yin Zhenyu roughly understood what he meant. He reached out and patted the back of Meng Xiu's hand, which was slightly cold and had brown age spots. Mr. Meng should also enjoy his old age. After saying that, he let go of Meng Xiu's hand and turned to get on the carriage. Watching the carriage of the Regent's palace going farther and farther, countless expressions flashed through Meng Xiu's turbid eyes. Finally, the dust settled, and he sighed with fatigue. The prince was asking him to stay out of other people's business. Obviously, if the prince could come back from Sichuan, the court would soon have to be replaced. The emperor tasted the sweetness of blackmailing the prince, and threatened the regent with the regent princess again and again. But the consequence of greed is definitely that the sweetness will turn into bitter fruit. A weak spot that looks like a weakness may turn into a deadly weapon at any time. A little while later, a low-key and simple carriage stopped beside Meng Xiu. With the help of the driver, Meng Xiu staggered into the carriage. "Master, are you going back home?" Meng Xiu coughed weakly a few times. "Go to the study first. It's been a long time since I recorded the previous events." "Yes." The driver received the order, and the carriage drove slowly. Meng Xiu closed his eyes and rested in the carriage, thinking about whether to retire early and pass on his mantle to his students. This regent is much more difficult to deal with than the previous two. But no matter how difficult he is, he stepped into Sichuan with such an outstanding appearance. The regent's mansion. Yin Zhenyu asked housekeeper Li to go to the study as soon as he arrived at the mansion. Poor housekeeper Li rushed to the study without even drinking a sip of water after returning to the mansion. "Your Highness." Along the way, housekeeper Li was a little out of breath because of his big and fast steps. Yin Zhenyu nodded slightly. "Has the imperial physician returned to the palace to report?" Steward Li nodded. "I've already returned to the palace. I followed the prince's instructions and accidentally dropped the item into the pond of the Qing Palace while the guards weren't paying attention. I will lead my troops to Sichuan soon. When the time comes, You can find a reason to attract Yin Beimo's attention and ask him to fish the item out. If he wants to drag the Regent Palace into the water, do you know what to do? Yes, I know. Hearing that Yin Zhenyu was leaving for Sichuan, Steward Li couldn't help but say worriedly, many women in Sichuan are good at goo. If the prince encounters a woman with dark gray lips and a fair face in Sichuan, it's best to take a detour. After a pause, he stared at Yin Zhenyu's face. If conditions permit, I suggest that the prince should wear a mask or change his appearance. Do you need to change your appearance when you meet a goo person? Yin Zhenyu frowned. What's more terrifying than a goo person is a half goo half human. Speaking of this, Butler Li seemed to recall a nightmare, and his expression was more serious than before. Usually this kind of half goo half human, when there are no men in the local area, likes to look for strong men from other places and force them to have sex with them. If they meet someone they don't like, the man will be useless after having sex with him once. If they meet someone good looking and they like him, they will wash away the man's memory with goo poison, force the man to stay, and have children with them. It is well known that Sichuan women are beautiful. Otherwise, he would not have been sold because of his ugly appearance. In fact, his ugliness is also relative to Sichuan. After leaving Sichuan, he has traveled all over the country for many years. Who doesn't call him a handsome boy? Butler Li's words made Yin Zhenyu more concerned about this trip. Perhaps it is because of this that Sichuan has the confidence to become the shadowless guard and take root for many years. Uncle Li, I understand. You go down to do your work first. Yes, I take my leave. After housekeeper Li left, Yin Zhenyu opened the note Meng Xiu had given him. Ziwei Army, taking advantage of the fire. Be on guard against 1,000 things, but the first thing to guard against is half goo and half man. Looking at the content on the note, Yin Zhenyu couldn't help but think of what Xiang Jila had mentioned to him before. Someone in the palace was writing a note since the founding of Da Huang. As for the half goo and half man in Sichuan, if Uncle Li hadn't mentioned it to him today, he would have always thought that there were only goo people in Sichuan. After all, when he had fought in the northwest for years and recaptured Yang Pass in the past few years, he had never heard of the so-called half goo and half man, and he, who had been a censor in Kyoto for many years, even knew about the half goo and half man in Sichuan. After thinking for a moment, Yin Zhenyu tapped the desk with his slender fingers a few times, and called out to the dark. Lin Air. A ghostly black figure quietly landed from the beam of the study room, bowed his head, and knelt in front of the desk. Go tell Chu Shan to arrange a few people to take turns to keep an eye on Meng Xiu and the Meng Mansion. Yes. Also, when Chu Shan is done, ask him to come to the study room in person. The guard called Lin Air bowed and left. Chapter 465. After leaving Beijing and meeting Qin Pei at the agreed inn, Xiang Jila dismissed his attendants, and could not wait to grab Qin Pei's collar and drag him in front of him like a chicken. You said you would tell me everything after leaving Beijing. Now, can you tell me the reason? Qin Pei lowered his eyes and looked at his wrinkled collar, his tone helpless. Princess, you should know that I have met the prince several times. I have told the prince the secrets that should be revealed and can be revealed. Some things are not good for you if you reveal too much. It would be better if only one person knew the truth of the matter. If both of them knew it. Xiang Jila narrowed his eyes slightly and pushed him away. What did you say in Kyoto before? Is it too late to tell me now that you have revealed too much? Knowing that he was in the wrong, Qin Pei felt more helpless. This is about the prince. If the princess can ignore the life and death of the prince, I am willing to tell the princess everything even if I risk being punished by heaven. Hearing Qin Pei mention Yin Zhenyu, Xiang Jila hesitated. I was able to survive the prince's hand and go south with you. Isn't that enough to show that the prince has tacitly agreed to my plan? Seeing Xiang Jila's expression relax, Qin Pei continued to work hard. Princess, since we have left Beijing, we have no chance to turn back. Please tell me what to do next. She is. There is no way to move forward. I was wrong. Xiang Jila smiled coldly at Qin Pei, with an unpredictable look in his eyes. In his mind, he has established a connection with Gongjing No. 3. I only knew he could tell fortunes before, but I didn't expect him to be so good at manipulating people's hearts. Qin Pei ignored Xiang Jila's meaningful smile. Princess, I won't let you down. Since you don't want to disappoint me, then eat it. While speaking, Xiang Jila turned her wrist, and a black pill appeared in her hand like a magic trick. This was the centrifugal pill that Li Yu had given her to control her when she lived in the Regent's palace. It was not very toxic. After taking it, she would have palpitations and heartaches once every month, and the pain would last about half an hour each time. After a year, the toxicity would automatically dissipate and would not harm people's lives. It is quite useful to scare people who don't obey management. Qin Pei spared no effort to persuade them to separate in Beijing. She chose to believe him, but she left, but he gave her such an excuse. She couldn't accept it, but it was related to Jun Nua's safety, so she had to accept it. Since the plan has changed, she will change it again this time. If she finds out that he dares to cheat again, then he will not live. Without any hesitation, Qin Pei took the pill handed to him by Xiang Jila and swallowed it. Aren't you afraid that this is poison? Qin Pei's eyes were firm. Since you have decided to stay with the princess, even if the princess gave you poison, I will accept it. Xiang Jila snorted coldly. Although she did not comment on Qin Pei's loyalty, she still told Qin Pei her plan. Call the old members of the Qin family army? Qin Pei frowned. If my father took action himself, it would not be a big problem, but now he is in charge of the government affairs of the 5 southern states. You go to the southwest first, and I will let Josie assist you. Without the need to use the banner of Qinzhou Mu, you should try to gather together. After I have settled the matter of the martial arts conference, I will go to the southwest to meet you. Xiang Jila explained. In fact, going to the southwest was also a test of Qin Pei's loyalty. It was good to have someone who could see through the secrets of heaven around him, but Xiang Jila was tricked into leaving Beijing, and he really didn't trust him as much as before. Qin Pei didn't know Xiang Jila's true thoughts and plans, so he naturally cooperated with Xiang Jila's arrangements. Before leaving, Xiang Jila pulled Qiu Si to a corner alone. He quietly wrapped the Qin family army's military token in cloth and stuffed it into Qiu Si's hands. Qiu Si's pupils shrank slightly, and she immediately wanted to put the military token back into Xiang Jila's hand, but was stopped by Xiang Jila. This is your trump card to save your life. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Qin Pei is good at calculating people's hearts. On the way to the southwest this time, you must not take it lightly. If you find that he is not right, kill him and come back to report. The princess entrusted her with an important task. The military token in her hand was heavy. Qiu Si nodded gently to Xiang Jila, but she made a major decision in her heart. As long as the military token is there, the people are there. People can die, but the military token must not be lost. In this way, Xiang Jila and Qin Pei split up into 2 groups. Qin Pei took the servant and Qiu Si took the military token of the Qin family army to the southwest, while Xiang Jila continued to go south with Dongren. They rode south at full speed all the way. Xiang Jila arrived at Bailing in late July. Ever since she knew that Xiang Jila was going south, Jin Yu had been waiting at the gate of the Jin mansion every day. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer, and even her heart was about to rise to her throat. However, when she saw the 2 people and 2 horses coming to the Jin mansion, her expectation turned into ecstasy. It's good that you're here. It's good that you're here. After Xiang Jila got off the horse, Jin Yu kept pulling her around and looking left and right. After not seeing her for a few months, the little girl seemed to have become more beautiful. Her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and her coarse cloth clothes could not hide her nobleness. She looked heroic and dashing. While Jin Yu was looking at Xiang Jila was also looking at Jin Yu. Obviously, Jin Yu's spirit was slowly recovering, but she was still much thinner than when she first met her. Her nose was slightly sour, and Jin, I have to bother you for a few days again. Silly child, this is your home in the south. What do you mean by bothering me? As she said this, Jin Yu took Xiang Jila's arm affectionately. You must be tired after traveling all the way. Take a rest first, and I will welcome you later. Then, she ordered the servants to arrange for the winter ninjas, and took the horses that had carried them all the way to wash and feed them. The room was still the one prepared for her before. Even the position of the table, chair and screen had not changed at all. After washing up, Xiang Jila sat in front of the dressing mirror and took a look at her appearance in the mirror. After thinking about it, she went into the space and dressed like Mu Junyan, with her hair tied up in a man's bun, her skin painted black and yellow, and even her eye shape changed. She put shoulder pads on her shoulders, and her surging waves were tied up tighter than dumplings with cloth strips. Just in case, she put a thin and resilient wooden board as a cushion. Although it was troublesome, it felt safe. As soon as she came out of the space, Jin Yu's voice came from outside the door. Nan, it's time to eat. Today's dinner is held at the Cheongtai Waterside Pavilion. There will be your favorite spicy beef. Okay. While speaking, Xiang Jila had already opened the door. Chapter 466. Shaoqing today. Jin Yu originally wanted to tell Xiang Jila that Chun Shou knew she was coming and came back early, but before she could finish her words, she saw Xiang Jila, who looked like a man. She immediately gasped, took a few steps back, and then looked around to find a weapon. Where did this little pervert come from? How dare you sneak into my daughter's boudoir in broad daylight? There were several pots of blooming roses on the corridor, outside the room. Jin Yu immediately went forward and picked up the roses, shouting, "Someone, come quickly." "Andy Jean, I'm Lele." This soft, familiar, and lingering voice made Jin Yu, who had already picked up the flower pot, almost drop the whole pot of roses on her feet. She turned back in disbelief. You are Nan Nan?" The little pervert in front of her looked so ordinary that she couldn't be found in the crowd. She was half a head taller than little Nan Nan. If she hadn't recognized the voice, she wouldn't have known that this was a delicate beauty. Xiang Zila shrank her neck and stuck out her tongue at her. "I sneaked out, so it's more convenient to wear men's clothes." "Sneaked out?" Waiting casually to let the servants, who picked up the weapons, retreat, Jin Yu looked her up and down. Her brows were slightly frowned, and her expression was worried. "Why did you sneak out for no reason? Is the general not good to you?" "No." Xiang Zila shook his head and took Jin Yu's hand, motioning her to talk while walking. "Some things must be dealt with in the south. He can't get away in Beijing, and there are many spies watching us, so I sneaked out." Jin Yu suddenly realized and continued. "The general offended a big shot and couldn't leave Kyoto, so you want to go south to get help, right?" Xiang Zila's mouth twitched, as if the explanation was getting worse, but it was okay. "Also, it's almost done. Anyway, it's more convenient to wear men's clothes. I leave for Anqing in a few days." Hearing Xiang Zila say that he was going to Anqing, Jin Yu disagreed a little. "Anqing has been in chaos recently. It's too dangerous for you, a girl, to go there." "Chaos?" Jin Yu's words immediately attracted Xiang Zila's attention. "How chaotic is it? I also heard from some friends that they run grain shops, silk shops, tea houses, inns, and the like in Anqing, and I have come into contact with a lot of information. It was fine before, but since July, many outsiders have come to Anqing." Speaking of this, Jin Yu looked frightened. "A few days ago, Xiaoqing and I went to Anqing to discuss the matter of buying a silk shop and a tea house with the boss we had agreed to meet. In the middle of the conversation, we encountered troublemakers. Those tall and big troublemakers were all fierce and ferocious, and they looked very unfamiliar." Unknown troublemakers? Seeing Jin Yu's eyes asking him if he wanted to continue listening, Xiang Zila was very considerate and curious. What happened next? Later, the officials came and took the people away, and the situation finally calmed down. A few of them were very crazy. They cursed while being taken away by the officials. When they spoke, their accents didn't sound like those of Southerners, nor did they sound like yours. It didn't sound like the Southern accent, nor like their Northern accent, so they were from other places. Northern Chi, Western Xia, Southern Chu, or Sangong, which has almost no connection with Dahuang, or the nomadic tribes outside the 5 Central Plains? So you are afraid that I will run into these people in Anqing and get into trouble? Xiang Zila directly expressed Jin Yu's concerns. Isn't it? Take Xiang Zila to sit down at the banquet in the waterside pavilion. Jin Yu turned to look at her. Although you are now wearing men's clothes, you are still a weak girl in your bones. How can I not worry? Chuncho, who came later, heard Jin Yu's words as soon as she stepped onto the stairs, and blinked in surprise. Weak? Is the princess weak? The princess's weakness depends on who the target is. If the target is the prince, she can fall 3 times every 2 steps. If the target is someone else, the princess can always lift up the other person's head to show you. Ah, Xiaoqing is back. Seeing Chuncho, Jin Yu immediately greeted Chuncho in a familiar manner. After Chuncho responded to Jin Yu, she immediately bowed respectfully to Xiang Zila, master. Xiang Zila nodded slightly. From now on, I will be Mu Junyan here. Yes, I understand. After Chuncho sat down, Jin Yu looked outside. Where are Xiaoyan and the girl who arrived today? Wait a moment. I send someone to invite them over. As he said that, Jin Yu got up and went to work. Only Xiang Zila and Chuncho were left in the waterside pavilion. Seeing that Chuncho didn't seem to be much older than before she left Beijing, Xiang Zila whispered to her, I have discussed with the prince that after the intelligence network in the south is established, I will make the decision for you and Chushan, so that you can get married and not be separated from each other again. Chuncho's nose was sore, princess. I'm okay. I stay in the south for you. You can. Chushan probably can't wait. Xiang Zila winked at her ambiguously. Whenever that person has time, he will talk about King Zizi in front of the prince every day, and he is almost annoying the prince to death. Perhaps because he knew that Chushan died for him in his previous life, Yin Junyo also had more patience with Chushan. Anyway, since the two reconciled, Xiangjila seemed to have never seen Chu Shan carrying Yusam around again. Thinking of Chu Shan's love poems and the hairpin and jade pendant that came with them, Chu Encho's face instantly turned red like a shrimp, and her head almost drooped to her chest. How could he do this? It's normal, Chuncho. Xiangjila reached out and took her hand, touched her head like an elder, and said with a smile, when a person is very fond of another person, it is difficult to avoid that person in words. In short, congratulations, Chu Shan has fallen into your hands. Princess Chuncho secretly glanced at Xiangjila, then quickly lowered her head, and said in a low voice, Thank you. Thank you for not treating me as a subordinate when I was confused, but guiding me like an elder. Thank you. No matter what choice I made, you supported my choice. But soon, the blush on Chu Encho's face faded, and she regained her composure. But if the subordinate really goes back to Kyoto, the south, once the network in the south is ready, there will definitely be a special management point. I plan to let the three of you stay here when I go to Anqing. During this period, you, Xianyan, and Dongren cooperate with each other. After you and Chushan are married, I will consult Xianyan, Chiusi, and Dongren's wishes, and let them each take turns in the south for 4 months. As soon as Xiangjila finished speaking, Jin Yu came over with Xianyan and Dongren. Jin Yu's expression was normal, but when Xianyan and Dongren saw Xiangjila, they bowed their heads and knelt in front of her without saying a word. I know my crime. I accidentally injured Miss Ji's husband. It was Xianyan who spoke. Chu Encho's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately turned to look at Xiangjila, who was stunned. Is Ji-ro married? Chapter 467. Miss Ji. Should be the one she knows? It seems like only a few months have passed, and they got married so soon? In a blink of an eye, she looked at Dongren, who was kneeling on the ground with Xianyan. Xianyan accidentally hit someone. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Dongren had no intention of getting up, and lowered his head. Xiangjila frowned slightly. You also hit him? Among the 4 secret guards given to her by Yan Zhenyuo, although Dongren had not been with her for a long time, she knew their personalities more or less. Chuncho is sentimental and simple-minded, so she has the best martial arts among the few people. Xianyan is flexible, and can easily deal with anyone. Chiusi is calm, ruthless and taciturn. Dongren is meticulous, and is usually responsible for investigation or information gathering. Generally speaking, even the people in Xiang Mansion can make them restrain their temper and not act rashly. How bad must the character of the person, who can make Xianyan and Dongren act at the same time be? Jinhua, who was standing aside, thought of the girl with a free and easy temperament in the past, and couldn't help but sigh. Ji-ro, what a pity. It seems there is a story. Xiangjila had a guess in his mind, but he didn't pursue it for the time being, but let the two get up first. Since today is a welcoming banquet, let's have dinner first, and you all come to my room later. Xianyan and Dongren looked at each other, and bowed their heads respectfully at the same time. Yes. It was night. Chuncho, Xianyan, and Dongren stood in front of Xiangjila in a row. Xiangjila sat on the armchair, crossed his legs, and held the back of the chair. Tell me, what's going on? The letter she sent back to Kyoto only told her that Ji-ro regretted her decision. She originally thought it was a problem of Ji-ro's credibility, so she asked Xianyan to come and help Chuncho deal with it. Didn't you say before that Xianyan would take over and the problem would be solved soon? In fact, she went to Jin's house today to discuss with Chuncho whether there was a need to modify the network in the next step. Now it seems that there is something else hidden in the matter of Ji-ro. The three of them looked at each other. Finally, it was Chuncho who took a step forward. She said to Xiangjila, actually, everything was fine before Miss Ji got married, but since the princess returned to Beijing, Chuncho told Xiangjila everything that happened in Jinwei Escort Agency after Xiangjila left Bailing. At first, her expression was quite calm, but as she continued to talk, her eyes became colder. If it weren't for the fear of getting into trouble, if her identity was exposed, Xiangjila could guarantee that Chuncho would definitely destroy the entire Jinwei Escort Agency. It turned out that not long after Ji Gang was arrested, he contracted an epidemic in prison. The seniors of Jinwei Escort Agency watched him grow up, and could not bear it, so they advised Ji-ro to leave a way out for everything. Although Ji-ro hated Ji Gang in her heart, she had to agree not to pursue Ji Gang's guilt under the pressure of the seniors. Originally, the people in the county government refused to let go because of the county magistrate's explanation, but later they didn't know how to alarm the prefect. After the prefect's people went to the county government, Ji Gang was released. When Ji Gang came out of prison, he didn't seem to have any wounds, but he was skinny. After such a toss, the matter of taking away all the young and strong escorts before entering the prison and the vow to start a new business naturally came to nothing. Seeing that all the escorts, who left the escort agency, led by Ji Gang, were kneeling and crying in the martial arts training ground, the elders in the escort agency began to feel sorry for them. They persuaded Ji-ro again to let Ji Gang and others live in the escort agency again. Ji-ro disagreed and said that she would get married sooner or later. Since the deed of the escort agency was in Chuncho's hands, Ji-ro had no choice but to go to Jin's house to ask Chuncho for help. After hearing Ji-ro's words, Chuncho immediately got angry with the people in the escort agency, saying that they were untrustworthy and unrighteous. Unexpectedly, the elders in the escort agency came out to take advantage of their seniority, and said that if it wasn't for the chief escort making a small mistake, it wouldn't be her turn as an outsider to point fingers at Jinwei escort agency. Morality only applies to one's own people, and it has nothing to do with her as an outsider. Chuncho was so angry that she couldn't help but fight with the people in the escort agency. The escort agency was outnumbered. She reported to the authorities quietly, and the police came to arrest people aggressively. Fortunately, the head of the police, who came to arrest people this time, had participated in assisting the nobles in Jingji to arrest the former Biling County magistrate Ding Jili. Later, when he returned to Jin Mansion, he helped find a doctor, so he had some impression of Chuncho and guessed that Chuncho's backers were not easy to deal with, so he just verbally warned Chuncho a few words and let her go. It was at that moment that Ji-ro felt that it was useless to look for Chuncho and began to give up on herself. After the official left, she persuaded Chuncho to let her go back to Jin's house and wait for news. She waited for half a month. When Chuncho realized that something was wrong, Jinwei escort agency had already held a low-key wedding, and Ji-ro got married in a hurry. The person she married was said to be a childhood sweetheart with Ji-ro. Chuncho intentionally or unintentionally approached the new son-in-law of the escort agency, who looked gentle and refined at first glance, but had a mean face when he looked closely, always carried a folding fan with him, and looked down on women with a lot of zaihuzia. Since then, Ji-ro seemed to be drugged. She sent people to Jin's house to find Chuncho every 3 or 5 days, asking Chuncho to come to her house for a talk and return the control of the escort agency. She also gave a deadline. If she didn't return it by the end of July, they would go to the government. Chuncho was familiar with the Dahuang law and knew that entanglement would affect the subsequent layout. Later, after receiving Xiangjila's instructions, she no longer entangled in the so-called control of the land deed and directly stated that if the escort agency insisted on executing the breach of contract clause and paying the silver compensation, they would owe each other nothing. Who would have thought that after Chuncho said that, the elders of the escort agency started to talk about her again, saying that she was immoral. At that moment, Chuncho would rather go back to Kyoto and assassinate a few people than deal with this group of scoundrels. Fortunately, when Chuncho was about to collapse, Xiao Yan came and took over the mess of the escort agency. To Chuncho's surprise, Xiao Yan immediately frightened those old guys as soon as he took action, and immediately said that he would find a way to raise the money and everyone would part ways in peace. What happened next was what Xiao Yan said. It was originally agreed that today the silver would be handed over in one hand and the land deed in the other. Who would have thought that at this critical moment today, the rogue would start to cheat again? The one who negotiated with Xiao Yan today was not someone else, but that sour scholar. During the communication with Xiao Yan, he was defeated many times, thinking that Xiao Yan looked thin and easy to bully, so he encouraged those escorts to rob. Chapter 468. Dongren joined the battle at that time. Hearing this, Xiangjila looked at Dongren with a smile on his face. You and I have been traveling all the way. Why did you go to the escort agency instead of taking a good rest? Dongren's face flashed with embarrassment. I wanted to get familiar with the streets of Biling as soon as possible so that I could help the princess, who knew that I had just asked about the eating habits of the people around at a food stall, and then I heard a noise from the escort agency. Xiangjila roughly understood the reason why they fought in Dongren's story. That scholar was not only full of sour words, but also looked down on women because of his status as a scholar. He said that women should stay in their rooms to embroider and please their husbands, give birth to children and serve their in-laws, instead of going out to fight and kill. She talked about the two of them, and even Chuncho was mentioned. Jin Yu was even sneered at by her as a negative example, saying that Jin Yu's family was broken up because there was no man in the family, so everyone bullied her. The little girl didn't take good care of her husband and children, but wanted to do business, and even wanted to make waves. It was a bargain if one of them died. At that time, the two of them couldn't control their tempers. Hearing this, Xiangjila's fists hardened. Inexplicably, the remarks of the escort agency son-in-law reminded Xiangjila of Xiangyun, who couldn't even be a ghost. She curled her lips and sneered. A mere scholar, being the son-in-law of the escort agency, do you really think you are in heaven? At the same time, the arrogance of this scholar also attracted Xiangjila's attention. Such people, if they are not really ignorant, must have something to rely on or purposefully anger them. Why anger them for no reason? Seeing that Xiangjila seemed to be very upset about this matter, Chuncho thought about it, and reported the news he had recently heard to Xiangjila. The prefect of Danzhou suddenly intervened in Ji Gang's affairs. I also sent someone to inquire about it. The clues of the prefect of Danzhou seemed to point to the Pingnan Palace. In addition, Ji Gang has been able to walk around these days, and there are more people coming to discuss business than in the past few days. It's just an escort agency. Why is the Pingnan Palace getting involved? Xiangjila raised her eyebrows. Ji Gang can walk around, and there are more people discussing business in the escort agency. She paused halfway and asked Chuncho, how is the income and expenditure of Jinwei Escort Agency in the past few months? Chuncho shook his head. Before this, we were already on the verge of running out of money, not to mention now. If we want to run a convoy, we will probably have to buy new things. The guess in his mind was confirmed. Xiangjila was silent for a while, and looked at Chuncho again, with an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. The person I asked you to arrange for the escort agency before should not have been arranged yet. The escort agency is so messy, I am worried about arranging it there. At first, I thought the matter would be resolved quickly, so I rented a house to make arrangements, but I didn't expect. Since her people were not placed in the escort agency, she was relieved. Xiangjila secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His face was stern, and he immediately stood up and ordered, immediately take people to grab weapons, and go to the escort agency to block the door, and beat the dog. What he said about taking back the control was most likely a trap set for her. If she guessed correctly, the so-called son-in-law must be in the same group with Ji Gang. Ji Gang forged the land deed and wanted to make a fortune, and Ji Ro was now most likely locked up. In order to avoid Chuancho's suspicion, they invited Chuncho in the name of Ji Ro, and used Chuancho's frequent visits to create an illusion that the escort agency was very popular. On the other hand, they quickly looked for buyers, sold the escort agency, and then fled with gold and silver. Shinmachi helped her to avoid the trouble from the casino at that time, and he expected that Ji Gang would not change his bad habits, and would not give up easily. He got the man out in advance to remind her to stop the loss in time. Today, Xian Yindong went to the door and took action, successfully creating an illusion for the buyer that I sold the escort agency, and the original owner was angry, and came to the door to seek revenge. While making the buyer feel that he has taken advantage, he also does not want to cause trouble, so he will definitely try to keep a low profile in the days after buying the escort agency. As long as the buyer keeps a low profile for one more day, the people who escape will be safer. Once they succeed in escaping tonight, the buyer will find out that the title deed is fake, and will definitely confront Chuncho. The real title deed is in the hands of Chuncho and her friends, which means that after Ji Gang and his party escape, all the debts owed by the escort agency will also be borne by them. What a trick of shedding its shell. But they didn't expect Xiangjila to go against the routine and follow an inconspicuous thread to strip away their purpose completely. They didn't expect that Xiangjila liked to eat everything except for losses. Jinwei Escort Agency. One cart after another of boxes and cages were being carried out. Occasionally, a few people who came back late were familiar with the people in the escort agency, and would wave and say hello to them from time to time. Escort leaders, are you going on a long journey again? Is the escort so urgent this time? Are you going to leave overnight? It was different from the past. The escort leaders, who were always unrestrained and smiling, were all serious tonight. They ignored the passers-by and continued to move the things that could be moved onto the car in an orderly manner. Soon, more than 10 cars of luggage were properly secured. Under Ji Gang's command, the sturdy escorts began to ride on the road with torches in hand, and at the end of the luggage, followed an extremely low-key carriage. The mighty team walked not far when more than a dozen servants with sticks came to block their way. The leader was Xiangjila, dressed up by Mu Junyan, and Chuncho, and the other three. Chief Ji, where are you going so late? The voice was low and magnetic, and there was an indescribable coldness. The tightly closed door of the escort agency was kicked open again without mercy. A burly figure flew into the front yard through the kicked-open gate, and came into close contact with the ground. Then, the second figure, the third figure, the fourth figure. There were more than 40 people, stacked up like a hill. The last scholar in white was thrown to the top of the hill by Chuncho with shaking legs. There was a little white on the black mountain, which looked like the Zufingling mountain, with the sky dark and shrouded in the night. Chapter 469. Cars of loaded luggage were parked at the door. People who came in later held torches and stood in order around the door. The martial arts training ground, which was originally dim due to the dark sky, suddenly became as bright as day. Some people even moved the chair of the chief escort to the back of Xiangjila. Xiangjila sat down arrogantly, looked coldly at the collapsing Luohan mountain, and leaned forward slightly. "Now, someone who can talk about things, tell me what's going on." The scholar in white was the first to land successfully. The human instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger made him want to stay away from Xiangjila's sight involuntarily. But behind him, there were servants holding long sticks and torches, and in the invisible corner, he could faintly see the knife light reflected by the fire. He took 2 steps back, and did not dare to act rashly. His triangular eyes flashed a trace of inquiry. What was the origin of the boy sitting in front of him? Why was he so young, but had such a strong aura? Judging from Ji Gang's expression, it was obvious that he didn't know this guy. Could he be the reinforcements of those women? No one told him that this guy existed before he came to the door. While the white-clothed scholar was looking at Xiangjila, Xiangjila was also looking at him. The outline of this man's face looked familiar. After the people from Luohan Mountain landed sparsely, Xiangjila raised his eyebrows and looked at the white-clothed scholar. "Are you Jiro's husband?" "Yes, I am." The white-clothed scholar arrogantly cupped his hands to Xiangjila. "No matter what, the aura cannot be lost." "Where is Jiro?" Xiangjila spoke again. The white-clothed scholar's eyes condensed, and then fell elsewhere. "Of course, in a safe place." "A safe place?" Xiangjila smiled lightly, then stretched out his hand and clapped twice. The servant holding the fire and the stick on her right immediately made way. Several pale and dejected figures slowly appeared in front of the people. With the appearance of this group of people, a pungent smell immediately filled the air. The escort standing near the few people covered their mouths and retched. Seeing the few people appearing, the white-clothed scholar's eyes clearly flashed a trace of panic. Surprised at the white-clothed scholar's calmness, Xiangjila sneered. "Why, the safe place is to lock people in the woodshed in the backyard and cover them with dry firewood, not giving them food or water, and planning to let them starve to death." Being told of a sad thing that was too painful to look back on. Jiro looked at those people with a ferocious look as if she wanted to eat people. "I chose to trust you with good intentions, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing." Behind Jiro, there was Zhang Bo, whose eyes were red, and several old men and teenagers who looked ashamed. When the old men saw Ji Gang and his group, they all hit the ground with their crutches, and their weathered faces had long been distorted by the emotions of shame and excitement. Beast. Xiangjila only knew after the servant who brought them here explained. Those old men were the elders, who had persuaded Jiro to stay with Ji Gang and his group and forced Jiro to get married. Through the servant's explanation, Xiangjila roughly connected the cause and effect of the matter. On the day of Jiro's wedding, everyone was drugged. Those who obeyed Ji Gang were fine, but only a small number of people who obeyed Jiro, including Jiro, were locked up during the coma. As for why Ji Gang locked up these elders who were loyal to him, the reason was simple. Ji Gang secretly promised them that once he took over the escort agency again, he would definitely turn over a new leaf, open more branches, and then develop the escort agency in the future. At that time, they really thought that Ji Gang had turned back. When persuading him, he did not spare any effort, and fought hard to win back a place for Ji Gang in the escort agency. Therefore, when they woke up after drinking the wedding wine and found themselves tied up like dumplings and thrown into the woodshed and covered with dry firewood, they thought they were dreaming. It was not until later that they accidentally overheard the 2 young escorts chatting outside the woodshed that they realized that Ji Gang had no intention of turning back. He had always been a thief. Not only did he want to sell the escort agency, he even planned his sister's happiness for the rest of her life. That scholar was not a fiancé at all, but a person that Ji Gang found from nowhere to pretend to be her. Before this, Jiro did have a fiancé who was arranged to be married to her since childhood. The fiancé was 5 years older than Jiro, and was a young master of another escort agency. It can be said that except for the age difference, the two were a perfect match. But when the fiancé was 7 years old, his father escorted a package that should not have been escorted without knowing it, which offended a powerful force. Not only did all the escorts who went out died on the way to escort the package, but the entire escort agency was also slaughtered. The young master was shot in the heart by an arrow when he was climbing over the wall to escape, and he had already died when he fell from the top of the wall. Under pressure from that faction, the government could only hastily close the case as a bandit theft. They all knew about these things, and the chief escort leader asked them not to mention them again. But somehow, Ji Gang also knew about it. Ji Gang was only 4 or 5 years old at that time. However, the Feiyang escort agency was so attractive to them that when Ji Gang brought up the matter again, they not only did not question Ji Gang at all, but also chose to help him and participate in the forced marriage. Now, they have experienced what it means to be an ungrateful person and never be grateful. As long as they thought about how they were tied up in the woodshed these days, with nothing to eat or drink, and they had to poop and urinate on the spot with their clothes on. They wanted to beat Ji Gang to death with their crutches. In those days, their bodies were wet and dry, and that smell would become a nightmare in the future. Encountering this situation again, after experiencing the baptism of Xiang Mansion, Xiang Jila no longer had the same feeling as last time. She leaned back leisurely on the backrest, crossing her legs. Looking at Jiro, there was no ripple in her eyes. I remember my sister told you before she left that helping you is just for mutual benefit. If you can cooperate with her, we will all be happy. But now it seems that you value your so-called friends more than our cooperation. So let's talk about it tonight. If we can't cooperate, we will end it completely. Jinwei Escort Agency is the first choice, but it is not necessary. The energy she has spent on the escort agency is enough for her to start a new one. The lesson she learned this time is really solid. Jiro knew she was in the wrong, so she secretly glanced at Chuncho. Seeing that Chuncho ignored her, she lowered her head and stopped talking. After giving Jiro an ultimatum, Xiang Jila stood up and looked at the group of people who had already stood up. I don't want to care about what happened before. While I still have a little patience, you'd better tell me honestly who you sold the escort agency to otherwise. At this point, she pulled out the long whip from her waist, whipped it like a dragon, and swung it at the weapon rack that she hadn't taken away in time, and the sturdy weapon rack was instantly broken into pieces. Chapter 470. The sky gradually brightened. A group of tall and strong men with bruised faces and noses, led by Ji Gang, had their hands tied up and were driven to the county government office by yamen runners like a string of gourds. From time to time, they attracted the attention of the people who got up early. The people were confused and discussed. Hey, isn't that Ji Biado? I saw those people escorting the convoy yesterday. Why are they being stringed together today? Alas, don't you know? Ji Biado is cheating people out of their money. Cheating? Yes, I remember that I was chased for a debt once before, but I didn't expect to be caught for cheating this time. Alas, it's all because of my gambling. Jinwei Escort Agency. Xiang Jila closed her eyes and rubbed her temples, moving her slightly stiff shoulder joints. Dong Ren saw this and immediately stepped forward to help her pound her shoulders. Sitting opposite her was a slightly shorter, kind-faced, slightly fat middle-aged man, Mo Yud. After half a night of confrontation, Mo Yud finally knew the whole story. After talking with Xiang Jila for half a night, Mo Yud finally decided to continue to take over the escort agency, but he had to buy it from Xiang Jila. As for what Ji Gang and his men did, he decided to ask them to return the money and sent a servant to report to the police, and to sue Ji Gang and his men in court. Mo Yud's toughness made Xiang Jila feel a little admiration in her heart. She not only told Chuncho to go to the household office with the middle-aged man to make the changes to the land deed, but also said to the middle-aged man very generously, if Boss Missouri needs Moo's cooperation, you can send someone to communicate with this subordinate of mine. If you can provide evidence, Moo will definitely not keep it privately. Thank you, Boss Moo. Mo Yud smiled at him politely. Fearing that something might happen, Xiao Nian still didn't take the deed with her. When she knelt on the ground and explained the whole story to Xiang Jila, Mo Yud smiled and spoke. If Boss Moo doesn't mind, Mo's car is enough to carry Boss Moo's people. Xiang Jila understood that the deed had not been transferred and the money had not been handed over, and Mo Yud was worried that something might happen. She looked at Chuncho, who nodded slightly to her to indicate that it was okay. Xiang Jila nodded. Then I trouble you, Boss Missouri. The carriage arrived at the gate of the Jean mansion. A middle-aged woman dressed in bright clothes attracted Mo Yud's attention. But the middle-aged woman seemed very sensitive. She noticed his gaze, and immediately looked in his direction. Mo Yud quickly lowered the curtains of the carriage, looking like a guilty thief. He cursed himself inwardly. Mo Yud, you have been upright for most of your life, but you are guilty. Almost at the same time, the conversation between the two reached his ears, and he quickly shut up and held his breath. Why are you back? And Jean, you were waiting here yesterday since we left the house, weren't you? No, I'm old and can't sleep. It's not hard to tell that the owner of the voice is feeling guilty. Then, he heard the voices of the two people fading away in the carriage. About a quarter of an hour later, the voices of the two people talking were faintly heard outside the carriage again. I know, and Jean, what happened tonight is a long story. I have to deal with the deed with Boss Missouri first. I talk about other things after the young master comes back. Okay, go get busy. From beginning to end, MOU was listening carefully to the voice of the woman called Annie Jean. Her accent was a genuine Biling accent, and her tone was smooth when she spoke, which sounded like singing in his ears. This woman. She could stand at the door all night waiting for the younger generation to return home. No matter what the younger generation said, she still reminded the younger generation to be careful on the road with a good temper. She should be a good mother. After Chuncho jumped on the carriage, MOU secretly lifted a corner of the curtain again, took a look at the slowly closing door, and remembered the plaque in front of the gate. Jean Mansion. Shinwei Escort Agency. After MOU and Chuncho left, Xiangjila did not stay for long. Under the expectant gaze of the remaining people, she turned away coldly, not wanting to have any other connection with Jinwei Escort Agency. At the moment when she was about to step out of Jinwei Escort Agency, Jiro called her. Mr. Mu. After a simple wash, her mental state seemed much better than before. Hearing her call, Xiangjila stopped and did not turn around. Jiro wanted to go forward, but was stopped by the servant behind her. Let her come. Hearing this, the well-trained servants made way for her. Jiro hurriedly walked to Xiangjila. Mr. Mu, I was. No need to say more. Xiangjila raised his hand to interrupt Jiro's explanation, without any emotion in his eyes. You and I are not related. Now that this has happened, it can be regarded as a lesson for my sister's soft-hearted and inconsiderate behavior. You should take care of yourself in the future. Jiro was speechless. Indeed, they were not related to each other. The people from the escort agency caused trouble. Why should others help her again and again? Moreover, before that, the people from the escort agency had said so many excessive things. If it were her, she might not be able to tolerate it again and again. Thinking of this, Jiro raised her eyes and looked at the tall and thin man in front of her. If the man in front of her was not too ordinary, his voice was too deep and magnetic, and he was a head taller than Mr. Mu at that time, Jiro could not imagine that the little movements of the brother and sister could be so similar, just like the same person. No, the Mr. Mu in front of him was more decisive and ruthless than the Mr. Mu a few months ago. This might be the difference between men and women. Seeing that the man in front of her no longer had the patience to be in a daze with her, Jiro bowed to him and said, Mr. Mu, please help me tell Miss Mu a message. Just say that Jiro has disappointed her. Xiangjila paused slightly after raising his foot. Okay, I tell her. Jiro didn't stop watching those people until all the people Xiangjila brought left. Just as she was about to turn around and walk back, she saw Uncle Zhang standing in the corridor behind the door. Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang walked to her side, with a hunched back and a crutch. He followed her gaze, and there was a faint light in his cloudy eyes. The street was already crowded with people. You have done a lot for the escort agency. It is destined to be like this. Let's not force it. Uncle Zhang? Jiro looked at the old man beside her with wide eyes in surprise, as if she didn't understand why he suddenly gave up the escort agency. Child, you are still young. Don't live in the eyes or mouths of others. Do you understand? After saying that, Zhang Bo couldn't help but cough a few times. The lack of water and food for just a few days seemed to have drained most of his energy. Jiro only then realized that the wrinkles on Zhang Bo's face looked deeper, and his back was more hunched. But his eyes were still vigorous when he looked at Jiro. Do whatever you want to do, and live for yourself. The old man's firm eyes made Jiro's nose sour, and her eyes reddened immediately. Chapter 471. Live for yourself. She didn't know how many times she had told herself this. But whenever Ji Gang didn't make any progress, and all the uncles looked at her with hope, she couldn't help but soften her heart. Tell herself that as long as the escort agency can be carried forward, everything is worth it. Until later, Ji Gang wanted to sell the escort agency several times, and this time he used this method to ruin her reputation for life for money. She felt that she really couldn't bear this responsibility. Jiro raised her head to hide the tears in her eyes, and smiled at Zhang Bo. I know, Zhang Bo. Everything will be settled after the matter of the escort agency is settled. Before living for herself, she always had to settle these old and weak soldiers in the escort agency. As for the people who were imprisoned with Ji Gang, thinking of the coldness of being betrayed, Jiro's eyes slowly covered with a layer of coldness. Biling prison. Ji Gang walked around in the prison in agitation. The shackles on his feet made a clanging sound, which made people feel inexplicably annoyed. Finally, the white-clothed scholar, who had been silent in the corner, spoke. Instead of wasting energy walking around, it is better to think about how to confront the buyer when the time comes. Seeing the white-clothed scholar behind him with bruises and swollen eyes and mouth, Ji Gang's uneasy mood immediately stabilized. How else can we confront? Anyway, put all the faults on Jiro. She was the first to sell the escort agency. It doesn't matter who she sells it to. I just raised the price a little bit. Hearing Ji Gang's words, the white-clothed scholar's mouth curled up a mocking smile and said nothing more. Ji Gang had calmed down by now, sitting in another corner, looking at the scholar in white from time to time. His mind was calculating. He was released last time because of the appearance of this nobleman. Now, as long as he is still with this nobleman, he will still have a chance to be released. As long as he is free again. The first thing he has to do is to burn down that broken escort agency, and he will not let go of those who caused him to come in. A few days later. Jin Mansion. So he is Hijio. Seongjila was enlightened when she heard the news brought back by Chuncho. No wonder she felt that the man looked familiar. Speaking of Hijio, we have to mention his cousin Yanqing, a counselor that Shinmachi had used in his previous life. Later, because he arranged for the spies to infiltrate the Black Armor Army, he was directly burned by Shinmachi. In fact, it was her fault. Before the Black Armor Army spy incident, Yanqing was one of the few counselors that Shinmachi trusted. This man is talented, but he is arrogant and looks down on women. When he knew that Shinmachi was working with her, he had already strongly opposed it. After the Black Armor Army spy incident, Shinmachi personally investigated it as soon as possible. He was very brave, and was not panicked when he was found out. It was not until the spy mouth, which loosened when seeing red carbon, was pried open, and he was accused of being the mastermind behind the scenes, that he simply admitted, because he believed that women were always the root of bad things, he would kill her at the cost of the entire army, otherwise the prince's great cause would be difficult to achieve. When Seongjila heard this strange idea, he just frowned slightly and passed it by. But Shinmachi got angry, which was rare. Later, he said some strange things to her, which roughly meant that he never thought she was the root of bad things. At that time, Seongjila wanted to tell him. In fact, Yanqing was right, she was really the root of bad things. If it weren't for her, Junua wouldn't die. If Junua didn't die, the world might not be in chaos, and so many things wouldn't happen. But after thinking about it, the two of them just met by chance and each took what they needed. This clear boundary is good. If you talk too much, you will slowly cross the line. To be fair, Shinmachi's style of doing things at that time was very similar to Junua, but she knew that he had never been Junua, and no one in the world was Junua. Princess, that boss Missouri seems to come to our house quite frequently recently. Is Ji Gang's small case of defrauding people of money really that difficult? Chinchu's voice came from behind, and Seongjila's recollection suddenly stopped. She frowned and looked at Chuncho. When you say frequent, do you mean? Sometimes he comes 2 or 3 times a day, and almost every time he comes when I'm not around. Speaking of this, Chuncho looked around vigilantly, and when he was sure that there was no one around, he quietly leaned over to Seongjila's ear. Every time he comes, it's when Aunt Jean is at the mansion. I really think it's strange. Obviously, she saw something from the number of times that Boss Missouri came to her house. Seongjila understood Chuncho's meaning, but it was disrespectful to have such suspicion of a person just because he came to her house a few times. Therefore, she smiled and spat at Chuncho softly. Don't think too much, otherwise it will ruin Aunt Jin's reputation, and Aunt Jean will definitely throw you out. Perhaps knowing that her idea was not good, Chuncho shrank her neck and looked begging for mercy. Okay, princess, Chuncho is wrong, okay? So what do you think about Ji Gang's matter, princess? Seongjila thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, if someone from the Pingnan Palace intervened, it's hard to say. So, you can find a time in the next 2 days to make an appointment with Boss Missouri to talk in detail at the tea house outside. Ji Gang and his group's unethical behavior is in line with Yanqing's method. As for why Hijio was willing to cooperate, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies or friends, only eternal interests. She was wondering why Shinmachi was so kind. It turned out that this was his plan. Yanqing should have been marginalized by him at this time. So when he knew that Shinmachi intended to rescue Ji Gang, he spared no effort to ask Hijio for help. If her speculation was correct, after Ji Gang was rescued, Shinmachi must have praised Yanqing. Chapter 472. Shinmachi is not in the south now, and Ji Gang has been put in prison. He will definitely find a way to get him out again. Princess, if the people from Pingnan Palace really intervene, do we need to do something to stop them? Chucho asked worriedly. Xiangjila shook his head. No need. Someone is planning to use this crooked seedling to shake a rooted tree. We can just watch the fire from the other side of the river. Shinmachi helped her stop the loss in time, and she gave Shinmachi a chance to remove the hidden danger, and they were even. As for whether there will be sequelae when this hidden danger is removed, she really can't guarantee it. General Nanchu's palace. As soon as the eunuch who delivered the order left, Huang Fushao immediately stood up and flew into a rage. Father, what does the king mean? We just came back, and he ordered a banquet, so he ordered it, but he also specifically asked to bring Xiao Lily with him. Isn't this obviously trying to recognize a familiar face? He didn't care about recognizing a familiar face, but he was afraid that the king would have a brain spasm and randomly match Xiao Lily with his father's political enemy. Wang Fujing sat in the main seat, stroking his chin and pondering. After all, it has been conferred, and it is natural for the king to want to see Princess Yongle, so just bring her. Once you enter the palace, you can stay close to Li Yu. Wang Fujing's words surprised Huang Fushao. Father, you were not like this before. In the past, when the imperial edict was issued, you would definitely go to the palace with the imperial edict and tell the king a bunch of reasons, and then let Xiao Lily stay in the mansion instead of compromising. What do you mean by compromise, you bastard? I just obey the order. Wang Fujing rolled his eyes at Huang Fushao in anger. Hearing this, Huang Fushao was stunned for a moment, then immediately stepped forward and pinched Huang Fujing's cheeks before he could react, and was slapped on the head by Huang Fujing. You little bastard, why are you pinching my face? You are so disrespectful, it hurts so much. This familiar pain, this familiar strength. It must be my father. Now, Huang Fushao is even more upset. Father, you were not like this before. You used to say that as long as your fist is strong, you can make sense wherever you go. That was in the past. Huang Fushao rubbed his face, that was pinched and hurt. I am a human being. Isn't it normal to be careless sometimes? You little bastard, if he hadn't shaved his beard before, he would have pulled out a handful of his thick beard. Hearing Huang Fujing's words, Huang Fushao ran outside again in shock, and only ran back to the house in disbelief after making sure that the sun rose from the east and set in the west. Father, you still know that there is such a thing as inconsiderateness. Seeing that Huang Fujing was about to slap him again, Huang Fushao quickly put his hands on his head and changed the subject. You are really ambitious. Huang Fujing snorted coldly and let him go. Huang Fushao, who was let go, felt depressed when he thought that Li Yu was going to enter the palace. I should have known better than to think of such a bad idea. What sister? Little Lily is so shy. What if she gets scared by something blind when she enters the palace? No matter how reluctant Huang Fushao is, since the imperial decree has been issued, he can only bite the bullet and do it. On the other hand, Li Yu sat aside, watching the discussion between the father and son, with a calm expression as if it was not her who was going to enter the palace together. Huang Fushao thought she was too nervous, and hurried forward to comfort her. Little Lily, don't be too nervous when you enter the palace for the first time. Although the palace is big, I am here, I will protect you. After entering the palace, you just need to follow me. Li Yu raised her eyelids and glanced at Huang Fushao. Okay. After asking the servants to take Li Yu back to the arranged residence to wash up, Huang Fushao was about to go out for a while, when he was stopped by Huang Fujing. You're going to look for your bad friends just after you came back? I'm telling you, if you hang out with those bad friends again, you can't recognize me as your father. Huang Fushao swallowed his saliva and took a few steps back. That? Brother? Those are not bad friends. They're brothers. After saying that, he put his hands on his head and ran away. Huang Fujing smiled until Huang Fushao ran out of sight. His eyes were filled with the doting of a loving father. Stinky boy. Ever since Xiangjila talked to him about the need to be more reserved and Huang Fuxiao's assassination attempt, Huang Fujing had calmed down and thought about a lot of things. Since ancient times, powerful officials and military commanders have basically never had a good ending. If you hold military power and do not give it up, the superiors will be wary of you. You may seem to be the only one in the court, but in fact you will have a hard time. If you give up your power, you will face a greater danger than the superiors will be wary of. That's why he wanted to replace him. But what Yan Zhenyo said made sense. If that person was not the right person, even if he was pushed to that position by force, he would not be able to keep it. How much better would his fate be than now? Fortunately, they had not completely fallen out yet, so he would change his deployment for the time being. Qin Pei and Qiu Si went all the way to the southwest. When they settled in Li County, Qizhou, in the southwest, Qin Pei found some of his old subordinates through his connections. After asking, he learned that most of the Qin family soldiers who had retired before were afraid of being wiped out, so they lived in seclusion in the villages in the mountains of Yongning County. There is a former deputy general in that village. If we can convince that deputy general, the probability of reuniting all the Qin army will definitely increase greatly. Yongning County is already a very small county town in the southwest border. In Qiu Si's words, it is a place that cannot even be found on the map. For this reason, several people disguised themselves as refugees looking for relatives, and with the guidance of villagers along the way, they slowly went deep into the mountain villages, changing from horse carriages to donkey carts, and now walking on foot. Halfway up the mountain, Qiu Si, carrying a bag, walked steadily and flexibly in the front. On the winding and rugged mountain road, a few uncontrolled branches hit Qin Pei's forehead from time to time. Qin Pei rubbed his forehead all the way, walking and stopping politely. "Miss Qiu, if you are tired, why don't you find a place to rest first?" Qin Pei panted 4 times before finishing this short sentence. The disadvantage of scholars not being able to keep up with warriors is obvious. For several consecutive days of crossing mountains and ridges, Qiu Si was the first to walk in front with her bag on her back, and Qin Pei followed behind Qiu Si. Qin Pei's servant fell behind, because he had to carry Qin Pei's bag. After Qiu Si stopped for half a minute, Qin Pei finally caught up, panting and fanning himself against the tree. Miss Qiu is really a heroine. She didn't feel tired after walking for half a day. Qiu Si looked up and looked at the setting sun through the shade of the tree. There are many wild animals in the mountains in the south. If you don't want to stay in the trees anymore, you'd better find a place to stay before the sun sets. Chapter 473. The servant who followed behind muttered, "This retreat to the mountains is too deep." Qiu Si looked at Qin Pei. "If it doesn't work, you and Xiongjiu will intercept. I will go by myself." Xiongjiu, the servant's name. Hearing this, Qin Pei immediately straightened his back. "Although I don't know martial arts, my physical strength is definitely not inferior to that of women." The man in front of him was wearing a short brown cloth. His black hair tied with coarse cloth had become messy due to the teasing of branches. His usually fair skin had already been coated with a layer of wheat color due to the running around these days. If it weren't for the folding fan he always held tightly in his hand, he would have looked a bit like a refugee. Qiu Si pulled the corner of his lips. "If it doesn't work, can you calculate when we can find those people?" Qin Pei smiled bitterly when Chun Shou mentioned the fortune-telling. "If I can tell, do I need to run?" It's strange to say that since leaving Kyoto and separating from the princess, all the fortune-telling he did has failed. Even the deductions failed one after another. The coincidence of time made him wonder if he had leaked too many secrets before, which led to the backlash. But the backlash should be a punishment from heaven. Why can't the divination work? No matter what, his intuition told him to follow Miss Qiu Si, so he followed Miss Qiu Si. It just so happened that he also had to think of a way to see if Miss Qiu's red Luan star could be tied to someone else. On August 15th, the golden osmanthus was fragrant. It has been nearly a month since the incident at Jinwei Escort Agency ended. As Xiangjila thought, Shinmachi had long wanted to get rid of He Yanqing, but he just couldn't find the right time. This time, He Yanqing went to the county government office in person to negotiate, which happened to give Shinmachi's people an opportunity. On the grounds that He Yanqing and Ichio were accomplices, He Yanqing was also imprisoned, and locked up with Ichio, waiting for Ho's decision. In the case of Ji Gang, because a large amount of silver and money were involved, and Imoyed insisted that Ji Gang did it intentionally, he demanded a heavy sentence. Therefore, Ji Gang was sentenced to exile to the frontier, and the rest of the people were sentenced to exile, or beating according to the degree of their involvement in the incident. The final verdict came down, headed by Ji Gang. There were 3 people with serious crimes, and they were exiled with Ji Gang. Among the remaining 30-odd people, 20 were beaten with a stick for 20 times, and 16 were beaten with a stick for 50 times. After being beaten, they went home. Before entering the Yamen prison, they looked so arrogant, and now they were so humiliated. On the day they came out of the prison, they didn't dare to walk on the street in broad daylight, for fear of being recognized by the people around them. "It was not until the evening that you supported me, I supported you," and slowly and staggered to the Jinwei Escort Agency. After finally returning to the Jinwei Escort Agency, they found that the plaque of the escort agency had been changed to Yid Martial Arts Hall. All the old, weak and disabled soldiers from the escort agency, including Jiro, disappeared. They wanted to make trouble, but the people in the martial arts hall were taller and more powerful than them. Most importantly, those people were not injured, so they had no chance of winning if they fought. In the end, even if they were resentful, they could only look for another place to stay in dejection. Xiangjila knew the outcome of these people, and finally just smiled and said nothing. After going south, she had a lot of things to do, and the escort agency was at best an episode. During this month, Xiangjila checked all the communication points that had been set up and would be set up. With the advantage of being familiar with the Dahuang map, she overturned the possibility of setting up several previous points. During the operation of the tea house, she did not hesitate to bring up any inappropriateness she found and discussed with Chuncho and others to make modifications. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiangjila and his party accompanied Jin Yu to appreciate the moon early, and then rushed to the waterside pavilion to start the second half. The waterside pavilion was full of colorful lanterns. In the center of a large round table in the waterside pavilion is a colorful glass marquee. Jin Yu found out that Xiangjila had a habit of staying up late during his trip south, so she spent a lot of money to hire someone to make it. Knowing that Xiangjila had something to discuss with Chuncho and the others in the waterside pavilion, she even sent someone to move the glass marquee to the waterside pavilion so that they wouldn't be unable to see it clearly in the dark. At this moment, Xiangjila, Chuncho, Xianyan, and Dongren were all looking at this gorgeous lamp with their chins in their hands. Their eyes began to blur. How about? Chuncho suggested, put it aside? Will Madame Jean be sad? Xianyan frowned. Dongren bit his lip. If it doesn't work, cover it with something? Originally, this situation is not a big deal, just take it away, but I'm afraid that as soon as they take it away, Jean Yu will suddenly come over. Is Aunt Jean asleep now? Xiangjila looked at the three maids. Xianyan frowned. When I came over, I seemed to see a little maid holding a very unique jade lantern for her. A small jade lantern? Chuncho frowned. I remember that half a month ago, after I finished talking to Boss Missouri, a blueprint fell off his body when he was leaving. At that time, I thought it was a teapot, and wondered why there was no mouth. Chuncho said this. Xiangjila suddenly remembered that Chuncho had mentioned to her that Boss Missouri wanted to talk to her about the details of the matter intentionally or unintentionally. The look in his eyes was unclear. I remember that when I first communicated with Boss Missouri, he said that his original intention of taking over the escort agency was to escort himself. But later, when he knew that we also had this plan, he changed to open a martial arts school. Chuncho added, before, I asked the boss to talk to me outside, but he insisted that it would be very troublesome for me, so he insisted on coming to talk to me. The two of them looked at each other, and stopped at this moment. Xiangjila and Chuncho saw disbelief and worry in each other's eyes. Could it be that the boss Missouri has taken a fancy to Mrs. Jean? Xianyan asked. Dongren nodded. Hearing what you said, I have the same feeling. Xiangjila frowned and thought for a while, and said softly, it would not be a bad thing if Aunt Jean could move on from the past, and start a new journey. But you could only know a person's face, but not his heart. After a pause, Xiangjila looked at the three people. I will leave for Anqing tomorrow. If you have time, please pay attention to Imoyud. If he is a good person, and has no other unreliable bad habits, then respect Aunt Jin's wishes. But if that person is a liar, then you must not let Aunt Jean jump into the fire pit no matter what. Do you hear me? Yes. The three people agreed at the same time. While Xiangjila and his servants were worried about Jin Yu was now lying on the bed tossing and turning. The warm jade lantern that Boss Missouri gave her was too expensive, so she asked her maid to return it to the person who gave it. To be fair, the boss surnamed Mo was very nice and polite. Even when he came to her house to ask her to help pass a message to Shaoqing, he was very aware of the difference between men and women. But, when they met by chance a few times, the light in his eyes when he looked at her really made her feel scared. She was already old, and that kind of shameful thing had happened to her. Unless he was greedy for her money, otherwise, she really couldn't think of any reason that could make a man's eyes light up when he saw her. But her money would be left to Nan Nan in the future, and no one else could covet it. Jin Yu was half asleep, and had a short dream. In the dream, the boss named Mo said that his business failed and asked her to pay for a comeback. When she couldn't pay, he beat her. As he beat her, Boss Mo's face turned into Chen Reni's disgusting face. Jin Yu was startled and woke up. She blurted out, it would be better if Nan Nan, Shaoqing and Xianyan were with me. Men are too terrible. Chapter 474. Until the second half of the night, Xiangjila was still discussing the layout of the south with Chuncho and the others. When talking about the escort agency that was about to open, Xiangjila frowned and looked at Chuncho. Have you really understood the whole process of Jinwei Escort Agency? Chuncho nodded. I have understood it. In fact, the operation of the escort agency is not much different from that of the tea house and winery. If you have to say the difference, it is that the tea house and winery sell tea, wine and cakes, while the escort agency sells security. They are very experienced in protecting things and burying their burrows. In addition, she had seen Jinwei escort agency go out on a mission, and combined with her own experience, she more or less knew how to train escorts. It was just right to see the results of those people in the past few months. Now the affairs of the escort agency have basically been settled. I have discussed with Xian Yin and Dongren. Xian Yin will be there until everything in the escort agency is stable. We will then appoint a trustworthy accountant and boss to stay at the escort agency. Seeing the tacit cooperation of several people, Xiangjila nodded with satisfaction. Then do as you said. By the way, I will leave a few letters before I go to Anqing. You can help me send one back to the prince every month. Keep a few letters at once, and send them out monthly? Xianyin frowned. Princess you are. Xiangjila smiled faintly. Sometimes plans cannot keep up with changes, and there may not be letters every month. You have arranged it. The prince will be relieved when he sees the letter, and I will also be relieved when I do my work. Zhai Jiumo went south in person. This martial arts leader did not seem to be used by Yin Beiki. No matter who she was used by, she would take that position. Understanding Xiangjila's painstaking efforts, Chuncho felt inexplicably sad. After taking a deep breath, she changed the subject. The escort agency hasn't been named yet. Princess, how about you come up with a name for the escort agency yourself? A title? Xiangjila lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. Okay. Their positions moved to the study. When Chuncho, Xian Yin, and Dongren saw the name Xiangjila came up with, they all looked strange. Qingwan Escort Agency? Yes, Qingwan. Xiangjila nodded seriously. Chuncho tried to get Xiangjila to change his mind. Princess, how about we think of something else? Qingwan Escort Agency, this name sounds a bit delicate and not domineering enough. Xian Yin touched her nose and continued Chuncho's words. Dongren nodded in agreement. Xiangjila smiled at the few people, and under the haze of the light, her eyebrows and eyes were stained with a touch of tenderness. When the phoenix is seen, the world will be peaceful. The escort agency is just a cover for her. A cover to cover what she is going to do later. So people in the escort agency must be loyal. Frightened by Xiangjila's sudden sharp eyes, the three instinctively stood up straight. Yes, I understand. The next morning, Xiangjila said goodbye to Jinyu and Chuncho. Before leaving, she specially stuffed 2 bottles of plasters that she had looted from Gongjing No. 3 into Jinyu's hands. Annie Jin, Chuncho said that your hands still hurt when it rains. Keep applying these 2 bottles of plasters. After you finish applying them, your hands will not hurt. Jinyu held Xiangjila's hand with her backhand, her eyes slightly red. Nan nan. Xiangjila patted her hand and said with a smile, take good care of yourself. I will take you to Kyoto to play, if I have the chance in the future. After saying that, she let go of Jinyu's hand, jumped on the horse neatly, and set off for the Anqing Wuling conference. Looking at Xiangjila's back, Jinyu's heart suddenly felt empty. I don't know when Xiao Nanan will come back after she leaves. Perhaps she had already regarded Xiangjila as her own daughter a long time ago. Chuncho comforted, and Jin, don't worry too much. The master said that there will be opportunities in the future. Your blessing is behind. Jinyu looked at Chuncho, Xian Yin, and Dongren. At this moment, she had already felt that Xiangjila and his wife were extraordinary. 1 month later. Qinshan Anqing. The martial arts conference has been in full swing for half a month. In the past half month, apart from the famous sects in the martial arts world, the most eye-catching one was the new martial arts upstart, who went up the mountain to challenge the 12 evil spirits guarding the mountain at the beginning of the month. A tea house at the foot of Qinshan Mountain was full of rumors about the new martial arts upstart. That Mu Junyan, when he went up the mountain, Qinshan had already been closed, only exits were allowed, but no entry. Then he challenged the 12 evil spirits guarding the mountain and broke in. Well, you know what, that soul-chasing whip, although it looks ugly, but the whip skills are really good. It's no exaggeration to say that his whip can travel the world. That's right, I stood in the audience and saw him whip the young master of Sangjian Villa down with one whip. Who would have thought that the young master was a martial arts fanatic, and wanted to compete again on the spot? What was the result of the competition? What else can I do? I lost, and then I keep pestering him to fight every day. Well, I guess that soul-chasing whip is pretty bad. At this moment, Xiangjila, wearing Mu Junyan's outfit and a veiled hat, ran to the middle of Qinshan Mountain to meet Chuncho, who was dressed as a chivalrous warrior. Has Chushan also not sent any news since the Western expedition? Chapter 475. Chuncho nodded, then shook her head. Perhaps the journey was too long, and the letter only reached Kyoto, and didn't have time to turn south. Xiangjila lowered her eyelids. After thinking for a moment, she instructed Chuncho. You repair the letter tonight, and ask the letter guard to send it back to Uncle Li as quickly as possible. Make sure to find out what's going on. Yes. Chuncho bowed her head respectfully, and then looked at the group of people who were going down the mountain in the distance. Are there any more reliable candidates today? Xiangjila followed Chuncho's line of sight. Among the group of people going down the mountain today, there is one named Luo Shou, and another named Zhang Xiaoyun. You can recruit them to the escort agency. Understood. Chuncho nodded readily. Of the people you mentioned before, except for the swordsman named Gao Sheng who had his own sect and refused to escort, most of the others without sects have been accepted by us. The people from Chushan who were eliminated have now returned to the escort agency to help. Okay, everything will go according to the plan, and get the escort company up as soon as possible. While speaking, Xiangjila's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly trotted in another direction. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Chuncho, here they come again, run quickly, we will wait here at this time tomorrow. With just a few simple words, Chuncho guessed that it must be that martial arts master again. When she saw the princess being chased by that person before, Chuncho instinctively stepped forward to help, but she didn't expect that the martial arts master almost killed her with a sword. If the princess hadn't intercepted him in time, it is estimated that her Chushan would have seen Duan Qing's tablet. That person is simply a lunatic. A madman who only has martial arts in his eyes. Knowing that the princess has the unique skill of changing people into living people, Chuncho quickly flew away to avoid being a drag. Seeing Xiangjila flash into the space, Gongjing No. 3 immediately greeted Xiangjila enthusiastically. Little ghost cultivator, why are you so idle recently? Come in several times a day? Xiangjila sat on the ground panting, I'm idle, your uncle, I'm being entangled by a pervert now. Gongjing No. 3 seemed to be prepared, and conjured a kettle full of water out of thin air, and let it fall in front of Xiangjila. Xiangjila took the kettle and drank a few big gulps. Her movements were skillful and smooth. Gongjing No. 3 flew to her side only after Xiangjila had recovered her breath. Why, aren't you going to fight someone? Can't you win? It wouldn't be such a headache if I couldn't win. After a pause, Xiangjila corrected, no, it would be a headache if I couldn't win. She came here to be the leader of the martial arts world. If she couldn't win, what's the point of being the leader? But she didn't expect that there would really be someone obsessed with martial arts to this extent. That grandson of Zhaijiuma, he didn't even inform her when there was such a person in the martial arts conference. After she won, she found out that the Sungjin Villa became famous because of this monster. It's really annoying. What are you going to do now, still hiding? Xiangjila shook his head, this is not a solution, I have to divert his attention. How else can I divert his attention? This kind of person has a very extreme personality. Before Gongjing No. 3 finished speaking, Xiangjila raised his eyebrows, and looked at it, with a smug look on his face. What do you think of your master's personality? Isn't there one person with an extreme temper in her family? When Xiangjila mentioned Yin Junyuo, Gongjing No. 3's robot eyes lit up obviously, the master has a gentle personality, and a kind heart. In my eyes, he is the best master in the world. I originally wanted to use Yin Junyuo as an example to analyze the character of the young master with Gongjing No. 3, but I didn't expect to get such an evaluation. Xiangjila obediently chose to shut up. She was extremely suspicious that Gongjing No. 3 was not talking about the same person as her. After all, she had never seen a gentle person who liked to peel skin so much in her life. She had never seen a kind-hearted person who wanted to break her legs, bite her, and tie her to the bed from time to time. Why, little ghost Shio, why are you asking this? Gongjing No. 3 was unaware of Xiangjila's strange look. It's okay. Since Jun Nuo was so highly regarded by Xiao 3, she would not destroy Jun Nuo's image in Xiao 3's heart. After staying in the space for a while, Xiangjila felt that it should be safe. Just as she was about to leave the space, she suddenly remembered what Chuncho had just said to her. A layer of worry slowly covered her eyebrows. By the way, can you sense Junyuo's situation now? Feeling Xiangjila's low mood, Gongjing No. 3 did not ask any other questions, and the brightness of the machine eye gradually dimmed. After a few breaths, the machine eye regained its brightness. The master is 4,863 kilometers away from you, and there is no abnormality in the heart rate at present. For 1,863 kilometers? Xiangjila blinked, not understanding. More than 4,000 kilometers. How far is that? Gongjing number 3 organized his words. It's nearly 10,000 miles apart. Hearing this, Xiangjila took a breath and suddenly became weak so far. Perhaps because he felt embarrassed, Gongjing number 3's momentum also weakened a bit. Isn't it? After all, Xiao 3's ability is limited. So you can only teleport there, and you have to find a way to come back. Gongjing number 3 didn't dare to say the rest. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and awkward. It's okay. I was planning to make some achievements before I went back to see him. I am very grateful that you have been helping me with all your efforts. Xiangjila touched its eggshell comfortingly and changed the subject. The heart rate is normal. Does it mean that he is fine and not injured? Yes, in the past month, except for the 2 times when the owner got angry, his heart rate was normal at other times. Hearing this, Xiangjila finally felt relieved. That's good. Xiangjila had seen Yin Junyo get angry many times. He seemed to not care about anything, but once he was touched, he would get angry and have a bad temper. It seemed that Sichuan's matter was indeed difficult. He must have been too busy not to write. Just in case, Xiangjila still instructed Gongjing number 3, you should pay more attention to Junyo's physical condition recently. If there is anything wrong, even if it is just a little bit, you must inform me in time. It's a must. Gongjing number 3 agreed firmly. On the plateau covered with loess, a sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun had just ended. After the sandstorm, the view was full of yellow earth, and it was endless. At this moment, in a dark and dry cave, there were 2 wooden stakes. A handsome man with outstanding appearance and tall and straight like a jade tree was tied to each of the 2 wooden stakes. One of the 2 men was wearing a black robe, and the other was wearing a purple robe. They had different temperaments. One was cold and noble, and the other was a dandy and elegant. Any one of them could beat the men of Sichuan. But these 2 handsome men looked at each other with disdain and coldness on their faces. Chapter 476. Who would have thought that a regent and a Pingnan king could be so calm and locked up in a small cave? Recalling everything that happened a few days ago, Shinmachi wanted to strangle Ouyangyi to death. Sichuan women are good at poisons, and are the cauldrons of poison refining. Their status is far higher than that of Sichuan men. Shinmachi knew this. Yin Junyo, who led the troops to quell the rebellion, also knew this. But knowing this was enough. But he couldn't resist Ouyangyi's betrayal. When he first entered Sichuan, Shinmachi knew that this trip was definitely not simple. The turmoil in Sichuan was far more serious than they had imagined, with Gu people rampant and half Gu and half human waiting for opportunities to snatch strong men. So in the face of this special turmoil, he and Yin Junyo tacitly took care of their own business. All grudges would be settled after leaving Sichuan. In order to be on the safe side, he tampered with his face, disguised himself to be extremely ugly, and put on a veil. Yin Junyo did the same thing as him. However, despite all his precautions, he could not prevent Ouyangyi. After the Xixia envoys arrived in Sichuan, according to their original plan, they released all the people back to Xixia without telling anyone, on the one hand to relax Yin Beiqi's vigilance, and on the other hand to let the Xixia royal family use this incident to send a letter to the other 4 Central Plains countries, accusing Da Huang of secretly killing envoys from other countries, and by putting pressure on Da Huang, they can transfer the pressure on the border to Yin Junyo. Even if Nanchu and Da Huang signed a peace agreement, Da Huang still has more than half of its border bordering the other 3 countries. Even if Yin Junyo is brave and good at fighting, it is impossible for him to take care of the entire Da Huang border at the same time. If someone is found to persuade Nanchu by then, Da Huang will be surrounded by enemies. If the plan goes according to his idea, even if Sangzi remains neutral due to the establishment of diplomatic relations between Nanchu and Da Huang, only Xixia and Beiqi will unite, and at least half of Da Huang's border will be in turmoil. But Ouyangyi is greedy. He doesn't just want Yin Junyo to die, he wants half of Da Huang. The 2 of them have different opinions on this matter. On the surface, Ouyangyi said that everything would be up to him, but on the night before returning to Xixia, Ouyangyi changed his cautiousness in Kyoto, and when entering Sichuan, and ostentatiously revealed his fox tail. He first pretended to talk to him about cooperation, telling him that if he was willing to accept the conditions he offered and maintain a kinship with the Xixia royal family, and prepare poison for Xixia every year according to Xixia's needs, then after Xixia annexed Da Huang, the southern corner could be left to him, and they would not interfere with each other. After hearing this condition, Shinmachi smiled, and gave him 2 poison needles on the spot, and sprinkled a handful of poison powder. Unexpectedly, Ouyangyi had already prepared, and when he was poisoned, He was still not afraid of death, and let his group of poison-savvy warriors take him down, as if he would either keep him for his own use or kill him. Even the Shishia envoy who looked so elegant and weak was a Gu master. Originally, there was only one Gu master, and he was more than capable of dealing with it. But he had fought several times in succession before his injuries in Kyoto were fully healed, and he had been running around and making plans all the time, so he had no time to rest well. In addition, Lu Yun happened to be ordered by him to do other things, and there were only a few secret guards around him. Therefore, as the fighting went on, all the secret guards were killed, and his movements gradually became incapable of doing because his injuries were not fully healed. Seeing that something was wrong, he was about to leave, but he never expected that a group of people with black lips and eyes rushed in and surrounded him. Those people were bare-chested and backless, wearing leather boots, with slightly raised blood vessels on their exposed skin, and they all wore a half-sleeved animal skin on their right hands. A trace of surprise flashed in Shinmachi's eyes. Half-sleeved animal skin, half Gu, half human of the Fairy Hall. You actually colluded with the Fairy Hall. Fairy Hall? Normal people would definitely think of an organization full of beautiful women at the first time. However, in reality, Fairy Hall is a bandit camp. A bandit camp that specializes in robbing men. The people living inside are not fairies, but half Gu, half human beings who look like Ikshas. Perhaps knowing that Shinmachi is doomed, Oyangi smiled grimly at that moment. Cousin, how can this be called collusion? They are originally my people. Saying this, Oyangi mercilessly removed his disguise. When his true appearance appeared in front of the group of half Gu, half human beings, he clearly heard the sound of the group of monsters swallowing their saliva. Fortunately, the group of monsters seemed to be afraid of him, and they only dared to swallow their saliva when looking at him, and did not dare to make any other unnecessary movements. Oyangi smiled leisurely. Cousin, don't worry. How can these things be worthy of you? The Fairy Hall has 2 female hall masters, and they are the best. You are so romantic, so it's no problem for you to have sex with 2 women in one night. Perhaps the feeling of stepping on Shinmachi hard was too good. He continued to tell Shinmachi the origin of the Fairy Hall with a smug look. At that time, Shinmachi knew that Oyangi had already left a backup in Sichuan. The half-Gu and half-human in that village were all gathered together and raised by him. Sichuan women are beautiful, and women who become half-Gu, half-human are even more beautiful. In order to increase the desire of these half-Gu, half-humans for men, Oyangi has been looking for young men with superb boudoir skills in the 5 countries of the Central Plains for these years, and then spent a lot of money to buy these young men in batches and send them to the fairy village. When he stopped sending men into the village, the previous stock was also consumed by those women. After a long time, the half-Gu, half-humans in the village became restless. With their appetites enlarged, they are used to eating delicacies from mountains and seas, and they are no longer fragrant when eating other things. Since no one sent them to the village, they fed their own backs. Because of the advantage of half-Gu and half-human being poisonous, they have long robbed strong men, and over time, they have become a local scourge. Because the local government was unable to govern, the people complained, and the conscientious Gu people and the people rebelled, and some people with bad intentions mixed in. Sichuan fulfilled the wishes of some people, and became turbulent. The biggest difference between half-Gu and half-human and Gu people is that Gu people are not common. They are generally able to control their consciousness, and know what they can and cannot do. Walking on the street, if it is not for the strange lip color, and a special black spot on an uncertain part of the body, they are no different from normal people. The half-Gu, half-human is a monster who cannot become a Gu person. After failing to practice Gu, the Gu worm controls his consciousness. All plundering and killing are instincts. When he goes crazy, he is no different from an animal. Therefore, since he claims that Jun Nuo is the regent, there has always been a saying in Sichuan, it is better to offend the regent than the Fairy Hall. And Oyangi asked the people of the Fairy Hall to catch him, obviously to humiliate him. If the dignified king of Ping'an really died on the bed of the half-Gu, half-human or was taken back by the half-Gu, half-human to wipe his memory, it would be better for him to kill him directly. Perhaps because he was too happy to catch him, or perhaps because the Fairy Hall was really scary. Oyangi did not follow him personally, but after feeding him the muscle-softening powder, he let the half-Gu, half-human take him back to the Fairy Hall to report. Along the way, Shinmachi pretended to be obedient and let the women with strong odors drag him around, while he secretly held his breath and exerted his strength to let the medicinal properties of the soft tinted powder evaporate as soon as possible. He climbed over mountains and ridges all the way until the next night, when he returned to the Fairy Hall. And the 2 hall masters of the Fairy Hall did not disappoint him. The dark face was round like a full moon, with small eyes, big nose, thick lips, protruding yellow teeth, and a body like a wheel. She wore the unique revealing clothes of the fairy hall. Her hair was not as soft as that of a normal person. She trembled with every step, like a walking wild boar. It was simply so ugly that it was beyond his imagination. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never seen a woman as ugly as this. Chapter 477. What's more terrifying is that the 2 hall masters are both incredibly ugly. The moment they saw Shinmachi's true face, the 2 women's eyes lit up for a moment, and then they started arguing over who would enjoy Shinmachi's first night first. Recalling the stench that came out of their mouths when they talked, which was so bad that it almost choked their tears, Shinmachi still couldn't help but feel sick. As for why Yin Junyo was arrested, a very bold and absurd idea has been lingering in his mind since Yin Junyo showed his true face, and was tied to him, and locked up with him. Although he didn't want to admit it, Shinmachi really felt that Yin Junyo was here to save him. As for why he wanted to save him, he hadn't figured out the reason yet. Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why Yin Junyo looked at him with eyes that looked like he wanted to skin him alive. From the time he was tied up last night until now, Yin Junyo had been looking at him coldly, as if to say, "It's useless, but you're also going to implicate him?" Shinmachi was naturally not to be outdone, and raised his eyebrows at him disdainfully. "You still say how strong you are, but you were also caught, right?" But both of them understood that if they still refused to obey each other, and did not work together at this critical moment, in the end, they would still benefit from the 2 bandit women. The 2 stared at each other for a long time, and in the end, Shinmachi was defeated first. This is not a solution. No matter whether you have deployment outside or not, we must find a way to leave this damn place first. Yin Junyo retracted his gaze, lowered his eyelids, and pursed his thin lips. "Yin Junyo, I'm talking to you, do you hear me?" He gritted his teeth and looked at Yin Junyo. His affectionate and radiant peach blossom eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. Yin Junyo sneered, not taking his emotions seriously at all. After being captured for a day and a night without saying a word to him, Shinmachi was so angry that he laughed instead, and even his attitude was no longer as hypocritical as before. "Why, you are now bewitched by the bandit woman, and you don't even plan to go back to Kyoto, and don't want Xiangjila anymore?" Hearing Xiangjila, Yin Junyo finally reacted, and curled his lips at him sarcastically. "Who wants to stay behind to support the group?" If it weren't for him, he would have sacrificed so much. His face was touched by the disgusting woman's stinky hand. Even if there was a layer of special mask in advance, he felt disgusting and dirty. Seeing Yin Junyo's response, Shinmachi smiled and said with a beating, "But I see that the bandit woman obviously likes you even more. Before coming in, she didn't forget to touch your face a few times." TSK 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 TSK. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Junyo's phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed, and his fists clenched and creaked. "You dare?" Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the gap between his teeth. Why wouldn't I dare? Even though both of them were tied up and unable to move, Shinmachi did not have a sad face at all. "When I return to Kyoto, I will tell Xiangjila that you lost your virginity in Sichuan, and you are too ashamed to see her. She must be heartbroken." Hearing that Shinmachi's attitude and tone today were different from the past, Yin Junyo realized his intention, put away his anger, raised his eyebrows and looked at him, and continued speaking with a firm face. "She would slaughter Fairy Village in her heartbreak. Do you believe it?" "Of course I believe it," Shinmachi said with a nostalgic look on his face. "After all, in my last life, my hand was only scratched by the enemy, but she rushed forward like crazy." Facing Shinmachi's good acting skills, Yin Junyo sneered and looked at the person opposite him jokingly. Are you sure that she didn't rush forward because that person said that the box she was carrying was too ugly? Now, Shinmachi couldn't laugh anymore. His face was full of disbelief. You know? Yin Junyo sneered. Not only do I know what happened after she met you, I also know what happened before she met you. Hearing this, Shinmachi's pupils shrank slightly, and his throat seemed to be strangled, and he couldn't make a sound for a long time. Are you wondering why she wanted to start an army under the banner of Regent? At this point, Yin Junyo looked at Shinmachi with deep eyes, as if he wanted to see into his inner thoughts all of a sudden, but the corners of his mouth curved into a gentle arc. Even her voice was no longer as playful and cold as before. Because she wants to avenge me. Even though he had already guessed this in his heart, when the truth came out from the mouth of the real owner, Shinmachi only felt a sour feeling spreading rapidly in his chest. The sour feeling stuck in his throat inexplicably rushed straight into his nose, and his eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and said, So what? After all, I have been with her through thick and thin for a while. Yin Junyo sneered at his half-truthful words. If I was still here, do you think you would have a chance to be with her? If I was still here, do you think you would have a chance to be with her? Thinking of Xiangjila's deep affection, Shinmachi's face suddenly turned cold. But you were already dead at that time. How important is a woman's appearance? When I met her, her appearance had been destroyed for the most part. Where were you when her face was destroyed? Chapter 478. When Yin Junyo heard Shinmachi talk about Xiangjila's half-destroyed face, his pupils trembled slightly, and his face became inexplicably ugly. Why? Can't tell. Shinmachi sneered, She loves you. But that's not a reason why you can't protect her. Yin Junyo lowered his eyes, as if thinking, and also seemed sad. Shinmachi's voice suddenly rose. Speak. The voice was so loud that it attracted the half-gu half-man guarding outside the door. Because he could only look but not eat, the half-gu half-man was already full of resentment. What are you arguing about? Can't wait for the wedding night. The stench reached the two of them from a distance. Yin Junyo and Shinmachi looked at the closed door with a gloomy look at the same time, clenching their fists. Fortunately, the person outside just yelled and didn't intend to open the door to cause trouble. I felt the footsteps go away again. The two of them put away their gloomy looks and relaxed their tense muscles again. I'm by her side. Yin Junyo didn't raise his eyelids, and even his voice was a little weaker. Shinmachi thought he had heard it wrong. What? I said. Yin Junyo emphasized the word, I said, and raised his eyes to meet Shinmachi's eyes. I was by her side. I died in her arms at that time. She cut her face 26 times, destroying half of her face, and it was also for me. Yin Junyo's words fell on Shinmachi's ears like a thunderbolt, which made his heart tremble. The peach blossom eyes, that were half closed because of contempt for Yin Junyo, suddenly widened. He said that she destroyed half of her face for him? Is Xiangjila crazy? Because of Yin Junyo's death, that beautiful face was destroyed. How important is a woman's appearance? Destroying her appearance for a man is equivalent to cutting off the possibility of finding support again. When Shinmachi was about to curse Yin Junyo, the last bit of calmness brought him back to reason. Thinking carefully, in the last life, she led a group of old subordinates and became her own support. No, in his impression, she seemed to be supported by her own spirit, and her determination to die was very clear, but she survived every time. Until she entered Kyoto, she was very purposeful in looking at the list and killing people. The list? Shinmachi seemed to have overlooked an obvious detail. He suddenly raised his eyes to look at Yin Junyo, his voice trembling. Tell me, how did you die in your last life? Yin Junyo laughed sarcastically. Yin Beimal used her to deal with me, colluded with the people of Xiang Mansion, and led her to the enemy camp on the border. In a few words, the whole story was clearly presented to everyone. You went there without any deployment? Shinmachi seemed to find it hard to believe. After several secret fights, he had a general understanding of Yin Junyo's way of doing things. This man never fights unprepared battles, and his actions are meticulous and cunning, making it difficult to predict. Yin Junyo smiled indifferently. At that time, who can think so much? What's more, at that time I always thought she wanted me to die. For the first time, Shinmachi caught a trace of sadness in Yin Junyo's eyes. He widened his eyes, and looked at him, as if he were a monster. So you died in battle that year, just because she wanted you to die. So you died in front of her? Yin Junyo nodded slightly. After poisoning me, seeing that I was not dead, she did not hesitate to put her own life at risk to lead me to the enemy camp. Isn't this a very obvious intention? Then why did you save her? Shinmachi blurted out. At that moment, he seemed to understand where the gap between him and Yin Junyo was. Yin Junyo shook his head and sighed gently. She is so stupid and can't judge people. If I don't save her, how can I die in front of her with peace of mind? At this point, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Shinmachi. Why, you don't know? Seeing Shinmachi's momentary daze, Yangenuo seemed surprised that he didn't know about this. When you met her, wasn't I already dead? Shinmachi was confused. What does why you don't know? He wanted to know. But in his last life, when he wanted to find out everything about her, all the people who knew the truth were dead. What else could he know? And who the hell would have thought that the Regent would love irrationally and die just for a woman who wanted to kill him? Now Shinmachi was silent. Ask yourself, if it were him, when Yangenuo was only one step away from the throne, and was poisoned by the woman he loved, and knew that the woman wanted to kill him, could he still rush into the enemy camp without hesitation, knowing that there was an ambush, and give up everything to save her in a tragic way of exchanging one life for another? He didn't know. It's ridiculous. He had said in front of Xiangjila that he would love her more than Yangenuo. But if you put yourself in her shoes, once you have the power to look down on the world, when facing life and death, he will definitely not be as irrational as Yangenuo, and not even hesitate to give up his life. Is it true love to love without reason, and even give up one's life? Shinmachi was confused. He had been constantly weighing and calculating. His reason and deep in his heart would not allow him to do something as irrational as Yangenuo did in his previous life. Xiangjila's heart was probably shaken by Yangenuo's irrationality. At this moment, Shinmachi suddenly realized. No wonder Xiangjila told her that sincerity would be exchanged for sincerity. He had always seen only Xiangjila's loyalty and affection for her husband, but ignored that Yangenuo was the same to her. Xiangjila said that he and Yangenuo were of the same kind, but they were not similar. Perhaps, this was the difference between him and Yangenuo. With this understanding, a belief that had been stubborn and unwilling to give up seemed to collapse at that moment. Shinmachi felt as if a blunt knife was constantly stabbing his heart, causing a dull pain. He frowned and lowered his head, and suddenly wanted to use his power to beat Yangenuo. What should he do? Seeing the change in Shinmachi's mood, Yangenuo stabbed him mercilessly. So, you should understand that no matter how you entangle with her, there will be no result. She is mine, only mine, and you, don't think about her anymore. This is the ultimate purpose of his long conversation with Shinmachi. Cut off the peach blossom. Chapter 479. When they were in Kyoto, the little woman had already told him that Shinmachi was still bothering her, and she also asked him to come forward to solve it. Look how obedient he is. He still remembers what she told him when he is away from home. He is not as conscienceless as the stupid woman. The 2 letters she handed him were all about telling him about the beautiful scenery of Bailing, and what happened in Bailing, without mentioning a word of missing him. Humph. Looking up and seeing Shinmachi still lowering his head, and wondering what he was thinking, Yangenuo thought he was still unwilling to give up, and was about to speak. Shinmachi suddenly raised his head, and looked at Yangenuo, with a little more warmth in his eyes. Yangenuo, I didn't lose to you, but I lost to myself because I was too smart. He finally understood that there was no such thing as deep love without reason. In the past and present lives, Xiangjila's deep affection was exchanged for Yangenuo's life, so she was so devoted to him. He was not a good person. He loved the country and the beauty, but he also knew himself and knew when to advance and retreat. Originally, he thought that according to the trajectory of the previous life, Yangenuo would die in 3 years. He could completely wait until Yangenuo died, and then find a way to impress Xiangjila. But today he knew the cause of Yangenuo's death in the previous life. Yangenuo probably couldn't survive this life. Instead of a useless confrontation, it is better to see the situation clearly as soon as possible. Ouyang dared to plot against him like this. He can't expect to sit on the throne of Xixia again. Because of the problem of Xixia and Xiangxi's mutual exchange of information, if it is found that the tricks that existed when Nanchu and Dahuang fought that year are related to Xixia, Yangenuo will definitely have enough reasons to move Xixia, and he knows a lot about the secrets of the Xixia royal family. As if he saw Shinmachi's thoughts, Yangenuo sneered softly, looking like he was keeping people away. Only stupid people think they are smart. Now that this is over, we are even. We are even? Shinmachi was stunned for a moment, when he suddenly came to his senses, and heard Yangenuo say this. What do you mean even? When did I ever have any friendship with you? If they had any friendship, it was a life-threatening friendship. He didn't think Yangenuo would feel guilty for having hurt him before. Looking at Shinmachi's stupid look, Yangenuo sneered. Xiang Mansion, Zhang Qiner, Xiang Tinga. Shinmachi suddenly realized. He was wondering why Yangenuo would intervene to save him. It turned out that he was repaying a favor for Xiangjila, and at the same time, he was asserting his sovereignty to him. It was really difficult for him. In order to tell him how much he and Xiangjila loved each other, he was willing to sacrifice his appearance and be locked up with him. No wonder he looked so gloomy. But even if he looked gloomy, he still had to do his job. Next, how do you want me to cooperate? Shinmachi looked at Yanjunyo. Yanjunyo moved his wrist. Wait until dark. Fairy Hall. Yaoziling, located in the westernmost part of Sichuan, is a village built in imitation of the stilt houses in Nanling. Yaoziling, with gentle slopes and dense trees, was originally the mountain with the most abundant products in Sichuan, and the people of Sichuan had a special feeling for it. But now, because of the occupation of half-gu and half-human, this mountain with special significance has become a nightmare for the people of Sichuan under the constant ravages of the Fairy Hall. It was already dark at this time. The Fairy Hall deep in Yaoziling was very lively. In front of a huge stilt house, there is a wide open space. Torches have been lit around the open space. The open space is full of half-gu, half-human people with bare chests and backs, leather boots on their feet, slightly protruding blood vessels on their bodies, and animal skin half-sleeves on their right hands. Beside each of the half-gu, half-human people stands a strong man with a distracted look. The men are all dressed in black and standing with the half-gu, half-human people in the same uniform, looking like a whole group of men and women getting married at the same time. On the stilt house, there are two fat women sitting in turn. They stand like wheels and walk like wild boars. They are extremely ugly. The two of them sat back on the big leather chairs, looking down at the group of strong men downstairs, their eyes glowing green. However, soon, the lustful light in their eyes disappeared, and they looked at each other tacitly. They had better things, and didn't want this kind of garbage. Children, are you happy today? Happy. While they were talking, some of the half-gu and half-humans were already impatient to tear off the man's belt, and their own clothes. Okay, then let's play with it. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone downstairs began to work on the spot. The fat woman seemed very satisfied with the performance of the children. Seeing two handsome men with different temperaments being rudely taken to the stilt house, she immediately smiled and waved her hand. Enjoy it. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a shrill scream came from downstairs. Then came the second and third screams. The strong man who had a dazed look just now, at this moment, his eyes regained clarity. In their hands, they all held a special exquisite dagger, and they skillfully and mercilessly stabbed into the biwi acupoint on the top of the head of the half-gu, half-human beside them. And the scream was made when the dagger was buried in the biwi acupoint. Some of them had just taken off their clothes and died before they even reacted to what happened. Not a drop of blood was spilled during the whole process. Seeing this, the fat woman immediately wanted to fly downstairs, but she didn't expect her feet to tighten, and then the whole person flew into the air and was thrown heavily downstairs, and a human-shaped pit was immediately smashed on the ground. Before the fat woman could get up, another fat woman fell heavily on her. The two fat women looked at the still house in horror at the same time. On the open-air building, two tall figures, one black and one purple, were carrying a terrifying aura. The cold moonlight fell on the two people, and a faint halo appeared. It happened so fast that before the two people could look away, a giant net bag with a strange smell of medicine covered the two people. Then, more than a dozen secret guards quickly locked the net bag and pulled the two people on the ground. Who are you? The two fat women who were trapped in a special giant net like pigs shook their fat bodies when they stood up again, as if the fall just now was just a tickle to them. Even the voices they asked questions were still full of energy. However, in the whole deep mountain, except for the screams of the escaped fish that were killed from time to time in different directions, no one answered them. As the ropes of the net continued to tighten in all directions, the two fat women were horrified to find that there were countless silver needles as thin as cow hair in the giant net, and the silver needles were also quenched with a strange poison that counteracted all poisons. Chapter 480. The flame shot up to the sky. The people of Sichuan, who were afraid to go out at night, poked their heads out of their doors. Does the place on fire look like Yaoziling? It looks like it. It's unlikely. But the direction does look like it. Oh, no matter if it looks like it or not, close the door quickly. The smoke was curling, and the air was filled with a foul smell of burning. At the foot of Yaoziling Mountain, Yanjunyo frowned and listened to the report of the secret guard. All 341 bandits in the Fairy Hall were annihilated, and the entire village was burned. Due to the poisonous blood, 26 people died on the spot, and 32 people were injured and carried back to the camp. Shinmachi listened on the side, and looked at Yanjunyo. It must have taken a lot of effort. With so few casualties, the fairy hall that made people tremble with fear was annihilated. Yin Zhenyu raised his hand to let the secret guards retreat, and walked back side by side with Shinmachi. Suppressing bandits is nothing more than fighting violence with violence and stopping killing with killing. Don't you understand this simple truth? Seeing that Yin Zhenyuo's attitude was not as hostile as at the beginning, Shinmachi's eyebrows curved. I thought too much. Under the absolute force value, why do we need to fight wits and courage? It must be said that Yin Zhenyuo does have the strength and courage to defeat people. For the first time, Shinmachi sincerely invited Yin Zhenyuo. Shixia, what do you think? Hearing this, Yin Zhenyuo stopped and turned to look at him, as if considering the credibility of his words. Shinmachi also stopped and met his scrutinizing gaze without dodging. Yin Zhenyuo turned his head again and took a step. What do you think? Except at your hands, I have never suffered such a dumb loss. How about letting Shixia change its master? As he spoke, Shinmachi wanted to draw the folding fan from his waist, but suddenly remembered that the folding fan had been lost on the way to the cave in the south of Yaoziling 2 days ago. For a moment, he could only retract his action and touch his nose. Hearing Shinmachi tell him his plan without hesitation, Yin Zhenyuo sneered. Why you want to use me? Shinmachi smiled heartily, and did not deny, this is a win-win situation. Win-win situation? Yin Zhenyuo's eyes sank slightly, and he did not answer Shinmachi's words immediately. Unknowingly, the two of them had walked to the place where the guards prepared the horses. Yin Zhenyuo held the reins and looked at Shinmachi. The latter still looked as frank as before. He frowned slightly, climbed onto the horse, and gently clamped the horse's belly with his long legs. The horse began to increase its pace. My wife at home won't let me get too close to the playboy. We discussed this later. As soon as the cold water was poured down, Shinmachi felt that his passion was completely extinguished. He immediately jumped on the horse and caught up. Yin Zhenyuo, what do you mean? You are dirty, I despise you. That was in the past. I have turned over a new leaf now. It's still evil to turn over a new leaf. Yin Zhenyuo, don't go too far. What, do you want to fight again? Have you forgotten that I can poison people? So? I want to teach Ouyang Yi how to behave. The topic changed unexpectedly. Yin Zhenyuo nodded at him in agreement. The child is naughty, just beat him to death. Heroes think alike, so let's talk about Shixia? Watching the two people riding horses slowly disappear in the vast night. Lu Yun and Chu Shan, who were following behind, looked at each other awkwardly. In the end, it was Chu Shan who spoke first to break the silence. That? Lu Yun, I've offended you before. Although he didn't know what happened between his master and the king of Ping'an, his intuition told him that he would have many opportunities to deal with Lu Yun in the future. Submit first, and the road ahead will be easier. Being apologized for no reason, Lu Yun also looked at Chu Shan with a strange expression. It's just that we are each masters. There is no question of whether we have offended each other or not. Compared to Chu Shan's apology, Lu Yun wanted to know what his master was up to. Could it be that after being saved by the Regent, her temperament changed drastically? She didn't like the Regent princess, and wanted to marry the Regent? Nanchu. General's mansion. The people in the palace just drove away. Huang Fuxiao followed to the gate of the general's mansion, and immediately ordered the servants to prepare the horses and followed. Huang Fujing called him. Come back here. Huang Fuxiao looked at the carriage that was getting farther and farther away, and turned to look at Huang Fujing angrily. Father, I'm worried about Xiao Lily. Huang Fujing glanced at him coldly. Being worried is not a reason to be impulsive. The last time the emperor summoned you, you were so impulsive that you wanted to rush into the palace with a sword. If your uncle Jean hadn't found out and notified me in time to stop you at the palace gate and beat you up, do you think you could still stand here and yell at me? Thinking of the thrill of being surrounded by the imperial guards last time, Huang Fuxiao turned his head away guiltily. He didn't want to be so impulsive, but he just couldn't control himself. Whenever he thought of the old pervert of the emperor always looking at Xiao Lily, he couldn't help but get angry. These days, it's even worse. He would send carriages to pick up Xiao Lily to the palace from time to time. But when he asked Xiao Lily refused to say anything. When a man is attentive to a woman, isn't that the same thing when there is no blood relationship? Besides, the old pervert is 2 years older than the old man, and 11 years older than Xiao Lily. He promised Xiao Shila to take good care of Xiao Lily. If Xiao Lily comes to Nanchu, and is favored by the old pervert, and becomes Nanchu's concubine, Xiao Shila will definitely kill him. Seeing that Huang Fuxiao was not giving up, and would not give up until he saw Li Yu, Huang Fujing reached out and patted his shoulder. He said to him sternly, Xiao, You are already 17 years old. Learn from your sister and brother-in-law's prudentness and think about the consequences of everything. Consequences? Wang Fuxiao was full of bitterness and anger, and blurted out, if there are really bad consequences, then we will rebel against him. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his buttocks, and he was kicked hard by Huang Fujing. You little brat, if you dare to say these words in front of me again, I will chop you with my crescent blade, believe it or not. Huang Fuxiao stumbled and almost lost his balance. After finally stabilizing his body, he met Huang Fujing's angry eyes, and his usually bright fox eyes quickly flashed with a trace of hurt. Father, Xiao Lily is our family. Is it wrong for him to value his family? Realizing that he kicked a little too hard just now, Huang Fujing's angry expression subsided, and even his tone became calm. Shower, the mouth is the source of trouble. Huang Fuxiao wanted to refute that these were the words he had said in front of him before. But when the words came to his lips, he felt that it was indeed inappropriate, so he could only lower his head and change his words. I know I am wrong. Chapter 481. Looking at Huang Fuxiao's disappointment, Huang Fujing felt bad. He also wanted to reach out and grab his head like before, and scold him as a bad boy, but, since you know your mistake, go back and copy the 6 strategies to calm your mind, and put it on my desk before sunset tomorrow. Huang Fuxiao was about to continue speaking, but Huang Fujing raised his hand and interrupted him with a stern face. I will take care of the Yu's matter. Huang Fuxiao knew Huang Fujing's temperament well. Once he got serious, no one could change his decision. Finally, he could only take a deep breath to hide the expression on his face, bowed to Huang Fujing, and turned to walk towards the study. It was not until Huang Fuxiao turned into the corridor that Huang Fujing's tense expression relaxed. He sighed softly. Yan Zhenyue was right. No matter how much he loved Shower and doted on Shower, he would always get old and die one day. When the time came, what would Shower do without his wings to protect her? In the past, he always felt that as long as the best things in the world were given to him, finding him the highest position was the best arrangement for him. But he overlooked that every dynasty change has always been easy to conquer, but difficult to keep. If Shower is not the material to govern the country, then he will be a gentleman is innocent, but guilty of holding a treasure. Come here! Huang Fujing shouted. Huang Xian hurriedly trotted over from a distance. Master, please ask the Prime Minister to go to Fenghua Tower. Yes. After Huang Fuxiao returned to the study, he took out 6 strategies, and listened with bated breath. When he was sure that Huang Fujing did not catch up, he stuck his head out of the door, and called Yin. Young master. Yin stepped forward respectfully. Please help me invite the second son of Lu, the second son of Zhao, and the son of Qi to the old place. The second son of Lu is Lu Pinghai, the illegitimate son of Lu Ran. The second son of Zhao is Xiao Tao, the second son of Ping and Ho, and the son of Qi is Qi Muji, the eldest son of Yongxin Ho. They are the friends that Huang Fujing mentioned who walk dogs and fight cocks with Huang Fuxiao every day and refuse to get married. The 4 of them are collectively known as the 4 dandies of Yuancheng. It is rare for them to appear at the same time on weekdays. Once they appear at the same time, wherever they go, there will be chaos and unrest. In fact, Huang Fuxiao only has a few close friends. When he was 8 years old, he accidentally called Zhao Tao pretty little sister, and was bullied by this group of people. Huang Fuxiao cried and fought with them, and they have been playing together ever since. Qi Muji is the oldest and most loyal of the 4. When the Marquis of Yongxing died in battle, Qi Muji was only 7 years old. His mother was soft-hearted, and his grandmother was confused. Several uncles and aunts came to the family all of a sudden, and tried to eat up the whole family every day. If the king had not personally bestowed the plaque pardon and billed the Marquis of Yongxing's mansion, it is estimated that the orphan and widow would have been squeezed by those relatives, who ate up the whole family to the point that there was nothing left. His mother was not strong, only he was strong. Therefore, whenever his uncles took him to a banquet, and wanted to use his status to gain some benefits for themselves, he would always cause a lot of troubles at the banquet to make his uncles lose face. The most serious incident was when he was 13 years old. His uncle wanted to use his marriage to find a future for his child. After Qi Muji found out, he almost castrated his uncle's son, his cousin who was 5 years older than him, and sent him to the palace. For this, the matter was brought to the king. When the king knew the truth, he not only did not punish Qi Muji, but also demoted his uncle and another official who wanted to establish a relationship with the Yongxin Marquis' mansion. Because of this incident, Qi Muji became famous overnight. Over time, his reputation as a hustler came out. The biggest benefit of having a reputation as a hustler is that people know that he is reckless, and with the example of a person who is demoted, uncles and aunts dare not seek benefits in the name of the Yongxin Marquis mansion, for fear that he would beat them to death or castrate them again if he knew about it. Xiao Tao's original name was Xiao Tao Tao, which was given by the wife of Ping and Ho herself. She liked to eat peaches when she was pregnant, and she felt that it must be a girl, so she happily named her Tao Tao. As a result, she gave birth to a boy, and the wife of Ping and Ho laughed with gritted teeth. I don't care, he will be called Tao Tao from now on. Poor Xiao Tao, he has been wearing women's clothes since he can remember. Later, at the insistence of Ping and Ho, he was able to change back to men's clothes at the age of 12, and changed his name to Xiao Tao. Even though his name has been changed, he still looks handsome and has a girlish appearance, so the elders in Ping and Marquis mansion still affectionately call him Tao Tao. Outside, people who know Xiao Tao's personality know that Tao Tao and his appearance are his reverse scales that cannot be touched. Whoever calls Tao Tao will suffer. There was once a desperate ruffian who thought he was dressed as a man and wanted to tease him openly. As a result, he was stripped naked and hung on the gate of Yuancheng the next day. Over time, Xiao Tao also became famous. Lu Pinghai is an outlier among the four. Her mother is an exotic beauty brought back by Duke Lu during a tour of inspection. Because the beauty was not used to the climate for many years, she died not long after giving birth to Lu Pinghai in Duke Lu's mansion. Fortunately, because he looks very similar to Duke Lu, Lu Pinghai is deeply loved by Duke Lu. Unlike Qi Muji, who is feared by everyone in the family, and Xiao Tao, who is loved by the elders, Lu Pinghai has been spoiled by his stepmother since he was a child. In Xiangjila's words, he has been spoiled. He has been arranged to be a concubine since he was 12 years old, but according to Lu Pinghai's own account, he has never touched anyone. In contrast to the treatment of the legitimate son in the family, if he is too well behaved at home, his monthly salary will be deducted. In order to maintain a luxurious life, Lu Pinghai has been working hard to be a dandy that others are afraid of. When his stepmother mentioned starting a family, he always evaded it by saying that he had not had enough fun. Hearing Huang Fuzhao's order, Yin looked embarrassed. The prince ordered not to let the young master get involved with the other masters. Hearing this, Huang Fuzhao narrowed his eyes. So do you listen to your father or me? Of course. Who do you listen to, huh? Under Huang Fuzhao's sharp eyes, Yin followed her heart very well. Listen to the young master. Since you listen to me, why don't you go quickly? Huang Fuzhao sneered twice, and kicked Yin out of the study door with his hands and feet. Chapter 482. In a neat little bungalow in the south of Yuancheng, four young men of similar age and good look sat around an exquisite carved round table. Huang Fu, if you have anything to say, hurry up. I'm busy. The speaker was a young man wearing an emerald green waisted robe with cloud patterns. The young man sat on the right side of Huang Fujing, with arrogant eyebrows and eyes. Only when he looked at Huang Fuzhao, he was a little more gentle. Huang Fuzhao held his chin with both hands and sighed. My father has been keeping a close eye on me recently. I need your help. Don't mess it up for me. Another young man wearing a light blue waisted robe, a golden crown in his hair, and holding a folding fan sat opposite Huang Fuzhao. He used the folding fan to open Huang Fuzhao's hand that was supporting his chin, lifted Huang Fuzhao's chin, and flirted with him. Oh, what on earth could have turned our fearless young master Huang Fu into a resentful woman in the boudoir? Tell me about it, and make me happy. Huang Fuzhao said, slapped the man's folding fan. Lu Dan, stop making trouble, let's talk about business. The frivolous boy called Lu Dan was still romantic and suave the moment before, but immediately became furious because of this name the next moment. Huang Fuzhao, don't go too far, my name is Lu Haiping, call me Lu Dan again. Lu Dan, sit down. The one who spoke was the arrogant boy just now. The boy called Lu Dan immediately turned from sunny to cloudy. Okay, brother Muji. Fuck you, Lu Dan, you are eager to fight with me when I call you. And you are so flattering when Muji calls you, and your tail is almost wagging. Who is going too far? Huang Fuzhao kicked Lu Dan's foot, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Flute, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. If you keep making trouble, it will be dark soon. The young man in red sitting on Huang Fuzhao's left frowned, obviously very impatient. Huang Fuzhao immediately said seriously, my sister, you have all seen her, right? Hearing this, the three of them nodded at the same time. You showed her to us at the palace banquet. Old pervert. The king has been summoning my sister frequently recently. I want to enter the palace, but my father won't let me, so I need your help. Before he could finish, Lu Pinghai interrupted, As for the palace, Tao Tao is away. His grandfather's former student gave up literature and joined the military, and is now the leader of the Imperial Guards. Huang Fuxiao rubbed his face with both hands. It's unrealistic to ask the Imperial Guards. I was surrounded by the Imperial Guards a few days ago. Otherwise, why do you think my father confined me? Hearing this, the other three put away their joking expressions, immediately stood up, grabbed his ears, and laughed with gritted teeth. Good boy, you didn't tell us when such a big thing happened. Don't you regard us as brothers? That is to say, if the Imperial Guards are really ruthless, they will chop you into mincemeat. Do you believe it? It doesn't matter if you die, but you must tell me which bank your private money is in and how to withdraw it. Now, tell me your thoughts immediately, otherwise I will break up with you. Huang Fuxiao held his head with both hands and said weakly, in fact, there is no need to go to the palace to make it so troublesome. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. That is, when I want to go out and stop the carriage in the palace, I will ask Ayin to pass a message to you. At that time, you will take turns to help drag my father to divert his attention, and then I will sneak out. Drag General Huangfu. If they are exposed, General Huangfu will chase them all over Yuancheng with Yin Weijian. As everyone knows, the nemesis of the four playboys in Yuancheng is the General Wang who can stop the children of Nanchu from crying at night. So, almost the next moment after Huang Fuxiao said it, the nurse at home has made soup. I want to go back to drink the soup. I go to your house to get some soup. Wait for me, I go too. The few people who just claimed to be good brothers and broke up without saying their thoughts all ran away faster than rabbits. Huang Fuxiao was the only one left standing up, raising his hand to hold them back. The two words wait were like a fish bone stuck in his throat, unable to spit it out or swallow it. Damn, these bastards. Nanchu Palace. Next to a giant lotus pond. Nan Dongyao was wearing a bright red uniform embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, with a golden crown on his hair, and looked very imposing. When he looked at Liu, his eyes were bright. This is a lotus pond. I specially ordered the craftsman to use a special method to maintain the temperature of the water in the pond. The lotus flowers in it bloom all year round. You can pick as many as you like. Liu's sight fell on the big red lotus in the middle of the lotus pond. She suddenly remembered that on Xiang Jila's birthday, she picked a lotus for her and later put it in Huang Fuxiao's room. Then Huang Fuxiao even yelled that he was a man, and there was no need to put flowers in the room. Are you living well in Dahuang? In the future, I will call you Yiwer. Can you come to the palace more often to accompany me to appreciate the lotus? Nan Donyao's voice was very light and soft, and it also carried some emotions that Liu did not understand. Liu turned her head to look at him. She always felt that the man in front of her looked familiar. She tried to recall, but her mind was blank. She had no memory of the man in front of her at all. She shook her head, her tone indifferent. I have to go back, otherwise my father will be worried. From beginning to end, she remembered Huang Fuxiao's instructions. No matter how others coaxed her, she had to insist on her relationship with the general's palace, otherwise it would cause trouble for her father. Nan Dongyao choked at his throat, his Adam's apple rolled a few times, and he tried to hide the tears in his eyes. Can't you accompany me for lunch? Liu shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, my brother and father will be worried, so it's better for me to go back early. The word brother came from Liu's mouth, but it was someone else who called him. Nan Dongyao felt very uncomfortable. Huang Fujing and his son. Do they know Yiwer's true identity? Noticing that Liu's eyes were looking at the lotus in the middle of the lotus pond, Nan Dongyao suppressed his doubts, took a deep breath, tapped the lotus leaf with his toes, and easily plucked the big red lotus and returned it to Liu. Here, if you like something in the future, just tell me and I find it for you. Liu looked at the lotus in front of her, and suddenly remembered Huang Fuxiao's funny look when he was furious. She shook her head. My brother said that we can't ask for things from people in the palace. It's my brother again. What else did Huang Fuxiao say to his sister? Nan Dongyao tried hard to suppress the urge to summon Huang Fuxiao to the palace for torture. He looked at Liu kindly. Our General Huangfu. And Huang Fuxiao good to you? One of them is my father, and the other is my brother. They treat me very well. Liu didn't hesitate at all. Very good. That's good. Since you don't want to have lunch in the palace, I won't force you. Nan Dongyao's tone was filled with unspeakable disappointment. I sent someone to send you back. Liu wanted to turn around and leave, but she remembered Huang Fuxiao's instructions. In order not to cause trouble for Huang Fujing and his son, she performed a not-so-standard palace etiquette to Nan Dongyao. Thank you, Lord. Chapter 483. Nan Dongyao kept looking at the direction where Liu left until she disappeared. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. His trusted eunuch Xiaquanzi stepped forward cautiously and said, "If the king misses the princess, why?" Before Xiaquanzi finished speaking, Nandong raised his hand to interrupt. "It doesn't matter, as long as she is still in Yuancheng." He never dared to imagine that she was still alive and standing in front of him. Even if she had forgotten him as her brother, it was a great comfort to Nandong Yao. "It doesn't matter if you forget, she is still Xiaoyue." On the day of the palace banquet, he recognized her at first sight. She looked too much like his mother. In order to prevent it from being a trick of Huang Fujing and his son, he did not hesitate to let the maids wet her clothes at the banquet, and specially asked the most trusted nanny in the palace to help her change clothes, taking the opportunity to see if she really had a birthmark. Because his father was superstitious, he was worried that he would not like the birthmark on Xiaoyue, so until Xiaoyue left the palace, it was his mother who took care of her personally. The birthmark incident that year was privately dealt with by his mother, and only he and his mother knew about it in the world. God knows how excited he was when the nanny nodded to him gently. The name Xiaoyue was given because she had a crescent-shaped birthmark on her right shoulder blade. My mother said that this was a gift from heaven to them and their son, and from then on he had one more relative in this world. So the word Yu was chosen, which means the divine pearl bestowed by heaven. At that time, the queen had passed away for 3 years, and my father had no intention of establishing another queen. My mother was the virtuous concubine, who was the head of the 4 virtuous concubines in the palace, and was mainly in charge of the affairs of the harem. My father, who was old, was obsessed with alchemy and was busy practicing with concubine Gao. He waved his hand and approved my mother's request to name herself. The year when Xiaoyue was born, his father had 5 sons and 10 daughters. He was the 3rd among the princes, and Xiaoyue was the 11th among the princesses. He had always naively believed that as long as his mother was kind, people in the palace would be grateful. Therefore, at that time, he would not use his power to oppress others and treated his brothers and sisters as his own. But all he thought was just what he thought. When Xiaoyue was 5 years old, Gao Jieyu had already been named Liang Fei, just 1 step away from Xian Fei. That day, the weather was very hot, and the palace where Xiaoyue lived caught fire. It happened that she had a miscarriage after being named Liang Fei, and strange signs appeared in the sky. His father quickly asked an expert to help deduce. The expert deduced that the evil star of disaster appeared in the palace, and the fire could not kill it, but killed Nan Chu's lucky star. Such a lame reason would not be believed by anyone who could distinguish right from wrong. But that day, God seemed to be laughing at his stupidity of not knowing people. On that day, all the brothers and sisters he thought were as close as brothers changed their faces overnight, including those concubines, who had received a lot of favors from their mother, and they all came out to accuse the virtuous concubine of secretly practicing evil magic and intending to use the 11th princess to kill the emperor's other children. They even fabricated that since the birth of the 11th princess, all kinds of strange things have happened in the palace, and there are often rumors that the princes and princesses have been injured. That day, the eldest prince Nandong Shu, who was canonized as the crown prince not long ago, was hit by countless fireballs falling from the sky on his way to the palace and died on the spot. The king was furious and ordered to sacrifice the 11th princess to heaven. In order to save him and Xiaoyue, his mother took all the sins on herself. The result was that his mother was beaten to death on the spot, and could not even enter the imperial mausoleum, and Xiaoyue was burned alive. Overnight, his mother was gone, his sister was gone, and even his personal eunuch was beaten to death for protecting him. That year, he was 16 years old. At that moment, the sunny and pure young heart also died. He looked at the people in the palace, and he could no longer tell which were human and which were ghosts. He always knew that concubine Liang was not as harmless as she looked. At least, no harmless woman would know about double cultivation. However, he always believed that since his father allowed his mother to take charge of the affairs of the harem, he must have them in his heart. His love for him was greater than his reason, so he always lived in his own imaginary world. Until that day, the man he admired personally ordered the killing of his mother and sister, beat him with 50 sticks, and watched him being thrown into the cold palace like a stray dog, barely surviving. The funny thing is that this lingering life was saved by concubine Liang, who was soft-hearted for a moment. All the father-son affection was cut off. Fortunately, the high-ranking officials were ungrateful, and the palace maids and eunuchs who had received the favor of his mother sided with him. During his most difficult days, the maids and eunuchs who had received favors from his mother spontaneously went to the imperial hospital to steal medicine, went to the imperial kitchen to steal food or saved their own food and brought it to him, taking turns to protect him in their own way. But at that time, he had no desire to survive. Later, A young eunuch couldn't bear it, and secretly told him. The guards who executed the little princess and offered sacrifices to the sky had received the grace of the virtuous concubine and secretly released the 11th princess, and replaced the remains of the 11th princess with the body of a young eunuch who couldn't survive in the cleansing room. The fact that his sister was alive became his biggest belief to survive. However, he was innocent and pure before, and he had not established his own power at all. Apart from the group of weak palace maids and eunuchs in the palace, he did not even have the qualification to take a look at the throne. Huang Fujing entered his world at that time. During that time, he racked his brains every day for revenge. Until one day, the palace maids and eunuchs mentioned Huang Fujing to him, the alien who had been living in Da Huang, and later returned to Nanchu to establish numerous military merits, and broke off relations with the Huangfu lineage. At that time, Huang Fujing was growing stronger, and had an 8-year-old child with him all the year round. Although it was despicable, he still took advantage of the child named Huang Fuxiao. At a palace banquet, he asked the palace maids to lead Huang Fuxiao to the cold palace. That was also the first time he faced Huang Fujing alone. In the look in Huang Fujing's eyes, when he looked at Huang Fuxiao, he quickly caught a touch of tenderness called fatherly love. Huang Fujing, a man who fought on the battlefield all the year round with a sword and a cold aura on his body, when he looked at Huang Fuxiao, all the terrifying aura faded away completely. He was a rough man who loved children. Chapter 484. At that moment, he knew that Huang Fujing's Achilles' heel was Huang Fuxiao. He mustered up his courage, imitated his mother's calmness in handling affairs, and used everything he knew to discuss the court situation with the rough man who loved his child. He analyzed his father's current physical condition with him, which was extremely treasonous. He would not be able to endure it for long. According to the analysis, the remaining princes were secretly trying to win over the direct descendants of the Huangfu family, and the Huangfu family had always been able to handle these relationships flawlessly. Therefore, no matter which prince ascended the throne, it would be the same for him, and he would face the same oppression and even endanger his life. In the end, he also promised Huang Fujing that he would never forget him as a great contributor when he succeeded. That day, Huang Fujing did not give him an immediate reply. He was unsure, but he also understood that he could not put all his hopes on one person. Even if Huang Fujing did not cooperate, he could not help but seek revenge. Fortunately, on the second day, Huang Fujing agreed to cooperate with him. It was not until he ascended the throne that he knew that Huang Fujing cooperated with him, because Zhang Lingyun was a lobbyist. With the support of Huang Fujing, his road was much easier. After recovering from his injuries, he learned to please his father and concubine Liang, imitated his father's handwriting, and forged the imperial edict. Then, taking advantage of his father's trust, he mixed a large amount of refined sulfur into the cinnabar he used to make elixirs. Using Huang Fujing's people, he sneaked into concubine Liang's bedroom, while concubine Liang was not prepared, and found evidence of her affair with the expert. On the day his father passed away, he made public all the evidence of concubine Liang and the expert, clearing the grievances of his mother and Xiaoyue. That year, he was 19. He won the throne without bloodshed. In order to consolidate his power, he opened up the harem, took in many concubines, and let the maids and eunuchs stir up disputes among the concubines, thus triggering the old court officials to fight among themselves, and when they failed, he would support his people to take over. On the surface, he was a good ruler, who cared about the country and the people. In fact, he was also secretly building his own power, consolidating his position, and holding most of the power in his own hands. He walked through the bloody journey. His heart had long been as hard as iron, and the softest corner was left when he was 16 years old, when little Yue cried and told him, "Don't be afraid, my royal brother, Yue will be back after lighting the lantern." However, how could little Yue know that lighting a sky lantern is not as simple as lighting a lantern? Every time he dreamed of this scene, he would wake up in the middle of the night with a wet face. Since he ascended the throne, he has never given up looking for little Yue. When Yue was rescued, the person who met her lost her because of a momentary negligence. No one told him where she was lost. Several years passed like this. In order to balance the forces of all parties, he used Huang Fujing on the one hand, and let Huang Fujing compete with the direct line of the Huangfu family. On the other hand, he secretly planned to wait until the Huangfu family declined, then drag Huang Fujing down and use his confidence. In fact, with the decline of the direct line of the Huangfu family in the past 2 years, Huang Fujing also noticed his plan, so he also made a lot of small moves in private. He knew all the preparations he made. But he just didn't say it out loud. He just wanted to constantly test Huang Fujing's bottom line and force him into the trap he designed. When Huang Fujing couldn't help but jump into the trap, he would catch him in the trap, take back all the military power in his hands, and then cut off the roots. Not long after he came up with the idea, God seemed to be willing to help him. Huang Fushao secretly left Nanchu. With such a good opportunity, he naturally wanted to cut off Huang Fujing's bloodline first. So, he sent assassins to hunt down Huang Fushao. However, he never dreamed that the people he sent out to find Xiao Yuer did not bring back any news, while the people who went to hunt down Huang Fushao brought him back news about Xiao Yuer. She knew Huang Fushao and became a good person. At that moment, Nandong Yao felt that his dead heart began to live again. For him, it didn't matter what his sister became, as long as she was still alive. Just as Nandong Yao was still immersed in his memories, the secret guard quietly landed behind him and respectfully reported to him the recent situation of the general's palace. Lord, the general's palace has been very quiet recently, and even the troops that were privately assembled before have been disbanded. Nandong Yao lowered his eyes to look at the red lotus in his hand, and put the lotus to his nose to sniff. The refreshing lotus fragrance soothed his anxiety, and he whispered, "Since the general's palace has not made any moves recently, then we will not move for the time being." Yes. Da Huang. Anqing. The foot of Qinshan Mountain. It was still the lively tea house. This martial arts conference is really exciting. Who would have thought that the new leader would be the ugly monster who challenged the 12 evil spirits guarding the mountain alone? The soul-chasing whip is really powerful. You don't know the expressions of the heads of the major sects at that time. TSK, there were all kinds of expressions. It's right, let those major sects look down on those of us who don't have a sect. When they see us, they say that those of us who don't have a sect are small minions. Now, we have been stripped of our dignity by a small minion without a sect. Don't mention how proud we are. Didn't they say before that the young master of the Zhangjian Villa was defeated by him, and then pestered him to fight? It seems that no one has heard of it now. Oh, I really don't know. It seems that there is no news about the young master. Why bother with these? I heard from a brother that the Qingwan escort agency in Nanling has taken in many martial artists, like us, who have no sections. They also threatened that if you make a great contribution to the escort agency, you can also reward a Qingwan token. At that time, no matter where you are, as long as you can't eat or have no money, you can go to the tea house and restaurant under the Qingwan escort agency with the token to get help. This method is novel, but why would Qingwan escort agency give us Qingwan order? Also, Qingwan escort agency is a newly opened escort agency, right? What kind of industry can it have? I don't know. Anyway, I have been poor and disappointed every year in the martial arts conferences these years. When I was young, I pursued martial arts and had no place to live. Now that I am not young anymore, I really want to find a place to settle down. That's right. Come on, let's drink. After we finish this bowl of wine, let's go to Nanling to take a look. The foot of Qinshan Mountain is bustling. The top of Qinshan Mountain is also bustling. At the headquarters of the Wulian Alliance, curses that are higher than one echo in the mountain stream. You damn kid, try to use your long whip to strangle me again? Zhai Jiumo cursed while running for his life. Chapter 485. After hiding behind a big tree, Zhai Jiumo turned around and looked behind him. He was relieved to find that there was no one behind him. However, his breath of relief did not last long. Oh, so you are here. Along with the voice of speaking, a whip wind whistled past his ears, leaving a dent on the tree trunk in front of him. It was that magnetic voice again, that ugly face again, and that fatal long whip again. Knowing that he was doomed, Zhai Jiumo simply stopped hiding and took a few steps back, leaning his back against the tree trunk, closing his eyes, shrinking his neck, frowning, waiting for the familiar feeling of suffocation. After waiting for a long time, before the familiar long whip was tightening around his neck, he opened his eyes slightly, and took a peek. He found that 5 steps in front of him, the damn kid was looking at him leisurely, with his hands folded across his chest. Ah, you finally opened your eyes. Feeling that he was being fooled, Zhai Jiumo suddenly became angry. If you want to kill me, hurry up. Is it fun to tease me? Hearing this, Xiang Jila was shocked, as if she had suffered a great blow. She staggered back 2 steps, covering her chest that was flattened by the strangulation, and her face was full of sadness. I didn't expect that in Zhai Ji's heart, I was such a person. You think you are not. Zhai Jiumo cursed in his heart. Xiang Jila kept the posture of lowering her head and covering her chest for a long time, and found that the air was very quiet. She secretly raised her eyes to glance at Zhai Jiumo, and saw that the latter was still staring at her expressionlessly, with a look of I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Xiangjila simply stopped pretending, stood up straight again, and touched his nose. You are really not humorous at all. Jai Jioma suppressed the urge to lift up her hair and sniff it, and laughed with gritted teeth, for a person who strangles this master's neck at every turn. You still think you are humorous. If I don't kill you, you should. Before he finished speaking, he felt a familiar suffocation in his neck again. Jai Jioma, He knew that it is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. Xiangjila pulled him in front of him with a fake smile. I was patient enough to talk to you a few days ago, and you said you were busy arranging the martial arts conference and didn't have time, right? Now that the martial arts conference is over, you must be free, right? Jai Jioma blushed and looked at him helplessly, as if to say, how can I talk when you are strangling my neck? Oh, I almost forgot. If you use a little more force, your neck will break. Xiangjila shook the long whip in his hand, loosening the force by 2 points, allowing Jai Jioma's breathing to return to normal. After being freed, Jai Jioma took a few deep breaths, and then spoke in a hoarse voice. Ask if you want to, I'm very busy. Very good. Xiangjila expressed satisfaction with his performance, but his eyes fell on his right hand, which was slightly moving his fingers. First question, did you know that Gu Linyuan was a martial arts fanatic a long time ago, and then deliberately let me fight Gu Linyuan, intending to use him to entangle me and prevent me from continuing the duel later? Yes. Without any hesitation, Jai Jioma admitted, if you want to be the next martial arts leader, I can find a way to push you up, but this time's martial arts leader competition is not suitable for you. Not suitable for her? Xiangjila narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did you lead Gu Linyuan away later? Why did you lead Gu Linyuan away later? How dare the damn kid ask? Jai Jioma gritted his teeth and said, you led someone to me. If I don't send someone to lead him away, do I have to keep him to chase me? Xiangjila realized it belatedly, and it seemed to be the case. Okay, for the matter of Gu Linyuan, since you are so cooperative, I will let you go first. Second, as far as I know, the previous competition for the leader of the martial arts world ended with the elimination of the great evil in the martial arts world, and then the people would nominate the one with the highest reputation as the leader based on their contributions. Why is the process different this year? Also, shouldn't Master Jijiu explain to me, the new leader, why there will be Xixia people as judges in this year's martial arts conference? Also, what do you mean by not suitable for me just now? After several questions in a row, Xiangjila seemed to focus on Jai Jioma's answers to the questions. Determined to resist, Jai Jioma took advantage of her concentration waiting for the answer, and suddenly hooked his palm back to grab her throat. Xiangjila's eyes never left his right hand. He was prepared and predicted his move one step ahead. He tied the long whip to his waist, reached out to control his right hand, which was slightly bent, and twisted him back. As if he knew what Xiangjila would predict, when she was countering his move, his left hand quickly pulled out the sharp dagger between his legs and slashed at her front with his backhand. Xiangjila's expression changed, as if she had not expected that he had a backup plan. Even though she quickly shook him off, he still cut her on the front of her shirt. The moment the shirt was torn, a dark yellow, polished wooden board was exposed, and the dagger left a slight scratch on the board. From Xiangjila's whip to Jai Jioma's plot, it was only a moment. Jai Jioma had no intention of killing the little ghost in front of him, so when he attacked, he still held back. I wanted to teach the dead kid a lesson and make him behave himself in the future, but I didn't expect that he actually had a wooden board on his chest. He sneered at her on the spot. A grown man, you are still blocking things in front of your chest like a woman. What's the matter? Have you offended too many people, and are afraid of being hunted down? At the moment when her clothes were torn as a woman, the secular eyes told Xiangjila that she should hold the torn clothes and cry and leave. However, she didn't like to play by the rules. In the previous life, when she was in the army, she was seriously injured and couldn't take care of the injury. It was the old military doctor in the army who applied medicine to her back and legs. It was common for Xiangjila to see her clothes torn and her flesh exposed. Not to mention that Xiangjila was a man at this time, and there was a layer of underwear and a thick chest cloth under the wooden board. She slapped the wooden board in front of her chest. I'm using it to strengthen my body, can't I? After saying that, she drew out the long whip from her waist again and attacked Jai Jioma with great momentum. The whip moved like a dragon, and suddenly strangled Jai Jioma's left leg, and pulled it slightly. Jai Jioma fell on his back on the spot, and even his head was hit and buzzed. With the lesson just now, Xiangjila learned his lesson. First, he put his feet hard on his chest, pressing him so that he couldn't move, and then smiled and spoke. Okay, you're finally quiet. Let's continue with the previous question. Chapter 486. Sichuan. The unrest in Sichuan, which lasted for several months, has eased due to the uprooting of the ferry hall. With the tacit cooperation of Yan Zhenyo and Shinmachi, one martial arts and one poison, it has come to an end. I have to say that you are really decisive. No wonder the Northern Army is so brave. A clear male voice came from the tower built with loose mud bricks. Looking west, there is a vast expanse of yellow sand. At the end of the yellow sand is Xixia. Two tall figures stood side by side on the tower, looking at the unreachable distance. The howling wind blew up a cloud of sand, making the entire western desert shrouded in a hazy beauty. Everything is caused by money. Those who stir up trouble are often the ultimate beneficiaries of the interests. Just kill the leader and distribute the benefits he may get to the people below. With money, the people below will naturally settle down. Yan Zhenyo rarely had the patience to respond to Shinmachi's words. As if touched, Shinmachi sighed softly. With you here, the territory of Dahuang should be complete. Should be complete? Yan Zhenyo looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, and replied casually, why, it was not complete in your hands in the last life? Hearing this, Shinmachi chuckled meaningfully twice. In the last life, there was a severe drought, and Sichuan was the worst hit place. The drought and locust plague, poisonous insects and poisonous people were rampant, and the few firewood and trees were eaten up by the people. Some people even took poison to kill themselves in order to leave a complete body. At that time, the court of Dahuang was already in turmoil. Your good nephew Yan Beimon even threw the people here to Xixia like a burden. Xixia won without a fight, and took over Sichuan, and several cities around Sichuan in one fell swoop. Seeing that Yan Zhenyo did not respond, Shinmachi continued. Sichuan is connected to Yang Pass Road. Giving up Sichuan is equivalent to handing over half of a Yang Pass Road to Xixia. Fortunately, Beiki was also facing external and internal troubles at that time, and did not send too many elite troops to step into our Dahuang border. Otherwise, if Beiki joined forces with a few nomadic tribes around the northern border to take advantage of the chaos, the entire Yang Pass Road would fall into the hands of other countries again. Once the Yang Pass Road is lost, Dahuang's national strength will be weakened. If the national strength weakens, the people will suffer. The people are the foundation of the country. When the foundation is shaken and the people are unstable, how can your Dahuang country not fall? After Shinmachi finished speaking, Yan Zhenyo waited for a long time without waiting for his next words, and then he gently lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. So much nonsense. What do you want to say? Shinmachi held his head high. In the last life, I was destined to be with you. Without Xiangjila, I could still take over the Dahuang country. Yan Zhenyo nodded. Then what? Then the topic was strangled by you. Shinmachi gritted his teeth. He just wanted to test it out, to see what he would do if Yan Zhenyo was still alive, facing this situation. But when Yan Zhenyo strangled the topic, he suddenly understood what Yan Zhenyo meant, and he didn't even bother to deal with this hypothesis. If Yan Zhenyo was still alive, the blood in his bones would not allow him to do such a cowardly thing as giving up the country. It should be said that the two brothers in Kyoto were protected too well by their uncle. They could not see the situation clearly, and they thought that their father had left them a rich family fortune. Little did they know that this family fortune that all countries coveted, this national strength that made Dahuang stand out among the 5 countries in the Central Plains, was actually planned by their uncle for Dahuang with all his heart and soul. Yan Zhenyo is an interesting opponent and a terrible enemy. Unintentionally deepening this understanding, Shinmachi shook his head helplessly and smiled at him. Yan Zhenyo, you are really boring. I don't know how Xiangjila gets along with you on weekdays. I guess she talks to herself when she is alone with you. Alone with him? When the little woman was alone with him, they were busy doing other things, so they had no time to talk. Thinking of the little woman, who was thousands of miles away, and had no conscience and didn't miss him, Yan Zhenyo's eyes finally warmed up a little. It's none of your business. Why can't I control it? Shinmachi took a long step and walked in front of Yan Zhenyo to look at him, without any joking in his eyes. If you treat her badly in the future, or want to take a concubine or something, I will still try my best to take her away. It was a rare time that Shinmachi didn't get strangled by Yan Zhenyo when he mentioned taking Xiangjila away in front of him. Not only did he not strangle Shinmachi, Yan Zhenyo also shook his head seriously. I won't take a concubine, and I won't have any woman other than her. And at this point, he looked at Shinmachi with the confidence of a winner. She loves me. Hearing the last few words, Shinmachi's face darkened. Why did you bring this up again? He gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, you are boring. She loves me. You are cold-blooded. She loves me. You are cruel. She loves me. Shinmachi could no longer bear it. Yanjunuo, are you a parrot? She had to rub salt into the wound in his heart that had not healed. He just let go of her at the right time. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't love her, okay? Yanjunuo looked at him innocently. I am stating the facts. She loves everything about me. Shinmachi understood. Yanjunuo did it on purpose, absolutely on purpose. He was demonstrating to him. This stingy guy. So many days have passed, and he still has to demonstrate against him frequently. That night, after practicing with Shinmachi, Yanjunuo returned to his residence with a smell of alcohol. Knowing that Yanjunuo was drunk, Chushan followed him tremblingly. My lord, the princess doesn't allow you to drink. Why did you drink so much tonight? Yanjunuo's eyes were clear, except for the redness on his ears. The whole person looked no different from usual. Hearing Chushan mention the princess, he looked at Chushan seriously, tilted his head and asked incoherently, the princess hasn't sent a letter this month? Chushan shook his head. No. While speaking, he had helped Yanjunuo to sit down on the bed, carefully took off his outer robe and shoes for him. Yanjunuo laid down obediently, still mumbling in his mouth. Stupid woman, you don't miss me. There was even some grievance in his tone. Chapter 487. After hearing Yanjunuo's mumbling, Chushan paused while covering Yanjunuo with the quilt. The princess didn't miss him, so the prince was feeling wronged? But prince, you may feel wronged, but why are you pouting like a girl? Knowing that he had seen something he shouldn't have seen, Chushan was afraid that the prince would poke his eyes out when he woke up, so he could only coax him. How about I write a letter to the princess for you, telling her that you miss her very much? If the prince had memories, and knew that he was so obedient, he would probably be reluctant to poke his eyes out, right? Hearing Chushan's proposal, the man who was pushed back to the bed by Chushan immediately regained his serious expression, closed his eyes, and shook his head gently. No need. After a while, he spoke again vaguely. Chushan. I'm here. Chushan. I'm here. Are you thinking about Chuncho? Ah? You must be thinking about it, right? I. What do you mean by I? Why don't you write a letter to Chuncho? When you write, tell Chuncho that I have solved the problem of Shinmachi. Chushan was confused. The prince solved the problem of Prince Pingnan. What does it have to do with Xiao Qingqing? The prince of Pingnan likes the princess, not Xiao Qingqing. Soon he understood. The prince wanted to use him and Chuncho to ask for credit from the princess. But he was embarrassed to speak directly. Chushan. When he was distracted, the person on the bed called him again. Chushan was startled. I'm here. My birthday is coming soon. You should write a letter to Chuncho quickly. Even though he knew that there was no point in talking to a drunkard, Chushan couldn't help but close his eyes and curl himself up beside the bed, suggesting to the drunken Yanjunuo, Prince, would it be better if you wrote to the princess in person to tell her about these things? After waiting for a long time without any response from the person on the bed, Chushan couldn't help but open his eyes and sneak a peek at the bed. The drunk person had already closed his eyes. The person who used to speak in a shallow voice, even his breathing was so even and shallow. Chushan tentatively called out, Prince? Hearing the noise beside the bed, the person on the bed quickly opened his eyes, rolled to the inside of the bed with a frosty face, and sat up quickly. He reached under the pillow and pulled out the dagger. After seeing that it was Chushan who called him, he put away the coldness on his face, lay back on the bed, and slowly closed his eyes, without even looking at Chushan. After confirming that his master was drunk and asleep, Chushan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even when drunk, he still said one thing and meant another. It makes sense that the princess doesn't miss you. Then the question is back. Should he write to Xiao Qingqing, or should he go back to Kyoto to write, on the other side? When Yanjunuo walked away in a straight line with a light step, Shinmachi had already drunk to death on the wine table. Luyun carried him back to his residence and settled him down. She took off his outer robe and boots for him, and washed his face with a towel. After everything was done, Luyun picked up the copper plate and put it aside. Luyun, I want to cry. The tone was different from the usual gentle and steady tone, and it also carried a bit of aggrieved childishness. Luyun had just put down the copper basin and turned around, and saw that the person who had just been lying on the bed had sat up at some point, hugging the pillar beside the bed, with red eyes. But I don't have the right to cry. As he said this, he sniffed like a child, trying to hide his tears with this action. Because I know that if she wants to kill me, I can't die for her without hesitation like Yanjunuo, so I lost, and lost completely. Luyun, can you help me find another her? No, I can't find her. In this world, there is only one her, no other. Just like she told me at the beginning, I am very similar to him, but I am not him after all. No one in this world is him. The man in front of him was completely different from his usual self-confidence. When he mentioned that his face was full of tears, and his tone was humble to the dust. Lu Yun wanted to reach out and wipe the tears from his master's face, and also wanted to pat his master's back to comfort him, but he stopped halfway in the air, and was pulled by Shinmachi to sit on the bed like a wooden chicken. In fact, I really want to snatch her away regardless of her wishes, but I know her personality and temper. If I really get her by any means, she will definitely commit suicide, so I have never dared to use too strong means. Lu Yun sat quietly by the bed, letting the master lean on his shoulder and vent his emotions like a child. Lu Yun, if Xiangjila's husband was not Yin Zhenyu, how good would it be? I can't snatch Yin Zhenyu, but I can snatch others. The master's sobbing kept coming to my ears. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yun felt his clothes on his shoulders were wet, and the aggrieved man had fallen asleep on his shoulder without knowing when. Lu Yun carefully helped him back to bed, covered him with a blanket, and stood guard beside the bed with a sword in his arms. He didn't say a word the whole time. Early the next morning, Lu Yun came to say goodbye to Yin Zhenyu and his servant. Your Highness drank yesterday and had an allergy. He can't come today. Let me say goodbye to the Regent Prince. I wish you great success in Sichuan and solve the problem as soon as possible. Yin Zhenyu sat in the main seat, carelessly resting his left hand on the table, rubbing his temple from time to time. Hearing Liu Yun's words, he nodded slightly to Lu Yun, and raised 2 fingers of his right hand. Chu Shan received the order, stepped forward a few steps, and handed a bloody package to Lu Yun. This is a little gift from our master, just as a thank you for your master's trouble in helping to quell the rebellion and finding the traces of the Ziwei army these days. Now that the Ziwei army has found the gathering place, we will solve it ourselves. Lu Yun took the package with both hands and bowed respectfully to Yin Zhenyu. Thank you, Regent Prince. I will take my leave. After Lu Yun left, Chu Shan changed his cold and majestic appearance in front of others. He immediately grinned at Yin Zhenyu, rubbed his hands, walked behind him, and continued to massage his temples. Prince, is this strength suitable? Yin Zhenyu closed his eyes and rested. It's okay. Last night. Your Majesty fell asleep as soon as he came back last night. Your outer clothes and shoes were taken off by your subordinates. You slept soundly. At this point, Chu Shan even pressed his temple harder, and Yin Zhenyu opened his hand. Want to assassinate? His hands were full of calluses, but he was still pressing so hard. Was he afraid that he couldn't pierce his head? Chu Shan smiled, and put his hand on Yin Zhenyu's temple again to massage gently. Isn't this because I'm concerned about the prince? I'm concerned about whether the prince still remembers what happened last night, and whether his bright eyes can be saved. Facing a fool like Chu Shan, who makes stupid mistakes from time to time, even Yin Zhenyu can only sigh helplessly. Last night, Shinmachi discussed with him the direction of the 5 countries in the next few years. Most of his ideas coincided with his. The two of them felt a sense of mutual appreciation and drank a few more glasses together for the first time. But he was fine, he could still find his way home. As for Shinmachi, Humph, a defeated general, he couldn't even drink more than him. At least, he didn't do anything else out of the ordinary when he was drunk. In the morning, his clothes were neat, and Chu Shan was watching him, so there shouldn't be too many problems. Next time this happens, you must remind me not to drink too much. Yin Zhenyu reminded Chu Shan. Chapter 488. There will be a next time. Chu Shan's tone was quite disapproving. Your Majesty, your stomach disease has not yet healed. If the princess knew that you were drinking. Before Chu Shan finished speaking, Yin Zhenyu slowly opened his cold and lonely phoenix eyes. Why, you have become hers now. Does the prince need her consent to drink a little? Chu Shan's hands trembled, and he quickly denied it. I promise to be loyal to you, and have no second thoughts. Yin Zhenyu snorted coldly. After a long while, seeing that Yin Zhenyu had no intention of ordering him to do anything, Chu Shan tentatively asked, Your Majesty, your birthday is coming soon. Do you need Uncle Li to send a letter to the princess to ensure your safety and remind her? As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Zhenyu suddenly raised his voice, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Why remind her? This king is not celebrating his birthday. Chu Shan pursed his lips to hold back his laughter. TSK, Your Majesty, just keep pretending. But soon, Chu Shan could no longer laugh. After the massage, you will take people to disguise themselves at the place arranged yesterday. For the tracking, try to find a few agile people to do it, and don't let them be detected. Chu Shan, yes. Also, let Gong Sun Ming come to see this king before he leaves for the south. Yes. A beautiful day started with another run. On the official road from Sichuan to Kyoto, a small caravan of more than 30 people moved forward slowly, followed by 2 low-key and simple carriages. In one of the carriages, Shinmachi cried for most of the night last night. Although his eyes were no longer swollen, they were still red. When he saw the fresh head in the box on the small table, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yin Junyo is interesting. Knowing that he had to take the head of the Shixia envoy back to Kyoto for the mission, he could actually find a way to get the head back for him after so many days. Being able to clean up the Gu Master's head so well. There must be a poison expert around the Regent. Lu Yun reminded Shinmachi carefully and respectfully. Shinmachi nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed with Liu Yun's words. At least half of Yin Junyo's trump cards are hidden. The poison expert is very likely just the tip of the iceberg of the hidden half. If you really want to do something to Da Huang, you have to risk your life to fight him. Seeing that Shinmachi had no hostility towards Yin Junyo when he first left Beijing, Lu Yun hesitated for a while, but couldn't help but speak. Your Highness, I feel that. These days, Your Highness has mentioned the Regent Prince more often than the Regent Princess. Did the Regent Prince promise you something? Shinmachi paused as he closed the box. Yin Junyo promised him? That person. Thinking of Yin Junyo's cold face, he closed his eyes and shook his head, trying to get rid of Yin Junyo's overly good-looking face from his mind, and sneered, how is it possible? No promise. Lu Yun frowned. It was really hard for him to imagine what happened between the two of them that day and night. It was possible for the two people who wanted to bite off a piece of meat from each other's hands, when they met before, to put aside all their prejudices and face the outside world in unison. And, Your Majesty, are you really going to give up the Regent Princess? He looked at Shinmachi worriedly. After all, he had been watching the prince's persistence since last year. After closing the box, Shinmachi's movements froze for a moment, and soon returned to normal. Let go of prejudices. Yin Junyo is indeed the most qualified person I have ever seen to stand with her. After saying that, he sat back in his previous position, opened his folding fan, and waved it a few times. Besides, you're right. There are thousands of women in the world. Why should I only look at a delicate flower that already belongs to someone else, and give up the beautiful scenery all over the mountains and plains? Lu Yun, Your Majesty, you were not so free and easy last night. October. Another winter solstice. Biling. More than half a month has passed since the martial arts conference. Ever since Xiang Jila became the leader of the martial arts world, he has been so busy that he has no time to rest. Today, this hilltop was occupied by bandits, and she was asked to come out to negotiate. Tomorrow, a thief appeared in that brothel, and she was asked to find a way to catch the thief. It was simply using the manpower of the Wuling League to handle the affairs of the court. Finally, because she had to pass through Biling for something, Xiang Jila immediately took advantage of her free time to restore her daughter's body and hide in the Jin mansion. In the study, 3 maids were reporting to Xiang Jila on the progress of their work over the past month. After listening, Xiang Jila expressed his approval of their arrangements one by one, but when Chun Shou talked about the recent situation of Qingwan Escort Agency, Xiang Jila frowned. Ji Gang's former staff from Jinwei Escort Agency? Chun Shou nodded yes, but because of the unpleasantness we had before, even though they were experienced, I didn't hire them. You're right. Xiang Jila looked at Chun Shou with some approval. They must have their own way of escorting, but does the princess think that Ji Gang gambled before, and his staff also have a gambling addiction? Xian Yan expressed Xiang Jila's thoughts. Xiang Jila nodded. If it's just a small amount of gambling for fun, it's fine, but Ji Gang is a gambler who has gone crazy. Isn't Jinwei Escort Agency a good example? Even though he is like this, the people around him still follow him. They are either gamblers, or they are blindly loyal and can't think straight. We don't need these two types of people. In her previous life, she heard a lot of stories about gamblers from veterans in the army. Because of their love of gambling, they lost everything. In order to make up for their losses, they even gave up their conscience and sold their wives and children in exchange for gambling money. It was not uncommon for them to die on the spot at the gambling table after losing everything in the last round. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 people lose in gambling. If it is just a small gambling for fun, it is fine. After all, life should always have some fun. But once you meet Ji Gang or the example in the previous life, you will never stop gambling. The more you lose, the more you gamble, and the more you gamble, the more you lose. This is a vicious cycle. No matter how capable such a person is, she doesn't want him. There are also blind loyalty and die-hard loyalty. If he is really willing to serve her, she will definitely welcome him. However, it is impossible to think about it. The previous East family is not dead. How can such a blindly loyal person serve the West family? Isn't this just teasing her? You know, Ji Gang was just exiled, not dead. If Ji Gang had some ability, he could contact this group of loyal subordinates and use them to mess with Qingwan escort agency. Wouldn't it be easy? In that case, what's the difference between them and catching a mouse in a rice jar? After listening to Xiangjila's analysis, Chuncho suddenly realized and added, no wonder they are so easy to agree to and talk to. I guess they are planning this. As the saying goes, be careful, and you can sail 1,000 years. There are some things that you really can't be lazy about. Chapter 489. Xiangjila nodded. Anyway, I'm not with you. Things have to be done secretly. It's a good thing for you to be more cautious. The three of them responded respectfully. The master and servants talked about what they were going to do next, and finally, Dongren said, most of the potatoes on the farm have started on the road in September, and will probably be delivered to the northern frontier in December. When we set off, we have sent someone to send a message to Lin Bufan in advance. Xian Yin frowned. This journey is long, and I am worried. Potatoes are also beans. Will they sprout after encountering water on the road? Hearing Xian Yin's words, Xiangjila looked at Chuncho. If potatoes have moist soil or come into contact with water, they will sprout over time, so we use canopied carriages to escort the escorts. We also put cotton and rice straw inside the boxes in advance to absorb the moisture outside. We told the escorts that if it rains, they must cover the boxes with a layer of raincoat to prevent rain from seeping into the boxes. Chuncho looked at Dongren and explained to Xian Yin, when we planted before, we tried to plant other parts of potatoes. When we were in the mansion, the princess's sweet potato seedlings could sprout with just one vine. We thought that potatoes were the same. Later, we found that the cut potato vines alone could not sprout, but the cut potatoes could. Therefore, the potato seedlings in the future are all planted with cut potatoes according to the planting method left by the princess before. The current yield is not bad. If there are no more seedlings or potatoes, you can come to me. In addition, Xiangjila instructed, you should try to keep in touch with Lin Bufan through letters. If the potatoes survive in Saibei by then, we will find a way to transport the sweet potatoes to Saibei next year. Yes. I will leave for Sichuan soon. If you can't make a decision immediately, you'd better not make a decision and earn less but seek stability. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. By the way, according to the arrangement, I should go directly from Sichuan to Beijing to meet the emperor in December as Mu Junyan. When Chuncho sends a letter back to Kyoto next time, let Uncle Li leak some news about the assassin in the Regent's palace. Yes. Chuncho responded respectfully. After everything was arranged, Xiangjila stood up and planned to say hello to Jin Yu and go back to work. When she was about to leave the study, Chuncho reminded her, Princess, the prince has a birthday this month. Have you written a letter to the prince? Hearing Chuncho mention Yin Junyo, Xiangjila's silent eyes slowly overflowed with a gentle smile, and even the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. I wrote it. The first thing I did when I returned to the Jin mansion was to find Xian-san and ask him to send the birthday gift and letter back to Kyoto as soon as possible before coming to the study. Your prince is thin-skinned. If he is asked about his birthday by an acquaintance, he will definitely say to the person who asked with a cold face, it's not my birthday. For such things, you must take the initiative. Especially half a month ago, Chuncho received a letter from Chu Shan, in which Chu Shan asked Chuncho to tell her about their experience in Sichuan, and mentioned King Pingnan. Even though Yin Junyo was not mentioned in the whole letter, Xiangjila knew that he must be thinking of her, otherwise Chu Shan would not be so bold to tell Chuncho what they had done recently in the letter, and the sentence got help from King Pingnan which would definitely cause an uproar if discovered by someone with ulterior motives. What does it mean to get help from King Pingnan? Naturally, it means that Yin Junyo somehow managed to get Shinmachi to come over. Silly Junyo is trying to get credit from her in disguise. Her man is trying to get credit from her. How can she not give him a reward? Look, she has prepared 2 birthday gifts. With the flaws in the last red jade bamboo incident, anyone could be caught, so Xiangjila made the birthday gift herself this time. Because she was afraid of being discovered and had to rush to finish the work, she would sneak into the space every night to find Gonging number 3 and let it pick up the flashlight to help her light up. All 10 fingers were poked, and Gonging number 3 also made fun of her poor embroidery skills. She had to embroider and then dismantle, and then embroider again. Since the tedious process of making another birthday gift had almost exhausted her patience, Xiangjila racked her brains, but couldn't think of what to promise him. In the end, she only left him the word IOU, and let him make a wish from then on. As for why the awkward man didn't write to her in person, from Xiangjila's understanding of him, it was probably because of the dignity of a man in his bones. He didn't have time to write to her because of his busy official duties, and she didn't expect him not to hand him a letter. He thought about her in his heart, but felt that if he lost face, he would be worthless. He could only let Chushan hint to Chuncho, and let Chuncho hint to her. TSK, silly Junyo said every day that she was spoiled and arrogant. Isn't he the same? On the corridor, Xiangjila and Jin Yu walked in front. Chuncho, Xianyin, and Dongren followed behind. The closer they got to the gate, the more reluctant Jin Yu looked. Nan, why don't you go back to that alliance? You have to catch thieves and go here and there. It's too dangerous for a little girl like you. And Jin, don't worry. I know martial arts. Xiangjila comforted. It's not a question of whether you know martial arts or not. At this point, Jin Yu stopped and looked at Xiangjila with a serious face. Tell me honestly, what big shot did the general offend? I'm willing to go bankrupt to find someone to help. Chapter 490. Hearing Jin Yu's words, the three people following behind hurriedly pursed their lips and looked at each other with strange expressions. The prince offended a big shot? The prince is in Kyoto. Isn't he the big shot that everyone else is afraid to offend? Could he offend himself? Seeing that Jin Yu wanted to spend all her money to help him, Xiangjila hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt her. And Jin, I don't know if the king of Ping'an, the king of the south, will have any effect in Kyoto. And Jin, if it doesn't work, I go prepare a generous gift and see if I can ask for an audience with the king of Ping'an. And Jin, by the way, Nan, what is the general's full name? Or I can ask other friends first. Some of them have more connections than me. Seeing that Jin Yu had no intention of stopping her interruption, Xiangjila couldn't stand it anymore and raised her voice. And Jin, okay, I tell you the truth, just shut up and listen to me. As soon as she said this, the whole world was quiet. Lien Chuncho and the others also stopped in astonishment. Xiangjila turned around and raised his hand. Chuncho and the others understood and quickly lowered their eyes and stepped back a few feet. After Chuncho and his group left, Xiangjila took Jin Yu's hand and turned to walk slowly in the opposite direction. The two of them remained silent on the way, and Jin Yu glanced at her from time to time. Until the two of them came to the waterside pavilion where Jin Yu had held a banquet for them, Xiangjila closed his eyes and listened carefully to the surrounding sounds. After confirming that there were no other suspicious movements around, he let go of Jin Yu's hand and looked at Jin Yu with a serious face. And Jin, this matter is very important. To be honest, if I wasn't worried that you would do something irreversible in a moment of impulse, I really wouldn't have planned to tell you. Xiangjila's seriousness made Jin Yu nervous. What's the matter? After taking a deep breath, Xiangjila stared at Jin Yu's eyes. My husband, the general you mentioned, his name is Yin Junyo. Jin Yu was slightly stunned and murmured again, Yin Juluo? Xiangjila nodded. Yin Juluo is Yin Juluo. Why is Nan so mysterious? Jin Yu frowned and lowered her eyes. But this name sounds familiar. Wait. The regent of the dynasty. The name seems to be pronounced like this. Nan that? Yin Juluo, which Yin? Which June? Which Luo? The general's naming is a bit bold. Jin Yu's forehead broke out involuntarily. Having the same name as the regent is almost like a death wish. Could it be that the person they offended was the current regent? Xiangjila shook his head. It's not bold, he is the only one in the world with this name. After receiving Xiangjila's affirmation, Jin Yu's heart was pounding, and she was so excited that she almost blacked out. Oh my god, it's not Yin Juluo, but Yin Junyo. She took a few deep breaths, tried to suppress her pounding heart, and climbed up Xiangjila's arms with shaking hands, grabbing her sleeves, with fear on her face. Then you. Xiangjila glanced at the wrinkled sleeves and nodded gently. As you think, I am not the general's wife. I am the regent princess Xiangjila. Oh my god! Jin Yu let go of Xiangjila's hands, as if she had been electrocuted, screamed, and her legs went limp. If Xiangjila hadn't been quick to lift her armpits, she would have knelt in front of Xiangjila on the spot. Her heart was in a mess, and her mind was full of thoughts. She knew that the general's temperament was different from that of ordinary generals, but she didn't expect that he was the regent prince. Also, Nan is not the general's wife, but the regent's princess. Then what stupid things did she do before? Yes, okay. It seems that she slept with the regent's princess. Then does she cheat on the Regent Prince? It's over, will she be beheaded? Watching Jin Yu's face vividly turn from red to white, and from white to blue, Xiangjila helped her stand up again, and smiled helplessly. And Jin, I am still me, whether it is the general's wife or the regent's princess, I am still me. I don't want you to be estranged from me because I told you my true identity today. I have been hiding this from you because I am afraid of causing you unnecessary trouble. Also, if my identity is exposed, it is easy to cause a fatal disaster. After being stunned for a long time, Jin Yu said hesitantly, no wonder you said that someone is watching you in Kyoto, and you have to dress up as a man. Then, she looked at Xiangjila, who was dressed in women's clothes, with a puzzled look on her face. Then you today? Looking at the simple and elegant unmarried girl's dress on her body, Xiangjila touched his nose helplessly. You have become famous for dressing in men's clothes. If you don't wear women's clothes, you will also be watched. My God, Nan, what are you doing? It's really hard to be stared at no matter whether you are dressed as a man or a woman. Xiangjila's mouth curled up comically. The leader of the martial arts world. Hiss. Hearing this, Jin Yu took another breath of cold air. Then he reached out to hold her shoulder again, with a serious face, and looked at her. Nan, I won't say anything else. If others had your blessing, they would have called the wind and rain long ago. Your man is capable. Can't you just enjoy your life at home? What are you doing all the time? Look at the wives of county magistrates and the wives of officials. They ask the people from clothing stores to make clothes for them, and jewelry stores to deliver jewelry for them to choose from. Not to mention the wives. Even the relatives of the favored concubines can use the names of county magistrates and officials to show off and ask for benefits. Nan is the regent princess. Shouldn't she live better than them? Understanding Jin Yu's meaning, Xiangjila smiled at her and said, and Jin, if possible, who doesn't want to enjoy a peaceful and stable life? Especially for someone like me who is so afraid of trouble. Xiangjila's words made Jin Yu a little confused. Then why do you? Still tossing like this? Signing Jin Yu to let go, Xiangjila walked to the lake. The breeze brought a wave of water on the lake. The scales glowed light red under the setting sun. Jin Yu stood there, looking at Xiangjila's back. Under the setting sun, the slender back stood straight, and the small body seemed to contain endless power. Jin Yu was stunned for a moment. After a while, she heard the owner of the back slowly speak. And Jin, do you know what a man and a woman should do to stay together and grow old together? It's not the kind of promise made on impulse, but a true lifelong couple. A lifelong couple? This kind of situation is extremely rare in Dahuang. And doesn't know. Jin Yu shook her head honestly. After all, from childhood to adulthood, from adulthood to middle age, her experiences all told her that it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. There are also men who only have 1 wife in the mansion, but those men will basically keep several concubines outside according to their own strength. As long as they don't bring the women outside back to the mansion, even if the man brings back a child outside, the original wife in the mansion can only turn a blind eye. Chapter 491. As if she had expected Jin Yu to give this answer, Xiangjila turned to face her, and the corners of her mouth slowly raised a cold arc. Dahuang women love to read storybooks. I used to like it, but later I experienced more things, and I don't like it anymore. Why? Jin Yu asked. Xiangjila sighed lightly. Because the storybooks are unrealistic. At this point, her fox eyes also flashed a bit of sarcasm. The so-called unswerving commitment is nothing more than lust for beauty. Why do most of the storybooks end with the reunion of young men and young ladies, talented men and beautiful women? Yes, why? Xiangjila went on without waiting for Jin Yu to respond. Such a result is nothing more than to make the readers of the storybook have fantasies and feel unsatisfied. Another point is that after the two are married, the writer of the storybook can no longer continue to write, because once the talented scholar and the beautiful woman become husband and wife, they will have to live together day and night for decades to come. No matter how passionately they love each other before marriage, there will always be disagreements after marriage, and such disagreements may sometimes be just because one party's clothes are the wrong color, and the other party stubbornly believes that he has no problem. In other words, all the unswerving commitments may cause a rift because of an insignificant matter. Jin Yu opened her mouth to refute, but when the words came to her lips, she seemed to think it was okay. After holding it in for a long time, she finally squeezed out a sentence. So what does this have to do with you tossing around? If it was in the past, she could understand Xiao Nan and letting Xiao Qin take care of the business here. After all, in Kyoto, it is normal to leave a way out for yourself when you are with the emperor. But now, Her husband is already one of the most noble men in Da Huang. Even the current emperor has to call the regent uncle. Da Huang's kingdom belongs to their family. Why is she still tossing around? Could it be that Nan Nan wanted to tell her that the regent prince was determined to marry her, and then ignored her because of the wrong color of a dress? Knowing that Jinyu couldn't understand, Xiang Zhila smiled, as if he had found someone to confide in, and confessed all the inferiority that he had buried in his heart and dared not reveal to Chun Shou and the others. It is the greatest injustice to marry me who has nothing. His status is there, and it is destined that his wife must not be ordinary. And I, Xiang Zhila, am just the daughter of a third-rank official. In addition, the situation of my natal family was complicated, and I couldn't learn what a mistress should learn like other noble ladies in Da Huang. It can be said that except for having a mediocre kung fu and cooking a few dishes, I am nothing and unworthy of anything. At this point, her voice choked slightly, and her eyes were red. Although I know he never cares about these things, I do care. I really do. I love him, but I am more afraid that he will be ridiculed by the world because of me. I don't want others to mention the regent of Da Huang with contempt, saying, "Look, that's our powerful regent, but unfortunately he has bad taste and married a princess who knows nothing." Or I really don't understand why the prince likes this fool-like princess. I like him. Even if I just look at him from a distance, I will be very happy. As long as he is by my side, I can't help but want to do the most intimate things with him, and have children for him. And he takes on all the responsibilities of a man for me, loves me, cares for me, gives me a status that others can hardly reach, and gives me unique honor. This is the most ideal state between husband and wife. However, this state must have a prerequisite, that is, my ability and status must match everything he gives me. Only in this way, knowing that every step he takes requires careful consideration, can I not hold him back, and even be his strong backing, and give him a hand when he needs it, and overcome difficulties with him. No matter who the other party is, it is impossible for one party to always keep paying and protecting the other party, while the other party takes it for granted to enjoy the other party's efforts, and become a burden to the other party. If I want to stand by his side, I must be equal to him, even if there is a gap between us, but the gap cannot be too far. This is what I think is the true meaning of a couple being able to remain committed and grow old together. We are all human beings, we all have emotions and get tired. Only when the body and mind are compatible, can the two people in love stand in each other's shoes, and think for each other, and make the already deep feelings more mellow in the increasingly tedious running in. On the contrary, once the body and mind are not compatible, what follows is an increasingly obvious rift, and then, they will sleep in the same bed but dream different dreams, and finally the man will fall in love with someone else and the woman will complain about everything. Why would a man abandon his wife without hesitation after he becomes rich? Besides the fact that his wife is old and ugly, the bigger problem is that the two people are in different environments and their ideas and thoughts are already very different. What men want to do, when they have money, is to make more money. But women are afraid of being poor before, and have never seen the world, so they shrink back and try their best to persuade men to give up better opportunities, and maintain the status quo, which slows down the man's pace and becomes a burden to him. On the contrary, if the woman is powerful, and has a husband who has been with her for a long time, the same is true. Listening to Xiang Zhila speaking out all his thoughts without taking a breath, Jin Yu is shocked. My God, what have you been through? She is a veteran in her 40s, but she is not as realistic as a young girl. The thoughts that had been pent up in her heart for a long time were vented, and Xiang Zhila felt that the depression in her heart had dissipated, and she felt much more relaxed. She reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and smiled gently, with self-knowledge. I don't want to be the one who holds him back, so I naturally see a lot of things that were previously blinded. Do you need Aunt's help? Auntie has gone bankrupt. Auntie Jean, you come again. Xiang Zhila interrupted her with a smile. What I want to do, you can't plan even if you go bankrupt. You can save the money for your retirement. These things can only be planned by myself, and... Speaking of this, Xiang Zhila's slightly red eyes were filled with a soft light, which made her whole person lively. He has always sent people to help me in secret. He thought she didn't know, but she knew it all. He respected her choice, so she should be worthy of his efforts and respect. Xiang Zhila's original intention of saying those words to Jin Yu was not to let Jin Yu worry about her affairs, but in Jin Yu's ears, it became, Aunt Jean, I want to do big things, your money is not enough, go and earn more money. With this idea, Jin Yu changed the decadence of the past few months, and the whole person seemed to be alive, full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, Nan Nan, Auntie understands. Chapter 492. Thinking that Jin Yu understood his painstaking efforts, Xiang Zhila took 2 steps forward and hugged her. Aunt Jean, you are so nice. I am really glad that I can meet you in the south. Being hugged all of a sudden, Jean Yu was flattered and her eyes widened, but soon, her eyes softened from surprise to a touch of kindness. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Holding Xiangjila backwards, Jean Yu smiled gently and patted Xiangjila's back gently, and is glad to meet you. Otherwise, she either died in that kind of unclear humiliation or died in the tax and silver embezzlement case last year. Both of them had their own goals. Jean Yu knew that she could not persuade Xiangjila, so she could only repeatedly remind Xiangjila to be careful on the way to the gate. After getting Xiangjila's consent, she reluctantly stuffed a stack of banknotes into her for self-defense. Xiangjila waved to the few people and asked them to go back. You all stand here. It's too conspicuous. The few people reluctantly took a few steps back. Only when Xiangjila disappeared from the crowd did she close the door of the Jin mansion. Wait until Jin Yu and Xianyan left. Dongren finally couldn't help but hold Chun Chou, who was about to leave, and told Chun Chou about her worries. The climate in the south and the north is always different. While speaking, her eyes met Chun Chou's eyes, and her tone was a little worried. The northern frontier is bitterly cold. Can the potatoes in the south survive in the north? As a person who has experienced it, Chun Chou naturally understood what this worry was about. She looked at Dongren mischievously. Why, are you worried about Lin Bufan? Dongren blushed. He is my master. I am worried for a while. Is it not okay? Oh, master. Chun Chou deliberately dragged out the word oh while speaking, trying to hold back her laughter. Yes, yes, absolutely yes. Xiangjila returned to the temporary branch dressed as Mu Junyan, and it was already completely dark. Seeing that there was no one around, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that they haven't come back yet. On the surface, they said to act separately, but in fact, these so-called sect representatives did not obey her management at all, and they all went to do their own things. But Xiangjila was also relieved. I thought that people in the martial arts world would have some chivalry, but I didn't expect that these so-called martial arts heroes would do dirty things that were even more shameful than some backyards in Kyoto. In her previous life, she didn't pay much attention to these martial arts affairs. She only knew that when she started her army, the martial arts world had already become a legend, and even those so-called martial arts masters seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. That's why she thought of asking Chun Chou to recruit people from the martial arts world. From Zhai Jioma, I learned that this year's so-called martial arts leader election only requires a title to select the martial arts sects or people from the martial arts world who are willing to serve the court. As for why there was a Xixia person as the judge, according to Zhai Jioma, the last two martial arts leaders were both sons from a certain Xixia family. When he first entered the martial arts world, because of his high martial arts skills, upright behavior, and his natural love of making friends, the son of the aristocratic family quickly gained a place in the martial arts world. Under the influence of two consecutive martial arts leaders, many masters left Xixia and took root in Xixia. When necessary, they were used by the Xixia court and became one of the Xixia warriors. The Wuling League, which now seems to exist in Dahuang, has actually been eroded by Xixia seemingly inadvertently. The brave and resourceful masters are getting worse and worse, and the leader is getting more and more watered down. Little ghost. A familiar voice came from behind, and Xiangjila turned around immediately. Zhai Jioma was still dressed like a businessman with a lot of money. He looked at her empty hands vigilantly, fearing that she would whip him again if he was unhappy. Xiangjila smiled and waved to him. Hey, Master Zhai Jio, how come you have time to come over so late? Zhai Jioma saw her waving and instinctively dodged to the side. He waved at her after making sure she didn't swing the whip. It is said that you came out with people from the Kuaido sect and the Chongqing sect to deal with a thief in the brothel. Those two groups are not easy to deal with. I came to see if you are dead. Xiangjila sneered coldly. My life is very tough. If you still come to persuade me not to go to Sichuan, then you can get out. Zhai Jioma looked at him with regret after his thoughts were exposed. I told you that the leader of the martial arts world is just a trap for you to jump into and face Shangyan Zhenyuo and Xixia. You still want to get into it. Are you stupid? Others can set up a trap to trap me, so why can't I use it to trap others? Xiangjila laughed unruly, with a bit of cunning in his bright eyes, and said half-truthfully, besides, when you explained the actual situation of the leader of the martial arts world to me, I told you that I had no reason not to join the game. Let's not say that Yan Zhenyuo and I have a grudge. Just because Xixia has been eyeing my Dahuang for many years, and has deceived so many of our masters, as a Dahuang citizen, shouldn't we contribute a little to our country when we are able to? Since those so-called masters can so easily abandon the place where they grew up and have no sense of belonging, let them stay in Xixia forever. Chapter 493. Under the bright moonlight, the boy's appearance was not outstanding, but the rebelliousness and cunningness in his bones had an inexplicable attraction to people, making people unable to look away for a while. With a flash of light in front of his eyes, Shai Jioma seemed to see that the girl in front of him was smiling at him, and a certain place in his heart was inexplicably poked. He shuddered and blinked, and found that it was still the dead kid. He hurriedly made a few poo sounds of fear, and pulled a few steps away from Xiangjila. It was too tiring to talk while standing, so Xiangjila simply turned around and jumped up with a force, sat on the roof, and looked down at him with a puzzled face. "What's wrong with you?" Like a ghost possessed him. "Nothing." Shai Jioma reached out and touched the back of his neck, lifted up his long hair, and sniffed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. "You are from Dahuang. I am not. I have no responsibility to make any contribution to this Dahuang country. At this critical moment, you want to be alone?" Xiangjila sneered, bent his right leg to support his right elbow, and leaned forward slightly. "As a person in the game, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to get out now. If I'm not mistaken, you went south this time, openly working for the Emperor of Dahuang, and secretly cooperating with Xixia." His heart skipped a beat, and Shai Jioma immediately looked up at her, denying it flatly. "How is it possible?" "Is it impossible?" Xiangjila laughed coldly. "Do you think I believe it?" He might have forgotten that the letters in Su's makeup box before also included his contribution. Xiangxi's treason was already a serious problem, and coupled with Shai Jiomo's letters involving the Dahuang grain and grass substation, Xiangxi was only sentenced to beheading, which was Yin Beiqi's greatest kindness to him. As for the collective punishment, since Xiang's relatives were basically gone, thanks to the Su family's mother's family, who had been helped by the Su family, was finally implicated, because those letters that instigated the Su family on how to capture a man's heart and the entire Xiangjila's letters were put together with Shai Jiomo's letters. In Yin Beiqi's opinion, it was better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go, so a few days after Xiangxi was beheaded, the entire Su family was chopped off. Shai Jiomo sighed. After Xiangjila smiled like that, he also remembered this. The dead kid knew his identity before, and used it to blackmail him for letters to contact Xixia. Thinking of those letters, and what Xiangjila said, he knew where his family letters were. Shai Jiomo's eyes narrowed slowly, as if thinking about what he should do to make the dead kid shut up without hurting him. Not long after, the dead kid's voice came from above again. "If you go back, you may still have time to solve the problem of Northern Qi. If you waste time again, and plan to enjoy the benefits of being a fisherman between Xixia and Dahuang." Xiangjila did not say the rest of the words, and Shai Jiomo's expression became even uglier. It was a tacit issue. Some things don't need to be said too perfectly. "You think too much," Shai Jiomo retorted coldly. I have never thought about solving any problems." "Since you haven't thought about solving any problems, is cooperating with Xixia a joke?" Xiangjila chuckled and did not argue with him, but reminded him again, "If you play with eagles all year round, don't get pecked by the eagle in the end." It must be said that this gentleman in front of her did help her a lot in the process of the destruction of Xiang Mansion. Under the premise of not affecting her own plan, she kindly reminded him, which was considered a favor. Looking up at Xiangjila's pretending to be deep, Shai Jiomo pulled the corner of his mouth sarcastically. "Instead of having the energy to remind me, you might as well care about yourself. Do you know where Sichuan is? Do you think going to Sichuan is the same place you used to go for fun?" Xiangjila raised his eyebrows, took out the folding fan from his waist, opened it, and shook it a few times. "It's just a place with more goo people. I've seen them before. The most important thing is that Sichuan is adjacent to Xixia. Qin Pei said before that the problem of the Ying family of Xixia must be solved by her personally. No matter what, she must go to Sichuan." Seeing that Xiangjila didn't take his words seriously again, and even wanted to drive him back to Northern Qi, Shai Jiomo's heart suddenly became angry. "Humph, it's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. You want to die. Do you think I should stop you? When you die, remember to take everything you know to the King of Hell. If I find out that you are talking nonsense, I will make sure that you can't even be a ghost." With a cold look on his face, he left in anger. Leaving Xiangjila alone sitting on the roof, he even stopped fanning himself. This guy not only likes to meddle in other people's business recently, but also has a weird temper. Could it be that he is not used to the climate in the south? But soon, she put Shai Jiomo's not used to the climate behind her, and her attention was completely attracted back to the folding fan in her hand. She smiled with her eyebrows curved, and turned the folding fan over and over again, smelling it again and again. She found this when she returned to Jin's house today. Jun Nua had used the folding fan to fan her before. She couldn't find it when she returned to Kyoto before, and she thought it was lost on the way. It turned out to be left in Jin's house. Thinking of Jun Nua, who was far away in Sichuan, Xiangjila looked up at the not-so-round moon in the sky. Sighed softly. Stupid man, I don't know what you are doing now. There was a sound not far away, and Xiangjila turned his eyes back to the ground. Outside the courtyard, two groups of people who disobeyed her walked towards this side one after another. Seeing that they were about to enter the courtyard, she immediately turned over and got down to the ground. Just as she was about to walk into the house, a teasing voice came from behind her. Hey, we just entered the door, and saw the leader coming down from the roof. Why, you are embarrassed to let us know about the moonlight. That's right, you can grow taller by basking in the moonlight more. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of laughter immediately rang out. Xiangjila paused. Xiangjila recognized this annoying voice. It was Dugu Huaiming, the young master of the Kwaido sect. In the words of Gongjing No. 3, he was a fool as thin as a monkey. He was tall, probably half a head taller than Jun Nua, but with narrow shoulders and a small head, he looked like a stick insect. Xiangjila tried to hide whenever he saw him, lest he lose control of his temper and break the stick insect into pieces, causing trouble for himself. It is said that his father, Duguchanga, the leader of the Quick Blade sect, was favored by all the major sects and was the best candidate for the leader of the martial arts world. Duguchanga and his entire sect thought so. But unexpectedly, because of his poor performance, Duguchanga was eliminated in the penultimate round of the competition, where he was out of the top 3. In order to maintain his composure, he could only grit his teeth and smile, and say acceptance to the little opponent, who had no school or sect, and was not taken seriously by him. Coincidentally, the little opponent, who had no school or sect, and was not taken seriously by him was Xiangjila. Xiangjila never dreamed that one day, she could actually knock a martial arts master off the ring with just one whip. Chapter 494. For this, she was happy for several days, until Gongjing No. 3 told her, because she hadn't done the strenuous companion mission for too long, the spiritual power that was supposed to be left for her to repair her body was suddenly useless. During the duel, it felt her nervousness, so it gave her a little more strength to make the whip more powerful. Xiangjila, So, Go Xiao 3's spiritual power was all used in the wrong place, which was why it couldn't support her teleportation back and forth. Originally, Xiangjila didn't take the victory over Duguchanga to heart. But Duguchanga couldn't let go. Whenever he saw her, he would pester her to compete with him again. The loser would automatically give up the position of the leader of the martial arts world. Although it was unfair to win against Duguchanga with the help of Xiao 3, the other party was at least 30 years older than her. According to his skills and experience, he was also suspected of bullying the weak. Therefore, Xiangjila was very mean and asked Gongjing No. 3 to help every time, and he won every time with one move. After a long time, he stopped humiliating himself. On the surface, she acted like a well-known and upright person, saying that she followed the leader of the martial arts world in everything, but secretly, she let the younger generation of her family flatter her and step on her from time to time. At first, Xiangjila might punish her openly or secretly, but as time went by and she had more things to do, she was too lazy to deal with these scoundrels. The major martial arts factions, although they looked famous, were actually almost in line with the bureaucratic style of the imperial court. They didn't have much ability, but when there was profit, everyone rushed in, and when there was no profit, everyone was throwing away their burdens. The true loyalty and courage are found in some unknown small sects or individual investors, like her who have no sect. Unfortunately, these people usually don't know how to read people's faces and act on impulse, so they are often eliminated in the first competition because of their bad character and popularity. He stood there for a long time. It seems that he was stupid because of the moon. In front of him came the sound of a stick insect. Ah, Dugu Huaiming's voice. Xiangjila's thoughts came back to her mind. Her eyes passed the 5 people of the Kwaido sect and fell on the Chongqing sect behind them. The 5 people of the Chongqing sect bowed to Xiangjila without sincerity. Leader. Before Xiangjila could speak, the leader spoke first. We have visited and investigated the ruined temples in the mountains and forests of Bailing today. We are very tired. We will report the details to you after we have rested. After saying that, several people did not even look at Xiangjila and walked around her. Xiangjila's eyes darkened. Compared with the Kwaido sect, which was a mean way of shooting arrows and leaving handles, the Chongqing sect was Xiangjila's biggest concern. Usually, the disciples of the Chongqing sect all looked righteous and awe-inspiring, and it looked like no one else in the world could do it. In fact, since contacting them, Xiangjila found that a big characteristic of the Chongqing sect was hypocrisy, that is, hypocritical fence-sitters. On the surface, all the disciples of Chongqing sect are approachable, and they have done all kinds of formalities and courtesy, and they have a good relationship with all the sections. In fact, they are all consciously making friends with the sects that are beneficial to them. As for the small sects without status, they bully them at will, and use force to threaten others not to tell others. Such people will definitely push the people around them out at the first time if they really have something to do. This time, she came to Bailing to do business. It is obvious that Duguchanga heard her northern accent and thought that she came from the north and was unfamiliar with the south and easy to bully, so he was so unscrupulous that he let his son go in person. According to the stick insect fearless and rude remarks along the way, it is expected that if there is any conflict between the young master of the powerful sect Kuai Dao sect and the leader of no sect, Mu Junyan, the fence-sitter Chongqing sect will definitely stand on their side without hesitation, and then the wicked Duguchanga will make a fuss about some fictitious things. More than a month has passed, and it seems that these powerful sects have not given up the intention to pull her down. Just at this time, Gongjing No. 3 also established contact with Xiangjila. Little ghost cultivator, I have found all the things you asked me to find for you. In order to help you find this little thing, Xiao 3's eggshell almost exploded. Did you know that? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. After being yelled at by Xiangjila in his mind, Gongjing No. 3 immediately became timid and told Xiangjila all the information he had found with his spiritual power. After learning about the life stories of Duguchanga and Dugu Huaiming from Gongjing No. 3, Xiangjila's mouth slowly raised a meaningful arc. Seeing that Dugu Huaiming wanted to continue provoking her, she raised her eyebrows. Stick insect, you are not afraid of death, right? Stick insect? Who are you calling a stick insect? When Dugu Huaiming heard the word stick insect, he felt like his tail was stepped on, and he wanted to jump up and fight Xiangjila. The people behind him quickly pulled him back to stop him from being impulsive. Xiangjila stood there fearlessly, as if waiting for Dugu Huaiming to punch him. There was a smile on his lips, as if he was watching the fun and not minding the trouble. If she hadn't communicated with Gongjing No. 3, she really wouldn't have known that Dugu Huaiming was really called stick insect by the people in the martial arts world. Logically speaking, he is tall, he is thin, and he is the young master of a powerful sect. As a martial artist, he should be chivalrous and dignified. But Dugu Huaiming is different. It all started with a bowl of rice 20 years ago. At that time, Duguchanga, who was nearly 20 years old, had been in the martial arts world for 4 or 5 years, but he still couldn't make a name for himself. Every year when the martial arts conference was held, even if he was eliminated in the first round, he would go to participate. In his words, what if the luck really turned? As a result, it turned out that he had always been unlucky. He participated in the martial arts conference for 4 years, and was beaten back before he even went up the mountain for 3 years, and was eliminated as soon as he entered the mountain for 1 year. At that time, he had already used up all his money. Because of the martial arts conference, petty thieves dared not be too ostentatious, for fear that they would become the target of eradication. So Duguchanga didn't even have a chance to be brave and righteous. He was not related to anyone, let alone others would give him a meal for no reason. Out of helplessness, he could only beg along the way into the mountains. He originally wanted to kill a wild beast to eat some meat, but he didn't expect that he could kill the beast and was bitten by a poisonous snake. Chapter 495. Who doesn't have a dream of being a martial artist? Did he really die like this? Duguchanga didn't know. He only knew that his consciousness gradually drifted away, and when he woke up, he found himself lying in a thatched house. Beside the bed, there was a bowl of cold herbs and a light meal. Duguchanga couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten warm food. People will become dizzy when they are hungry for a long time, and when they are dizzy, they will not recognize their relatives. So, he immediately ate the light meal without caring about anything. After eating, he found that there was a beautiful girl with a rat-like face sitting next to him. The girl's appearance was so shocking that he couldn't adapt to it for a while, and he vomited all the food, which made the girl run away. It was not until later that he knew that after he was bitten by a poisonous snake, it was a hunter who saved him, and squeezed out the poisonous blood for him in time, otherwise, his leg would not be saved. In order to show his noble character of repaying kindness, he pledged his love to the hunter under the banner of repaying kindness, and promised himself to the hunter's daughter, who had a rat-like face, and was driven away by him. At first, Duguchunda's idea was very simple. For those of them who have been wandering around the world for many years, women are just tools for giving birth to children. No matter how ugly they are the same when the lights are turned off. It is worth it to exchange an ugly wife for a good reputation. But he had never expected that his hunter father-in-law was actually a martial arts master who had retired for 20 years, known as Kwai Dao Ma San. Kwai Dao Ma San retired because his beloved wife's appearance was really unflattering. Even if they were forced by his quick sword, there would always be a group of people in the martial arts world who were blind. Seeing that his beloved daughter looked like his beloved wife, he didn't want to make his beloved wife and daughter sad, so he retired to the mountains. Saving Duguchunda was originally a matter of love for his beloved daughter, but he didn't expect that Duguchunda's vision was as special as his. Kwai Dao Ma San's attitude towards Duguchunda changed a lot immediately. After Duguchunda married his beloved daughter Ma Dan, he saw that his beloved daughter was depressed because Duguchunda wanted to leave. In order to prevent his daughter and son-in-law from being bullied, Kwai Dao Ma San taught Duguchunda everything he had learned in his life and asked him to swear that he would treat his daughter well for the rest of his life and only have his daughter as his wife. If Duguchunda knew that he would be lucky enough to become the head of a family in the future, he would never swear so easily. Unfortunately, there is no if. At that time, he was still unknown and just wanted to make a name for himself as soon as possible. He swore in front of Kwai Dao Ma San without any guilt or hesitation. Later, Ma Dan seemed to be particularly lucky for her husband. After he had a superb swordsmanship, Duguchunda quickly became famous in the martial arts world and was called Kwai Dao Chunda. Later, he established the Kwai Dao sect. Duguchunda was handsome, and after he became famous, there were naturally many women who threw themselves at him. But Duguchunda rejected them all with a righteous and stern reason. He had a wife, and could not do anything to let her down. For a while, Duguchunda's loyalty was widely praised in the martial arts world. Later, someone mentioned that Duguchunda's wife was ugly. Now, Duguchunda's loyalty also raised the status of Kwai Dao sect. At that time, the number of people who came to the sect was unprecedented. At that time, Duguchunda actually had other ideas, but because of the development of the Kwai Dao sect and the fact that Kwai Dao Ma San would come to visit his daughter from time to time and teach him martial arts, he had to continue to put up with himself. After the sect developed steadily, Ma Dan became pregnant. This made Kwai Dao Ma San and his wife and Ma Dan very happy, but only Duguchunda was secretly worried. As the saying goes, sons resemble their mothers. It seems to be a law. No matter how many times Duguchunda went to Ma Dan, it seemed that he could not change this law. The moment the child was born, Duguchunda was desperate. Because Dugu Huaiming looked a bit like Duguchunda in terms of facial features, he looked almost exactly like his mother. Because of his wretched appearance, Dugu Huaiming had always been the target of ridicule by other sects' young masters since he was a child. From a distance, he looked like a bamboo pole, but up close, he looked like a wretched bamboo pole with hands. From then on, the nickname stick insect spread like wildfire. Dugu Huaiming was even reluctant to go out for a while. Later, Duguchunda personally came forward and communicated with the leaders of other sects, and let those who had made fun of him apologize to him. Therefore, people in the martial arts world only dared to call him that behind his back. In front of Dugu Huaiming, they all respectfully called him Young Master. Now that Dugu Huaiming's scar was torn openly by a leader without any sect or faction, how could he swallow this breath? Moo, be careful with your tongue. If I let this young master know that you are talking nonsense again. Before Dugu Huaiming finished speaking. Okay, stick insect. Now, no one could stop Dugu Huaiming from drawing his sword. He started with the fatal hate-slaying technique. Just when the other four people were excited and thought that their young master could avenge the previous shame of the sect master, Xiang Jila flexibly stepped back a foot and easily dodged the sword. Where she stood just now, there was a smooth line of sword marks left. Forcing Dugu Huaiming to make a move, Xiang Jila was no longer vague, and drew out the long whip from his waist. When Dugu Huaiming was about to cut the second sword, he flexibly wrapped his hand, and even the handle of the sword was tightly wrapped by the long whip. The four people who were watching the show saw Dugu Huaiming being restrained, and they stepped forward to dissuade him. They were frightened by Xiang Jila's sharp eyes, and couldn't even speak. I'm talking to you nicely, and you all think I'm nice, right? As she spoke, she tightened the force of Dugu Huaiming's right hand. Dugu Huaiming gritted his teeth and shouted, Moo, if you have the guts, you can break my right hand. If you hurt the young master of the sect without reason, I see how you can continue to be the leader of the martial arts world. With reason or not, it's not up to you. Xiang Jila sneered and pulled hard. The few people who were stunned just now hurriedly persuaded, Leader Moo, please show mercy. That's right, Leader Mu, how can you, as the leader, bother with a junior like the young master? Chapter 496. Junior? Xiangjila narrowed her eyes. It seemed that she was 3 years younger than Stick Insect. She immediately smiled coldly. Very good, the junior is disrespectful to the elders, and it is only natural for the elders to teach him a lesson. One of the 4 Leader Mu disciples, who was slightly older than Dugu Huaiming, bowed to Xiangjila and said, Leader Mu, please don't worry about our Kwaido sex affairs. Hearing Xiangjila's words, Dugu Huaiming's eyes widened. Mr. Mu, what qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? On the way to Bailing, he laughed at this little guy, who was half a head shorter than him, more than once or twice. Each time, the little guy just whipped him twice in the air, not daring to hurt him at all. Could it be that after coming to Bailing, the little guy could still bite him? He was the young master of the Fast Blade sect. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed. Whose knife can have? Snap! Before Dugu Huaiming could finish comforting himself, he felt a burning pain on his face. His face was hit sideways, and for a moment, there was a dead silence in the front yard. After a while, Dugu Huaiming covered his face in disbelief and looked at Xiangjila. How dare you hit me? I hit you. Why do I need to choose a day? He slapped her again with his backhand. Xiangjila snorted coldly and retracted his long whip. Even though Dugu Huaiming's martial arts skills were not weak, he staggered due to the inertia of the whip when it was retracted. The saber he had pulled out was sheathed sharply and flew into Xiangjila's hand as if it had life. The 4 people who had originally intended to persuade him came forward to catch Dugu Huaiming, who was about to fall to the ground. Ignoring the burning pain on his cheeks, Dugu Huaiming broke free from the support of his disciples and blocked Xiangjila's way. Give me back my knife. At this time, Xiangjila's patience was exhausted. Get out of the way, you're dirtying my eyes. Dugu Huaiming clenched his fist slightly, and his right hand, which had just held the knife, was still aching, reminding him of the gap between him and Mu Junyan. Give me back my knife, or you can't expect to leave. Give you back your knife, so that you can draw your knife and chop me again? Xiangjila asked coldly. His eyebrows and eyes were like frost, and he didn't have the indifference of the past. The first article of the Martial Arts Alliance prohibits bullying outsiders with the unique skills of the family. You just came up with the Zhanhenju that directly takes people's lives. For the sake of reason, public and private, this leader of the alliance will have a detailed talk with your father to see if what you did was instructed by him. Hearing that Xiangjila was going to use his knife to find his father because he used the Zhanhenju in front of him, Dugu Huaiming felt guilty for a moment, and soon turned back to his cowardly appearance. I don't know what the Zhanhenju is. If you must wrongly accuse me just because I made a random move, then we might as well go back to the Willing League and confront all the uncles and uncles to see who is right and who is wrong? If I really confront your uncles and uncles, then that would be your father's wish. Xiangjila pondered. Besides, if he didn't take some of Dugu Huaiming's things away, how could Dugu Changda be so obedient to come to negotiate with him? Having achieved his goal, Xiangjila decided not to talk nonsense with him anymore, and raised his eyebrows to look at the 4 people behind Dugu Huaiming. If you don't want your young master to be abolished, just drag him away honestly. Seeing that Xiangjila looked serious and didn't seem to be joking at all, several people hurried forward to drag Dugu Huaiming away. But Dugu Huaiming scolded him. Who is your young master? Are you sure you want to betray your own people and only listen to him? After being reprimanded by Dugu Huaiming, the actions of several people stopped at the same time. For a moment, they didn't know whether to listen to Xiangjila or Dugu Huaiming. Young master. If you still recognize me as the young master, help me get the knife back. Dugu Huaiming ordered the other 4 people arrogantly. If his father knew that he was incompetent again, his position as the young master of the sect would be in jeopardy. Seeing Dugu Huaiming blocking the way again, Xiangjila could no longer hold back his temper. If the stick insect becomes a spirit, get out of here. Classic of mountains and seas. Didn't your father teach you not to talk too much just because you are ugly? Dugu Huaiming was furious when he was scolded for being ugly for the first time. Mu Junyan, I am from the Kwaido sect. Before he could finish his words, Xiangjila kicked Dugu Huaiming in the stomach. The severe pain moved from the abdomen to the chest. Dugu Huaiming couldn't lift his breath, and could only let several brothers help him up. He couldn't say a word for a long time. The deep and magnetic voice of the man who kicked him came clearly to his ears. I don't care what sect you belong to. I am the leader of the martial arts world. In front of me, you are all defeated. Also, don't scream in front of me. After all, when you scream, I find that you really look like the things that Erlingshan brought with him when he came to the world. After finally catching his breath, Dugu Huaiming was stunned when he heard Xiangjila say this, and even forgot how to retort. What did Erlangshan bring with him when he descended to the mortal world? What was that? There was a strange silence. A weak explanation sounded beside him. Young sect master, he called you a dog. Isn't the roaring sky dog what Erlangshan brought with him when he descended to the mortal world? At that time, Xiangjila was about to leave their sight with his knife. Being compared to a dog, Dugu Huaiming looked at Xiangjila's back with resentment on his face. Moo, don't be so arrogant. One day, I will find evidence that you won unfairly. Xiangjila stopped and didn't look back, but smiled jokingly. Why, you can't win even if you outnumber the weak, and you won't admit it even if you can't win. If you don't accept it, let's fight again. Why are you barking like a dog? Just when everyone thought that Dugu Huaiming would definitely jump up and fight the new leader. Dugu Huaiming smiled contemptuously at Xiangjila. Mu Junyan, how good are you? Don't think I don't know that you will soon become a running dog of the court. No matter how powerful your martial arts are, in the end, you will still beg for mercy for a piece of bone? People like you are simply the scum of the martial arts world. Running dog? Xiangjila chuckled nonchalantly. I'm afraid that even if someone rushes to be a running dog, no one will want him. He is no better than the beast who can only bark like a dog here. After saying that, she left leisurely without looking at the people behind her. Until Xiangjila's figure disappeared, Dugu Huaiming gritted his teeth and asked the people around him. What did she mean just now? The person being asked answered vaguely, It's not good after all. Speak. Dugu Huaiming shouted, and the man blurted out. He called you shameless, young master? That's too much. Rainy night. Sichuan. An inconspicuous small village with ruins, and occasionally smoke rising from the ruins. Under the heavy rain, the smoke gradually faded. A well-trained elite army was searching for the fish that had escaped. When the sky turned pale, the heavy rain had completely turned into a drizzle, and the leader in a straw raincoat raised his hand, with a cold expression to withdraw the troops. Chapter 497. Kyoto. The Imperial Palace. The Yongqing Palace. Shinmachi returned to the palace safely, with the head of the Shixiao envoy. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? Yin Beiki raised his hand to exempt Shinmachi from the courtesy, and immediately asked the question he wanted to ask most. Did you meet Yin Regent on the way? It was obvious that he had mixed several spies with the elite soldiers led by Yin Zhenyuo to Sichuan, and before entering Sichuan, there would be news sent back from time to time. But the strange thing was that since receiving the credo of prepare to enter the West, Nuo will go in person sent back by the spies, he never received any news about Yin Zhenyuo again. It can be said that since Yin Zhenyuo entered Sichuan, unless Yin Zhenyuo was willing to send him a memorial to Kyoto, he had no idea of Yin Zhenyuo's whereabouts. He even lost contact with Eugene, who had sent him letters from time to time in Sichuan. This feeling made him very uneasy. In this case, he seemed to have no choice but to temporarily trust Shinmachi, who had returned safely from Sichuan. Shinmachi nodded slightly. The chaos in Sichuan is fundamentally due to the fact that the half-gu, half-human of the Fairy Hall robbed people wantonly, which made the people want to attack them in groups. Unfortunately, this part of the collective power was used by people with ulterior motives to point the spearhead at the court, which led to the current chaos. The Regent and I met twice. The second time, the Regent met someone from the Fairy Hall. I used a trick to remove his disguise and reveal his true face. I guess he is still dealing with the half-poisoned, half-human from the Fairy Hall. Hearing the news brought back by Shinmachi, Yin Beiki's first reaction was that it was unlikely. My uncle, I know, he has always been decisive and never allows anything to stand in his way. Those half-poisoned, half-humans. Understanding Yin Beiki's meaning, Shinmachi's mouth curled up a meaningful arc. He told Yin Beiki the truth about the harm of the half-gu half-man. The blood and bones of the half-gu half-man are no different from the gu worm. Once injured, the poisonous blood will overflow from the body and corrode the skin and flesh of normal people in the first place. To put it bluntly, once the half-gu half-man is forced into a corner, they will bleed in front of you. Even if you are a big man weighing hundreds of pounds, you will only be left with a pool of blood in front of the poisonous blood. While speaking, Shinmachi's eyes and eyebrows were full of contempt. If you rashly kill the half-gu half-man, Yin Zhenyuo must be desperate. It turned out that there was no way to kill them directly, so they had to deal with those monsters. Hearing that Shinmachi's statement was almost the same as what he had heard, Yin Beiki finally felt relieved. He touched his smooth chin, his face full of worry, and a mysterious light in his phoenix eyes. It is rumored that the half-gu, half-human is ugly and loves men. If the Emperor's uncle can't deal with them, the final result. Thinking of the friendship years when Yin Zhenyuo, and he were trapped in the cave together for a day and a night, Shinmachi's eyes quickly flashed a trace of pleasure. With the Regent Prince's heavenly appearance, he will definitely be able to become a husband of the chieftain in the fairy hall. Husband of the chieftain? The Regent Prince went to quell the rebellion, but was kidnapped by a monster and became a husband of the chieftain? The thought of the scene made Yanbeiki's mouth twitch. It was really hard for him to imagine that if those extremely ugly things entangled Yin Zhenyu, and Yin Zhenyu could not kill them, but could only be constantly harassed, in the end, Yin Zhenyu would either be left to be ravaged or the poisonous blood of the half-goo, half-human would corrode Yin Zhenyu completely. Such a result. Isn't it exactly what he wants? But can Shinmachi's words be completely believed? Just when Yanbeiki was doubtful, Shinmachi's question dispelled some of his doubts. Since the Regent King is very likely not to come back, can the Emperor fulfill his promise to me and give me the Regent King's consort? Thinking of Shinmachi's obsession with Xiangjila before. Thinking of his hesitation to take action against Xiangjila. Yanbeiki's eyes deepened, and he smiled at Shinmachi. The love of the Prince of Pingnan for the aunt really touched me, but the uncle and the aunt have always been in love. Even if he is now far away in Sichuan dealing with the monsters of the fairy hall, the uncle will definitely miss his wife and children in the capital. What if he returns victorious and can't see them? He won't come back victorious, Shinmachi said firmly. Even if the Regent King is not dead, the people of the fairy hall will not allow him to leave Sichuan. Speaking of this, Shinmachi looked at Yanbeiki meaningfully. I guess at this time, he could only show off his power on Yaoziling in Sichuan. Half-goo, half-human is used to taking yang to replenish yin. Taking yang to replenish yin? Hearing this, Yanbeiki felt a little more at ease. Thinking of his previous plan, he said to Shinmachi with difficulty, in this case, there is really nothing to worry about. To be fair, I also want to help others, but if the Emperor's uncle really can't come back, the child in the Emperor's aunt's belly is the spiritual sustenance of the court officials and the Regent's mansion. At this point, Shinmachi knew what Yanbeiki wanted to say. The words were all about Xiangjila not being able to leave Beijing. Yanbeiki regretted it. Without Yin Zhenyu, Shinmachi no longer had the restraining significance that should exist. He was sending him back to the south like a beggar. The little Emperor was still interesting. If he wanted to act, he would have to accompany him, right? Thinking of this, Shinmachi looked annoyed, wanting to get angry but not daring to. Your Majesty, you are. Before Shinmachi finished speaking, Yanbeiki walked up to Shinmachi with great condescension, put his hand on his shoulder, and looked him in the eye. Prince Pingnan, a man's ambition is to go far and wide. Now my uncle is trapped in Sichuan, which really makes me feel sad. The burden of Da Huang is too heavy, and I must have someone to share my worries and work. Do you understand what I mean? Woman, as long as you want, you can have it any time. Shinmachi finally understood that he wanted him to work for him, so he planned to use Xiangjila to restrain him like he restrained Yin Zhenyu. I understand. There is no doubt that Yanbeiki was very pleased with Shinmachi's surrender. Yin Zhenyu's lack of news made him relax his vigilance, and his previous fear of Shinmachi also weakened a little. He patted Shinmachi's shoulder again. Okay, you did a good job on the journey to the west. After leaving Bailing for so long, I'm afraid you have a lot of things to deal with, right? Shinmachi's eyes darkened. I take my leave. That night, a Loki carriage left Kyoto before the city gates were locked. After receiving the news, Yanbeiki paused while reviewing the memorials, as if to confirm with the secret guards. Did he leave the capital? Your Majesty, yes, the Prince of Pingnan left very easily. Frowning slightly, Yanbeiki finally buried his head in his desk and continued to review the memorials. Then let him go. Before Yin Zhenyu had any definite news that he could not come back, Shinmachi was still useful. Moreover, if the Saibei army was to be incorporated, it would still need to be suppressed by force when necessary. In this case, it was imperative to withdraw troops from the south. Thinking of this, Yanbeiki's phoenix eyes slowly narrowed. Chapter 498. 2 days after Shinmachi left Beijing, Sichuan's letter came back. Promise to enter Yaoziling, not to come out again. Sichuan is in chaos. Request reinforcements. Not to come out again. Now, Yanbeiki finally felt relieved. He didn't care much whether Sichuan was in chaos or not. To him, Sichuan was just a barren borderland bordering Xixia. If Yin Zhenyu hadn't always said that Sichuan was the weakest link of Da Huang and insisted on focusing on defending Sichuan, he would never have distributed a large amount of food, grass, silver and money to Sichuan, let alone attach importance to Sichuan. It's good now. Yin Zhenyu can live happily with Sichuan and the half-goo half-human of the fairy hall for the rest of his life. Then he can find a reason to call Lin Bufan back from Saibei, and recruit the 200,000-strong army of Saibei into his hands without any effort. Everything is going well. No, Yan Zhenyo can't come back, and there's Yan Beimo. If Yan Beimo knew that Yan Zhenyo might not come back. Thinking of the rumors in the market before, Yan Beiqi's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. Regardless of whether Yan Zhenyo died or not during this western expedition, since he could not come back, it was time for him to get rid of the person who seduced his aunt and killed his mother. While Yan Beiqi was trying to take over Yan Zhenyo's 200,000-man army, Xiang Jila was not idle either. After solving the matter of the flower thief in Biling Flower House, Xiang Jila returned to Qin Shan with a dozen people who came down the mountain with her. Wuling Alliance headquarters. Xiang Jila's residence. After receiving the letter handed back by Qiusi, her eyebrows were almost wrinkled. Chun Shou, who was dressed as a man to deliver the letter, saw Xiang Jila's serious expression and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Master, what's wrong?" Xiang Jila put away his serious expression, held the letter in his hand as if nothing had happened, and crushed it with his inner strength. Qiusi's mission failed. Qiusi's mission failed? Chun Shou blurted out, then Qiusi. Realizing that his mission was different from the mission Yan Zhenyo had given him before, Xiang Jila smiled and explained, "It's not the mission that the prince asked you to perform before. Qiusi was just slightly injured during the mission. It's not a problem. He will arrive in Biling in early December. You guys can meet him then." Hearing this, Chun Shou was relieved. Yes. There was a short and 2 long knocks on the door, and Xiang Jila immediately put away the smile on his face. "What's the matter?" "Leader, the leader of the Dugu sect wants to see you." "Got it." After sending the messenger away, Xiang Jila turned around and told Chun Shou, "Recently, several groups of people from Kyoto have come to the Wuling Alliance. Be careful when you leave, and don't let the people from Kyoto recognize you." Chun Shou looked solemn. "I understand." Before parting, the master and servant left each other the way to deliver the message next time. After seeing Chun Shou covering her face and flying away lightly, Xiang Jila took out the knife that he had snatched from Dugu Huaiming from under the bed. The blade glowed red, and it was obvious that he had killed many people. Looking at the weapon in his hand, which was forged with black iron and fine steel and stained with the blood of countless innocent people, Xiang Jila's lips curled up with a cold smile, and he walked slowly to the place where he had agreed to meet with Dugu Chengde. Sichuaningzhou office, the only government office in the 5 western states. Yan Zhenyo sat with a cold face behind a pile of files. In front of the desk, there were local officials kneeling on the ground. Seeing that the people in front of him did not dare to look up, Yan Zhenyo stood up and swept all the files in front of him. His tone was cold. Chang Yu took advantage of the chaos to harass the people of Ying Pass. This king asked you to deal with it. After nearly a month, Chang Yu are still rampant, and the people are still complaining. This is the result you give this king? Are they all just eating for nothing? Or have they just grown ahead to show off their height over the years? After 3 questions in a row, the local officials, who were hit by the files, dared not even breathe. Liang Yunji, the governor in charge of the military and political affairs of the 5 western states, barely maintained his composure, and stood up from the trembling officials. "Your Majesty, the Qiangyo have been nomadic for many years, are good at riding and shooting, have excellent war horses, and their people are good at fighting. They are not comparable to the horses and soldiers in our central plains, and..." Before Liang Yunji finished speaking, Yan Zhenyo narrowed his eyes slowly, and said what he wanted to say. "What you mean is that they run fast, and you can't catch up. They are strong and good warriors, and you are just useless people with strong appearance but weak inside?" Liang Yunji choked and lowered his head in guilt. Yan Zhenyo laughed in anger. The money that the court allocates to Sichuan for military affairs every year far exceeds that of Saibei and Nanling, not to mention the armor, rear armor, and horse gear that are allocated to Sichuan for regular replacement of soldiers every year. As long as there is enough grain in the court, it will be transported to Sichuan as soon as possible. Now you tell me that you can't even beat a group of nomadic bandits? Sichuan is known for its high-intensity military training for many years, but these are the things that are not up to standard? His laughter was very light, and his voice was very quiet, but the dozen people kneeling on the ground inexplicably felt a strong pressure and bloodthirsty murderous aura. Their backs and foreheads were covered with fine cold sweat, and they wanted to bury their heads in their chests, fearing that they would become the chicken used to scare the monkeys. Liang Yunji. No one dared to speak, so Yan Zhenyo called the names himself. "I am here. Before sunset tomorrow, gather all the soldiers stationed in Sichuan, including those stationed at Yang Pass, under the city tower." Hearing Yan Zhenyo's arrangement, a gray-haired official hurriedly raised his head to persuade, "Your Highness, you must not do that. What if Changyu? Now that the garrison is like this, what's the difference between having someone stationed there and not having someone stationed there? Before the official finished speaking, Yin Junyo interrupted him coldly. In addition, send someone to keep an eye on the families of the garrison generals. If anyone escapes, execute them on the spot. Your Highness. If you have any more objections, you can station there yourself. If anything is lost during your garrison, it will all be returned to the people at the original price. As soon as Yin Junyo said this, the officials who wanted to persuade him shut up. Chapter 499. It was the end of the winter month. Outside Sichuan City, the wind was howling, the yellow sand was rolling, and the dark clouds in the sky were slowly gathering toward Sichuan, with a faint sign of snow. Yin Junyo stood alone on the tower and looked into the distance. His eyes were fragmented, his thin lips were tightly pursed, as if he was planning something. Thinking of the decadent state of the Sichuan soldiers, who were summoned a few days ago. He couldn't help but flash a murderous intent in his eyes. Chu Shan appeared behind him silently. My lord, 1/3 of them escaped. Hearing this, Yin Junyo slowly tightened his hands behind his back and clenched them into fists. What about the rest? Most of the ones we caught are minions, diehards, who bite the poison sacks themselves without even looking at who is coming when they hear the noise. There are also a small number of them who have positions, but they are very cunning and can easily escape if we are not careful. We gave them a large dose of drugs, but they are good at poisons, and will probably be able to decompose the properties of the drugs quickly. This is not a long-term solution. After the report, even though there was the whistling sound of the wind in his ears, Chu Shan could still clearly hear his master's knuckles crackling because of the excessive force of his fists. After a long while, Yin Junyo slowly loosened his tightly clenched fists, and said in a light tone, kill them all. The shadowless guards have been accumulated for 100 years, and have more or less their own set of skills to control people. If they escape, they may not necessarily look for their superiors. If you are not careful, they will be able to counterattack. Such a disaster cannot be left. Similarly, the shadowless guard's skills in controlling people, escaping, and using poisons aroused Yin Junyo's great interest. Even if they escaped this time, Yin Junyo did not intend to let them go. As long as they were a threat to his peaceful life with the little woman in the future, he would kill them all. Compared with Yin Junyo's high morale, Chu Shan's expression was obviously frustrated. As long as he thought about the fact that the prince and them had worked hard for more than a month to uproot the shadowless guards, but in the end the main king escaped, he felt bad. Now that the prince has ordered all the survivors to be killed, it will be even more difficult to find those people at that time. But the prince's order always has his reasons, so even though Chu Shan was very reluctant, he still respectfully agreed. Yes. After agreeing, he hesitated for a while, and still told Yin Junyo his guess. When I led people to search the manor before, the manor was already in a mess and on fire. If it weren't for the heavy rain that extinguished the fire, I'm afraid all the clues would have been burned. So straightforward, leaving no way out. I suspect that the remaining remnants probably want to use the captured remnants to delay our time. At this time, those useful ones have already escaped from Sichuan. Hearing Chu Shan's analysis, Yin Junyo curled his lips and smiled. The most dangerous place is the safest place. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Their temples are all here. They will not lose their century-old foundation. You can send a few smart ones to guard Yaoziling, try not to be discovered, and send back messages at any time. Yin Junyo's words made Chu Shan suddenly enlightened. He vaguely guessed Yin Junyo's plan. Chu Shan's eyes lit up, and even the frustration on his face suddenly became excited again. Yes. After arranging the shadowless guard, Yin Junyo asked Chu Shan again. Has the news been sent back to Kyoto? His voice was as cold as usual, making it difficult to tell whether he was sad or happy. Chu Shan bowed his head respectfully. It has been sent back. Kyoto has also received news that the Prince of Pingnan has set off to return to the south. The person in the capital has recently disagreed with the Prince of Qing in the court. There are rumors that the Prince of Qing killed his mother. Hearing this, Yin Junyo's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. It's really a deep brotherly love. Even the despicable means used are exactly the same. Soon Yin Junyo's focus shifted. How is the mansion recently? Compared to the rift between the 2 brothers in Kyoto, Yin Junyo wanted to know more about whether his woman wrote to him and remembered his birthday. As if seeing the hope in Yin Junyo's heart, Chu Shan reported to Yin Junyo truthfully. Today, I received a letter from Butlerly, saying that the princess's belly is already showing, and various forces in the court are ready to move. Hearing Chu Shan's words, Yin Junyo naturally put himself in the shoes of Xiang Jila, who had become a pregnant woman. The little woman was fed by him and became plump. She had a bulging belly, and put her hands on her waist, and called him silly Junyo aggressively. She kept asking him to kiss her, hug her and lift her up high. The stupid woman was chubby and cute. In an instant, the depression in Yin Junyo's heart was swept away, and even the tense lines on his face showed signs of softening. Let the people in the palace pay attention to her diet, and let Uncle Lee keep an eye on the dynamics in the palace. If anything is wrong, he will take her back to the regent's palace at all costs. At the critical moment, there can be no mistakes in cooperation. When talking about a slight mistake, Yin Junyo emphasized his tone. The puppet doll will return to its original form after seeing blood for a quarter of an hour, so he asked Uncle Lee to make 2 preparations. Yes, I understand. After finishing the business, Chu Shan's expression was no longer serious, and he said to Yin Junyo, Your Majesty, when Butler Lee sent a letter to me, he also attached a small box, specifying the name of the person, and asking me to hand it to you personally. I put it on your desk. Before Chu Shan finished speaking, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and his master had already disappeared. Chu Shan, eh? When Chu Shan caught up with his master and returned to the study, his master was already sitting behind the desk. The candle wick had been trimmed, and the study was bright. Yin Junyo sat upright, his eyes, which were always half closed, widened when he read the letter, scanning the letter again and again, fearing that he would miss every little bit in the letter. All the frost and snow between his eyebrows seemed to melt away after entering the study. Suddenly, it was like spring in the world, with hundreds of flowers blooming. Seeing his master's charming expression, what else did Chu Shan not understand? He took a few steps forward, blinked, and asked tentatively, My lord, is it a letter from the princess? Hearing Chu Shan's voice, Yin Junyo's half-raised mouth corners were forced to tighten, and he put the letter away as if he had seen a ghost, fearing that Chu Shan would see something he shouldn't see. Then, he looked at Chu Shan coldly, and snorted with red ears, nosy. Chu Shan smiled and his eyes fell on the black brocade bag in front of Yin Junyo. The fabric of the brocade bag was not even a little bit inferior to the fabric of the prince's clothes, especially. Oh, the 2 swimming chickens on the brocade bag are so unique. Which embroidery shop did housekeeper Lee order them from? Yin Junyo's face turned cold, and he pressed his slender hand on the brocade bag to prevent Chu Shan from seeing the pattern on it, and snorted coldly. If your eyesight is not good, go see a doctor. Chapter 500. At the end, Yin Junyo added, emphasizing, This is a sachet. Is there a difference between a brocade sachet and a sachet? Yes. The difference is huge. The brocade sachet is an everyday accessory, which can be used to hold money or other small items. It is usually given between friends, or by the younger generation to the elder, implying peace from generation to generation. The sachet is embroidered by a woman herself, and then fumigated with the spices she usually uses to give it a unique fragrance. After it is completed, it is used as a token of love given to a man, embroidered with mandarin ducks and lotus carp. The meaning is self-evident. Chu Shan tried to hold back his laughter, and put on a surprised expression. Oh, so it was a gift from the princess, a birthday gift? Although it arrived more than a month late, the prince did not return to Kyoto, and the journey from Kyoto to Sichuan was also delayed. So, the gift should have arrived in Kyoto on the prince's birthday. The princess gave the prince a gift on time. It seems that the prince is forcing him to write a letter to Xiao Qingqing is still useful. Thinking of Xiangjila's constant expression of longing for him in the letter, Yin Junyo tried to purse his thin lips to prevent the corners of his mouth from rising. But as long as he thought of the contents of the letter saying that there was an IOU in the sachet that she personally dyed with cinnabar, and fixed with old red, his smile would overflow from his eyes, and even the corners of his mouth were lifted. He stroked the mandarin ducks embroidered on the sachet, and the lotus carp next to the mandarin ducks like a treasure, without even looking at Chu Shan, just turning it over and over again. Stupid woman, it's not my birthday, but you still insisted on embroidering a sachet for me, and used the sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance that I usually use. The stitching is beautiful, but the pattern is ugly. However, since she made it for me personally, I will wear it reluctantly because she misses me so much, so that she won't cry and say that I don't love her. Since entering Sichuan, Yin Junyo has always had a cold and serious face. Chu Shan rarely saw him relax like this. When he relaxed, the prince said I am the king 7 times in a row, and his previous image was also lost. Fortunately, the old guys in Sichuan were not there, otherwise they would definitely suspect that the prince was either possessed by evil spirits or poisoned. As soon as this weird idea came out, Chu Shan's mouth twitched. Prince, as long as you are happy, I am not full, really not full, as long as you don't give me. TSK, Chu Shan, look at you, You have been with Chuncho for so long, but you haven't even received a piece of cloth. You can't not be a good husband. Finishing knife. Chushan wanted to cry, but had no tears. This knife is really sharp and piercing. Biling. Jean Mansion. People in the mansion are no longer surprised that Mo Yud comes to Chuncho every now and then to discuss things. Although Mo Yud always looked serious as if he was here to talk about something when facing Chuncho, his simple and serious look collapsed when Jean Yu appeared. Boss Jean, are you going out too? After discussing the details of the cooperation with Chuncho, Mo Yud was about to leave. When he turned around and saw Jean Yu walking out with his servants, his eyes lit up, and he smiled and walked forward. Where are you going? Mo has also gained a general understanding of several surrounding county towns these days. Why don't we go together? It just so happens that we can also discuss each other's views on the wind direction of the 4 counties in Biling. Knowing that Mo Yud had ideas about her, Jean Yu kept a distance from him and said politely, "What I do is not worthy of Boss Missouri. Big business must be done by young people who are more energetic than an old man like me. Boss Missouri can just discuss business insights with Boss Duan. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. Xiao Nanan needs funds to do big things now. She can't offend her partners as soon as she opens her mouth." As if he couldn't hear Jean Yu's refusal, Mo Yud nodded with a serious face. Mo just finished talking with Mr. Duan. We need your support for the future cooperation. Why don't we go together? Auntie Jean, why did you go out today? Didn't we agree to renovate the young master's yard and arrange for the masons and stonemasons? Before Mo Yud finished speaking, Chuncho, who was notified by the servants, hurried over to smooth things over. The servants said that the masons have been unable to see the master for a long time, and now they are all standing there, not knowing what to do. The two of them didn't even need to look at each other. Jean Yu immediately understood that Chuncho came to help her out of trouble. She immediately continued to follow Chuncho's words. Ah yes, that brat came back a few days ago and told me that he was not comfortable living there, so I won't go out today. After that, she smiled politely at Mo Yud. Boss Missouri, I'm really sorry, I'm old, my memory is not good, I have a chance to go with you again. Since someone got involved, the opportunity for the two to be alone was ruined. Mo Yud smiled at Jean Yu in a good mood. It's okay, I talk to Boss Jean next time I have a chance. Sure. After saying this politely, Jean Yu waved to him and led the servants to the backyard. Mo Yud looked at her leaving back, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes, which was caught by Chuncho standing beside him. Looking back and seeing Chuncho still staring at him, Mo Yud moved his eyes away from her guiltily. What are you looking at me, Boss Duan? Chuncho bowed to Mo Yud with a serious face. Boss Missouri, Duan Qing has something to say first. And Jean is someone our young master values. Unless she is willing to go out with you, no one in the mansion will allow you to use various methods to plot against her. Mo Yud's face flushed and he sighed. We are all business partners, so I won't be vague with Boss Duan. Guessing Mo Yud's intention, Chuncho refused before he finished speaking. Boss Missouri, there is no need to say more. If it is a business matter, Duan Qing can discuss it with the boss, but we, the younger generation, cannot make the decision on such matters. Having said so much, it would only hurt the harmony if he continued. Mo Yud immediately cupped his hands to her and said with a smile, Boss Duan is a perceptive person. Chuncho made a gesture to send him away, and Mo Yud did not bother him any more. Only when he got back to the carriage did he look at the closed door of the Jean mansion and sighed. The driver who drove the carriage for Mo Yud was hired by Mo Yud when he came to Biling. He was an old man who looked very thin, with dark skin and bright eyes. Because he traveled between Nanling and Biling for many years to do odd jobs, he knew some rumors about Jean Yu. Seeing that Mo Yud looked lost every time he left the Jean mansion, he couldn't help but ask, Boss, are you interested in the Boss Jean in the Jean mansion? Mo Yud's face straightened, and he looked at the old man in front of him with dark complexion and a gleam in his eyes from time to time. Don't talk nonsense, it will have a bad influence on Boss Jean. The driver smiled indifferently. Well, it has a good influence. Boss Jin's affairs are no longer a secret here. Since last year, there have been rumors that she has slept with many men in Nanling. This slut can only continue to gain a foothold in Biling because of her capable niece. Chapter 501. Hearing this, Mo Yud's face turned cold. Don't just follow what others say. I thought that saying these words would arouse the curiosity of the boss, but I didn't expect that the boss seemed even more unhappy, and the driver could only reply awkwardly, yes. Seeing that Mo Yud seemed very unhappy, the driver didn't dare to say a few more words the whole way. They returned to Mo's house in silence. The driver drove the carriage to the backyard quickly. In the front yard, a middle-aged man who was about the same age as Imoya came towards them with a hunched back. Before the middle-aged man had time to greet him, Imoya told him, "Old Sia, the driver, find a reason to get rid of him in a few days." Thinking that the driver had done something to displease Imoyud, Sia-san quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Seeing that Sia-san turned around and was about to do something again, Imoyud stopped him. "Wait. What else do you want, sir?" Sia-san stopped and turned to look at Imoyud. Imoyud hesitated for a moment, but finally waved to him. "It's all right, go do your work." "Yes." Looking at Sia-san-yuan's back, Imoyud's honest face flashed with a bit of entanglement. At her age, he knew that she must have been married. But being married and having affairs with many men are completely different. Could it be that her indifference to him these days was all a play to get? Even the look of caring for the child was pretended? Imoyud didn't know. The people in the Jean mansion would definitely side with Boss Jean, so... Is it possible to ask around when dealing with others on weekdays? With this thought, Imoyud finally put his troubled mind at ease. Just as he was about to go to the study to handle chores, a maid about 15 or 16 years old ran up to him with a frightened face. "Master, the young lady is missing again." Imoyud's heart was lifted again. What? On the bustling street, Jin Yu and Chun Cho sat in the same carriage. Knowing that Chun Cho had taken time out of her schedule to accompany her, Jin Yu felt really bad. "Xiaoqing, Nanan should have a lot of things to do. If you have something to do, go and do it. You don't have to accompany me on this trip. It's just on the way. Recently, many new tea houses have opened in Bailing. I also want to take the opportunity to understand their business situation." Chun Cho smiled slightly. "The master has already set off for the west 2 days ago. Before leaving, he repeatedly told me to take good care of you. I dare not be lazy." Hearing that Xiang Jila did not forget to keep her in his heart when he went west, Jin Yu felt a warm current in her heart, and her whole body was warm. "You are all good children." She patted Chuncho's hand. "If you open a branch or do other business, but you don't have enough funds, you can ask Aunt. Nanan wants to do big things, and Aunt has to support her." Thinking of her own princess's instructions, Chun Cho didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aunt Jean, do you think of yourself as a fairy who gives away money now? You always give us money to support us." Jin Yu poked Chuncho's forehead lovingly. "You are so naughty. And is old, what fairy do you still want?" Chun Cho smiled and approached Jin Yu, teasing, "If you are not a fairy, then why can't Mr. Mo move his feet when he sees you?" Thinking that Chun Cho misunderstood that she was interested in Imoyud, Jin Yu immediately put away her smile and spat. "Don't talk nonsense." Seeing that Jin Yu was really disgusted, Chun Cho had a clue in her heart and decided not to test her anymore, returning to her usual appearance. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. If you really don't feel anything, I make it clear to Boss Missouri in the future and ask him not to come to the mansion again. After all, people's words are scary. We don't care, but we're afraid that it will make you suffer." Jin Yu agreed with Chun Cho asking Imoyud not to come to her house, but as long as both parties thought of the business dealings, she couldn't help but order, "It's okay to talk nicely, don't mess up the business with Boss Missouri." Chun Cho nodded. "I know what's going on." As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage braked suddenly. Chun Cho quickly steadied himself and supported Jin Yu. There was a commotion outside the carriage. "What's going on?" Chun Cho asked. The driver lifted the curtain and replied, "The man selling buns pushed a little girl to the center of the road, and she was almost stepped on by our horse." While the driver was speaking, a rough and mean male voice sounded outside the carriage. "Where did you come from, you little bastard? You stole the clothes of the nobleman and the buns. I'm going to take you to see the official, okay?" The onlookers were talking about it. "Is this little girl dumb? Maybe she's deaf. Well, 9 out of 9, she won't cry or speak even after being scolded like that." Seeing that more and more people were watching, Chun Cho simply got off the carriage with Jin Yu and asked the driver to stop the carriage aside. Perhaps because he was selling food, the peddler called Irma Dad was dressed cleanly, but his eyes had been greedily staring at the little girl's clothes since he scolded her. The little girl looked only 5 or 6 years old. Perhaps because of long-term malnutrition, her skin was dark yellow, and her watery eyes were full of fear. The hair ornaments on her head had long disappeared. The pink dress she wore was made of top-quality material, but it didn't match her skin color. It made her look earthy yellow, which was incompatible with the elegance of the dress. It seemed that Irma's father was really going to pick up the little girl and leave. Jin Yu couldn't bear it and wanted to stop Irma's father, but Chun Cho reached out to stop her. "We will pay you whatever you want," Chun Cho said aggressively. The vendor selling meat buns recognized Chuncho and said with a smile, "It turns out to be Mr. Duan. 2 meat buns are not worth much. Just give me 6 coins." Chuncho gave him a small piece of silver. "Please help me pack a few more." "Okay." Chapter 502. On the street, the crowd of onlookers had long dispersed. The little girl stood in front of Jinyu, wolfing down a few meat buns that were almost as big as her face, her mouth full of grease, and both cheeks were stained. Jinyu squatted down and carefully wiped the grease off her face, with a kind and soft light in her eyes without knowing it. "Slow down, no one is competing with you." The little girl felt a soft touch on her face. Looking at Jinyu's kind and gentle appearance, she was stunned for a moment, put down the hand holding the bun, and chewed the food in her mouth from time to time. Chuncho handed over a water bag at the right time, which contained red dates and wolfberry water. Jinyu took the water bag. The little girl seemed to have never seen a water bag before. She looked at Jinyu curiously as he opened the lid and took another bite of the meat bun. Seeing Jinyu handing the water bag to her, she instinctively wanted to step away, but was supported by Jinyu. "Drink water," Jinyu taught softly word by word. From beginning to end, the little girl didn't say a word. Jinyu thought that the little girl was really dumb and deaf as those onlookers discussed. She patiently passed the water bag to her mouth, pretended to pour the water into her mouth, and then passed the water bag to the little girl's mouth, carefully feeding her mouth. The taste buds tasted the sweetness of the red dates, and the little girl's lifeless eyes lit up slightly. After Jinyu moved the water bag away, she smacked her lips and followed the water bag closely. Amused by her silly and cute appearance, Jinyu lovingly stuffed the water bag and the remaining buns into the little girl's arms and reached out to tidy up her messy hair. "Poor thing, you must have been hungry for a long time, and your family must be worried. Auntie, can I take you to find your family?" Hearing about her family, the little girl's eyes quickly filled with fear. Seeing Jinyu stand up, she simply stopped eating the bun, bit a corner of the water bag, and used the hand holding the bun to tightly grasp Jinyu's skirt, and Jinyu's skirt suddenly became greasy. Jinyu looked down and saw the little girl's watery eyes. There was no other extra emotion in her eyes except fear. She didn't cry or make a fuss, but Jinyu could feel the grievance under her fear. Jinyu was distracted, as if she saw herself and Jinhua being abused by Chenrenyi before. Her heart was filled with tenderness. She looked at Chuncho in embarrassment. Chuncho was also worried. The family does not need this mouth to feed, but this child is made of top-quality materials. If we rashly take her back, we may get into trouble. If it doesn't work, our tea house is at the street corner. We can put her in the tea house and let the waiters feed her. We can also report to the police and find out which family lost the child. Chuncho's worry was reasonable. Jinyu sighed and touched the little girl's head reluctantly. "That's the only way. Go report to the police. Go to the agreed place to apologize to Boss He and say I have something urgent to do, and we'll go tomorrow." "Okay." The two of them agreed, and Chuncho sent Jinyu and the little girl to the tea house. When the waiters saw Chuncho, the boss, coming, they all became very alert, fearing that their monthly salary would be deducted if they were not careful. In the private room of the tea house, the little girl burped, but her hands were still tightly holding the water bag, and she took a few sips of red date water from time to time. When her watery eyes looked at Jinyu, they were more lively, as if she didn't understand why this warm and plump auntie brought her here. Jinyu smiled at her gently and said, "Auntie can't take you home, so I brought you here to eat something delicious." Xiao Qing was right. Nan Nan was trying so hard to move forward. She couldn't possibly get into trouble because of her soft heart, and then they would have to worry about it. Reporting to the police was actually just a matter of luck. If she was lucky, the little girl's family would be anxious to find her, so it would be good to let her family take the little girl back. As for the fear in the little girl's eyes when she mentioned her family. Thinking of this, Jinyu frowned again. Could it be that the little girl has been abused at home, if that's the case? Before Jinyu could think of a solution, Chuncho's voice sounded outside the door. "Boss Missouri, please come this way." Jinyu stood up all of a sudden. "What are you doing here, Boss Missouri?" Then, she turned her head and looked at the little girl. Fortunately, the little girl's facial features were not similar to Boss Mo's, so it shouldn't be Xiao Qi. Before Jinyu finished celebrating, as the door of the box was opened, a voice with suppressed anger sounded at the door. Hearing this voice, the little girl's hand holding the water bag trembled, and she quickly hid behind Jinyu. Jinyu instinctively reached out to pull the little girl out from her back to confirm with her whether she knew Mo Yud. Unexpectedly, the little girl grabbed her clothes hard and refused to come out. For a moment, The three adults looked at each other awkwardly. Finally, Mo dismissed the servants who came with him to look for his daughter, closed the door of the private room, and spoke awkwardly under the defensive gaze of Jin Yu and Chun Cho. This child had some bad memories before, so she refused to speak. It was because of this that I gave up the business in the East China Sea and came to the south to develop. From Mo, Jin Yu learned that the little girl was called Mo Chi, and she was 9 years old this year. The year Mo Chi was born, Mo's business in the East China Sea had just started to pick up, and was not stable, so he could not go home often. Every time he went back, he just left them some silver and daily necessities and hurried back to the city. Before that, the family had always been engaged in farming. The parents had been overworked for many years, and had lost their hearing, eyesight and memory. Because they depended on the weather for food, and the geographical environment and climate of the East China Sea were special, they often had no food to eat. His first wife, Ernu, had been with him for 6 years when they had no food to eat. Before Machi, he had another son, who was 4 years older than Machi. However, because Ernu was pregnant at that time, and went up the mountain to collect firewood, he could not take care of her, so he asked his elderly parents-in-law to help take care of her. As a result, it suddenly rained heavily that day, and the parents-in-law were busy collecting firewood and forgot that their eldest grandson was left next to them. The child saw it was raining and wanted to go out to look for his mother, but he missed a step and fell into the turbulent river and drowned. Ernia came back and couldn't find the child. She panicked. With the help of nearby villagers, the child was fished out from the lower reaches of the river. In her hand, she was still tightly holding the peanut that her mother had given her before she went out. Ernia collapsed on the spot, and Emochi also gave birth prematurely. Due to the heavy blow, she also died of dystocia on the day Emochi was born. The old parents at home felt guilty for killing their eldest grandson and daughter-in-law, and felt ashamed to face their son, so they hanged themselves in front of their own house. When Emoyed rushed home, his house was full of villagers, who came to help with the funeral spontaneously. One of the villagers was holding Emochi, who was born a few days ago, and was as thin as a kitten. In order to thank the villagers for their help, Emoya gave the family's fields and old house to the villagers, who helped after handling his family's funeral. At the same time, he named the child Emochi, which is homophonic to Emochi, meaning that the child should not abandon his father. Chapter 503. From then on, Emochi was always with Emoyed. But Emoyed was a man after all. He had to take care of the child and make a living. Especially when his business grew bigger, he had less time to accompany Emochi. He was worried about the servants in the mansion, and as the child grew older, he was also worried that one day she would ask him why she didn't have a mother. So he thought about finding a mother for Emochi. At that time, he had accumulated a certain amount of wealth. So not long after he started thinking about it, many matchmakers came to his house to propose marriage. As long as he felt it was appropriate, he would take time to personally take Emochi, who was only 3 years old at that time, to meet the other party. In his opinion, it didn't matter if she didn't accept him, the most important thing was to be good to his daughter. He had money. Perhaps because of this additional condition of not lacking money, she really found someone who liked him and his daughter, but that person was not introduced by no one, but a servant in his house. Her name was Jiang Qing, the daughter of a poor scholar, who failed the imperial examination 26 times. When he failed the 26th time, he couldn't accept the blow and hung himself on the beam with his belt. Her father committed suicide, and her mother died of illness due to overwork when she was young. She was alone and had to sign a long-term contract in the Emo mansion to make a living. Moved by Jiang Qing's tenderness, not only Emochi was captured, but also Emoyed fell. After having physical contact with Jiang Qing on a moonlit night during the Mid-Autumn Festival, even though he knew that she was not virgin, Emoyed married her as his wife and assured her to take care of the backyard, while he focused on charging in the front to give his wife and daughter a better life. I thought the family of 3 could live happily together. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After returning from a business trip, he found that Emochi, who was nearly 4 years old, was becoming less and less able to speak, and was afraid of strangers. This had never happened before. He hurriedly asked Jiang Qing what was going on. Jiang Qing smiled and told her that Emochi was angry that he hadn't been with her for too long and was throwing a tantrum. Although Emoyed had doubts in his heart, he felt that it made sense when he saw his wife say that. After all, he was away for more than a month that time, and the child was almost different every day when he grew up, so he didn't take it to heart. But as time went by, he went out more and more often, and he found more and more doubts. Why did everyone in the mansion become a stranger? Why are the accounts in the account book getting more and more messy? The months that were clearly in surplus according to his rough estimation became losses under her pen, and his daughter, who used to at least call him dad, later saw him and ran away as if she saw a ghost, and hid when she couldn't run. Can this be considered a temper? With a careful mind, Mo had found more suspicious points. For example, his wife would get up in the middle of the night to add something to his tea, and in the past few years of marriage, except for the first 1 or 2 years when Jiang Qing was willing to deal with him, she became less and less willing to be intimate with him. All the doubts combined together pointed to one direction. But Mo did not alert the enemy all at once. Instead, he took advantage of Jiang Qing's inattention and secretly found someone to get acquainted with the new servants in the Mo mansion and get their words. God knows how much he wanted to kill someone when he knew that when he went out to discuss business, Jiang Qing not only brought a wild man back to make love with them in their bed, but also let the servants beat and tease his daughter every day and didn't let his daughter have enough food. So he spent some more money and set up a trap to catch the two of them in bed. He hired a few thugs to cripple the wild man and threw a divorce letter in front of her and had the two naked people thrown back to the wild man's ancestral hall. At that time, the wild man also had a wife at home and recognized that Jiang Qing had had an affair with the wild man, but was just suffering from not being caught. Now that he has been caught, he will naturally be drowned according to the rules. Unfortunately, the evil man was punished, but his daughter's personality became withdrawn because of the torture in the past few years. She was unwilling to eat well, unwilling to talk, and even stole away if she didn't agree with her. When Jeannie brought the little girl to the tea house, it was only the end of the way hour, and the sun was still high in the sky, although it was shining in the west. By the time Mo had finished explaining the whole story, the sun had already sunk half of its red face into the mountains, and the tea house was about to close. After listening to Mo Yud's statement, Jean Yu had already hugged Mo Chi and gnashed her teeth. That woman deserves to die. No matter how much she disliked Mo Yud, Mo Chi was innocent. It was such a sin that a good child was abused for no reason and became what she is now. At the end, she glared at Mo Yud. You are not much better. Obviously, that person has no blood relationship with your daughter, but you don't know how to pay more attention to the child. You actually believe everything she says. Mo Yud touched his nose awkwardly. I just have too many things to do. Is having too many things to do a reason for you to ignore the child? Jean Yu said, and Mo Yud was speechless. Realizing his own loss of composure, Jean Yu quickly suppressed his anger and tried to calm his tone. So what are you going to do now? Take him back home and let the servants take care of him? Mo Yud sighed and smiled bitterly. What else can I do? Jean Yu looked at the man in front of him, who looked honest and smiling. It was hard to imagine how he threw the adulterer and the adulteress who gave him the hat into the pond. After thinking for a while, she turned to look at Mo Chi and asked softly, Do you want to go back with your father? Mo Chi leaned out of Jean Yu's body and saw Mo Yud sitting next to her looking at her, so she quickly nestled into Jean Yu's arms. No matter how Jean Yu coaxed her, she refused to respond to Mo Yud. Mo Yud sighed helplessly. That's it. Whenever I return to the mansion, I can only watch her from a distance. She runs away when she sees me and doesn't like me to accompany her to do anything. Although Jean Yu felt sympathy for Mo Chi, she had no right to take her in since they were not related, so she finally suppressed her reluctance and handed Mo Chi to Mo Yu to take away. Back at the mansion, the servants had already prepared dinner. But Jean Yu obviously had no appetite, and went back to her room after eating a few times. Xian Yan and Dong Ren looked at each other, and looked at Chun Shou at the same time. Chun Shou was also worried, and told Xian Yan and Dong Ren what happened today to see if they had any countermeasures. Hearing Chun Shou's words, Xian Yan looked at the food in front of him thoughtfully. The East China Sea seems to be rich in charcoal. After Xian Yan said this, Chun Shou's mind also turned around. Yes, the princess has analyzed the business characteristics of each state in Dahuang before. Speaking of this, Chun Shou said angrily, I should have let Mo Yud owe us a favor. Due to the special geographical environment of the East China Sea, it is mountainous and coastal with sufficient sunshine, and the merchants there mainly sell salt and charcoal. Until Yan Zhenyuo became regent, the court issued a new order requiring all private salt fields to be under the jurisdiction of the government, and the court paid compensation according to the quality of the salt produced in the salt fields. At first, there were salt merchants who colluded to resist the court, but when they saw the 100,000 border troops pouring into the 12 counties of the 3 continents of the East China Sea overnight, they chose to cooperate with the court very sincerely, and just like that, they turned private salt into official salt, and the price was also suppressed to an extremely low level. Chapter 504. Unlike the silver charcoal produced in the northwest for heating and tribute to Kyoto, the steel charcoal in the East Sea is easy to burn and has a long-lasting fire. When the mountains are blocked by heavy snow and there is no firewood, it is the first choice for northern restaurants and wealthy families to use as firewood. If there is a year of war, the charcoal in the East Sea is a major source for the court to forge weapons. Therefore, nowadays, in addition to firing porcelain, most of the merchants in the East Sea mainly sell charcoal to the northwest, which is why you took a fancy to the Biling industrial line. He has connections, and knows which wealthy merchants in the East China Sea have such needs. He knows which coal producers are big in the East China Sea, and many things will be much easier to do. Why don't we ask the princess for permission first? Dongren frowned. But the princess doesn't allow us to use Aunt Jean, Chucho said weakly. Let's take it one step at a time. Xianyan put down his chopsticks. The other two nodded. That's the only way. It seems that Mo Yid's line still needs to continue cooperation in the short term. Chizhou. In a small and inland county, Jinpei brought the boiled medicine to Chiosi. Because the injuries were on the back and thigh, and the injuries were serious, Chiosi almost laid down to avoid the wounds from tearing. After drinking this blood-clotting and muscle-building medicine, I will give you a few more tonic soups. You take them and rest for a few days, then we can set off to return to Biling. Chiosi was pale and wanted to stand up to take Jinpei's medicine, but unexpectedly, Jinpei dodged her. Don't move, I feed you. Looking up at the person beside the bed, Chiosi's first words were, Has the letter arrived? Hearing this, Jinpei put the medicine bowl in his hand heavily on the bedside table, changing his usual elegance, and even his usually warm and cheerful face instantly darkened. Isn't a letter more important than your life? After a pause, he seemed helpless. Also, you were so seriously injured. Why didn't you tell the princess? Why didn't you tell the princess? Isn't it because you knew that the princess would definitely be worried? But soon, Chiosi realized that the focus was wrong. The cold eyes narrowed slowly, and the murderous intent flashed across them. You peeked at the contents of my letter? Jinpei fed the cooled medicine to Chiosi innocently. When you were trying to write the letter, I was helping you grind ink. It wasn't that I wanted to peek, but the words you wrote ran into my eyes. Chiosi didn't say anything, but stared at Jinpei with the eyes that had lost their murderous intent, which made Jinpei feel creepy. After a while, Jinpei finally gave up and made up an excuse. I know the princess doesn't completely believe me, so I want to know if you will ask the princess in the letter to kill me when you go to Biling. Chiosi stared at him for a long time, as if doubting the truth of his words. She lowered her eyelids and drank the medicine he gave her obediently until she saw that Jinpei was normal. No. Jinpei seemed unwilling to compete with Chiosi anymore. After Chiosi stopped looking at him, he also spoke to comfort her. I had asked Xiongjiu to deliver the letter personally on the day you wrote it. Xiongjiu's pace has always been fast. Your master must have received it by now. Really? Chiosi seemed to not believe him. Jinpei nodded helplessly. Really, since I have seen your body, you are mine, I can't lie to you. Chiosi frowned slightly, disagreeing with his next words. Weakly speaking, it happened suddenly. You are also in a hurry to save people. You don't have to ruin your life for the so-called responsibility. Although the injuries were on the back and thigh, she was originally a secret guard, and it was common for her to be injured and hover on the edge of life and death. In the face of life and death, what does it matter if men and women are on guard? It was a wild mountain. If Jinpei hadn't found herbal medicine to stop bleeding for her, she would have died before leaving the mountain village. Jinpei had heard this at least 10 times since she woke up. This woman was too stubborn. He didn't want to argue with her about this issue. His mind was full of, since he had seen her body, he should be responsible for her. It didn't matter whether it was the Red One Star or not. What mattered was that she could even give up her life to save him. If Chiosi knew why Jinpei had to take responsibility, she would definitely cut Xiongjiu's neck with a knife. Time goes back to a month ago. At that time, they walked for 2 days, and 2 nights before they found the village that was like a paradise in the mountains. Everyone in it lived and worked in peace and contentment, working from sunrise to sunset. When they first saw them, the villagers were not too defensive, thinking that they were just lost, and they entertained them very warmly and guided them out of the mountains. At that time, Jinpei was already hesitating whether to ask the villagers about the man named Qin Jian. Although his calculations could not deduce other things, he could read people's eyes, including his intuition would not lie to him. But the villagers here, seemingly enthusiastic, actually wanted them to leave their village as soon as possible. If they really force it, it might really lead to terrible consequences. Chapter 505. In this situation, You should use your wits instead of being too direct. After thinking it over, he whispered to Chiosi about his idea. Chiosi lowered her eyes and thought for a while, then agreed to his plan. The two found a reason to stay in that nameless little village. The village was not big, and they spent a day getting acquainted with the older children in the village. Using the small items and dry food they brought with them, they learned from the children that Qin Jian was their clan leader grandfather, and their parents and grandparents didn't like people who got lost in the mountains and came here. Hearing the children's unintentional words, the two looked at each other and saw solemnity in each other's eyes. The situation seemed to be more difficult than they imagined. Even if Qin Pei was good at scheming, the variability of human hearts was much greater than that of hexagrams. With things on their minds, both ignored the cunning that flashed across the child's eyes. That day, Qin Pei and Chiosi scattered around the village to find out about Qin Jian. The villagers came to the hut, where they temporarily stayed to ask for an explanation. The arrow was on the string, and Chiosi could only bite the bullet and explain his purpose. As a result, when those people heard the Qin family army, they immediately picked up the tools they used for farm work and wanted to greet them. In desperation, Qin Pei could only reveal his identity. Unexpectedly, after revealing his identity, he was regarded as a traitor by the radical villagers. They said that Qin Buka sold military secrets for fame, and the upper beam was not straight, and the lower beam was crooked. What good could he produce? But the truth of the year was not what the villagers said. Even though Qin Pei was calm in the past, when he heard that it was related to his father's reputation, he couldn't help but argue. Xiongjiu didn't even get Qin Pei's approval, and directly put on the prestige of a government servant. This mighty force was like a cannon falling into the enemy camp, and they were forced to leave the village. Because almost all the men of the older and middle-aged generations came from the Qin family army, although they retired to the mountains and forests to work as farmers, their agility was not reduced at all. Originally, with Chiosi's skills, it would not be a problem to kill a few people who blocked the way and take Xiongjiu and Qin Pei away safely, but before setting off, Chiosi received an order from Xiongjiu and knew that those people were most likely to be the future helpers of the princess. Therefore, when counterattacking, Chiosi was restrained and did not dare to kill. The result can be imagined. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Xiongjiu pulled out a self-defense dagger from somewhere and stuffed it into Qin Pei. Master, let's not waste time talking to these unruly people. I don't believe that they are in the wrong, so how dare they take action? He was so eager to protect his master that he didn't even think about the consequences of saying such words at this critical moment. It was too late for Chiosi Xiang to cover Xiongjiu's mouth. Just when Qin Pei was about to explain, the villagers didn't give him a chance to explain. They showed their hoes and weapons one after another, and some even ran to the high ground to draw their bows and arrows. These people obviously wanted them to confess here. At this point, Chiosi could not care about anything else. He carried his bag and dragged the two people and ran away. Unfortunately, they were unfamiliar with the place and were soon surrounded by villagers. Under no circumstances, Chiosi was ready to fight to the death to carve out a bloody path for himself. At the critical moment, a sturdy young man slowly walked over. The young man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a square face and thick lips, and his black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail with a cloth strip. When he saw Chiosi and his group, his usually bright eyes darkened. Let them go. After hearing the young man's order, a gap immediately appeared in the circle that was originally surrounded by water. Seeing that Chiosi and the others were still standing there, the young man seemed to be in a bad mood. Why don't you get out? His voice was just like him, rough and heroic. From the eyes of the villagers, Chiosi guessed that this young man must have a certain prestige in the village. The villagers' absolute obedience, without any rebuttal to the question of why let them go, made Chiosi think of the soldiers in the military camp. Just complete the task assigned by the superior. Never consider the rationality of the task. I thought I would leave safely all the way. Unexpectedly, when they were halfway back, they encountered a dozen assassins holding scimitars. Although the assassins were masked, Chiosi still recognized the strong physique of the young man and understood why he let them go at the entrance of the village. The young man did not let them go for no reason. He just felt that if they died near the village, it would dirty his village. So before they leave, they planned to let them stay in this deep mountain forest forever. What Chiosi can see, naturally, can't be hidden from Qin Pei's eyes. But seeing that the other side has more people and more power, if they really fight, they will not get any good. Qin Pei can only bite the bullet and bow his hands and say, "Everyone, please listen to me. We just want to meet Mr. Qin. Why do you want to kill us?" The black-clothed man in the lead smiled at him contemptuously, and after confirming that only Chiosi knew martial arts, he unscrupulously used all his moves on Chiosi. Chiosi understood the assassin's intention and immediately told Qin, "Just run, don't worry about me." The situation was urgent. Qin was very self-aware, and hung the bag on Xiongjiu's shoulder, dragging Xiongjiu and running away. In a hurry, the two stepped on the air and rolled down to a small valley. "There is a shortcut here, hurry up." Qin recognized the familiar path next to the valley at a glance. The master and servant rolled and ran, and soon crossed a small hill. Chiosi also caught up quickly. Except that his movements were a little slow due to fatigue, everything was fine. The few people didn't care too much, and supported each other to escape. It was the beginning of winter, and the sky quickly darkened. Thinking that they had finally gotten rid of those people, the few people secretly breathed a sigh of relief and started a fire under a big tree with dense shade. Unexpectedly, as soon as the fire started, Chiosi, who had been vigilant as a secret guard, immediately discovered the cold light hidden in the dark. As soon as she said be careful, she was tripped by the panicked Xiongjiu. She instinctively wanted to grab something to use as leverage, but she didn't expect Qin to be in front of her, and she accidentally pressed her chest against Qin back. Almost at the same time, she felt a sharp pain in her back, and it felt like her spine was about to be cut off. When she turned around and wanted to kill the person who hurt her, a cold arrow came from behind. Without thinking too much, she stood up and threw Qin to the ground and rolled twice. Although she tried very hard to avoid those hidden arrows, because of the sudden serious injury, her movements were slow, and the right thigh near the buttocks was still hit by an arrow. Almost at the moment of being hit by the arrow, a numbness swept through the wound and Chiosi fell limply on Qin. Feeling his body sink, Qin hurriedly turned around and saw Chiosi, who was covered in blood, falling softly on him. His eyes, which had always been gentle and had never been turbulent even when Yin Junyo pinched his neck, were filled with shock and emotion. Miss Chiu, in order to save him, actually. Chapter 506. On the other side, the masked assassins led by a sturdy young man saw that the martial arts master had lost his ability to fight, and they were approaching step by step with scimitars. Xiongjiu trembled and opened his arms to block the two men. You want to kill me? Don't touch my master." The sturdy young man sneered, not taking Xiongjiu seriously at all. He raised his chin, and the other masked man behind him immediately put the knife on Xiongjiu's neck and carried him to the other side. Qin dragged Chiosi, who was covered in blood, to the tree trunk and stood in front of Chiosi like a guard. He thought he was not too short, but the sturdy man in front of him, who was like a small mountain, was more than half a head taller than him. His expression was cold, with a kind of arrogance that only belongs to scholars. He first glanced at Xiongjiu, who was held at knife point not far away, and then straightened his back and looked at the sturdy young man. "We are all Qin family members. Why do we have to force each other? Is the truth of what happened back then really as Qin Jin said? Have you really understood it? I don't think there's anything wrong with my father's service as an official. You have your own way of being loyal to the old general, and my father has his too. Killing people is not enough. If you don't fear regret in the future, just come on." After saying that, Qin opened his hands, closed his eyes with awe, and didn't move. In the first month of winter, the north wind suddenly rose. Although it was not as biting as the wind in the 12th month, it was also chilly. In his ears was the rustling sound of the north wind blowing through the treetops. Qin waited for a long time, but didn't get the expected pain. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened again. The sturdy young man in front of him was looking at him deeply. Before Qin could continue speaking, the sturdy young man sneered. A hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes, raised his hand, turned around and left with the people chasing them. After they walked away, Xiongjiu collapsed to the ground with a pale face. "Master, I was really scared to death just now." Qin was sweating all over his head, and his face was not much better than Xiongjiu's. After Xiongjiu spoke, he immediately ordered, "Hurry up and light a fire, and take out the medicine bottles in the bag to see if there are any wound medicines or the like." Then, he clumsily and carefully laid Chiosi on the ground covered with clothes. Although Chiosi was shot by an arrow, because of the severe injury on her back and excessive blood loss, her eyes had already closed when she realized that the danger had passed. Her face was already gray and blue, similar to that of a dead person. Seeing Chiosi's appearance, Xiongjiu hurriedly persuaded her, "Master, if it really doesn't work, just put Miss Chiu down. From here back to the town, at least you have to cross several mountains. What if Miss Chiu can't make it? Go down the mountain." Before he could finish, Qin Pei turned around with bloodshot eyes and shouted at him angrily. "Shut up." Perhaps it was the first time he saw Qin Pei so angry. Xiongjiu was terrified and didn't dare to continue. Ignoring Xiongjiu, Qin Pei looked at the injuries on Qiuxi's back and legs, and took a look at the surrounding environment. He found a small clump of bushes not far behind Xiongjiu, so he immediately sent Xiongjiu to clean up the area around the bushes and make a fire, and asked him to keep an eye on the surrounding environment. After everything was ready, he half-carried and half-supported Qiuxi to the back of the bushes without any hesitation. Don't ask why Qin Pei didn't just carry her like a princess. Qin Pei was very depressed that he was a useless scholar who couldn't even tie a chicken. He took a deep breath, suppressed his fear, and said solemnly to Qiuxi, who was already in a semi-comatose state, "Miss Qiu, I have no way to repay your kindness to me. After tonight, you will be my wife." After that, he tore open Qiuxi's coat and trousers with force, and pulled out the hemp arrow on Qiuxi's leg. The hemp arrow had a hook, and when it was pulled out, in addition to the scraps of cloth from the coat and trousers, it also brought out a small piece of skin and flesh. Qin Pei's heart tightened slightly, and he quickly used his outer shirt to wipe the blood off her legs, and then took out his relatively soft inner clothes from the bag, and used the dagger and his hands to tear the bandages into strips to bandage her, and then sprinkled a few golden wound medicines on her, and bandaged her again. After the hemp arrow was removed, the numbness on her body gradually dissipated. Qiuxi groaned a few times, and the broken hair on her forehead was already wet with cold sweat. "Just bear with it," Qin Pei soothed softly. The cold sweat on his forehead was not much less than Qiuxi's. After treating the wound on her right leg, Qin Pei followed suit and treated the wound on her back. Because she had been moved several times, the clothes on her back were already bloody, and the sticky blood seemed to be still oozing out. He used a dagger to pick open Qiuxi's clothes, and saw the hideous outward-turned knife wound extending from her left shoulder to her right abdomen. Qin Pei trembled and gently wiped the blood next to her wound with another soft inner garment. His heart felt like it was being pinched by a big hand, which made him feel more uncomfortable than when Yin Junyo pinched him. His vision gradually blurred until a small hot droplet of water hit his hand, and Qin Pei realized that he was actually crying. He hurriedly wiped away the tears in his eyes, and quickened the speed of treating her wound. "Miss Qiu, please bear with it for a while." Halfway through his words, Qin Pei remembered that Qiuxi didn't seem to like scholars, so he quickly changed his words. I will speed up the bandage for you." Qiuxi's body temperature was getting lower and lower, and Qin Pei moved the fire closer to her. After thinking about it, it seemed not good to be too close, so he moved the fire further away. It seemed colder when he moved further, so he moved again. This went on all night until the sky was pale, and then he sat on the ground with his clothes on beside Qiuxi and took a nap for a while. After 2 days and 2 nights of climbing over mountains and ridges, Qin Pei finally carried Qiuxi, who had lost too much blood, out of the mountains of Yongning County. It was also thanks to Xiongjiu, who had been by his side to carry his bag and collect herbs for him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get out for 2 days and 2 nights alone. And his calculations seemed to have improved after these days of eating and sleeping in the open air. He could basically make 1 hexagram out of 20 hexagrams. Although his accuracy was not as good as before, at least he could give them some guidance. When they entered the mountain, they pretended to be refugees. After they came out of the mountain, Qin Pei felt like a refugee. Qin Pei dared to guarantee that he had climbed more mountains and crossed more ridges in the past few days than he had in the past 20 years. Miss Qiu looked only 16 or 17 years old, thin and delicate. He didn't expect that she would be so heavy when he carried her on his back. After he came out, he once suspected that his legs were not his own. During this period, Xiongjiu had been trying to take Qiuxi, but he refused. He still couldn't forget the surprise and shock in Xiongjiu's eyes when he heard him say that Qiuxi would be the young lady in the future. Thinking back, Qiuxi had already finished the medicine and closed her eyes weakly. Qin Pei tucked the quilt for her carefully. Since he came out, he has taken care of Qiuxi himself and refused to let others do it. From the beginning, he was unfamiliar with her, but now he is proficient. This may be the most fulfilling thing Qin Pei has done in the past 20 years, except for studying. Xiongjiu was in the way, so he simply sent Qiuxi to Bailing on the pretext that he was delivering a letter. By the way, he asked him to go back to Feuding Zimufu to report his father's safety. Qin Pei's heart moved, and a light flashed quickly in his eyes. He skillfully took out the divination money and tore a shell from his bag for divination. 1 divination is completed. Qin Pei saw the instructions in the divination, and the muscles on his face trembled slightly. He shook his hands and drew another divination with his heart. The north wind outside the window was still cold, and Qin Pei's handsome face slowly covered with a layer of solemnity. Regent Prince, you still won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Chapter 507. Sichuan. The first snow has fallen. The ground is white. It's not entirely her fault. Why should she bear all the consequences? War, drought, and epidemics are just the cause and effect of the world's unrest caused by men's ambitions for hegemony. Without her, will there be no war in this world? Oh heaven, you are in charge of the punishment of good and evil in the world, but you act so unfairly. Ming Zhangjun, why do you embarrass me? You and I met when the world was in chaos, and you already knew in your heart that the world is unfair. Now you are so righteous and say that I am unfair, but it is only because the ghost cultivators behind you are in an unfair and disadvantageous position. Even the fairness you swore today is just to let the ghost cultivators behind you fight for a favorable position in this unfair world. Meng Zhang, you are an ancient blue dragon. Now the evil spirit has only been in the mortal world for a while, and you have even been infected with the bad habits of mortals? I might as well tell you that the value of beauty is just to be used as an embellishment in prosperous times, and to be used as a scapegoat in troubled times. If she was just ordinary, it would be fine. But her mistake was that she was too outstanding. A mere girl dared to overthrow the rule of the emperor, raised an army and committed murder, trying to change the master of the mortal world. How could the heaven and earth tolerate her? When she was alive, she had changed many people's lives because of her murder. New ghosts howled every night in Fandugo City. She had committed so many sins that even her blood relatives would sue her to the king of hell after her death and curse her. The king of hell would not accept her. She could not enter the reincarnation and had no possibility of returning to the world of the living. These were her karma. This was her fate. Fate? I never believe in fate. Her life can only be controlled by me. Ming Zhang, are you determined to be my enemy for this ghost cultivator, and even disregard the hundreds of thousands of years of friendship? Do you really think that if you can protect her for a while, you can protect her forever? Everything is about cause and effect. Today, I will use dragon blood as a guide and dragon bones as a sacrifice to personally reverse this cause and effect. Since her murder was caused by me, I will use my lifelong life without reincarnation to exchange for her chance to start over. There was a sharp pain in the head. Yin Zhenyu woke up from the nightmare again and sat up. He was covered in cold sweat. His mind was still filled with those real and hazy scenes in the dream, and even the dialogue in the dream was constantly echoing in his mind. During this period, Qin Pei's words, "Your Majesty has the shape of a dragon, but no dragon bones. So you could only be a minister, not an emperor." Your Majesty? There was a knock on the door from Chushan. Yin Zhenyu took a few deep breaths, forced himself to suppress the dull pain in his chest, and looked outside. The voice was cold and clear, just like usual. What's the matter? An urgent letter from Kyoto. The sky was bright. The snow in the front yard had been cleared by the servants the day before, and with the dry and cold north wind howling overnight, the ground was only slightly damp. Yin Zhenyu, wearing a waisted robe and a black fox fur coat, stood in the bleak front yard and read the letter from Chu Shan in a glance. From the beginning, he was affected by Chu Shan and his face was solemn. To the end his expression gradually eased, and finally he crushed the letter with his internal force as if nothing had happened. It only took a cup of tea. Chu Shan said puzzledly, "Your Majesty, the messenger looks anxious. Why? You don't look anxious at all?" Knowing what Chu Shan is curious about, Yin Zhenyu's mouth curled up slightly. "It's just a turtle caught in a trap. Uncle Lee loves to make a fuss." A turtle caught in a trap? Chu Shan was confused at first, but then he reacted. It seems that the two people in Kyoto are courting death, and one of them fell into the trap that the prince said people to dig. Yin Zhenyu said him and ordered, "You send the message back to Uncle Lee. Since he wants to hide it, just go along with him and sing the play well." They have been away from Kyoto for more than 3 months, since August. Because they knew that Yin Beiki would not let down his guard against Yin Zhenyu so easily, Yin Zhenyu had been prepared for Yin Beiki's surveillance. Before entering Sichuan, they quietly let Yin Beiki's spies pass messages to Kyoto to find out their message routes. After entering Sichuan, they pulled out all the spies that Yin Beiki had planted among his people like pulling out peanuts. Therefore, after entering Sichuan, the news sent back to Kyoto from Sichuan was processed by their people, and they were not worried that the person in Kyoto would find out the clues. Asking Shinmachi to help bring the news back to Yin Beiki was just a temporary plan of Yin Zhenyu. When the plan was completed, he also made 2 plans. If Shinmachi was really willing to cooperate with him, then the news would naturally be icing on the cake. If Shinmachi turned against him, Yin Zhenyo also had a plan to deal with it. However, judging from the letter from Kyoto, Shinmachi did help, so... Prince, are you planning to spend the new year in Sichuan this year? Chu Shan's words interrupted Yin Zhenyo's thoughts. Hearing the word new year, Yin Zhenyo's eyes slowly covered with a layer of warmth. He gently said him, and his hand hidden in the fur coat involuntarily covered the sachet on his waist. If the news is correct, the stupid woman should be in Sichuan soon. During the new year, you should celebrate the new year with the people you care about, otherwise, how can it be considered new year? What's more, the stupid woman misses him so much, he must let her see him, right? Chapter 508. Kyoto. It gets dark early in the 12th lunar month. It is snowing heavily. The palace lanterns have already been lit in all the palaces. Outside the Yongqing Palace, a row of old ministers in court robes straightened their backs and knelt there. Judging from the thickness of the snow on their bodies, they must have been kneeling for a long time. Inside the Yongqing Palace, Yin Beiki said to Zhong Qiang with a dark face, "They are blackmailing me." Zhong Qiang was silent for a while, and finally told Yin Beiki, who was pacing anxiously in the Yongqing Palace, what he was thinking. "Your Majesty, I was impulsive in the matter of Prince Qing." Impulsive? Yin Beiki thought he had heard wrong, and turned to look at Zhong Qiang in disbelief. That evil creature pushed the imperial ant into the lake in the freezing cold. Not to mention that the imperial ant is now pregnant, she is now missing, and her body is nowhere to be found. If the imperial uncle returns from the western expedition, how should I explain to him? Explain to the regent prince? Zhong Qiang's eyes, shining with brilliance, slowly narrowed. He has always felt suspicious about the fact that the regent princess fell into the water while pregnant. If he remembered correctly, the regent princess's martial arts were not weak either. It was impossible for her to fall into the water and leave only a splash, as if she disappeared out of thin air. It has been nearly a month now. The regent princess can't just disappear out of thin air. Has the emperor sent anyone to the regent palace to investigate? Hearing Zhong Qiang mention the regent palace, Yin Beiqi's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he said to Zhong Qiang in embarrassment, "Of course not. I have sent many people to the regent palace to investigate for various reasons, both openly and secretly, but they all returned empty-handed. The housekeeper Li of the regent palace also asked the guests, who went to the palace to help me get some information, saying that the prince could not return to Kyoto for the new year this year, and asked if the princess could return to the palace to celebrate the new year. Listen, those arrogant people in the regent palace really know how to make the best use of everything." Is making the best use of things the key point? Seeing that Yin Beiki was trying to avoid the topic of Prince Qing, Zhong Qiang tried to suppress his anger and said patiently, "The Prince Regent's mansion has always been strict, and the Emperor is requested to be more cautious. Although the adults outside the palace are suspected of pleading for Prince Qing, their persuasion is not unreasonable. Now the Prince Regent almost controls the entire court, and Prince Qing is already one of the few supporters of the Emperor. If Prince Qing is punished again..." Zhong Qiang did not say the rest, but Yin Beiki already understood what he meant. Raised by Yin Juanao since childhood, Yin Beiki learned other skills in a mediocre way, but he was more suspicious than his master. Yin Beiki did not tell anyone about Yin Zhenyo being abducted to the Fairy Hall as a husband in Sichuan, in order to establish his authority in the court at this time. Once Yin Beimao died, and Yin Zhenyo could not come back, he could find a crime of treason to uproot Yin Zhenyo's regent palace, and then quickly seize the power in the court and extend his hand to the military affairs of the northern frontier and the political affairs of the south, and then take most of the power of Dawang into his own hands, out of the control of those old ministers in the court. After taking power, Zhong Qiang was the first person he had to beware of. Moreover, after Yin Beimao was thrown into the prison, Zhong Qiang had come to him to plead for mercy for Yin Beimao more than once. Therefore, he obviously lost his patience with Zhong Qiang. I understand what Taifu means, but the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. It's not the first time that the Prince of Qing has committed murder. If I let him off easily again this time, how will Taifu let the people of the world look at me? Your Majesty, this matter is suspicious. Okay. Before Zhong Qiang finished speaking, Yin Beiki walked behind the imperial desk with an busy look, not wanting to listen to him anymore. It's cold and the roads are slippery. Please be careful when the Grand Tutor leaves the palace. Yin Beiqi's indifference and determination to do things his own way dealt a heavy blow to Zhong Qiang. He gritted his teeth and finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. If the King of Qing is severely punished for this matter, the Emperor will lose the trust of his subjects even more. He said slowly, "Old Minister, I'm leaving." The passion of youth seemed to stop boiling at the moment when he said I'm leaving to Yinbeki, Regent Palace. At noon, a batch of court robes customized by the Ministry of Internal Affairs for Yin Junyo were checked, and Stewardly was about to send someone to deliver a letter to Yin Junyo secretly. As soon as he walked out of the back door, he was surrounded by a group of little rascals. Standard Grandpa. Standard Grandpa. Standardly was buzzing with the Standard Grandpa in his ears. He looked carefully and found that they were all children from the martial arts school of the servants of the palace. There were children of servants, and those he bought from human traffickers before. There were 11 people in total, 3 girls and 8 boys. 1 boy was missing. You bunch of monkeys. Why are you here instead of studying and practicing martial arts? Where did the stone go? Butlerly stretched out his hand and gave each of them a slap. The leading child was a fat boy with a chubby face, who looked about 10 years old and was half a head taller than the other children. After being slapped by Butlerly, he rubbed his forehead first, then pulled Butlerly away. Butler Grandpa, come with us. Butlerly didn't want to join them in the fight, but the children were determined, and he couldn't fight them with 2 fists. In the end, he could only helplessly let the dozen children crowd around him and circle around the high wall of the Regent's palace, and then be pushed into the dog hole that existed at some unknown time. When did the palace have a dog hole dug? He didn't even know about it. Just when Butlerly was about to get angry, the missing boy, sure too, came out of the bushes holding a gray, bulging coarse cloth bundle and ran to Butlerly and handed it to him. Grandpa Butler, when I came home from school the day before yesterday, I saw Eru, who was trimming the weeds around the prince's study, accepting a box of gold from someone else at the end of the dark alley. He said he wanted to secretly put this dress in the prince's study, and if he succeeded, he would get 2 boxes of gold. What kind of dress can be worth a box of gold if it is placed in the study? Butlerly took the bundle, frowned and opened a corner of the bundle. When he saw the bright yellow cloth, his pupils trembled slightly. He immediately wrapped the clothes and tucked them into his arms, looking at the 12-carat head seriously. Did you tell anyone else about this? Pang Dun nodded and shook his head. We only told Yang Xiaoquan, and it was Yang Xiaoquan who asked us to tell you. He said that it was very likely. What was it? Zhang Xinxin beside Pang Dun whispered, being targeted by a thief. Oh yes, being targeted by a thief. It doesn't seem to be said that way. Anyway, Yang Xiaoquan said that Era took money to harm our prince. Hearing what the two said, Butlerly immediately understood. Framed? Fatty and Zhang Xinxin agreed at the same time. Yes, it's a frame-up. Then, Fatty told the teacher how they cried together yesterday and told him that the housekeeper is dying of illness and needs to go back to see him more, and got 2 days off, and then they divided the work and cooperated to delay Era's return to the room and how to change the things in the bag. They also told Lee the housekeeper to help fool the teacher. Lee the housekeeper nodded repeatedly, not caring about the children's white lies. Okay, you all did a good job. As long as the matter is done, it's no problem to bring the housekeeper back to life. Now, the housekeeper wants to ask you for another favor, okay? Fathun didn't think twice and patted his chest directly. Whatever the housekeeper wants us to do, just ask. Chapter 509. Xiang Jila and the Willing League, led by Zhai Jioma, have been drifting on the road to the west for nearly a month. Along the way, there were no major events, but there were constant minor ones, which delayed a lot of time. As the seasons changed, the closer to the northwest, the more trees withered. Until entering the territory of Sichuan, the trees along the way were covered with a thick layer of snow. Sichuan. A small noodle shop without a plaque. The closed door blocked the whistling western wind. Sizzle, sizzle. A few carps were put into the frying pan, and the fragrant frying smell filled the small place. Today's small noodle shop is very prosperous. Just at noon, 6 square tables are full of customers. Soon, several plates of fresh and hot braised carp were served on the table. There were 5 or 6 people around the table. In addition to the braised carp in front of them, they were all busy eating beef and donkey meat. From time to time, there were a few hearty laughs and guessing numbers and drinking. There was only one table with 2 people. One of them wrapped himself up like a dumpling, and the other wore a veil and a scarf. Your emperor is really strange. He wants to employ you, but he still has to set some tests. This very hall has been dominating Sichuan for several years. Now that the turmoil is so intense, you are asked to come and solve it. What are you thinking? Moreover, my people sent me a letter that Yin Junyo seems to be in Sichuan and has not returned to Kyoto. Once we meet Yin Junyo, I feel that you are just enough to fill his teeth. Is your emperor afraid that your martial arts skills are too strong and will affect his position? The surrounding people were noisy and covered up Shijioma's words. But Xiangjila, who was sitting next to him, heard everything clearly. She was wrapped tightly from head to toe, with only a pair of eyes showing. She raised her eyebrows at him. On the land of Dahuang, in front of the people of Dahuang, talking about the affairs of the Emperor of Dahuang, is it you who is unwilling to live long, or me? Also, haven't you been helping him secretly? How come the wind has changed now? After hanging out with Xiangjila for so many days, and going through so many life and death situations together, Shai Jioma thought that they were already very close, so he sneered unscrupulously, and said half-truthfully, although the great Phoenix Emperor and I have a temporary cooperative relationship, for businessmen, profit is always the most important thing. If the benefits brought to me by an emperor are not as rich as those brought to me by a gangster, then why should I work for him? In fact, Shai Jioma never worked for anyone in Dahuang. In Yin Beiqi's eyes, what he called working for him was actually just Shai Jioma taking advantage of the situation to finish his own business. For example, this time when he went south, Yin Beiqi asked him to help look for heroes in the martial arts world. In fact, he went south just to meet with the people in Shixia. After the meeting, he picked a few straw bags. The straw bags went back to report to Yin Beiqi, and he took the talents he liked back to Beiqi. Mu Junyan, this kid, was completely beyond his expectations. All the way west, he really gave him too many surprises. Thinking of the experiences of the two of them these days, he looked at Xiangjila with bright eyes, as if mixed with tiny starlight. But speaking of it, kid, what do you think about the things I mentioned to you before? The things I mentioned before? Go to Beiqi with him? Xiangjila didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had refused so many times, but she still didn't give up. This time, she didn't say clearly whether she would go or not, but looked at him in embarrassment. I need to discuss this matter with my wife. Wife? Shai Jiomo's eyes flashed with doubt. You have a wife? When did it happen? He is still a child. Why would he learn to marry a wife? No. Xiangjila shook his head firmly and said, Then you. He shut up obediently in the middle of his words. He said he wanted to discuss it with his wife when he didn't have a wife, but there was nothing to discuss, right? Being rejected again, Shai Jioma couldn't tell how he felt. The two of them maintained a strange silence for a while. Seeing that Xiangjila didn't say anything, Shai Jioma could only find topics to discredit Dahuang in order to make Xiangjila go to Beiqi with him. Along the way, various mountain paths, it seems that the people gathered are all villagers from the surrounding areas, taking the opportunity to hunt for food. As expected, poor mountains and bad waters are full of unruly people. Hunting for food is a slang term in the underworld, meaning to temporarily become a bandit. At this point, Shai Jiomo's eyes quickly flashed a trace of sarcasm. I always thought that Dahuang's national strength was so strong before, but now it seems that it is just SOSO. The further west you go, the more serious the situation of people bringing their families with them to hunt for food. In the long run, Dahuang doesn't need to attack at all. The backwardness and riots in these western cities will gradually extend to the north and south, which is enough to drag down this seemingly wealthy country. Xiangjila put his hands in his sleeves and did not comment on what Shai Jioma said. In his heart, he kept thinking about the phenomenon he saw from south to west. What Shai Jioma saw, she naturally saw too. The cities in the west of Dahuang have always been weak links. Under the instigation of Shixia and the premise of providing convenience, the nomadic peoples on the border come to harass from time to time during the busy farming season, and the livelihood of the people has always been unsustainable. If we directly help them with money and food, I am afraid that getting something for nothing will foster the laziness of some people. But regardless, this not-so-small territory in the west will sooner or later become a disaster for Dahuang. Thinking about the things in the west the whole time, shivering from time to time because of the cold, Xiangjila didn't notice that Shai Jioma had already focused his attention on him. I say, kid. Shai Jioma put down his chopsticks and looked at someone who was wrapped like a zongzi and shivering without saying a word, with a curious look in his eyes. Why do you act like a woman when the weather gets cold? He didn't even say a few more words. It would be fine if he really did something on weekdays, but as long as he didn't do anything, whether indoors or outdoors, the damn kid would wrap himself up like a dumpling. And he also found that the damn kid's condition became more and more obvious as they went further west. Wrapped tightly from head to toe, the biting cold wind seemed to be pervasive. When Xiangjila came back to her senses and heard what Shai Jioma said, a trace of helplessness flashed quickly in her eyes. Isn't Shai Jiomo's question the question she has always wanted to know? Obviously, she was not so afraid of cold before, and she was a martial artist. Logically, she should not be so afraid of cold with her internal strength. However, she didn't know if it was because Yin Junyuo warmed her bed last year that her physique became delicate. In this situation, she quickly established contact with Gongging number 3, who quickly told her that this was a sequelae left in the extremely cold land. She was not so afraid of cold before because her body had not yet accepted her soul that had been tempered in the extremely cold land. Xiangjila finally turned a corner. This fear of cold was brought with her after her rebirth. Chapter 510. Thinking of last year when Yin Junyo lay beside him like a big stove, this year no matter how many hot water bottles he used, the bed was as cold as an ice cave. Xiangjila couldn't help but wail. Damn it, it's just the beginning of winter. When will it warm up? Thinking that he was just communicating with Gongging number 3's consciousness, Xiangjila blurted it out. Zhai Jiumo heard her wail, and looked at her with a half-smile. A grown man, women are not as afraid of the cold as you. It's still deadly, it's just winter. You care about me. Xiangjila shivered and reached out from her sleeve to pick up the chopsticks, but found that her hands were frozen after trying several times, and she couldn't hold the chopsticks steadily. Zhai Jiumo picked up the chopsticks in front of her with a smile, picked up 2 pieces of donkey meat, and stuffed them into her mouth. Eat it if you can, otherwise I'm afraid you freeze to death in Sichuan. Xiangjila, She wanted to vomit, but she was really hungry. After all, she is a man now, right? Xiangjila comforted herself like this, and soon she finished eating the 2 pieces of donkey meat in her mouth with peace of mind. Before she could recover, Zhai Jiumo had already stuffed the fish meat with the bones removed into her mouth. If you are afraid of the cold, eat more fish. It is said that this kind of carp often moves in the water under the ice, so it must be very cold resistant. Every time Xiangjila wanted to open her mouth to speak, all kinds of meat would be stuffed into her mouth. She could never rest. Zhai Jiumo seemed to have discovered a new interest, and became addicted to feeding. After all the carp in front of them were stuffed into Xiangjila's mouth, he did not forget to turn around and give instructions to the boss, who was watching them eat and dozing off. Boss, 2 more braised carps. Okay. Xiangjila, Xiangjila cursed Zhai Jiumo in her heart, and thought that Zhai Jiumo always thought she was a man, and an ugly man, so it should be. No problem, right? No problem, big problem. The sky gets dark very quickly in winter. It was just getting dark. Xiangjila and his party had just arrived at the port and stayed in one of the few small inns. It wasn't long before they were surrounded by soldiers. The leader was Chu Shan. I and others are here to capture the assassin on the orders of the Regent Prince. Before anyone could react, 2 soldiers came forward and stood on the left and right of Xiangjila. At this time, more than a dozen sect leaders, who had been following Xiangjila westward, made way for him, saying, "This is the new leader, will there be any misunderstandings?" with undisguised gloating in their eyes. The 2 people standing beside Xiangjila were more like following behind him than escorting him. Chu Shan and Xiangjila exchanged glances for a moment, and Xiangjila immediately cried out for injustice. "Sir, I have been in the Southern Martial Arts League for the past few months. How can I be an assassin? To catch a thief, you need to take the stolen goods. There must be a misunderstanding." Chu Shan raised his eyebrows fiercely and shouted, "Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you will know if you come with us. Do you dare to disobey the order of the prince?" No one knew that after the scolding, Chu Shan's legs were shaking. While dealing with Xiangjila, he hoped that the princess would not hold a grudge, otherwise he would definitely be skinned by the prince. Zhai Jiumo's attention was focused on Chu Shan's words, "I am here to arrest the assassin on the orders of the Prince Regent." His eyebrows furrowed. He was shocked. They had only been there for less than half a day, and Yin Junyo already knew about it. If it was any other local official, it would be easy to fool him with Yin Beiqi's name, but the other party was Yin Junyo. Zhai Jiumo knew Chu Shan was difficult to deal with, and after thinking for a moment, he could only put his fur coat on Xiangjila's shoulders. He said, "Little devil, hold on at night, don't freeze to death, I will think of a way to get you out tomorrow. By the way, although the possibility is very small, but once you face Yin Prince Regent, no matter how he tries to test you, don't say anything else here." Before Zhai Jiumo finished speaking, and before Xiangjila dodged, Chu Shan stuffed Zhai Jiumo's fur coat back into Zhai Jiumo's hands, as if he had seen a ghost, and took off his own cloak, and put it on Xiangjila. "Master Zhai Jiu, you don't have to worry about this." After saying that, he raised his chin, and Xiangjila closed his eyes, and left first. "God bless you. I hope Chu Shan, the fool, will not tell Junyo that Zhai Jiumo put a fur coat on her. Otherwise, who knows what that jealous guy will do. Don't tell Yin Junyo, that's impossible, unless Chu Shan wants to be skinned. He feeds you fish and meat, and even puts a big banner on you." In the room, Xiangjila shrank in the corner like a mouse, watching the man with a strong aura in front of him, walked towards her coldly step by step. Then, that, Your Majesty, I can explain. Although she knew Yin Zhenyu would not hurt her, but she just couldn't help but follow her heart. As long as she knew he was unhappy, she would instinctively follow her heart. Explain? Explain what? Are you afraid that I won't believe in your innocence? Yin Zhenyu gritted his teeth and laughed softly, squatting in front of her, grabbing her chin and looking at her, his narrow eyes full of helplessness. We just dealt with Shinmachi, and now here comes Zhaijioma. Stupid woman, how can you attract so many people? Chapter 511. Attracting bees and butterflies? Who? Her? Xiangjila blinked a few times in astonishment and blurted out. I am a man in front of him. How can a man like a man? As she said this, she stretched out her hand to push away Yin Zhenyuo's hand and stood up again. Silly Zhenyu must be cold and stupid. If a man attracts bees and butterflies, at least he can attract a woman. Zhaijioma has always treated her as a man. What sparks can there be between two men? Hands were slapped away by Xiangjila, and Yin Zhenyu also stood up. This is not the key is that he feeds. Before Yin Zhenyu finished speaking, Xiangjila continued to slap his hand away and got into his arms. Regardless of his refusal, he said softly, Zhenyu, we haven't seen each other for a few months. Are we going to waste time on such boring things? Boring? Others feed her and give her a big banner. Is this boring? In the deep phoenix eyes, a stronger and stronger violent aura and morbid possessiveness slowly gathered. Yin Zhenyuo's hands hanging by his sides slowly clenched into fists, and the corners of his eyes slowly turned scarlet. Zhenyu, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? The little woman's cold fingertips trembled and touched the corners of his eyes. Her soft voice fell into his ears, easily sweeping away the sour depression in his chest. Yin Zhenyu raised his eyebrows. The violence and morbid possessiveness in his eyes had not completely faded, and he lowered his eyes to look at her ugly face that had not yet removed the disguise. The person in front of him had a face full of affection. But Yin Zhenyu spoke with disdain. Wash this ugly face facing Zhaijioma first, and then talk to me. The warm atmosphere that was created with great difficulty was suddenly shattered into slag by a stupid man. Xiangjila touched his nose awkwardly. Look, if you think I'm ugly, why should I attract bees and butterflies? Who said that being ugly can't attract bees and butterflies? Yin Zhenyu sneered at her words. There is no conflict. While speaking, he had carried her horizontally and walked behind the screen. There was hot water prepared not long ago. Don't you have internal strength? Why are you still as cold as ice? Yin Zhenyu took off the layers of clothes wrapped around her, and the cold temperature of his touch made his brows frown. She was afraid of cold, he knew it last year, but last year in the south. No matter how afraid she was of cold, only her hands and feet were cold, unlike this year, even her body was cold. It was hard for him to imagine how a little woman could fall asleep in this kind of weather, when she was like an ice cube every day. Xiangjila let him do whatever he wanted, and said in a small and aggrieved voice, This is the sequelae of starting over again. His hand paused slightly when he was about to take off her underwear, and Yin Zhenyu quickly returned to his usual expression. After pulling off the cloth strips that bound her chest and letting her enter the bathtub with her clothes on, Yin Zhenyu lifted up his sleeves, reached down along her spine, groped around the spine, and finally stopped at her shinshu point, gently pouring his internal force into it. Xiangjila felt a warm current spreading along with her inner strength to her limbs and bones. The comfortable and warm feeling made her drowsy. Junnuo, you are really good. She didn't know how long it had been since she felt such a lasting warmth. Before bathing, because she was afraid of being discovered as a girl, she always used Gongjing No. 3 warm water in the space to bathe. Moreover, there was no bathtub in the bathhouse in the space, so she could only pour water on her body bucket by bucket. Her body was cold, and the water poured on her body became cold immediately. Since the beginning of winter, every bath was like a torture for her. It felt so good to have Junnuo by her side. Feeling that her body temperature had risen a little, Yin Zhenyu withdrew his hand that was filled with internal energy, took the handkerchief soaked with medicine, and washed off the powder on her face. He put down the handkerchief until her true face appeared in front of him. Okay, do it yourself. At this time, his voice was already hoarse. Turning around and about to leave, there was a rustling sound behind him, and his robe was pulled by a cold and wet hand. Zhenyu, I can't do it myself. Yin Zhenyu raised his eyebrows, and did not move at all despite her hint, and was unmoved by her retention. You are already old. If you can't come, get dressed quickly, and don't catch a cold. He was still angry. How could he do that because? What are you doing? The waist loosened. The person behind him untied his waist belt without knowing when. He turned around quickly. The little woman who stretched out her hand seemed to be prepared. With her fox eyes curved, she stretched out her hand to hook his neck and pulled him into the bathtub. Water splashed everywhere. Your Majesty, Zhai Jiumo wants to see you. The moment he heard the sound of water in the room, Xu Shan knew that he must have made a big mistake again. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, his master's angry roar came from the room. Let him go. Xu Shan's neck shrank, and he ran away. What a sin. The moon was at its zenith. Outside the house, the snowflakes were pouring down under the cold north wind. Xiangjila didn't even want to talk now. She reached out and hit his shoulder in anger. Yin Junyo, are you done yet? You are not allowed to attract bees and butterflies everywhere. Do you hear me? After going around and coming back to this place, Xiangjila asked the sky in silence. I have said many times that he always thought I was a man. Besides, as a man, you can't be like this to a man. If that person is you. Before she finished speaking, Xiangjila heard a man's low and magnetic voice. She thought she had heard it wrong. What? If that man is you. The man who had buried his head in her shoulder just now raised his head and looked at her. His always deep eyes were filled with solemnity and seriousness. I would have that kind of feeling for that man. As long as that person is you, it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. Chapter 512. Never thought that Yin Junyo would say such a thing. Xiangjila was stunned for a moment, and then a warm current passed through her heart, spreading from her chest to the top, making her nose sore. She blinked, took a deep breath to suppress the tears in her eyes, stretched out her finger and poked his strong chest, and said in a hoarse voice, Fool, men can't be together. Yin Junyo stretched out his hand, and held her finger, pulling it to his lips, and gently pressed it. In his eyes, there was an emotion that Xiangjila couldn't understand at all. Promise me that you will keep your distance from Zhai Jiumo in the future. You don't know how wonderful you are, but I do. If Zhai Jiumo doesn't keep his distance from you, he will find out your goodness sooner or later. Xiangjila's heart had already softened completely because of what he said just now, no matter how strong his possessiveness towards her was, no matter how paranoid he was about her. This is her June Newell, lovely and pitiful, the only June Newell in the world. I know, she nodded solemnly, as if she remembered something unpleasant. She nervously took back the hand he was holding his face with both hands. But June Newell, you have to believe me, I will never do anything to let you down if... I know. Yin Junyo leaned over and kissed the corner of her mouth. I never doubt that, otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just bringing you back. Although he wanted to kill Sheng Wanqi, no matter how useless Sheng Wanqi was, he was still the prince of Northern Qi. He had no interest in knowing whether Northern Qi was in turmoil or not. He only knew that as long as Sheng Wanqi was alive, the people of Northern Qi would not dare to act rashly. No one wanted the other party to take advantage of them. It would be better to be stiff now than to move first, and then be received by the prince, who suddenly appeared at any time. Xiangjila had no idea what Yin Junyo thought of Zhai Jiumo, and all his attention was focused on the sentence I know, remembering that she had just tried so hard to cooperate with him. Doing those actions that were more bookish than books, and letting him bite her obediently. Yin Junyo now, it was her turn to smile with a fake smile. You actually... Lulu, before she could finish, someone who was called by her full name buried his head in her neck again, and said in a muffled voice, You get too close to other men, and I feel unhappy. When I feel unhappy, I lose my temper, so you have to coax me. I am easy to coax, and I will calm down after coaxing. This tone, this jingle. Xiangjila's anger, which had finally been aroused, was extinguished in an instant. Her eyes were slightly red, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I said you are a jealous person, but you still don't admit it. As she said that, she reached out and gently patted his back, coaxing him softly. June Nua, be good, Lula knows that you are jealous, so I have always kept a distance from others. Except for fighting, there is almost no physical contact. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lin San and others. What about Zhai Jiumo? The person who was coaxed into comforting himself brought up the old matter again, and tried to give more benefits for himself. You are special to him. Let him feed you fish and meat. Isn't it just because I am cold? Xiangjila turned his face away guiltily. I can't get the chopsticks. Who knew that you, a pervert, would find someone to keep an eye on me at that time? Her voice became smaller and smaller, and she was pulled back by Yin Junyo before she even turned her face completely. The man said seriously, You can't let others feed you. Okay, from now on, Lele won't do anything unless Junyo allows it. She starved to death rather than eat anything given by others. Is that okay? Vegetarian. You're so impatient. Do you dislike my nagging? Take a deep breath. Xiangjila gritted his teeth and squeezed out a flattering smile. How could that be? The husband is the leader of the wife. Junyo is Leilei's. Forget it. Your smile is so ugly. Don't smile next time. Good fellow, you still dare to dislike her ugliness now, right? This is not okay. That is not okay. Yen Junyo. Xiangjila hit him angrily. What do you want? Just say it. Finally, he waited for this sentence, and a dark color flashed in Yen Junyo's eyes. His slender hand slowly moved down and whispered in her ear. I miss you. The two words I miss you came out of Yen Junyo's mouth. Xiangjila, who was furious just now, immediately threw away his weapons. The anger in his eyes was slowly covered with a layer of tenderness. I miss you too. Tell me, how much do you miss me? With the man's low and hoarse voice, the emptiness was filled all of a sudden, and Xiangjila whimpered softly. How much Jun Nuo misses you? Leilei misses you a little more than Jun Nuo. Before she finished speaking, the rest of her words were completely sealed. The familiar sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance, the familiar lingering and domineering deep kiss. Xiangjila raised her head and accepted the thoughts he confided to her, and all he gave. They had been separated for several months. Thousands of words could not match the feeling at the moment. Xiangjila no longer remembered whether it was cold or not. She only remembered that this night was the night she sweated the most since the beginning of winter. Nanchu Yuancheng. Unlike the snowy north, Nanchu is almost spring-like all year round. It was the 12th month, but Liu was still wearing green autumn clothes. Sitting on the sedan chair carried by the palace servants, what she held in her hand was no longer the wooden rabbit that Xiangjila gave her, but the wooden rabbit that Huang Fuxiao personally carved for her after she came to Nanchu. It was ugly, but Liu liked it very much. It was different from the previous time when she entered the palace at the summons of Nangongyao. This time, it was Liu who took the initiative to find Nangongyao. A month ago, the Xixia envoy was killed in the territory of Dahuang. Xixia sent letters to the other 3 countries in the Central Plains, intending to unite with other countries to attack Dahuang. Sangdong remained neutral on the grounds that it had a long-term maritime alliance with Dahuang. Beiki and Xixia were in collusion. Nanchu, as a country that had only been friends with Dahuang for a short time, wanted to remain neutral. But Huang Fujing firmly disagreed. In his words, since we have already formed an alliance, we are brothers. Brothers are like hands and feet. If someone comes to cut off our hands and feet, do we still have to be indifferent? Nangongyao did not comment on Huang Fujing's words. Yesterday, Huang Fujing had an argument with other ministers because of this incident, and in anger, he tore up the letter that Nangongyao had prepared for Xixia. Nangongyao was furious and threw him into the prison. According to what Prime Minister Zhang Lingyun said, the situation was not optimistic, because the king's thoughts were becoming more and more difficult to guess. With Huang Fujing's previous contributions and her actions in recent years, the king would never keep her. Huang Fuxiao didn't sleep all night last night, discussing countermeasures with Lord Zhan, and he went out early in the morning. Liu saw it, although she didn't show it on her face, but she was already anxious and angry. She didn't care whether it was in accordance with etiquette or not, and directly sent someone to send the jade pendant that Nangongyao had given her to the palace to ask for an audience with the king. Fortunately, the jade pendant was still useful, and the king was willing to see her. No matter what, she had to do something for Uncle Jing. Not for Xiangjila, but for herself. In the past few months in Nanchu, Uncle Jing and his son really protected her very well. Uncle Jing and Brother Xiao would always bring her some delicious food and fun things. Sometimes when Nanchu encountered some special festivals, Uncle Jing would always let Brother Xiao take her to join in the fun. In her heart, Uncle Jing was like her elder and Brother Xiao. Thinking of Huang Fuxiao's face, whose facial features were very similar to Xiangjila's, but whose face shape was different, Liu clenched the wooden rabbit in her hand even tighter. Wait, who is on the sedan chair? How dared he not get off the ground to greet concubine Li's sedan chair? As a shrill voice sounded, the sedan chair that was still moving quickly stopped immediately, and because of inertia, Liu almost fell to the ground. Chapter 513. Just managed to stabilize her body. Liu realized at this moment that a large group of people had appeared in front of her without her knowing when. A beautiful woman in her 20s sat on the sedan chair, like a star surrounded by stars. She was wearing a pale yellow palace dress and a snow-white rabbit fur cape, which made her look pure and innocent. Her originally fair oval face was even more crystal clear in the winter sun, making people want to go up and pinch it a few times to see if they could squeeze out water. Such a woman should be approachable like a fairy sister. Unfortunately, Her enchanting and slightly upturned phoenix eyes showed undisguised hostility when she looked at Li Yu. Are you the Huangfu Fei who has been pestering the king some time ago? Has been pestering the king? Is this going to cause trouble for her? Li Yu got off the carriage calmly and performed a palace ceremony to her like she did before to Nan Gongyao. Your servant greets the concubine Li. Concubine Li glanced at Li Yu from a high position. Seeing that her actions were totally inappropriate, he sneered. She really grew up in the folks of Da Huang, and she is not presentable. Li Yu held Rabbit's hand tightly, trying to persuade herself to be patient. In case she accidentally poisoned the king's concubine, it would implicate Uncle Jing and Brother Xiao. The little eunuch, who led Li Yu into the palace, saw this, and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to speak. Empress Li, we servants serve. Before he could finish, the senior palace maid Xianxiao next to concubine Li immediately interrupted him with a sharp voice. The masters are talking. When is it your turn as an unruly slave to interrupt? As she said this, Xianxiao turned her head and looked at the eunuchs behind her. What are you all standing for? Why don't you drag this unruly dog slave aside and teach him what the rules are? In Xianxiao's opinion, whether it was carrying or leading Li Yu into the palace, they were all ordinary servants, which meant that this princess Huangfu might not be as liked by the king as the rumors in the palace said. Look at how they are afraid of provoking the vixen Huangfu. Her master is concubine Li. The king has been turning over the queen's name recently, which is enough to show how favored her master is. If she can teach the fox spirit Huangfu a lesson again without being punished by the king, she will see who dares to look down on her queen in the harem. Seeing 3 or 4 tall and thin eunuchs coming forward to drag the young eunuch, who brought her into the palace away like a chicken, Li Yu immediately stopped them. Wait! One of the eunuchs pushed Li Yu hard with his backhand, and Li Yu was caught off guard, and the wooden rabbit in her hand was knocked away. Get out a few steps away. Li Yu hurried forward and tried to pick it up. What is that? Show it to me? A guard was 1 step faster than Li Yu, picked up the ugly wooden rabbit, and handed it to concubine Li. Give it back to me. Li Yu walked quickly to concubine Li's sedan chair, and even her voice was a little louder. Concubine Li pinched a small protruding ear of the wooden rabbit through a snow-white brocade handkerchief, and her lips curled up in a sarcastic manner, her face full of disgust. This ugly thing is only worthy of being used as firewood in my palace. After saying that, she threw the wooden rabbit and the handkerchief to Xianxiao. Remember to chop the firewood finely when you go back. Xianxiao took it quickly. Yes, my lady. After saying that, she smugly glanced at Li Yu, whose eyes were red with anger. Bah, you are lucky to seduce the king and meet our lady who only wants you, an ugly wooden rabbit. Li Yu's hands trembled slightly, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Her gaze fell on Xianxiao's hand, and she looked at Xianxiao as if she was looking at a dead person. Give me back the rabbit. Her face was calm, her voice was flat, and her tone was flat. It made the people present feel a chill in their backs. If Xiang Jila was here, she would definitely be the first to run away. Li Yu was going to get angry. But when concubine Li saw the edge of Li Yu's rage, she seemed to have found something funny and taunted her mercilessly. Ah, you are still very angry. You are not convinced by a piece of wood. I tell you, as long as I am willing, not to mention you, a piece of wood, even your life must be handed over to me obediently. Before she finished speaking, Li Yu had already run to Xianxiao and knocked her to the ground, snatching the wooden rabbit back. Seeing this, the guards on the side drew their swords and surrounded Li Yu. Outside the guard circle, there was a crisp applause, and the little eunuch who led her into the palace was being beaten. For the first time, an indescribable anxiety passed through Li Yu's heart. She caused the person who led her to the palace to see the king to be beaten. Would the king hate Uncle Jing and others even more because of this? In a hurry, Li Yu didn't care whether he was dead or not, and stepped forward to pull the guards away. Stop it, everyone. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you take her down for me? 2 voices fell at the same time, and for a moment, the guards and the eunuchs who carried Li Yu into the palace started fighting. When Nan Gongyao arrived, Li Yu had already been captured by the guards. Her hands were tightly wrapped in rough cloth strips, and beside her, there were several guards lying with black faces, ferocious features, and dead mouths. Originally, it was just a light-colored rabbit in the original color of wood. I don't know who stepped on it several times. It was full of dirt, and it was lying lonely outside the crowd. As Xia Quanzi shouted the king has arrived, the noisy scene just now seemed to be frozen, and then there was a sound of kneeling down to greet. Seeing that Li Yu's left hand was cut, dark blood was flowing out, and the hairpins in her hair were messed up, Nan Dongyao's eyes quickly flashed with a terrifying murderous intent. Before, he asked Xia Quanzi to personally bring Xiaoyuer into the palace, but Xiaoyuer didn't like it. This time he specially asked Xia Quanzi to find a few reliable and unfamiliar people to bring Xiao Yue in. If he wasn't eager to see his sister at this moment. As long as he thought of the consequence, he didn't dare to think about. Nandong Yao slowly clenched his fists behind his outstretched hands. The look he gave Concubine Li became more profound. Concubine Li thought Nandong Yao was angry with her, so she changed her arrogance and quickly got off the sedan chair, lifted her skirt and ran to Nandong Yao to complain. My lord, Princess Huangfu relied on General Huangfu to be an important official in the court. Before she finished her words, she felt a burning pain on her face, followed by a dizzy feeling, and her eyes went black. She felt as if she was flying in the air. Chapter 514. Someone else. The sharp pain from her knees and right hip brought her back to her senses instantly. Because she fell to the ground, many of her hairpins fell off, and even her hands were scratched by inertia, which was burning. The king actually hit her? This was what she couldn't accept. She didn't care about her embarrassment. She covered her face in disbelief and turned to look at Nandong Yao. Before she opened her mouth, the man who stayed in her palace last night spoke in a cold voice. Li Fei was disrespectful in front of the emperor, and her title was stripped, demoted to a female official, and beaten with 30 palace sticks, thrown into the cold palace, and never to come out again. The palace servants and guards accompanying Li Fei today will all be beaten to death. This neat sentence determined the fate of Li Fei and her group. It was the first time that Li Yu saw Nandong Yao with such a gloomy face. It reminded her of the bad memories before. It actually made her feel inexplicably afraid. So, when Nandong Yao turned to look at her, she instinctively took 2 steps back, covering the wound on her hand, but her eyes were fixed on the wooden rabbit on the ground that had been stepped on and was full of dirt. Xia Quanzi beside Nandong Yao quickly picked up the little rabbit and handed it to her respectfully. Little princess, please. Li wanted to reach out to take it, but as soon as she raised her hand, the piercing pain reminded her that her hands were bloody and poisonous. Please help me put the rabbit in a cloth bag. My hands are dirty. Unexpectedly, Li Yu cherished the wooden rabbit to such an extent that Xia Quanzi looked at Nandong Yao in surprise. After getting Nandong Yao's approval, she respectfully replied, yes. Imperial study. The imperial physician carefully treated Li Yu's wound, and looked at Nandong Yao with hesitation. Nandong Yao nodded slightly. I know, I will summon you later. After the imperial physician left, Li Yu was thinking about Huangfu Jing's matter, and the explanation of Li Fei's incident today. Unexpectedly, she had just opened her mouth. Nandong Yao interrupted her coldly. No need to say, I already know your intention. He tried to suppress his anger, and tried to maintain his gentle image in front of Li Yu. I can release Huangfu Jing, but you must live in the palace. I am worried if you are not by my side. The Li Fei incident gave him a wake-up call. Originally, he thought that with Huangfu Jing's identity, Xiao Yue would at least be safe and worry-free. He was used to the factions of ministers in the court having different opinions, and he did not think there was any problem. He even thought of using this opportunity to eliminate Huangfu Jing because he destroyed his letter of state. As long as Huangfu Jing was eliminated, Huangfu Xiao would not be able to make a difference, and he would suppress him. In his obsession with power, he actually neglected his sister. Even if Xiao Yue cannot recognize him now, he will not allow his sister to suffer such grievances and dangers. As for Huangfu Jing and his son, thinking of Huangfu Jing's change of his previous aversion to De Huang, Nandong Yao glanced at Li Yu. The guess in his heart that there was someone else, who was the Princess Yongla, was vaguely formed. There will always be a chance. Sichuan. Little New Year, sticky sugar melons. Without the Gu people and the riots, the people ushered in the first solar term in several months. The streets finally had a little flavor of the new year. Sichuan Inn. Xiang Jila changed back into women's clothes, and stood side by side, with Yin Junyo in front of the desk. The two looked at the map on the desk with their brows furrowed in unison. In the Sichuan area, the defense of the Yang Pass Road is ultimately a human problem. Now we are just temporarily driving the Qiangyo people who took advantage of the chaos to revolt back to their territory. Who knows if they will take advantage of your return to Kyoto to attack again? Yin Junyo did not deny Xiang Zila's concerns. The balance of the 5 countries in the Central Plains now depends on who starts the fight first. When Yin Junyo said this, Xiang Jila immediately understood. Changyu is the factor that breaks the balance of the 5 countries. Seeing Yin Junyo nod, Xiang Jila continued to analyze his thoughts. As long as Changyu still have the advantage of war horses, and Xixia opens the door for them, they will never give up on invading Sichuan. At this point, Xiang Jila seemed to have thought of something, bent down and lowered his eyes, and his slender fingers went north along the mountains from Sichuan. Chang, you are so arrogant, but it's just because of the vast grassland under Buzhou Mountain. Why don't you just take over the grasslands around Buzhou Mountain and cut off their source of war horses? Yan Zhenyuo's eyes followed her finger and fell on the large area outside Yang Pass where Changyu was. Western Xia and Northern Qi are in cahoots with each other. They openly despise what Changyu did, but secretly support their behavior. If you want to deal with Changyu, you must first deal with both Western Xia and Northern Qi. In other words, Changyu is just a tool used by Western Xia and Northern Qi to distract Da Huang. Changyu, Western Xia, and Northern Qi are eyeing Da Huang at the same time. Once Da Huang makes a move against Changyu, Western Xia and Northern Qi will definitely be the first to take advantage of the chaos to counterattack. Solve Shixia and Beiki? Xiang Jila lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then said slowly, if according to our guess, Shinmachi's mother is the eldest princess of Shixia, perhaps the gap in Shixia can be opened through Shinmachi. As for Beiki. Before Xiang Jila finished speaking, Yan Zhenyuo snorted coldly, looking at Sheng Wanchei's current appearance of being unable to move in Da Huang. It seems that he doesn't even want Beiki anymore. The tone suddenly changed, and Xiang Jila looked up at someone beside him in surprise. Just then, someone looked straight into her eyes. Xiang Jila lowered her head again, with a guilty conscience. Stupid man, after so many days, he still didn't let her mention the name Zhaijiomo. No. She obviously didn't do anything to let him down. Why should she feel guilty? In the end, after being turned away by Yan Zhenyuo for more than 10 days in a row, Zhaijiomo paced back and forth in his residence in agitation. The two followers standing behind him looked at each other and communicated silently. Follower number 1. Master, it seems like he hasn't smelled his hair for a long time. Follower number 2. Is it that in the master's heart, the capture of the willing leader is more important than his hair? Follower number 1. You know nothing, the master has been wanting the willing leader to go back to Northern Qi with him these days. Now such a good talent has been taken away by the Regent Prince. He is worried about the country and the people. Follower number 2. I see, it seems that I misunderstood the master. Follower number 1. What misunderstanding? Follower number 2. Didn't you notice that the master's eyes looking at the willing leader are very abnormal? Follower number 1. It's better not to let the master know about your abnormal thoughts. Do you have eye cramps? Blink, blink, blink. What are you blinking for? You blink so loudly. Do you want to annoy me to death? The two followers were startled by the angry rebuke from their master in front of them. How can blinking make a sound? Seeing the two people bowing their heads, Zhaijiomo became more irritated. Your breathing is so loud. Don't you have any exercise? The two followers wanted to cry, but had no tears. Their breathing was much shallower than that of ordinary people. So why didn't they exercise? Before they could finish crying, their master spoke again angrily. Are you all mute? Don't talk. Chapter 515. Two followers. Master, can you be reasonable? It is proven that men who are upset are unreasonable. I asked you to find out the news, but you can't even find out any news. What use do I have for you? The two of them shrank again. One of them said cautiously, the subordinates have tried very hard to find out, but the people on the side of the Regent Prince of Da Huang are not vegetarians either. Especially the one named Chu, who is smarter than a monkey. As long as their people get a little closer to him, he will catch them. Otherwise, their people were beating around the bush to get information, and they were all tricked back. They were also helpless. I don't want you to lay eggs. Before New Year's Eve, I want to hear news about Mu Junyan and Yaoziling. If there is no news, you will come back with your heads. Before New Year's Eve, they should raise their heads to the unreasonable master in front of them now. The two looked at each other with sad faces, and finally the follower who spoke just now spoke awkwardly. After the leader entered Yaoziling, the area around Yaoziling was heavily guarded. My subordinates. I can't get in. Before the follower finished speaking, Zhaijiomo interrupted them again impatiently. Yan Zhenyuo's people can easily find out the news from us. Why can't you learn from them? Besides, Mu Junyan's ability is obvious to all of you. As early as on the way to the west, I had decided to take him back. If something really happened to him, what would I take back? Zhaijiomo's words sounded fine at first, but after listening carefully, the two followers felt that their master seemed to attach too much importance to the Great Phoenix Alliance leader surnamed Mu. After thinking for a while, another follower said respectfully, I heard that a masked woman has recently moved into Sichuan Inn. It is said that she is quite favored. The Regent Prince and her almost eat and live together, and go out together. Once, our people saw the masked woman holding the Regent Prince on the street, and stuffing the eaten candied haws into the Regent Prince's mouth in broad daylight. It was so disrespectful that we all thought that the masked woman was dead, but unexpectedly, the master was not angry, and obediently finished the candied haws. Hearing the words of the secret guard, Shi Jiumo narrowed his peach blossom eyes slightly. Yin Junyo actually ate something that another woman had eaten? The Regent Princess is far away in Kyoto, and is pregnant. It is impossible for her to come all the way to Sichuan. Then, who is that woman? She can even deal with a tough killer like Yin Junyo. Seeing his master's thoughtful look, he cautiously suggested, "Master, why don't you try to start with that woman?" "Do I need you to tell me?" Shi Jiumo glanced at them. The weather was so cold, he wanted to know if the little boy was frozen to death. In the evening, Sichuan Inn. The dining room was as warm as summer. Xiangjila put the last stewed potato on the table. Yin Junyo brought Chu Shan back in the snow. Seeing Chu Shan following Yin Junyo, Xiangjila smiled and said, "You have been running around for most of the day and are tired. Today is the New Year's Eve, and you are outside. Why don't you put aside the red tape and let Chu Shan sit down and have a New Year's Eve dinner with you?" The smile of the little woman in front of him was very contagious. Yin Junyo's bad mood, which was originally gloomy because of the Kyoto incident, was immediately swept away after seeing her smile. He glanced at Chu Shan from the corner of his eye, and his eyes slowly darkened and nodded. Yes. Chu Shan's eyes were originally fixed on the rather sumptuous side dishes on the table, and he didn't notice the change in Yin Junyo's expression at all. After hearing Xiangjila's greeting and Yin Junyo's approval, he smiled even more. "I thank the prince and the princess." Several people sat down at the same time. Chu Shan saw Yin Junyo start to eat with his chopsticks. He was about to follow suit. What was going on with the chill on his back? Chu Shan shuddered. He secretly glanced at Yin Junyo, who was sitting in the main seat, and happened to meet someone's calm and somewhat sinister gaze, like a falcon staring at its prey. The prince was unhappy. What stupid thing did he do to make the prince unhappy? Is it because he wanted to pick up the food with chopsticks? Seeing Chu Shan wanting to pick up some food but not daring to, Xiangjila raised his eyebrows, and was about to speak. He was caught off guard by Yin Junyo, who stuffed a chopstick of braised meat into his mouth. Chew. He had just swallowed the braised meat, when a chopstick of potatoes followed. Chew. After the potatoes came chicken, lean meat, fish. Xiangjila's mouth was constantly being fed, and he could not rest at all. The endless flow of food stopped until Xiangjila felt that he was almost full. "If Chu Shan is full, you can go back first." An unexpected order to expel guests caught Chu Shan and Xiangjila at the same time looking at someone who was removing fish bones to expel guests. Someone's eyes flashed with innocence. Chu Shan didn't move his chopsticks for so long. Isn't it because he was full? Or is it that the food made by the princess doesn't suit your appetite, so you don't move your chopsticks? How can you be full before you even start eating? What do I eat? As long as I move my chopsticks, your death stare will follow. I didn't even have the chance to taste the princess's cooking. Chu Shan felt very wronged, but he didn't dare to say it. Xiangjila, who was standing by, noticed that something was wrong between the master and the servant, and thought Yin Junyo was threatening Chu Shan, so he quickly said, "Your Majesty, you scared Chu Shan so much that he was sweating all over. How could he dare to eat?" Hearing this, Yin Junyo looked over with a gentle look. "Is this king scary? Did I scare you so much that you were sweating all over?" Chu Shan quickly showed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Your Majesty, I am hot." "Hot? Hot?" Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows and reached out to hold Xiangjila's hand. Although the little woman's hand was cold, it was much better than the day she first came to Sichuan. He was relieved. "Are you hot?" Xiangjila shook her head. "No, just right." These days, Yin Junyo helped her massage her acupoints before going to bed every night and infused her with internal force. Although Xiangjila was still afraid of the cold, it was much better than when she first came to Sichuan. At least, in this warm environment, although her hands and feet were cold, her body was warm. "I'm not hot either." After saying that, the couple looked at Chu Shan together. Chu Shan was just about to say that he should take off his outer robe. Until he saw Yin Junyo's suggestive eyes, Chu Shan realized that the prince was thinking he was in the way. The princess asked him to have the New Year's Eve dinner together, but the prince didn't dare to refute the princess' words, so he came to torture him. "Woo-woo, why is he so miserable?" Chu Shan cried like a 100-pound child in his heart. But even though he cried, he still said to Yin Junyo very tactfully, "It's because I'm hot-blooded that I feel hot. I even feel that I shouldn't be in the house, but should be outside." Without waiting for Xiangjila to respond, Yin Zhenyu immediately gave Chu Shan an admiring look and said generously, "Since it is so hard to sit here, and the princess's food is not to your liking, you can go out to eat by yourself. Eat whatever you want, don't let yourself down." Reluctantly looking at the table full of food, Chu Shan replied with tears in his eyes, "Yes." When closing the door, he even heard the princess's question of incomprehension. "The food I cook shouldn't be so bad, right? Chu Shan actually doesn't like it." Chu Shan clearly heard the doubts of the female master, but his master, who was even darker than Dahe, was so considerate to explain for him. "Everyone has different tastes, we can't force Chu Shan." Chu Shan's heart was roaring. The subordinates will not force, not at all. Chapter 516. After Chu Shan left the dining room for a long time, Xiangjila's eyes were still fixed on the outside. Yin Zhenyu stretched out his hand to turn her face back, forcing her to look at him. "What are you looking at so intently?" The man in front of him hid coldness and paranoia in his eyes. If it were someone else, he would have been scared to death. But Xiangjila didn't care and patted his face with a naughty smile. "I'm not looking at things intently. I'm just thinking about a fool named Yin Zhenyu." "Stupid woman. Stupid. Cough cough. Yin Zhenyu, are you done yet? You stuffed my mouth with food you don't want to eat." After swallowing the meat in his mouth with difficulty, Xiangjila gulped down a cup of tea before he could breathe smoothly. Yin Zhenyu glanced at her with a slanted eye, and the coldness in his eyes had long disappeared. "I will go back to Kyoto at the beginning of the year." "Uncle Li said that you plan to win the favor of Yin Beiki as an assassin?" Xiangjila nodded. "The leader of the martial arts world is just a reason for him to use me. But if he wants him to use me, he and I must have a common goal, so that he can use me with confidence." Yin Zhenyu lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and spoke softly. "I'm afraid that Yin Beiki wants to use you now, but he is not capable enough." "Not capable enough? Why?" Xiangjila tilted her head and looked at him. The man did not answer her, and did not even give her a glance. At this time, he was slowly chewing the potato chips he had just put into his mouth. His sharp profile was now coated with a layer of unreal warm color by the soft light. The floor heating in the room was burning vigorously. Even though the two of them had been alone for a long time, and had done various intimate things, Xiangjila still had wild thoughts when he saw the people around him. He kept repeating the process of picking up food, eating noodles, picking up food, eating noodles, until the small bowl of noodles in front of him was empty. He rinsed his mouth with the warm tea at hand, wiped the water stains on his mouth with a handkerchief, turned his head and looked at her, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "A king who has lost the hearts of his subjects, how long do you think he can sit in that position?" "Lost the hearts of his subjects?" Xiangjila's delicate eyebrows slightly twisted, as if he was surprised by Yin Zhenyu's words. "What did you do?" Yin Zhenyu raised a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't do anything." "I didn't do anything?" Xiangjila didn't believe his nonsense. "However, this is Zhenyu. If he is willing to stay in one place and deal with problems in one place, he is not Zhenyu." A New Year's Eve dinner. The couple analyzed and discussed some situations in the court from time to time, including the problems Xiangjila encountered on her way south and west, and Yin Zhenyu's suggestions and solutions. Xiangjila is also a fast learner, and can often draw inferences from one example. Sometimes the aspects he thinks of are exactly the details that Yin Zhenyu has overlooked, which surprises Yin Zhenyu. His little woman may be stronger than he imagined. The New Year's Eve dinner started from the darkening sky, and lasted until the moon rose above the willow branches. When the two came out of the dining room, the wind and snow outside had already stopped. From time to time, a few firecrackers were heard from different places. In the inn, the festive red lanterns, the exquisite window grills, and the red cloth tied to the bare tree trunks were filled with the flavor of the new year. The half-moon hung in the starless night sky, looking particularly small. The air was still freezing cold. Xiangjila originally thought that Yin Zhenyu was taking her back to the room, but she didn't expect that the man was actually taking her out. She quickly gathered her heavy cloak. "Zhenyu, where are we going?" "There are many happy events in Sichuan at the end of the year, so I take you to join in the fun." "Yeah." "Really?" Xiangjila thought she had heard it wrong. "This man, has he changed his personality? If you don't want to go, then forget it. Go, I go." Before he finished speaking, Xiangjila immediately put on her veil, put the hood of her cloak on her head, pulled away Yin Zhenyu's hand around her waist, and trotted towards the door. Because she was wearing thick clothes, she rolled like a ball when she trotted, and she didn't forget to turn around and urge Yin Zhenyu. "Hurry up. This funny and vivid scene was so clear in Yin Junyo's eyes. It also melted the coldness in his eyes and eyebrows. Sure enough, only when she is there can it be considered a new year. The sound of firecrackers crackling. Another couple entered the bridal chamber. In the crowd, Xiangjila held Yin Junyo's hand, covered her ears, and her face was filled with an innocent smile that was completely different from usual. Husband, I just realized that people in Sichuan like to hold weddings at the end of the year, and why do they always pick up the bride at night? Along the way, she passed by several families setting off firecrackers, and they all welcomed the bride in after it was completely dark. In order to avoid revealing her identity, Xiangjila now goes out and basically calls Yin Junyo husband when she is in a good mood or wants to act coquettishly. When she is in a bad mood, she angrily calls him master. Chapter 517. Just like when in public, Xiangjila calls him prince, and calls him Junyo in private. When she is angry, she calls him Yin Junyo by name. When they are bickering, she calls him stupid man. Only in some tender moments, she will call him Anua softly. After more than a year of marriage, Yin Junyo can basically judge whether the little woman is in a good mood or not by the name she calls him. The people here all think that Xianyan is the day when the gods go back to heaven to report their duties. There are no taboos in everything. They like to get married on these days. In addition, they do not pick up the bride at night, but set out during the day. When they bring the bride back, it is dark. Before welcoming the bride into the house, the host will send the kitchen god first. Yin Junyo patiently explained to the little woman. What? The crowd was too noisy. Xiangjila couldn't hear clearly. Yin Junyo reluctantly pulled her to a quiet dark alley and repeated the explanation to her. Oh! Knowing the significance of today, Xiangjila deliberately dragged out the ending sound of oh, and a fox-like cunning flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of Yin Junyo's unpreparedness, she pushed him to the wall in the dim night. She wanted to reach out and bang him against the wall like the books that Gonging No. 3 showed her, but later found that she was too short, so she could only look up and tell a stupid man, I'm not tall enough, you squat. Yin Junyo cooperated by moving his long legs outward a little, leaning his back against the earthen wall behind him. Xiangjila had a triumphant smile on his face, and wanted to reach out and bang him against the wall, but found that no matter how he banged him, he couldn't bang him into the cool posture he wanted. This happened several times, and Yin Junyo couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and switched the little woman's position with himself, and easily made the cool posture she wanted. His slender hands blocked her way, and he lifted her chin and looked at her condescendingly. Do you want this? In the darkness, the man's voice with a magnetic smile was particularly seductive. Yes. Xiangjila smiled playfully, put his hands around his neck, stood on tiptoes, and kissed the corner of his lips through the veil. Then he put his mouth to his ear and whispered softly, Not only that, I also want. This way. While speaking, the little woman's light kiss through the veil had already landed on his ear. The little woman's breath was cool and warm, with a faint sweet-scented osmantha scent, mixed with her own unique girl's scent, brushing against his ear through the veil. As if it had magic, the cool breath slowly became hot. Yin Junyo's muscles immediately tensed up. Xiangjila smiled triumphantly, lifted the veil, took a step forward and climbed onto his shoulders, gently touching his lips with her plump lips, and then licked them with her pearly teeth. Until she felt his breathing slowly becoming heavy, she playfully wanted to retreat, but it was too late. She had only taken half a step back when she felt her waist tighten, and then she was pulled into a hot embrace. Without giving her any chance to beg for mercy, the man held her waist with one hand, and pressed her tightly against his, and held the back of her head with the other hand, and bent down to kiss her rebellious little mouth fiercely, until both of them were slightly out of breath. He let her go. Under the night, the little woman's mouth was slightly swollen, and her breath was even more disordered than his own. Yin Junyo laughed softly, and bent down again to bite her lips lightly. You deserve it. Before Xiangjila could react, a voice appeared, destroying the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. It really is the prince. I thought I had mistaken him. Hearing Zhaijiomo's voice, Xiangjila didn't bother to find Yin Junyo to question the crime. She immediately put on her veil, and got into Yin Junyo's arms. Yin Junyo's face suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. At the same time, Biling Pingnan Palace. One scream after another came from the dungeon. In the dungeon, on the rack, a thin man was being whipped with a barbed whip. Shinmachi lazily sat on the armchair that the servants had prepared for him, propping up his chin with his hand, enjoying the man's screams without even raising his eyelids. Your Highness, even if you have to die, you should give me a reason. You are punishing me for no reason. Aren't you afraid of chilling the hearts of other staff members? He Yanqing never dreamed that he would be accused of being a traitor for intervening in Ji Gang's affairs. He finally managed to escape from the Biling County Court by putting all the blame on Ichio. But he didn't expect that before he could take revenge on the Mu Guy and the Jin Mansion, his master came back. He thought that his master would suppress the Mu Guy because of Ji Gang's incident, but unexpectedly, the prince not only did not suppress the Mu Guy, but also ordered people to arrest him and torture him. Yes, no torture, no forced confession, just severe torture. He didn't even know what he had done wrong. Lu Yun shouted coldly behind him. Bold He Yanqing, you colluded with Xixia and pushed the crime onto your cousin. Now that the truth has been revealed, you still don't repent. It was already the middle of the night after dealing with He Yanqing. On the corridor where the lights were lit, Lu Yun followed Shinmachi, wanting to say something but stopping. Ask if you want to. As if sensing Liu Yun's thoughts, Shinmachi didn't stop. Your Highness, He Yanqing has always been outstanding. Why? Do you want to go to the trouble of killing him? And in order to prevent him from faking his death, he dug out his heart after He Yanqing died. Lu Yun didn't finish his words, but Shinmachi roughly knew what he wanted to ask. He didn't stop walking, nor did he look back. Outstanding ability doesn't mean his character is good. Although I'm not a good person, I can't stand the people under me going against my own ideas. He Yanqing has always acted on impulse, and acted in a paranoid way. Now that we have alerted the snake, if we don't get rid of it, this poisonous snake will bite back, and it will be fatal at any time. In the previous life, he just didn't listen to He Yanqing's advice, and cooperated with Xiang Jila, but He Yanqing was able to leak their information to the enemy regardless of the consequences of the Black Armor Army's annihilation. In this life, there are more variables. Who knows what kind of risk such a person will bring to him? No matter how talented and capable a risky person is, he will never use him. A talent that is impossible to use will sooner or later become a big worry for him if he lets it go, so it is better to deal with it directly. As for He Yanqing's cousin, Shinmachi stopped and turned to look at Lu Yun. Has Ichio been dealt with? Lu Yun nodded and replied respectfully, it has been dealt with. That means there is no body left. After getting a satisfactory answer, Shinmachi nodded and asked, is there any other news from Xixia? Lu Yun hesitated for a moment, and finally told Shinmachi the latest news. The princess of Xixia wants to recruit a prince consort. Hearing this, Shinmachi's eyes turned cold, and his aura became gloomy. The princess of Xixia? That woman. Has her identity been restored? He gritted his teeth and said sinisterly, Oh Yang Yao, how dare she? At this age, she is still recruiting a prince consort? Chapter 518. Although this kind of thing didn't happen in the previous life, and he had almost no intersection with Yang Yao. But in this life, since he wanted to take down Xixia, he had to deal with this woman. This woman's restoration of the title. It's not a good thing after all. He lowered his eyes, and thought for a moment. Shinmachi suppressed the anger in his heart, and tried to calm his tone. Step up the deployment. Knowing that his master was in a bad mood, Lu Yun did not hesitate at all. Yes. After thinking for a while, Shinmachi added, I also read the letter sent from Kyoto today. Later. Halfway through, he changed his words. Forget it. What I know may have been known by Yin Junyuo. Tomorrow is the Little New Year. The difference between the southeast and northwest. The 24th is the Little New Year in the south, and the 23rd is the Little New Year in the north. Send someone to send the Biling specialty that I found to Sichuan. Just think of it as my early New Year greetings to him. Yes. It seems that the master is planning to act in advance. Yang Yi, who still had a bandage on his neck, was as angry as Shinmachi after learning about the princess's selection of a consort. Before that, he had been hunted down by Yin Junyuo's men along the way, and he returned to the prince's mansion with a loss of troops and generals, and he did not receive any condolences from the person in the palace. Now the person in the palace actually issued an edict to him, telling him that the title of his aunt, the princess, was restored and that she would soon select a consort, and asked the capital guards under his charge to guard the area around the princess's mansion more strictly. It was the New Year's Eve. There was no lively atmosphere in this second prince's residence. For no reason, and without any warning, the title of the eldest princess was restored. With his left hand still hanging on his chest, Yang Yi used his right hand to knock the incense burner on the table to the ground, and the servants who were serving beside him knelt on the ground. His pale and scary face became twisted and hideous because of indignation. Don't you understand what the restoration of the title of the imperial aunt means? The guards standing in front of him bowed their heads respectfully. Second prince calmed down. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and smiled. How can this prince calm down? Father is expressing his dissatisfaction with this prince. After a pause, he took a few deep breaths and suppressed his unwillingness. Tried to restore his tone to normal. Jiangnan stays, everyone else goes out. After receiving Ouyang order, the people who had just knelt on the ground immediately left respectfully. When only Ouyang and the guard called Jiangnan were left in the front hall, Ouyang voice softened a little. Get up. Yes. Ouyang waited until the guard stood up straight, and then asked, what's going on at the Wuling conference? According to the news from Dahuang, this year's leader is a Dahuang man named Mu. Hearing the guard's report, Ouyang eyebrows slightly raised. A Dahuang man named Mu. Yes, it is said that this Mu sneaked into Kyoto and assassinated Yin Zhenyo before participating in the Wuling conference. Assassinated Yin Zhenyo? Now, Ouyang was more interested. Someone told me before that even he might not be Yin Zhenyo's opponent. Now it seems that he is just too useless. He has seen Shinmachi's ability. He also understands his character. If Shinmachi had not really suffered a loss, or been convinced by the other party, he would never be inferior to him. But now even a gangster can easily sneak into the Regent's mansion and assassinate Yin Zhenyo. Is that person too capable? Or is it because the people in the Regent's mansion are too useless? Compared with the latter, Ouyang is more inclined to believe the former. Yin Zhenyo was able to control most of the government affairs of Dahuang in just a few years, so he must have made many enemies, and there are countless people who want him dead. If the people in the Regent Palace were really so useless, Yin Zhenyo would have turned into dust by now. Jiangnan did not express any opinion on Ouyang mocking words, but just reported the other news to Ouyang. Since Yin Zhenyo has not returned to Kyoto since he entered Sichuan, the court of Dahuang has been in chaos recently. The Regent Princess is pregnant and disappeared in the palace. It is said that it is related to Prince Qing. Hearing the words Princess Regent and Prince Qing, Ouyang's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. I heard that the Princess Regent has always been in love with Prince Qing. It is unknown whether the pregnancy is Yin Zhenyo's. No matter what reason Yin Zhenyo had to believe in a woman who liked other men before, any man could not stand his woman being fickle after marrying him. If this belly is used well, it may achieve unexpected results. After pondering for a moment, Ouyang looked at Jiangnan, who stood upright. Has there been any letter from the Ying family? When Ouyang mentioned Ying family, Jiangnan's expression froze for a moment, and then he looked away unnaturally. Ying family said that they only recognized the orthodox. As soon as the words fell, a bang sound accompanied by the crisp sound of broken wood rang out, and the table next to Ouyang was dented by him. As if he didn't feel the pain of the wood thorn piercing his flesh, Ouyang gritted his teeth and smiled. What a man who only recognizes the orthodoxy. Who does he think he is? Ying Yuan? Who is his Ying family? Orthodoxy? The current queen gave birth to a straw bag. How can there be orthodoxy in the battle for the throne? What is orthodoxy? Only winning is orthodoxy. Feeling the violent aura slowly gathering from Ouyang, Jiangnan lowered his head. After a while, Ouyang adjusted his mentality again and instructed Jiangnan, send someone to Dahuang Sichuan to inquire about the news about the Regent Yin Zhenyo, and let the people in Dahuang Kyoto and the south continue to pay attention. If there is any disturbance, send a letter back as soon as possible. In addition, prepare a few young men to go to the ferry hall. There has been no news from those monsters for a long time. Yes. After Jiangnan retreated, Ouyang's concealed brutality surfaced again. For now, Yin Zhenyo was not the enemy he had to face immediately, and he still had time to prepare. And Shinmachi, now that he had entered the ferry hall, once he had physical contact with those monsters, no matter how good his poison skills were, he would eventually be unable to escape the results of his blood becoming a poison, and it was not something he should worry about. What he had to deal with most urgently was the matter of Ouyang's restoration of the title of the eldest princess. Once that woman regains her title, it means that Ouyang, who had escaped back to Xixia before, is no longer the royal family's exclusive poison maker, but the eldest princess Ouyang. If Ouyang can give Shinmachi a brother or sister after choosing a son-in-law, the threat posed by that cousin will be greater than the threat posed by Shinmachi to him. 24 years old. The sun is shining. Sichuan Inn. When Xiangjila opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. Chapter 519. The area around her was cold, and the person who slept next to her last night had already gotten up. The thick bed curtains blocked the dazzling sunlight from the carved windows, and also blocked the layers of cold air, leaving Xiangjila with a safe isolation space. Her body was dry, and the quilt was warm enough to make her drowsy. Her feet were even carefully wrapped with an extra quilt. If it weren't for the pain in her body and the dryness in her throat, Xiangjila could definitely sleep for a whole day. Whenever she thought of the passion of a stupid man last night, she couldn't help but wail. She didn't even know when she lost consciousness, and she opened her eyes now. She was half dead, and had established communication with Gongjing number 3. She never expected that Gongjing number 3 was also weak. Little ghost, your body is so damaged. I helped you repair it 6 times last night, 6 times. It was almost dawn when your body stopped damaging, and I could breathe a sigh of relief. The donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to be so wasteful. Go tell this to the culprit, Xiangjila said unhappily. Look at what Go Xiao 3 said, as if it was her own fault. Sensing Xiangjila's impatience, Gongjing number 3 spared no effort to protect him. How can this be blamed entirely on the master? Didn't you say something to make up for the wedding night in the last life, which made him lose his self-control? After hearing what Gongjing number 3 said, Xiangjila immediately felt guilty. I met someone I shouldn't have met last night when I was out with him. After we parted on bad terms, he kept a cold face. I was afraid he would think too much. It just so happened that people were rushing to get married at the end of the year. She saw that he was expressionless when he came back, so she said such words out of spite. Then, the stupid man's mood turned from gloomy to sunny in a second. After he came back, he immediately asked the servants to bring wine and red cloth. Then, the two of them, like playing house, lifted the red veil again and drank a cup of wine. Then, he asked her who he was all night. Xiangjila didn't know whether to cry or laugh. I didn't expect him to be so brooding. In the end, the stupid man threatened that he had wronged her on this wedding night, and would make up for it again in Kyoto. She felt sore in the waist and legs at that time. Does the stupid man think he is playing house? Can he make up for it again and again? Little ghost, I think you should give the master a little more sense of security. I think the master should still be insecure. After all, you two almost broke up because of another person before. Gongjing number 3's words disrupted Xiangjila's thoughts. Recalling the Cold War between the two because of the concealment of the previous life, Xiangjila suddenly paid attention to Yan Zhenyuo's inexplicable hostility towards Zhaijiamo. But at the same time, she also felt helpless. But you know that I have always been a man, and that magnetic voice is like an old ox. How could a man have such thoughts about such a voice? Little ghost cultivator, have you ever heard a sentence? What are you talking about? Love means that both of you are ugly like monkeys, and you are afraid that the other person will be snatched away. Although ugly has nothing to do with you two, it probably means the same thing. Oh now, Xiangjila finally understood. No wonder Jun Nuo told her that as long as the person is her, it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. I guess in his eyes, it doesn't matter whether it's beautiful or ugly. But Zhaijiamo is the connection of Northern Qi, and it has been so long, it can't just be cut off. Xiangjila folded his arms across his chest, curled up in the quilt like a silkworm, looking at the dim ceiling, muttering to himself. Why not retreat to advance? The bed curtain was opened, and the dazzling sunlight made her eyes squint uncomfortably. Then, a tall figure appeared against the light beside the bed, holding a pile of thick clothes in his hands. I heard you mumbling as soon as I entered the room. What are you talking about? Xiangjila looked at him sadly. Mumbling about a stupid man who is always jealous. I'm worried that his stomach won't be able to eat soft rice in the future. Hearing this, Yan Zhenyuo reached out and flicked her forehead, chuckling. You're just talking nonsense. Then, he picked her up with her blanket, and after a simple wash, he helped her put on her clothes one by one as skillfully as in the past few days, and did not forget to inject internal energy into her lower back and lower abdomen. Xiangjila looked up at his perfect profile, thinking of what happened to Zhaijiamo just now. She tentatively said, Jun Nuo, I thought about it. I should get rid of Zhaijiamo and go back to Beijing by myself, and then let the people in the mansion search me for a while, and then I will show up again when you arrive in Beijing? The hand that was kneading her lower back paused. Why did you suddenly make such a decision? His voice was very soft, and his light breath passed through her hair, with a kind of tenderness that belonged only to him. Because you will be jealous? I don't want you to feel insecure. Xiangjila raised his eyes, and told Yan Zhenyuo his true thoughts. I can only do my things in this way that I think will not make you misunderstand. As if he didn't expect her to say this suddenly, Yan Zhenyuo's breathing was slightly choked. Soon, she returned to normal, and the hand that was kneading her lower back also started to move again. No need, let's follow the plan. He was not jealous, not at all, he just wanted to kill two people and skin them to calm down. But the plan is not as important as Jun Nuo. Xiangjila sat up from his arms, with a serious face, and I have decided to overturn all the previous plans. According to the original plan, Mu Junyan wanted to assassinate Yin Junyo because he had a grudge against Yin Junyo, and now I want to change. Change? Even though Yin Junyo didn't understand, he still tried to suppress the corners of his mouth that were raised. Since the moment he heard the little woman say that the plan was not as important as him, he felt more than a little happy in his heart. No matter what changes, he is the most important in the little woman's heart. This is the key. Chapter 520. The flash of light in Yin Junyo's eyes did not fool Xiangzila. She knew the fish had taken the bait. He chuckled in his heart, but nodded seriously. Yes, changed the story to say that Mu Junyan wanted to assassinate the Regent Princess because he missed the Regent King and couldn't get her love. But he didn't expect that the Regent Princess was not in the palace, and instead alarmed the Regent King. How about this reason? What kind of lame excuse is this? Didn't you say that two men can't have that kind of feelings? Yin Junyo chuckled and stretched out his hand to pinch her face, squeezing the little flesh on both sides of her face together, making her pout. You still admire the Regent King, but cannot get his love. Why don't you just say that you like the Regent King's consort? Xiangzila opened Yin Junyo's hand, rubbed his face, and naturally met his gaze. If you don't say that you like the Regent King's consort, aren't you afraid that the stupid man named Yin Junyo will get jealous? Get. Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows and sneered. You really dare to say that? Get jealous, heh? He would never do such a childish thing. What else can I do? Xiangzila clung to her like an octopus. Because the clothes were too thick and his hands were not flexible, he had to use a lot of force to hold him tight. She could only look helpless, although changing the plan is a bit troublesome, and there will be danger, but Junyo has always lacked confidence in himself. I can't let him feel insecure. Trouble? Danger? Sense of security? Yin Junyo narrowed his eyes slightly. Tisk, stupid woman actually used her cleverness on him. Should he be happy? Or should he be happy? Since the plan has been drawn up, don't change it. He pulled off the octopus on his body and stood up. I'm not that kind of stingy person. Not that kind of stingy person? Xiangzila laughed in his heart. I don't know who it was, but he almost twisted his head off when he saw Jaijiumo yesterday. She roughly guessed the source of his concern, and she obediently got up and went down to the ground, looking up at him with a determined face. No, Junyo is the most important. Moreover, if a man cares too much about me, no matter what the reason is, no matter what my identity and appearance are, I should stay away from that man, because I am Junyo's wife, and this is a fact that cannot be changed by the emperor. Seeing Xiangzila's awareness suddenly become so high, Yin Junyo couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. If the little woman has been performing for so long, and he still doesn't know what she is up to, he is unworthy of being a husband. In fact, ever since the two of them had quarreled over Shinmachi, and he had seen everything that happened in the so-called previous life, and saw the little woman sacrifice herself in the end, Yin Junyo had never doubted the little woman's feelings for him. However, the little woman's single-minded devotion to him did not mean that others would not touch him. There is a saying that goes, you can never be too defensive. When Jaijiumo mentioned Mu Junyan to him, that look was too familiar to him. It was just that Jaijiumo was slow to notice it for the time being. Jaijiumo is different from Shinmachi. Knowing all the causes and consequences, he can know where to hit Shinmachi's weak spot based on his understanding of Shinmachi, forcing him to let go. But Jaijiumo. It's okay that he didn't react now, but once he reacted, his purpose would definitely be stronger. The stupid woman is also slow, not knowing that Jaijiumo has that kind of feelings for her, and naively thinking it is friendship. Oh, what kind of pure friendship can there be between men and women who live together day and night? Once certain boundaries are blurred, Jaijiumo is as difficult to deal with as Shinmachi. He is mentally ill to allow other men to covet his woman. It's a pity that the stupid woman can't see this and always says that he is jealous. Is he jealous? What he wants is just her attitude and awareness. Now that she has spoken out and promised him to stay away from Jaijiumo, he naturally believes that she can do what she says. Xiangzila, don't let me down. The gloom hidden in his eyes slowly dissipated, and he spoke softly to her. Of course. Xiangzila's answer was resounding. At first glance, the little woman was actually quite dashing. Soon, she stretched out her hand to his shoulder again, leaning on his shoulder. Junyo, my legs are weak. Can you hold me again? I'm going to Yaoziling later. You stay in the inn and don't run around. Yin Junyo bent down and carried her back to the bed. Why are you going to Yaoziling again? Xiangzila frowned. Ever since she came, the things he had to do seemed to revolve around Yaoziling. Could it be? Several key members of the Shadowless Guard are trapped inside, and now it's time to close the net. Yin Junyo's answer confirmed her thoughts. It was indeed that organization. But I've always heard that there is a half-human, half-goo bandit nest in Yaoziling. How did it become that the shadowless guard was trapped inside? Hearing Xiangjila mention the bandit nest, Yin Junyo seemed to remember something interesting. Shinmachi almost became the husband of the bandit in the fairy hall. From his high-spirited tone, Xiangjila could easily hear that he was a little proud. I led people to rescue him. And by the way, I also destroyed the bandit's nest. This look. It's like a child who has done something extraordinary and wants to be praised by his elders. He lowered his head and pursed his lips to smile secretly. Then Xiangjila looked up, his eyes shining, his face full of admiration. Wow, Junyo is so amazing. Nonsense. Yin Junyo rolled his eyes in front of Xiangjila in a rare and vivid way. The steady and cold image in front of others suddenly collapsed in front of Xiangjila. Why do you think Shinmachi was willing to give up so obediently? How dare a defeated general covet my woman? TSK. This man is so proud. Looking at the proud and lovely Yin Junyo, Xiangjila couldn't help but lean over to kiss him gently on the face. He smiled and urged, Okay, go out and don't waste time. I will be back very late tonight. You don't have to wait for me to eat. I know, silly Junyo, why are you so long-winded? He smiled and pushed Yin Junyo out the door, until he could no longer see his figure. The smile on Xiangjila's face slowly faded. The shadowless guard has been accumulated for 100 years. It will definitely not be so easy to uproot. After thinking for a while, Xiangjila told Gongding No. 3 about his worries, picked up his cloak, and followed him out the door.